in the mix, rounding out the top 5 or 6 in the Pro Mod, the Nationals. Remember, there are 3 classes racing in the UTVs. We have the stock class, which is an OEM chassis. Must run stock suspension points. Reinforcing is allowed. 1,000cc maximum engine and a 33-inch maximum tire.
Yeah, then we've got the Pro Modified UTV. So you can have hydraulic-based steering, aftermarket turbos. It has to be based on an OEM chassis with aftermarket chassis, and both sides are allowed. Must use stock suspension pickup points, maximum of a 1,000cc engine, and a maximum of a 35-inch tire.
And then we'll also be racing the open class. Yeah, it's a 2,000cc maximum engine, including the Pro R. Dream it, build it, race it, come on down.
And we've also got some biggish news on this one as well. Racing in with our UTVs today, we've got Max Gordon in that new Speed UTV.
And Robbie Gordon just did a late entry as well. So we'll have Robbie and Max Gordon out here, Lake Havasu residents. Max Gordon's fresh off his Nora 500 win and those Speed UTV machines. And, yeah, they're kind of new. I don't think a Speed UTV has raced an Ultra4 USA race. They raced King of the Hammers last year, had some mechanical issues, but they've had the whole season to build it up. Just fresh off his win. We went to his shop about a week ago, ran around with Robbie and Max a little bit, and checked those Speed UTV machines out. They are an absolute factory race car.
Indeed. Now it looks like I can see JT Taylor there. He's got his green flag. Are we going to be going live shortly? We can only guess what's going on course at the moment. I'd imagine there's just a few spectators possibly stood on course, or maybe they just got a few course markers that are down, but we'll be going live very soon.
Sounds like there was some spectators a little close to the course. We had to get everything cleared out. Getting a little chatter over Weatherman on my rugged radio, but it sounds like we're getting everything cleared. We should be qualifying here very, very shortly. And on the line is Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney, the Ghost. Sounds like the course is going hot. Lots of chatter over there on race-offs through the rugged radio. Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker, getting ready to take the line, number 900 out of Millersport, Ohio, with Team Momentum Racing.
Yeah, and there it is. Kyle Cheney is on course, our first qualifier today here at Legends of Havasu.
Running his Can-Am with Yokohama tires, Team Momentum, Evo Powersport, CT Raceworks, Raceline wheels, Action Off-Road, and Fox.
Yeah, he saw that first corner there. It's a sharp 180 as he makes his way out into the first of the desert loops. And you can see that ridgeline on the right. He'll be making his way down now. And again, it's another sharp turn and brings it back. This is quite a short qualifying course, around about 1 mile.
It's about 1 mile, and I'm going to guess about a minute 15. Oh, they do double back a little further than I was anticipating. So this is going to be a fast one. And look at the dust. It's really thick out here.
Yeah, you see that little whoop section that JT Taylor was talking about during the driver's briefing this morning? And this is Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker.
Pushing hard in that Can-Am, really trying to get some clean air out front. He's locked up the East. He's locked up the West this season. Let's see if he can bring home the national championship at Legends of Havasu.
They call Kyle Cheney the Ghost because once he gets in front of you, he just disappears.
And now he's back on normal race course as we speak. Looks like that may be Brian Hamby taking off. It is the number 817. Out of Winchester, Tennessee, with 817 Racing with his Polaris Extreme Razor Performance, Trinity Racing, AOP, RCV, System 3, Revelation Fab, ZRP, G-Force Racing, and Rugged.
Yeah, I can see Kyle Cheney making his way down that ridgeline. Now, I walked down that ridgeline yesterday, Miles, and it is very tight indeed. You do not want to get it wrong coming down there, or you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. Very well suited to these UTV-type vehicles. And here we go. Kyle Cheney is going to be coming around our first qualifier today.
We'll have a time. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Warren Winch studio. So we'll get a time for Kyle Cheney here very shortly. And it is a 2:02, so this is a little slower than we were anticipating, but still a really strong run for Kyle Cheney and Robert Parkey.
Yeah, now we watched Kyle there. Now, he made a few mistakes, but let's not forget he hasn't run this course.
And it's not burned in yet, so I think running about mid-pack is going to be an advantage because the course will get burned in, and we're going to try to water it as best as we can, but this is qualifying for Legends of Havasu with Ultra4 USA Racing.
You can guarantee that the other teams will be watching the live feed, trying to find out what exactly is happening out there on course. They would have been watching Kyle Cheney very closely indeed. They would have seen the mistakes he's made. They'll be already marking those on their course map. And we have our third runner and rider off the line now, making his way out into the desert.
I believe that's Corey Willis, possibly.
And Brian Hamby has just made his way back down through the ridgeline. I'll be making his way to the finish shortly. We'll be able to get a time for him. And it's Corey Willis, who we've just seen off the start line. Oh, look at this whoop section here, Miles.
Corey Willis out of Lake Charleston, Louisiana with PPEI Racing in his Can-Am with JW Performance, HP Tuners, Jason Trailers, Sales, WE Racing, and Raceline Wheels. But yeah, Jim, talk about the dust. And ooh, look, he blows the corner on that first little section coming back. So Corey Willis, who is in the mix for the national points, he's physically sitting in that fourth position, but he does have a chance if he has a clean run later on today. It's going to be a battle to the finish. We are just 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City in the Standard Wash OHV area with 7,500 acres. On the normal day, this is open trail riding, but during this event, we do have it locked down. The BLM has been working close with us. We've got a great relationship, and this is an amazing, amazing facility out here. We have built our own little town.
Yeah, Ultra4 always spreads its wings when it comes to these events, and this is no different. We're in Lake Havasu City. We're outside of Lake Havasu City doing our racing, and it is a full-on Ultra4 takeover as we watch Corey Willis now making his way down. This is the second to final turn before he makes his way back across the start-finish. It was interesting. We saw him blow that turn earlier out there on track, and did you see how loose it was and how hard he had to work to get back on course? So he would have lost a good 4 or 5 seconds there. Brian Hamby has already crossed the line and posted a 2:12. So our leading car right now is Robert Parker being driven by Kyle Cheney with a 2:02.
And now it's A.J. Hoover with his sister Leah riding shotgun out of Lakeside, Oregon with Rubber Band Racing with his Kawasaki Pryotech, Committed Motorsports, Lockdown Performance, Rugged Radios, ITP, and Raceline Wheels.
And Corey Willis crosses the line with a 2:14 and is sitting in third position currently.
So Robert Parker with that 2:02 is still the time to beat.
But let's not forget, he blew a couple of corners. There is still time out there on this course. It's very possible that people will be going under that 2-minute barrier. Great shots here from our drone as we watch A.J. Hoover making his way out onto course. This course is the brainchild, of course, of race director J.T. Taylor. Now, you've been out here with J.T. Taylor for nearly 2 weeks setting up this course.
Over 2 weeks.
Good grief.
It's a beautiful place, though. I mean, Lake Havasu proper, you're on the lake. There's so many exciting things to do. And then you just come about 10 miles south of town on your way to Parker, and here's the Standard Wash OHV area. And we've been driving around this desert for a while, and it's a beautiful, beautiful race course. It has a little bit of everything to throw to you. We've got the really wide open desert section where you'll be doing over 100 miles an hour. Then we have some pretty good whooped out sections, lots of tight canyons where you have to put it in 4-wheel drive. We've dropped down a couple waterfalls. This is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest as we're watching A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah heading towards the race line start finish.
Yes, we'll be dropping down this final hill. He'll have one more turn. We've got another car out on track right now.
And that is the Tyler Rimmery, the MAO ambassador, with John Fitzgerald riding shotgun out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing in the Pro Modified class and his Can-Am, Maxxis Tires, TR Construction, Ultra4 USA, and Mackie Construction. His first Ultra4 USA race was a couple years ago in Crandon.
Yeah, and A.J. Hoover crosses the line in 2:18, currently in 4th position and 2nd in class.
Remember, there are 3 different classes in the UTV race that'll be qualifying. Great shot of Rem Reed pushing hard. He's recently switched over to Can-Am, and he's really liking this platform. He races the Mid-America Side-by-Side Championship Series as well back in Jay, Oklahoma, where Mid-America home base is.
Yeah, you see him catching his own dust there. I've already noticed that JT Taylor is starting to hold back the traffic a bit, just giving them clear air.
He wants everybody to have their fair shot at this qualifier, this 1 mile loop. And now he's back on proper race course when you finish the race later on this week. And look, this is a really skinny, really tall ridge, and it's whooped out.
Yeah, no, but look at the pace here of Tyler Remerid. He's absolutely on a tear here. I think this is going to be a pole position looking run.
But you have to be careful about midway up this hill. You can see it, the trail goes left, but it actually goes right, so it's a little off camber, so you got to be really careful right now. I think we could see some bicycling going on right there, and if you bicycle too far, you go off the edge into the soft stuff, and you're probably going to take a little bit of a tumble.
Yeah, absolutely. You just saw him there, just getting a little bit out of shape, caught a rock on the inside.
And there's the number 150 of Nathan the Phenom Parker with Alex Reed with CT Raceworks riding shotgun out of Dunn, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. In a CT Raceworks Can-Am, Performance East, Wheel Pros, Dynajet, Deep Creek ATV, CT Raceworks, Pocket Chains Fab, Mr. RPV, Fuel Wheels, KMC, Air Dam, and Super ATV.
Yeah, and we now have a new leader in our qualifying. It is Tyler Remerid coming across the line in a 2 minutes with 1 second. Fantastic run there from Tyler.
Wow, great job by the Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, Tyler Remerid. I know his dad Todd's out there, saw him running around. He's got to be super stoked. So yeah, Tyler's going to be he's going to be excited right now because I do think that clean air out front is a huge, huge advantage.
It will be indeed, Miles. This is an incredible race course, but we've got a lot of incredible races yet to come. Is it just exciting, just absorbing the atmosphere, seeing all the vehicles lining up is just astonishing.
Oh, the buzz around here is absolutely amazing. The vibes are really good here in town and out here at the Standard Wash. Last week was over 100 degrees, and this week it's in the mid-80s. A little bit of a breeze. Well, not right now there isn't. We were hoping for a breeze. There was a nice breeze yesterday. Wind is the racer's friend, but we also have F1 boat racing, and they're praying. We pray for wind. They're praying not for wind.
Yes, the yin and yang effect. Fantastic drone shots here. We're watching the 150 there of Nathan Parker. This is actually the 737.
717 of Mark McCleary and Jason Roper riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida with Turned Up Racing. Racing in the stock class in his Can-Am with Turned Up Racing, Dirt Monkey Performance, PATV Power Sports, Wasted Money Fab, Raceline Wheels, MRT, and Demon Axles.
And I was just about to say we need to talk about Nathan Parker, but we need to talk about Nathan Parker for many things. But Nathan Parker, driving a stock UTV, goes into the lead in our UTV qualifying here at Legends of Havasu, posting a 2-minute dead. Just wow, Miles.
At 14 years old. That is absolutely amazing. Just bumping out Tyler Remerid by just a little bit, but Nathan Parker on a mission. What a great run this young man has on his hands.
Let's not forget that this vehicle is also a stock UTV, so it's not carrying those same larger engines. It's not carrying the same larger size tyres. Remarkable effort there from Nathan Parker.
Yeah, racing in memory of his dad, Robert Parker. Great to see him out here still enjoying Ultra4 USA. And Mark McCleary getting a little squirrely. Like I'm telling you, it's a really narrow area up on this ridge, and it's really whooped out. And it's going to be interesting to see how this develops. I think this course is really going to fall apart the harder we run on it. But it's going to be interesting. And this same qualifying course right now, we are going to drag this tonight after all the racing is done for our youth tomorrow morning. And you saw how he shortcut that just a little bit. I think that is an excellent line. I think that's going to really get burned in. And Mark McCleary, I love that line he just took off.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really impressed with that. Now, let's not forget, we're saying that we're not allowed to pre-run the course. There was actually nothing stopping these guys going out there, putting on Shank's pony and walking the course or even riding it on a bike, but they're not allowed to take their cars out there. And it looks like we were seeing exactly there where Mike McCleary, he goes into second position with a 2:01, just bouncing out Tyler Remerid and, of course, Carl Cheney.
And off the line now, I believe that's the Speed UTV of Max Gordon, the number 777 out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Speed UTV in the Pro Modified class and his Bandit, fresh off his win at the NORA 500. This young man, he's got a lot of tools in the toolbox, and he's going to put them to work.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting to see this, and great to see Max Gordon doing the crossover, coming from desert racing into Ultra 4. So many people wanted to see this. Mad Max Gordon, as he's known, he's raced pretty much everything from stadium trucks to trophy trucks, but UTVs is where this young man shines. Let's see what he can do with this Speed UTV.
Oh,
he goes off course.
Misses the turn just a little bit. That'll cost him about a second or so, but Max Gordon still on the gas, and they're just really impressive with those Speed UTVs. That is almost off the showroom floor, race ready with a couple little added safety measures. Oh, he's looting the toolbox out the back, it looks like, but he's really pushing strong, trying to put a good run together.
Yeah, it looks like he's leaving a few things on course there. That they'll have to go and collect their junk a little bit later. But right now, it's all about qualifying.
And he is really laying it down. Look at that. I'm telling you, this ridge is a lot skinnier in person than it looks like on camera. Camera never does it justice. Blew that corner just a little wide, but it looked good.
Well, you said about bicycles, and that was a bicycle right there from Mad Max Gordon.
And off the line next is Jason Susie with his son Ryder riding shotgun out of Tremonton, Idaho, with Zollinger Racing Products in his Can-Am with ZRP in the open class.
Another big bicycle there from Max Gordon as he crosses the line. So where is Max? Did that course detour cost him? Yes, it did. Max Gordon is third in class in the Pro UTVs with a 2:05. So not the run that Max would have been looking for.
But he's still got to be excited. I believe this is his first Ultra 4 USA race he's ever raced with us. He's raced King of the Hammers, but not an Ultra 4 USA regional or national. So he's in a good spot in that Pro Modified class.
So still the action continues here in the 4900 class, but let's not forget we've got 3 subclasses inside of 4900. So we've got our Pro Modifieds, we've got our Open class and our Stock UTVs, and they all mix up together. And if you qualify ahead of a different class, you earned your place and you will race there. And right now that goes to Nathan Parker, who's racing in UTV stock and is currently our highest position qualifier with a 2-minute dead.
Jason Susie out on course with his son riding shotgun with him, running a great little run. But right now, you just said Nathan Parker at 14 years old with that great run. We'll run through the top few. It's Nathan Parker out front, then Mark McCleary, Tyler Rimreed, Robert Parker driven by Kyle Cheney, then Max Gordon.
Yeah, just behind him is Brian Hamby. Just behind him it's Brian Hamby, and then of course Corey Willis and AJ Hoover.
And next off the line will be Cody Willenberg and Randy Dassenbrock out of Effingham, Illinois, with CW Motorsports patiently awaiting. Lots of chatter over the rugged radios on Race Ops. You can tune into, if you're here local, you can turn into Weatherman and keep up with all the racing action there. And speaking of that, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Warren Studios.
It's fantastic. It has so much interaction with the racing, to be able to see the live scoring, to be able to see the trackers, to be able to see the race course. And let's, while we're waiting for the action to continue, let's just talk about that race course, because we're actually going to be using virtual VCPs this time.
Yeah, you can go to Racing Tracks. We have a link there you can check out. And, VCPs, there's, I think, 35 of them out there. And what is a VCP? It's a virtual checkpoint. It's not a physical. It's a computer. So you have a tracker on there. We have transponders and trackers for this race. And if you miss a VCP, it costs you 10 minutes.
Absolutely. That keeps these guys honest. There are many places on this course where the course actually comes very close to a course going in the opposite direction. Just to keep everybody on course and make sure they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, we have these VCPs. We also have some secret VCPs called negative VCPs. Now, if you trip one of these, that's going to mean that you're either shortcut, that you're short coursing, and we will catch you. So we're doing absolutely everything with our VCP checkers to make sure we keep this race as honest as possible.
There's Leo Donald, 23, our USAC representative, talking to JT Taylor, making sure everything's running smooth and safe, because obviously safety is our number one concern. USAC is our sanctioning body who runs timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech.
Now, we saw Jason Sushi out on course earlier. I believe he might have an issue, but I'm only guessing there as we haven't seen him come back round, and we can see our race director holding the next vehicle.
It looks like sounds like he went off course. Not exactly sure what happened, but Jason Susi sounds like he'll be taking a rear start. This is qualifying for later on today. The UTVs kick off at high noon. Everything is standard Pacific time. And then tonight at between 4 and 7 is the EMC, the Everyman Challenge. We'll see them qualifying here shortly. And then tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. we'll kick off the youth. And then at 10 the 4400 Unlimited, the main event of the weekend. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. standard Pacific time.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one, Mars. We've got so many of the big hitters, so many of the King of the Hammers heroes. And here we go, another one about to go live now on our course. See race director JT Taylor giving them the green flag, and it's go, go, go.
And there goes Cody Willenberg with Randy Dassenbrock out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports and his Polaris with AMS, High Lifter, Raceline Wheels, CW Performance, Tire Spine, and Seismic. His first race with us was last year at King of the Hammers. And speaking of King of the Hammers, that is the biggest and baddest one-day off-road race in the world. And that'll be our next race, the start of next season, January 18th through February 3rd.
It's not just a race, it's an incredible occasion, isn't it? Nearly 10 days of racing. In fact, I think it's more than that now. We'll have the desert trucks.
Getting a little chatter. Sounds like Sushi blew a tire off the bead, so that's a mechanical, so he will be taking a rear start. But remember, this is qualifying setup for the main race, but we do race each other. You race yourself. This race is on adjusted time. During the race, they'll take off one at a time every 30 seconds. So if you take a rear start, you could still win this race.
Yeah, just watching this here, this is where we just saw Max Gordon go wrong, but no.
Yep, he stays on the correct track.
Stays on the course.
So now he'll take a hard right and come across the Yukon Ridge.
Yeah, and Jason Sushi, let's just talk about that for a moment. Because Jason Sushi's now going to be starting at the back of the pack, and look at the way that the dust is hanging here. And that's going to be our real issue. That's why qualifying on this course is so important. Now, I was walking down this ridgeline yesterday, and I've got to say, the drone really doesn't give it any... You cannot see how severe this ridgeline is. It drops away on either side of you.
There's a great little line that's starting to get burned in, and that just, here goes Travis Zollinger, number 20, out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products, and that beautiful built single-seat Can-Am with Zollinger Racing Products, FK, Fox, K&T Performance, BFG, Logan Coach, Sparco, Warren, Hyperco, Baja Design, and Run BC. His first Ultra4 USA race was the Nationals back in 2017. And Travis Zollinger is not too far behind Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney in the national points, so it's going to be really close in this race.
Indeed, Coley Willenberg crosses the line with a 2:18, so that mistake cost him dearly there. But Travis Zollinger is absolutely on a tear right now. Let's talk about him at Crandon, our last race. I mean, absolutely astonishing stuff from Travis there.
Travis Zollinger, Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself, builds an amazing machine, anywhere from snowmobiles up to UTVs, and where else could you have to prove what you can do than Ultra4 and King of the Hammers? And Travis really loves to prove his products out here with us because it's a little bit of everything, from wide open to whoops to short course to mountains to rocks to everything in between.
Absolutely. Now, we saw him make a small mistake earlier on that very first 180, but he's making up for it now. Look at the speed of Travis Zollinger as he makes his way back down across the ridgeline.
And let's talk about single-seater versus two-seat. I think navigation later on today, obviously for the qualifier, it's not that big of a deal, but I think during the race, navigation is going to be huge on this race for calling out corners and the dust and everything. So I think the single-seaters have a little bit of a disadvantage, but let's see if they can prove me wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the navigation is going to be a big thing out here. There's a lot of course marking on course, but they are going to be reliant on their GPS and on their GPS files to show them where they're going. And as you say, when you're looking at that as a single-seater, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
And there goes Jake Versey with Josh Lovelace out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, with JV43 in the open class with the Polaris Razor, Pro XP, Fox, KMC, XComp Tires, RCV, Pro Armor, Rigid, HCR, Fuel, UTV, HP Tuners, and ClearTech.
Yeah, now look at this, Miles. There's a change at the top. Travis Zollinger is absolutely smoking them. 157.
Wow, with a 3-second faster lap, Travis Zollinger, number 20, with a great run.
Now, the incredible thing about that, he actually blew his first turn. He probably burned away 1 or maybe even 2 seconds there. So there is still time out there on this track. Who have we got coming up that might be able to take advantage of that?
We got still a stacked field out there. That is absolute fact.
Yeah, let's not forget about that man, Paul Wolf, who will be coming out at some point today, and he'll be watching this live feed. You can guarantee it.
And he'll be racing the UTV and the 4400. We have a few crossover drivers, and there's no other better way to run, to pre-run to race at race pace. So I know Cade Rod is racing a UTV for the first time to do a kind of a race pre-run at race pace. So great strategy there. As Jake, the Blonde Ambition Versey, number 43.
See, I love the way our racers always find a way to get ahead of the game, to always find a way to be better than somebody else. And that is Josh Smith, who's now out on track. That is the 1948. Gets a great run out of that first corner, and look at the way this car's hooking up.
With Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado, with Smith Brothers Racing in the open class in his Can-Am built by ZRP and KT Performance. Liquid Molly, ZRP, Infinity Fab, Warren, Factor 55, Maxxis, KMC, RCV, and Rigid. His first Ultra4 race was KOH 2018 and has multiple wins throughout the season.
Yeah, we just saw Jay Versey there crossing the line in a 2:05. So a tidy run there from Jake Versey.
Yeah, very, very solid right now, top 10, but we still have a lot of fast guys and gals out there. We have 38 UTVs that are going to be taking the course today.
Now, if I had said to you earlier on today that Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, would be sitting in 5th position at the moment, you would probably have laughed at me.
I agree with that, but I called it from the early days, or from the beginning, that I think taking the first run was a little bit of a mistake, just because you don't know exactly where the course is with a blind qualifier. So, but hey, Kyle Cheney and Robert Parker are sitting in that perfect position. I do not feel bad for them at all.
And this is Cade Rod. This is the young man, of course, from the Jimmy's dynasty. His father, of course, runs Jimmy's 4x4, and we'll be seeing him tomorrow racing in his Dragon.
And Cade Rod with Adam Pierce riding shotgun out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4 in that open class. And Adam fits a Racing Polaris, Modal, Bill Stein, Nitto Tires, Jimmy's 4x4, Rockstar Energy, Vision Wheels, Black Fly, Don Wapo Hot Sauce, and Doobie Sisters. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers back in 2016, and this is his first time ever racing a UTV in a race. So this is a great, like I said, pre-run at race pace for his 4400 race later on tomorrow.
Yeah. Now, Cade Rod, he has been there, seen it, done it. He's come all the way through as a young gun. We've seen him racing in the limited classes and now makes his way up into 4400. And he will be one of the race favourites tomorrow, that is for sure. But what I really enjoy about 4900, there was a time not that many years ago where the manufacturers would take a 4400 class driver, they'd pop them into a UTV and go say, hey, go and win.
And then they'd break it usually because UTVs have came a long way.
But the most important thing there is that UTV drivers have now taken it to another level. It's very difficult now for a 4400 class driver just to jump into a UTV and to go out there and win. That's because the driver level has improved, and we look at the professionalism of our drivers now. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
And speaking about driving level, Josh Smith just moved in the second position, first in his class. So first in Pro Mod is Zollinger, first in Open is Smith, and first in stock is Parker. So it's going to be a good showing for sure.
And just look at that. Josh Smith is literally 0.04 of a second faster than Nathan Parker. How close is that?
And the 3-2-1, now it's the 5-2-1. of Nathan Tater Seiler with Brent Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma with Tater Sack Racing in this stock class with his Can-Am T&W truck and equipment, Raceline wheels, Rockin' S oil foam. Come get you some. Buchanan Tire Lube, Godfrey Fab, and 321 Motorsports. His first Ultra4 USA race was this year in Rush, Kentucky.
The man with all the facts and all the knowledge, Mr. Miles Hasselquist.
I try my best. It's a lot of fun. These guys and gals put on a show, and I'm a huge fan of myself to see what they can do.
It's so awesome, isn't it, to see these guys and girls out there, and so many of them we've known for so many years.
And you can see the suspension get a little upset in these whoops. I really like this qualifier. It gives you a little showing of the rest of the weekend. It
does, but it also shows you a little bit about everything that these cars can do. So we've got whoops, we've got jumps, we've got sharp turns, and we've got those fast sections as well. It's an awesome little course.
And then later on during the race, we have a couple down waterfalls, a few off-camber canyons that you have to go through with four-wheel drive. It's going to be an interesting showing, but to go to qualifying, we wanted to give them a little bit of an easy. I'm not saying this is easy, but we aren't sending them out to the gnarly rock section because this car has to race here in about 3 hours. So we wanted to give them a qualifier where they can run, not tear the car up, get back, check the fluids, top off with fuel, hopefully not have to wrench on the car too much because they'll be racing that same exact car in about 3 hours.
Look at this. This is a slightly different angle, and you start to see the topography now of this ridgeline. It really is right up there on the top, and it's absolutely terrifying when you come across there as a driver. There's a big leap there. You make your way in. It's completely blind as you come around the back of this turn. Now, it's interesting. You see that that inner corner is starting to open up, and a few of those guys are taking it. They're definitely cutting the line here now, and that really is already burnt in.
So that's the number 725 of Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch. Riding shotgun is JT Strickland. Number 725 out of Townsville, South Carolina, with May Motorsports in the stock class with his Can-Am, Brannick Motorsports, Barnes 4-wheel drive, King, Maxxis, residential septic and grading, full throttle battery. Chris May has been racing with us for a very, very long time, but he has his one fill-in driver of the year of Aaron Lynch. And Chris May is sitting in second in the stock national points, so he's hoping Aaron Lynch can pull it together for him and try to chase down Byron Sterrett. But don't forget, we have Cody Willenberg, Hamby, Barth, and Bursch all in the mix.
I'm just looking at our top five right now, and in fifth position is Tyler Rimmereed. In fourth is Mike McCleary. In third is Nathan Parker. In second is Josh Smith. And in first, in the single-seater, is Travis Zollinger. So fantastic stuff there, but this is also more important to me. We've got the subclasses sitting in there, and this is incredible. So in third place, but in first in UTV stock, it's Nathan Parker. In second place, but first in UTV Open, it is Josh Smith. And in first place and first in UTV Pro is Travis Zollinger. So all three classes showing in the top three right now.
Very impressive. We're watching Aaron Lynch on the Yukon Ridge as we speak. And don't forget, he's in the running for the Zandy Sportsman of the Year. We have Eric Miller, Chad Hunt in the mix as well. And he takes a pretty good line there.
Yeah, it's interesting. He seemed to come to almost to a stop there, so I think he might have bled some time. Now, you mentioned Eric Miller. Eric Miller is actually out here this weekend. He's not racing, but he's actually out here supporting his great friend, Paul Wolfe.
And out on course now is Mike Park with Jeremy Dickinson riding shotgun number 904 out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904 Racing, that pro modified class with the CA Technology Can-Am, Evolution Power Sports, Double E Racing, G-Force, Demon Power Sports, CA Technology, Rugged Radios, ZRP, Raceline, and Cryo Heat.
Yeah, and we just saw there Chris May crossing the line. And Chris May is in ninth position, third in class in UTV stock. Solid run there from Chris May with a 2:06. Lots of great racing action here today. If you've only just joined us, welcome. This is Legends of Havasu. We are here right now out at Lake Havasu for the Ultra4 National Finals. This is the final race of the 2023 race season. And there is so much action this weekend. Right now it's the 4900 class qualifying. Later on today it'll be the EMC classes. So the 45s, the 46s, the 48s. And then we've got race action this afternoon with the 4900s and, of course, the Everyman's Challenge classes.
As Mike Park is running across the Yukon Ridge, him and Jeremy Dickinson running a pretty good pace right there. We'll see what we can throw down there. And there's the number 77 of Glenn Young out of Austin, Florida, with no co-driver, single seating with 77 Motorsports with his Can-Am. His first Ultra4 USA was this year at Visions. See how he can throw it together. He's got a great background in jet skis. He's been out here for about a month already with in Lake Havasu, running around in the boat scene, and then switching over to the UTVs.
That is the 904, just making his way off course then.
Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson as we're back on screen with Glenn Young. The black and blue Can-Am still pushing strong. And this is just a great showing of what's going to happen later on today. Look at the dust. This is one car at a time, not 30 plus. So I think the qualifying is very important to try to get out front, get that clean air. We do have the racing tracks where you can hit that push to pass, but you have to pass in the dust. And there's a lot of big, big rocks out on course that are some get you. So hopefully your co-driver made some good notes on where to pass, where not to pass.
Yeah, it's worth talking about this. So Racing Tracks is a tracker system, but it also has driver aids as well, like the push-to-pass button that you're talking about. Now, it's interesting. You have to be within 600 feet of the car in front. Now, you and I both know that 600 feet is a country mile out there. You have to be right up on the back end of these cars before you can really make a pass. But this is a race on adjusted time. So if you catch that car in front of you, physically, you've already passed them on adjusted time. So we're relying on these guys to be great sportsmen or sportswomen, move out of the way and let that following car get on past and carry on their race.
And there goes Justin Barth with Paul riding shotgun, number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing in the stock class with his Polaris, MRT, Walker Evans, Hess Motorsports, ZRP, and RCV. If you remember in Crandon, Justin Barth had a fill-in driver of Anthony Yount, and that car took a absolute tumble, but he sent it off to Jimmy's. They got it straightened out. They brought it back to Springfield. They put the car together. It'll be racing later on today.
No way.
Absolutely.
I was actually watching that on the highlights reel earlier, and I'd forgotten how big that crash was. That was gnarly.
It was rough. So Justin Barth's here racing his Polaris, and then he'll be racing the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends as well.
But what I love about that, okay, no one wants to see crashes, but when you see crashes and the guys get out, the safety kit does all its job, they walk away and they go, hey, that was some ride.
So we'll see a lot of chassis later. Obviously, these are factory from Polaris and Kawasaki, Speed UTV, Can-Am, and whatnot. And then we were talking about the Justin Barth and his Jimmy's chassis, and that's exactly what you're going for. Well, you build a chassis for safety reasons, and then they do take a tumble. It did take a little tweak, but they were able to save it, and it did its job.
Now, I'm just watching this here. Has this guy got a flat on the rear? I think he has. Has he?
It's hard to tell with all that dust.
Yeah, I've got he has.
He's got
definitely
the wiggle.
got a flat on the rear.
Right rear flat tire for Justin Barr, so he's all right. But let's talk about that. This is a 1 mile qualifier. The race is a 37-mile loop with no outside assistance other than the main hot pits, other than a fellow competitor. So if he hits a flat in the first 100 yards, he's got to pull over and change it himself and his co-driver. There's no remote hot pits. There's only one, and you can see the rear end danced left right there. That's because that right rear flat is pushing him that way.
Yeah, he's just got to try and keep it together now, try and keep it tidy and post a time that is not dead last. So, real tough break here for Justin Barth.
And here goes Tyler Gibbs. This is a young man that's extremely, extremely fast. One to watch for sure. With Mitchell Roccacelli riding shotgun out of Cattlesburg, Kentucky, the number 926, with Gibbs Racing in the Pro Modified class, with his Can-Am, Larry Strickland Logging, CA Technology, ZRP, Tire Spine, MRT, Streamline Brakes, Evo Power Sports, Rock Insiders, Raceline, Cryo Heat, and Pro Art Graphics Off-Road with KWI Clutching.
Okay, we're just finding out. This is what I love. We're just getting news coming through on our Rugged Race radios. Tyler Emmeryd, we saw him out on track earlier today. He threw down a reasonable time, but he blew his front differential. So they're now in the pits. They've already found a new differential, and they're fitting that, getting it ready for the next race.
And just think of that. He's got 3 hours for the green flag drop. So with his team, he'll be just fine. But that just goes to show you that you have to save the car. This is going to be a tough course. This is a 1 mile qualifier, and we already see a flat tire, a broken diff.
Yeah, now there was now this race course, we've been out there yesterday having a look around. You were taking me out there, and what really shocked me was the amount of what I call mine rocks. These are little rocks on the side of the track.
The size of a basketball plus.
Exactly. You only have to be half a wheel track the wrong side of them, and boom, you've got a flat tyre. So this is what we were saying earlier, that you've got to be able to look after the car. Do you go full race pace? Do you back off a fraction and just save the vehicle? Or rely on that reliability game? Is so much of a, it's the yin and yangs of racing.
Absolutely. As Tyler Gibbs and Mitchell Roccacelli heading towards the race line, start-finish. There's a great shot of part of our AMSOIL hot pits. And speaking about AMSOIL hot pits, we will have Pam Hall down there during the race, and she'll be giving us some very good info as we see Mr. Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado, with ZRP Army in his Pro Modified class, with his RMS-built custom Polaris RS1 Turbo Razor with slightly heated podcasts, ZRP, Elevated Smoke, KMC, Rugged, and PRP. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2018. He's won in Moab. He's won in Reno, a couple times in Oklahoma. The Stampede, we'll see if he can pull it together here at Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, Cole Clark, he is fast as fast can be. You know he would have been sitting there watching on the live feed, learning this course. And right now he's chasing Travis Zollinger. He's sitting in first position with a 157, but we just seen Mike Park come in and cross the line with a 159 to take that second place. So we've got two pro mods now sitting in first and second.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, and we are qualifying. And if you want to go to the MAO app, we have that on Google and Apple. Go to AOE.TV, Speedsport.tv. Go to the Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook, our YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up. And Cole Clark has a great run going. Is he going to be able to dabble with his one of his buddies, Travis Zollinger, on time? I think if you cut that corner a little tighter, he blew it a little bit wide. Yep.
Yeah, he drifts off course there. He's bleeding a couple of seconds there, that's for sure. But this is what we're talking about. No pre-running. You have to run the course as you see it. But right now it's about Cole Clark. He's making his way in. One last bend. Makes his way round towards the checkered flag.
And he's crossing the race line, start-finish.
And Cole Clark is now in pole position. Look at this, Miles. A 155. What an incredible run there from number 24, Cole Clark.
Nearly 2 seconds faster.
That's an absolute remarkable stuff. And let's not forget, he actually made a mistake out on course as well. Remarkable stuff. I do like this, the idea of they're not allowed to pre-run the course. It adds another element to it. As we watch 9004 of Byron Starrett.
Getting ready to take off, but I think out on course right now is Eric Yates in that stock class. There's Shannon Campbell, three-time king, showing up. He'll be qualifying here in just a little bit, and then be racing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
So it's waiting for Byron Starrett. Let's just have a quick look at our current top 5.
And that pole position is Cole Clark in that Pro Modified class. And second in Pro Modified is Travis Zollinger.
In third position overall and third in Pro Mod, it's Mike Park. In first in UTV Open is Joshua Smith and fourth overall. In fifth overall and first in stock class, it is Nathan Parker.
Taking off the line right now is Byron Starrett with Sarah Schumacher riding shotgun, the number 9004 out of Jackson, Florida, with Team 904 Racing in the stock class, and his Can-Am X3 with Evolution Power Sports, Double E Racing, G-Force, Demon Power Sports, CA Technologies, Rugged Radio, ZRP, Raceline, and Cryo Heat. And his first race was this year at King of the Hammers. It raced, I believe, every race with us this season, all the way from Florida. Him and Mike Park have teamed up and really coming out to play with us.
Yeah, it's great to see that. I love the fact that teams are actually teaming up together to pull their assets to actually make better racing. Great to see. And we keep saying that Ultra4 is a family until you get on the racetrack.
Yeah, in the pits, they'll help you do whatever they can, but absolutely on screen, they are going to give it all they got. The gloves go on when the green flag goes up.
And we've got race time now for Byron Starrett, sitting there at 120. as he makes his way around onto the ridgeline. Now, I'm loving this turn here. If you watch it, it's a bank turn. They're getting shorter and shorter with it. You've got to be careful. You can over-rotate it, come off camber. And what a wonderful view here. You get to see the topography of our ridgeline.
And the terrain out here is interesting because at that turn it's very, talcum powder. And then right here it kind of turns a little rocky. There's other sections that's pure rock. This terrain has a little bit of everything to show you what these Ultra4 USA cars can do.
Now, this is one of the core parts of the course here. Does he cut early?
He's
Slows
taking
it down.
his time.
Yeah. Oh, he goes on the inside of that flag. Now, that's going to be interesting.
That's going to be a little close, as number 4955, Joe Gould with Carter Peterson riding shotgun out of Tabernish, Colorado with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. Part of the open class was CT Raceworks Polaris Pro R with Raceline wheels, Warren Hypoxic, Racing for a Reason, the Pit Guys, and Dumpster Fire Off-Road. And Joe's a former U.S. Army helicopter pilot. Really cool to see him out here racing with us.
So Byron Starrett crosses the line in a 2:11 and is currently in 14th position. Now, that was interesting. He did cut that line really early. I think that's probably a little bit too early.
We'll see how that all shakes out.
Someone might have to have a look at that.
Yeah, in some of the sections it's 25 feet in the tight sections, but in the wide open sections it's 50 feet. So it's going to be close. We'll see. As Joe Gould's running strong.
But he's in 14th position, so he's not going to affect our leaders. So the race marshals will look at that later on today. So we're just looking now, just wanting to see if we can find the race number for this vehicle.
As the 4955 of Joe Gould and that Polaris Pro R pushing strong. See if he can get a good start. We do have 6 open cars racing, 18 Pro Modifieds, and 14 stock, so roughly 38. UTVs will be taking the line at high noon Pacific Standard Time.
Oh, we've talked about tire attrition already, but tire attrition is going to be a massive thing on this course today.
The tires are going to take a beating out here on course as an absolute fact.
But tyre technology's been moving on. It looks like this one also has a right rear flat, maybe. And this is the 435
of Brandon Kilgore out of Parker, Arizona, local boy with Kilgore Motorsports in his Pro Modified class with Can-Am Branson Resorts. His first Ultra4 USA was our last race, or our earlier race this season in Crandon.
Yeah, so Joe Gould crossing the line there with a 220, and he had a right rear flat. And this is what we're talking about, the attrition of these tyres. But the tyre manufacturers have also stepped up their game. They're changing how they build these tyres. They're changing the technology in these tyres to keep up with the increased pace of these vehicles. And that's wonderful to see.
I'm getting some updates. Sounds like Tom Biddle is unable to qualify, so he'll take a rear start, having a lot of mechanicals out there. I know Brent Moffitt had an issue, so people are already having issues just with it.
Yeah, now Tom Biddle, I believe he broke a rear shaft. He's in a 4600 class car, and I've heard that they were going to be travelling all the way back out to Barstow to get parts for that.
Very impressive as Kilgore running the Yukon Ridge, and you can see using all of the suspension in this high-speed whoop section.
Yeah, this is very, very high-paced, and it's a high adrenaline section as well. Keep talking about it, the topography of this ridgeline. And our drone really doesn't do it any justice. When you're on it, it really does feel like you're on a knife edge as you drive along there. Makes that turn back down inside of the course. Neatly done. Takes that fresh line there. I really like that line. Now here's a car that we know well.
Here's the 1018 of Paul Wolf, another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in the Pro Modified class. With this Can-Am, Raceline Wheels, RCV, Alltech Motorsports, HCR, Halo Lockers, Evolution Power Sports, CA Technologies, and ZRP. He's won a lot of races, swept the entire field last year for the East, West, and Nationals. But this year he's a little off pace on that, but he's still in the mix to shake it up a little bit. We'll also see him in the 4400 class later on today, but Paul Wolf always drives hard, as you can see him blowing through a couple of those berms and really pushing hard.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore came in 8th position and 5th in Pro Mod, so a great run there from Brandon. But right now it's all about this man. It's all about Paul Wolf, who's out there on course, the 10:18. What can he do? Can he beat that 1:55 of Cole Clark?
He's going to have to push really hard, and pushing hard is what he is doing. Paul Wolf is absolutely one to watch.
Oh, look at this. I love this view. Coming head on towards our drone right now.
And look at them doing a little wheel stand right there, pushing to the absolute limits on the Yukon Ridge.
And Paul Wolf is one of those few drivers who does cross over from UTV back to 4400 and then back to UTV again. In fact, there doesn't seem to be anything that this man can't drive fast.
It's been a fun battle all season long watching him and Lauren Healy battle it out. They've got a kind of a friendly grudge match going out there on course during the 4400 class. But I think this is going to be a smoking time. This is definitely top 5 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the clock in the top corner, and I'm not sure that that's actually correct here as we watch Paul Wolf making his way around. Crosses the line, and oh my word. Oh my word, he crosses the line in a 1:53, a full 2 seconds ahead of our now second place, Cole Clark. What a run there from Paul Wolf.
What an incredible pace. But next off the line is David Payne, number 961 out of St. Louis, Missouri, with F&H Racing in the stock class with his Polaris and Payne Crest. F&H Racing. Ultra4, this is his Ultra4 debut with us. So David Payne, he is out there running his first time with Ultra4 USA.
And that's great to see. So many new cars starting to come into the fold. We're starting to see new cars in all of the classes.
We also need to say a big shout out to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. And don't forget, stay tuned for a 1-hour post-produced special that will be airing very soon. We've seen a few of them popping up, and they've been a lot of fun to watch. So go to AOE.TV, and you can check out the prime cuts from the rest of the Ultra4 USA season.
But right now, it's all about the live action here at Legends of Havasu. We're in the desert just outside of Lake Havasu City, and we're here watching the 4900 class qualifying for the Ultra4 USA National Finals. And we've just seen Paul Wolf laying down an incredible time there, a 1:53. Absolutely astonishing stuff. We saw Cole Clark come out, lay down a 1:55. And let's give this some, some comparison. We saw a little bit earlier today, we saw Robert Parker being driven by Kyle Cheney, the Ghost himself, posting a 2:02.
So almost 10 seconds faster of one of the fastest guys out there.
Exactly.
Very impressive. There's the 252 of Brent Lambeth with Devin Peak riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Cruise Armor Racing in the Pro Modified class with Can Cutler, Team Loco, SDHQ, Savage UTV, XTC, Ground Zero Plumbing and AC, and Amsoil. His first Ultra4 USA race is right here in Havasu.
Yeah, we saw David Payne just crossing the line there, currently in 25th position, so a solid run there from David Payne. And the car we now have, of course, if you just look at this is one of the longer wheelbase UTVs. And that could play into his hands later on in this race because there is a lot of desert out there. There's a lot of whoop sections. They handle a little bit differently to those shorter wheelbase vehicles.
Yeah, he did race King of the Hammers last year in the desert portion. So this is his first Ultra4 USA proper race. So great to see him out here playing. And speaking about wheelbase, I think this track here plays advantage to that. There's definitely some tight sections for sure, but there's more wide open than tight. So I do think that four-seater is going to look very nice out there on course.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing to his strengths, and his strength is right here now at Lake Havasu. As we watch him making his way up onto the ridgeline, let's have a quick look at our top 10. In 10th position and 7th in class is Robert Parker being driven by Kyle Cheney. In 9th is Brandon Kilgore. In 8th is Tyler Remereed. In 7th is Mike McCleary. In 6th is Nathan Parker.
In 5th is Josh Smith in the open. In 4th is Mike Park. 3rd, Travis Zollinger. 2nd, Cole Clark. And sitting in that pole position for 7 important points right now is Paul Wolf. Remember, there are 3 different classes. We have the stock, the pro mod, and the open. But boy howdy, it's looking good for Paul Wolf in that pole position for the Pro Modified class.
Yeah, it's worthwhile talking about this. At the moment, we've got it's the Pro Mods who are dominating the top 4. Then in 5th position and first in UTV Open is Josh Smith. And then 6th position, such an impressive run from Nathan Parker, the 14-year-old in the stock UTV, who is in 6th position but first in class in stock UTV. So great run there from Nathan Parker.
And off the line now is Rich Burst with a familiar co-driver. You like this name, Scott Lesage. Haven't seen him for a little bit. Great to see him back in the action. The number 4916 out of Castle Rock, Colorado, with Genesis Motorsports in the stock class with his Polaris Pro XP and Maxxis tires. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2022. But yeah, Scott Lesage, he raced with us the last quite a few years and made every single race, and then took a little bit of time out, is building a new car, so he'll be racing with us. I hope for King of the Hammers. We'll see what next season shakes out for him, but great to see Scott Lesage back in the car.
Well, this is the interesting thing. We always think of Ultra4 racing as being a fairly new thing, and it actually started back in 2007.
With only about 13, well, technically 12,
technically
but
12,
the OG 13 back in 07.
So we've been going for the best part of 20 years, and there is
sneaking
so
up
much
on
history, so much knowledge.
Yeah, I've been going to King of the Hammer since 2009 and haven't missed one yet. Yeah, Ultra4 is definitely close to my heart. I'll tell you what, I'm one of the biggest fans of this sport.
I think that's fair to say. I think if we cut you in half, Miles, it would say Ultra4. And still the action continues here at Lake Havasu for the Ultra4 USA National Finals.
We'll see
We've just seen Paul Wolf lay down an absolutely blistering 153. And let's talk about that. Are we going to see any of the other classes, the 4400s? Are we going to see them beating this time?
I don't know. On this small of a course, I think Paul Wolf's time is going to stick pretty close. I'm not saying it can't be beat, but I don't think it'll be blown away. Because there's definitely some high-speed sections, but that Yukon Ridge is a very, very tight and narrow spot. So here's Roper Merrifield out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with Ryan Rockhold Racing in that Pro Modified class with Polaris and Ryan Rockhold Racing. His first race was last race in Disney, Oklahoma, and if you remember right, he was qualifying. He qualified late, and he made it across the finish line, did a great little cartwheel at the end. Looks like that could be Dustin Robbins, if I'm not mistaken.
So we're just waiting now. Just look at that background as we're waiting for the start. The mountains in the background. I love this place so much.
It's absolutely beautiful. And speaking about the background, there's Robbie Gordon, the one and only. He'll be racing his Speed UTV. He's fresh out of Nora as well, as his son Max just wrapped that up in the overall win for UTV.
I love that about this. So we have the legend, the man himself, Robbie Gordon, racing here in our 4900 class. How cool is that to see him lining up? If you don't know who Robbie Gordon is, you've probably been living under a rock. Robbie Gordon is one of the most celebrated desert racers of all time. Multiple winner of the Baja, multiple winners at so many races.
And over in Dakar.
Absolutely. No, I don't think he's ever won Dakar.
Okay, he's been over there a few times.
Oh, he's been at Dakar. He's one of the superstars from Dakar. He loves to create a drama wherever he goes. But it's not about him right at this moment. We've got Roper Merrifield on course, but it does look like he might have an issue, which is why they're holding back this other vehicle.
Nope, the 3-2-1 from JT Taylor off the line right now is Dustin Robbins with Seth Holmes riding shotgun out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV in the Pro Modified class in his Can-Am. All things UTV, all things Bronco, Optima batteries, Nitro race products, Apex powder coating, Full Throttle Power Sports. And his first Ultra4 USA race was Davis in 2017, and he went off course. That is proper racetrack. That's going towards the Amsoil hot pit. So now he's going to have to. Well, now he's going backwards on course. So I think he's gonna miss this qualifying. So I don't know if he'll be able to rerun or not. I do think he took a wrong turn. So we'll see what JT Taylor decides. But he's backwards on course. I think he's going to take a rear start. That's my guess.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see here what happens.
But I'm going to listen to my rugged radio and see if I hear anything over race ops to see what's going to go down with that. Let's see which way he goes. Looks like
he's
JT's
getting a
going to
re-rack.
give him a run. Okay. It's a little, it was obviously. So obviously that was an honest mistake, and he is saying that the marker was knocked down. He didn't see it. So Dustin Robbins does get a rerun. So JT Taylor's on the rugged radio making sure everything's going safe and sound. There's the Speed 7.7 of Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Look at this Speed UTV. And it sees so many different manufacturers of vehicles. We've got Polaris, we've got Can-Am, we've got Kawasaki, we've got Honda, and now, of course, Speed UTV are rocking up.
And do you see that little wing on the back? That's a Starlink. Down in Nora, he runs his own little live show. I'm not sure if he'll be doing it here or not. I hope it does. But you might be able to go to some of his social feeds and watch some on board with Robbie and Max Gordon as well. So off the line now is the number 77 of Robbie Gordon out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Speed UTV.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with what a Starlink is, basically a satellite collecting dish. So basically, I'm getting this all wrong, Mars.
No, it's internet, yeah. No, there's a bunch of satellites
basically.
up.
Here we go. Right, Robbie Gordon is live on track right now. The legend himself in his Speed UTV.
The Bandit. You can buy this one. Obviously, he's producing them right now, so you can order one and see if you can get one here. They're a little off pace, but he is really pumping out some products. I was able to go check out his shop last week, and there was probably 20 or 30 there getting delivered as we speak. This is an amazing machine. I got to sit in, not that one, but one of them, and it's such a cool feeling. I really think the Speed UTV is going to give Polaris and Can-Am and Kawasaki a run for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a privately funded project, which I love. And I love the passion that Robbie puts into it. And he puts everything on social media, the good, the bad, the ugly. They came out to Hammers this year. They had some transmission faults. He put his hands up and said, hey, we're out of here to learn. We've got issues. We're going to go home. We're going to fix those. And that's exactly what they did.
So they brought the helicopter in, hooked it up, and flew it out of there.
Yeah, that was something, wasn't it?
There's some pretty good pictures of that as Robbie Gordon pushing strong.
And if ever there was a man who knows about driving in dusty conditions, it is this man right now, Robbie Gordon.
We'll see what kind of time he can put against Paul Wolf and Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger.
And you see the way he cut that corner back there.
That's
perfect.
What
we're talking. Yeah, absolutely. We're just talking about that adverse camber effect there, and he got it absolutely perfect.
That was textbook style for sure as he's hauling the mail across the Yukon Ridge.
Such a controversial figure.
Whoa.
Look at that leap
He
there.
is floating across this section. Does he blow it wide just a little bit, but stays in line? I think this is going to be a top 10 run.
This is a fast run here. Great looking run. Oh, he clips that rock.
And he sets her up for the turn. One more turn to go before he hits the race line, start finish. I'm very interested to see what kind of time Robbie Gordon puts up against our own Ultra4 US. Oh, a good little bicycle all the way to the end.
It's a fantastic time there from Robbie. We're just waiting for him to
top
come up.
5. Look at that. Robbie Gordon moves into the top 5.
Fantastic. And he is first in UTV Open. What an incredible run there from the hero that is Robbie Gordon. As you say, I do hope he has that Starlink hooked up. We were using Starlink in Portugal this year. Absolutely fantastic. It just enabled us to have internet in the worst conditions possible. Incredible to see. Now, we did see there that Dustin Robbins was being lined up. Now, it does wonder if it does look like Dustin Robbins has been...
So remember, he turned around and tripped the deal.
Absolutely.
So he is out on course right now. So Dustin Robbins
gotcha.
is doing his rerun. This will be the last UTV, and then we'll kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Well, this qualifying session has been absolutely fantastic. And talk about saving the best till last. But right now, it's all about Paul Wolf, who is our fastest qualifier with a 1:53. Absolute blistering stuff there from Paul Wolf. Now, Mars, we need to look at the different classes here in 4900. and talk a little bit about those. And right now, our top 3 in Pro Modified UTV is Paul Wolfe in first position. In second is Cole Clark. In third is Travis Zollinger. And then in fourth is Mike Park. Then we talk about the Open class. In fifth position overall and first in UTV Open, it's Robbie Gordon. In sixth position and second in UTV Open, it is Joshua Smith. We've just seen Dustin Robbins there just crossing the line, and Dustin Robbins goes into fourth place in UTV Pro Mod and fourth overall. So a fantastic run there from Dustin Robbins.
What a great run he had. Yes, it was. So that is our last UTV. We had 38. I do believe we missed a couple of them that took off. I know Dave Johnson had an issue. So he'll just take a rear start. You're racing yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about those stock UTVs. So in 8th position overall, but first in stock, it's Nathan Parker. In 9th position overall and second in stock, it's Mike McCleary. So absolutely superb stuff. And what a wonderful mix of the classes.
Yeah, it's going to be a great showing. And normally we split up our UTV classes, but with a 37-mile course, we're able to run them all together at the same time. It's going to be a great race to watch. That is an absolute fact.
Yeah, and I love the way they're also mixing it as well. If you earn that place, you're going to race that place.
So let's switch gears and go to the EMC classes, the Everyman Challenge. We're going to start off with the 4600 Spider Track stock class. What is that? You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine but may be replaced with any available engine the same make, year, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single shock, 2.5 per corner, mechanical steering, and factory-style suspension. Then we'll switch over to the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Jim, what do we got there?
Yeah, they're allowed a 2 shocks per corner, up to a 2.5 size and limited to 14 inches of travel. They must be bolted to the axle. Mechanical steering, which is also important in this class, and a maximum of a 37-inch DOT tyre. They have to have a front-mounted engine, but could have unlimited horsepower. Then, of course, we move across over to the 4800s.
The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You can have a front or rear-mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. A lot of new cars are built, but this is a great spot for a 4400 car to go retire. Kind of dumb it down, put a single shocks of smaller tires, and come racing. Ultra4 USA. And just getting a little update from Sergio Pinillos. He's sick. He says he does not feel good at all. He's under the weather, but he's going to give it all. So he's hoping he doesn't leave anything he doesn't want to leave in the car. So we'll see what he can do to shake things up.
Yeah, and of course Sergio has been one of the very few to break the stranglehold that the Broncos have had on this 4600 class.
And speaking about Broncos, here is John Rance, the number 431 out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mud Nut Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco with a 2.3 EcoBoost and a 7-speed manual transmission, running an Atlas, 74-volt portals, Milestar tires, Rough Stuff Specialties, Ballistic Fab, Raceline wheels, Brannick, Funhaver, and Ford Performance. They've been racing with us for a very long time.
They have indeed, and his father, Sean Rance, of course, runs what we call the OG Bronco, one of the first cars that was actually using Bronco panels out here, or should I say out at King of the Hammers. And we'll be seeing Sean Rance racing later on today, but John Rance running in that manual transmission, which is a very unusual thing here.
And it's a cable shift, too. It's just a lot different than what I'm used to.
Yeah,
so it's very interesting to see, but he wants to give Lauren Healy personally a huge shout-out for getting him hooked up with the Ford Performance and getting one of those Broncos. They've been sharing knowledge and parts. I know we just saw John Rance in Disney blow up his engine about 100 yards from the finish line, but he was able to get a hold of somebody, got an engine, got it in there, and he's running.
Fantastic. That's what we like to see. That is the spirit of Ultra4 right there. And there's another Bronco sitting on the start line now as John Rance makes his way around the course.
So obviously these times will be a little bit off compared to the UTVs for sure. So I think the stock class will be, I'm going to say right around that 3-minute mark.
If you're just joining us, thank you for... I'm going to start that one again, Miles. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We are out here at Lake Havasu City, and just outside of town, we are racing with Ultra4 USA.
Out on course right now is John Rance with Andrew Anderson riding shotgun with Mud Nut Racing. One of our drones had to kind of fly down, get a little recharge. We'll have it back in action here very, very soon. Our production company has been doing an amazing job all week long, so huge shout out to them. One turn to go, and we'll be having him here in town.
Yep, so it's Lauren Healy out on course now.
With Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road. In Bucky, his Ford Bronco with an Eco Boost. Atlas. IFS with 74 weld portals, RCV, Ford Performance, Optima batteries, RTR vehicles, Nitto, Project X, Monster, Pennzoil, Fox, MBRP, Gear Wrench, NGK, K&N, Molly, Recaro, VP Racing Fuels. So the two-time king himself is out on course.
Yeah, John Rance just come in with a 2:37, so a great run there from John Rance. And he's going to be setting the pace. But right now it's about Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy, of course, one of the most successful 4400 class racers of all time. Two-time king and has won multiple times in this 4600 class in his Bronco. And just look at the pace that Lauren Healy is laying down right now. Absolutely fantastic to see him out on course, putting this Bronco to work. He makes the turn, and look how differently these vehicles turn in there compared to the UTVs. They're much bigger, they're much heavier. They still have that mechanical steering link. Slightly easier for the Broncos as they have an IFS setup as factory. And Lauren will have been sitting in the pits. He would have been working this out. Watching those UTVs, picking his course line now. Let's watch this. Does he cut early? No, he holds the line, breaks down through, then takes that secondary cut line. That's really burning in nicely now. Slight drift to the side. Goes very deep into that corner. Makes his way down in. It's a very tidy run here from Lauren. Looks like he's going to be considerably faster than John Rance. Makes his way around, heading towards the start-finish line. JT Taylor gives him the checkered flag, and Lauren Healy crosses the line in
with
a 2:18.
That's pretty impressive. Off the line next was Alex Fleming and Will Oliver, number 4628 out of Denver, Colorado, with Sherpa Motorsports. And that 2004 4Runner with IFS, stock V8, Sherpa equipment, Yukon, Marlin Crawler, Icon, Kenda tires, and Nomad wheels. Sitting on the line next is Doug Langford, probably the biggest horsepower machine in the 4600 Spider Track stock class with that big Hemi in there. With rock crawler suspension, Rob Craven riding shotgun.
Yeah, it's been very interesting for all of us to watch this. When the Broncos broke onto the scene a couple of years ago, they really raised the standards for 4600 class racing. But the other cars, they've just been getting better and better and better. And we're watching cars like Doug Langford's here. They're really closing the gap on those Broncos now.
And right behind him, it looks like John Williams. We've got Sergio Pinillas. I saw Brexton Glines in line. This is a great shot of the race line start-finish.
And Sergio, I'm gutted to hear that he's feeling a little bit under the weather today, because Sergio really was one of those cars that could give it to the Broncos.
Speaking about Broncos, I was talking to Lauren Healy, I guess it's 3 weeks ago when I was still back at home. I was asking him some questions about his car and sponsors and whatnot. And I was like, so what's your strategy? He's like, I don't know. It depends on if Sergio shows up. If Sergio shows up, I'm going to have to push hard for the national championship. But I heard Sergio wasn't going to make it. So I text Sergio. He's like, he's making it. I was like, hey, Lauren, you're racing. Sergio's coming, so great to see that going down.
Okay, and off the line now is Doug Langford.
And Rob Craven riding shotgun, number 4699 out of Greensboro, North Carolina, with Outlaw Off-Road in his 2021 LJ with a 392 Hemi. Outlaw Off-Road, rock crawler suspension, Next Venture Motorsports, Nitto tire, Raceline wheels, Baja Designs, Fox, Warren, Factor 55, and Miller Motorsports. His first race was this year in Rush, Kentucky.
And Alex Fleming has crossed the line in the 46.28 with a 2.23. So a solid run there. 5 seconds behind our current 4600 leader, Lauren Healy.
So it'll be a great run. They will be taking off later on today, one at a time, every 30 seconds. And Doug Langford gets a little bit of loose in that little whooped-out section.
And this is why we talk about shock tuning. Shock tuning is so important. Little things like that, we can actually tune our suspension to make those whoops easier to run across.
And speaking about that, I saw Team Funhaver out here earlier this week with Fox out there doing some shock tuning, and that's going to be very important on this because shocks get hot. Well, guess what? It's already hot out here. Well, now you throw 37 miles of some nasty desert. Shocks, they don't like the heat, so it's going to be very important.
That's 37 miles per lap.
Per lap, correct. Yeah, I think if I was doing my math correct earlier, I think it'll be 148 miles for the 4400s. Ooh, Doug Langford has to show off a little horsepower as he took that corner a little bit early.
That's what I keep saying to you. There is a real lot of negative off camber there. These guys have to be so careful. And these 4600, they're a standard class vehicle. They really show off the terrain. They really show off the topography of it and how difficult and how impressive these other classes are.
I love the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and I'm pretty sure that one he still has a license plate, so he can drive it around back home as well.
Take it down the mall, pick up some shopping.
The good old mall crawler.
Now, this is interesting. There is that line there, cuts down across, and very few people are taking that.
I like that line. I really do.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how few people are taking it. And the trouble is it's going to become more and more difficult to take it because what's going to happen is that people are coming by and they're going to be digging in. And that means there's going to be a step up onto it. So that line's going to become less and less likely to be used until, of course, our 4400s turn up.
And then it'll be all bets off.
Absolutely. And on track right now, it is Doug Langford who's crossing the line. Doug Langford goes into third position in the Spider Tracks 4600 with a 2:31. And I think John Williams, I thought we saw him just leaving the line momentarily ago.
Yep, that was John Williams and Nate Williams riding shotgun at number 4623 out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire out off-road racing, and his JL with a 2-liter stock transmission. Dynatrack 60s, ARB, Active Air Technology, BFG, Warren, Factor 55, Rock Crawler, Rock Jock 4x4, and Summit Machine. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers back in the EMC the first year back in 2012.
I love the technology that goes into these 4600s. You have to work really hard to get these cars to perform. As a stock platform, they're heavy. They take a lot of work to get them to move properly. But it's a great-looking Bronco here of the Atterburys.
Yeah, Josh Atterbury getting ready to take off, chasing down John Williams here very shortly.
Now, if you don't know Josh Atterbury, he's been racing in 4600 for what feels like forever. One of the go-to players, that's for sure. Ever so popular in the pits.
He's been racing with us off and on for a very long time.
I'm super excited to see what he can do with the Bronco.
Josh Atterbury was a back-to-back national champion back in 19 and 20, so we'll see what he can do.
More used to racing in a Jeep platform.
Yeah, switched over to Bronco this year. And it's a bright-looking Bronco. Great to see him out here running strong. So Josh Atterbury and Brandon Bain riding shotgun, number 4693 out of Show Low, Arizona with Cracker Fab Motorsports. And his Ford Bronco, factory drivetrain, Dirty Life Wheels, Falcon, PSC, Baja Designs, Ballistic Fab, Midnight Metalworks, Willwood, 74 Weld, Yukon, Rome Adventure, ADS, Switch Pros, PRP, Rugged, Warren, Magnaflow, Adam Drive Shafts, RCV, and Factor 55. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2016.
Now, I love this, but what I really enjoy about this is the Bronco. They took the rule book for the 4600 class
and pushed the limits.
And pushed the limits to it. This is a mainstream manufacturer. We're talking about Ford here, who actually looked at our rule book and said, hey, we can make a vehicle that takes 35-inch tires as standard. Hey, we can make a vehicle that can have 4 link as standard, and that's special. And the result, look at these race cars. They are absolutely incredible. And the best bit, you can go and buy one of these at your local Ford dealer.
There's a few of them out here running around, I saw.
There is, yeah.
So they still got a chance. Now you have to have this proper safety gear and whatnot.
We can't have them in the UK.
Really?
No, how sad's that?
Huh, you're not cool enough, I guess.
Well, no, something about having the steering wheel on the wrong side, would you believe?
On the correct side.
No, ours is on the right side, quite literally. You know the rules,
I
Miles.
know. We like giving each other a hard time, and that's one you always get me on. I hate saying you're right, but you're right. Yeah, it's probably just too big. It won't fit on your roads over there.
That's okay. Similar size to a Land Rover.
So Josh Atterbury across the Yukon Ridge. Pushing strong. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We're at the Standard Wash about 10 miles south of Lake Havasu on BLM land, Bureau of Land Management. Got 7,500 acres out here to play on, and we built a 37-mile loop.
And that is the 4605 of Albert Contreras.
Another Mid-America Outdoor ambassador with his son Tristan Contreras riding shotgun out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. He's been racing this Jeep LJ for a very long time. He's got King, Torco, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Coyote Beadlocks, Race Choice, Yukon, PCI, Artec, Genrite, Edelbrock, AFE, PRP, and Warn Factor 55.
And Josh Atterbury just crossed the line there in a 2:28, so a solid run there from Josh Atterbury. And currently in first position is Lauren Healy. In second it's Alex Fleming. In third it's John Williams. Fourth, Josh Atterbury. Fifth, Doug Langford. Sixth, John Rance. And on course at the moment is Albert Contreras.
Up next, the 4695 of Jesse Bennett.
Yeah, very familiar silhouette there of the Jeep. We'll be seeing what he can do in course very shortly. And behind him, we can see him lining up there is Brixton Glines.
We'll see what kind of time Albert Contreras can run down. He's been racing with us for a very long time. Always great to see the Contreras family. He brings the full family most of the time and drives all over the United States come racing Ultra4 USA all the way from Compton, California. And he took a pretty good tumble in that Jeep of his. I think it was in Ridgecrest probably about 5 years ago. But, hey, that's what he does. He works on Jeeps. So he got it back in action and got it rolling.
Yeah, that's the remarkable thing about these vehicles. They are so incredibly tough, but also the crews are incredibly durable. They do not want to stop. They'll take these cars back. They'll strip them down. I'm doing it myself right now. In fact, I believe my son is washing my vehicle while I'm sitting here.
Well, that's a win-win.
Yeah, I was going to say. Thank you, Sam. But we're here right now, just outside of Lake Havasu City, for the Ultra4 USA National Finals 2023. JT Taylor gives him the green flag, and we are go.
For Jesse Bennett and Eric Hornvet, the number 4695 out of Reno, Nevada with JBM Racing. And that 1994 Jeep Cherokee with a 4.6. Dana 300, Mickey Thompson, Hutchinson Wheels, Baja Design, Silver State Off-Road, Nevada Automotive Test Care, and Liberty Mountain Fab. His first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2022.
What I love about these is when you actually get on track and you see them going past you, you go, wow, the speed is unbelievable. And it's only then when you see the other classes you realize just how incredibly fast these vehicles are.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive what these 4600 Spider-Track stock class cars can do. Remember, they are qualifying on this 1 mile qualifier here at Legends of Havasu for Ultra4 USA. And they will be taking off this afternoon at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for a 3-lap race. Well, the 46 stock class do 2 laps. The 45s, the 48s will do 3 laps. The UTVs are 3 laps. Then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., 4 laps for the 4400 Unlimited class. Don't forget, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. we'll be doing this same. It'll be this same exact run. It'll be a half-hour race for the Ultra4 USA youth classes.
But what they will be doing is before they throw the youth classes out there, they'll actually be purging this track, putting a drag around it and making sure it's nice and smooth for those boys and girls.
They'll have to do that after tonight's race because right here is live race course on the Yukon Ridge for Jesse Bennett as he's cruising through all of our marketing partners. And speaking of that, let's give some love to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Rugged Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport.
Then we've got Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Otsuma Batteries, and Warn.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Whalen, The Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. So if you're building a mall crawler, a race car, or a tow rig, go show these guys the love they're showing us. And you see standing right next to JT Taylor, our race director, is Bob Bauer, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer himself, our Grand Marshal.
Yeah, Bob Bauer, if you get a chance to go and meet Bob, Bob has so many stories, so many tales to tell. He has been racing for what seems like forever and a day, and every story he has is absolutely gripping. Love working with Bob.
It's a great. And speaking of Bob, there he is in the white shirt with the green flag, our Grand Marshal, Mr. Bob Bauer. And who just took the line was Brexton and Caden Glines, number 4689, out of American Fork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports. And their Jeep with Mickey Thompson tires, Terraflex, Yukon, Nacho Lights, Lone Peaks Collision, Coyote Enterprises, Bomber Eyewear, Chad's Fab, Factor 55, R1, Crossfire, Fab Rats, Adams Drive Shafts, Speed Sport, Grizzly Habits, Randy's Worldwide. Their first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2022. So we'll kind of see what kind of time we can throw down there as Bob Bauer has that flag in his hand, watching JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director.
It's been a fantastic morning of qualifying here, just outside of Lake Havasu City. And what I am pleased to see, Miles, is that the wind has picked up now, taking that dust away.
The wind is the racer's friend. That is an absolute fact. On race day, we hope it blows a little bit, but we don't want it blow too much because the F1 boat racing does a little bit of testing and tuning tomorrow, and then they are racing on Sunday as well. So be sure to go to legendsofhavasu.com to check out our entire event schedule. We have the rodeo tonight. Brett Michaels plays tonight, then Flo Rida tomorrow night. We've got so much going on. You do not want to miss anything. We still have a few VIP packages available, so if you want to get a wristband to check it all out, go to legendsofhavasu.com.
As Brexton glides there, making his way round. And next off the line, another Jeep Cherokee.
I believe that's Atterbury's old car, if I'm not mistaken.
I was looking at the rooftop box and thinking exactly the same thing, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to call it.
That is the 4638 of Jeremy Lucas and Mike Brown-Taro out of Peoria, Illinois, with J. Lucas Motorsports in that Cherokee. With Ballistic Fab, Move Bumpers, North LED Lights, Rome Adventure, Rad Designs, Dirty Life Wheels, Big D Diesel, Eagle Performance, Robert Porter Construction, and Ultimate Modal Wheel and Tire. This is Atterbury's old car, I am correct. And his first Ultra4 USA race was this year at King of the Hammers.
Fantastic. Well, if it's Atterbury's old car, it's been there, it's seen it, and we know it's very capable indeed. As you say, it's locked out 2 national championships in the past. Let's just see what Jeremy can do with it.
And we'll see his kid running in the Ultra4 USA race tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Now, Albert Quinteros crossed the line with a 2:51, so I wonder if Albert actually got a flat out on course that we didn't see. So our current top 9 it's Albert Quinteros in 9th. In 8th is John Rance. In 7th is Brexton Glines. In 6th is Doug Langford. In 5th is Jesse Bennett.
And 4th is Josh Atterbury. 3rd, John Williams. 2nd, Alex Fleming. And top of the box with 7 points for now is Mr. Lauren Healy.
Now, you just mentioned the 7 points. Let's talk about that because the first is qualifier.
And actually, I'm wrong. It's normally 7 points. This is a double points race, so I got to fix my brain. So that's 14 points for this race.
I got you. And look at the way that's digging out there. He's having to work really hard to get it back on course.
Almost kisses that flag right there, but keeps her on line as Lucas is pushing strong, the number 46-38.
Awesome views. I love the way you can see the 4-link suspension points under the vehicle from that line.
Yeah, this has raced a lot with us, with Atterbury having it back in the day and now passing the torch.
Yeah, it's great to see cars being passed on down through as teams move on. And Josh is only just learning about this Bronco. He'll just be taking it easy. He's a conservative driver. He doesn't leave it all out there. He knows that this is a long race. He knows that he's got to take his time. And he'll just be wanting to learn that car's manners.
Yep, and you can see our Optima leaderboard in the top left of your screen to keep everything going. But don't forget, you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. And then don't forget, when the race starts, go to Racing Tracks, TRAX, and you can find that. We'll share that on all our social medias. And you'll be able to watch live tracking during the race on this 37-mile race course. And there is Sergio Pinilios pushing hard.
Yeah, Sergio is one of the few that really can give the Broncos a bloody nose.
And he's got his Warren representative, Brad Goodfellow, riding shotgun out of Mount Dora, Florida, with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing in his Jeep JK stock drivetrain. RPM Extreme, Warren, Factor 55, BFG, Raceline, Rugged, Rock Crawler, and Curry. He got first at Visions First at Pennsylvania. He was the Eastern Series champ of this year, and he is in the battle with Lauren Healy to see who can take home that national championship. It's going to be close. Who's going to win this race? It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. But for this season, you had to qualify for nationals, you had to race KOH, you had to race Visions, you have to race Havasu, and then 2 others. But then we drop your lowest double points race, which is Havasu, Visions, and King of the Hammers. So it's going to be interesting how those numbers actually play out once we do that drop race. Next year we've changed our point strategy a little bit, and we kind of took some feedback, and we'll shake it out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to next year. They've already launched the calendar, and it looks absolutely fantastic. So we'll be racing an East Coast, a West Coast, and a National Points Championship.
Yep. We'll start off with our first race of the Ultra4 USA season in King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley, January 28th through the February 3rd.
Then race 2 will be April 4th to April 6th at NorCal Stampede at West Prairie City.
And then race number 3 in Rush, Kentucky, April 18th through the 20th.
Then race 4 will be April 25th to 27th at the Silver State 300.
Then we'll be heading to the Battle in the Badlands back in Attica, Indiana, early June.
Yeah, then in July for race 6 is the July 25th to 27th is the famous Reading Rumble out in Pottsville, PA.
And then we'll be back going to the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin for the Rage on the Rocks for race number 7 over Labor Day weekend.
Then race 8 is from September 28th to 29th at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, OK.
And then we'll be back here for the national finals once again for Legends of Havasu to round out next season as well. Off the line, our last 4,600 Spider Track stock class is Roger King and Jared Johnson riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby and his Jeep TJ. With the Rock Crusher 60 axles, Mickey Thompson, Raceline, King, Brannick, and Rugged. He's been racing the EMC since the invention back in 2012 at King of the Hammers.
Now, this is interesting. I heard a rumor that they'd actually broken this car yesterday. So I'm not sure if that was true or whether they've just managed to get it fixed.
He got it fixed because I saw him off pace in the desert kind of looping around. So he had some kind of issues. Not sure exactly what happened. But, yeah, where's Mick Henson? I'm not sure where he ran off to. He's been running really strong with us and having some kind of issue.
Yeah, we also know that Tom Biddle should be on the start line.
There's the Atterberries right there on screen. Give us a little wave. We saw Josh Atterbury just get off course.
Yeah, we also know that Tom Biddle would normally be qualifying as well. It's going to be a rear start for Tom Biddle. He's got a breakage. They've been having to drive all the way out of Barstow, get the parts back, and get it fixed.
So we have our Jumbotron right next to Big Merch. So come over and check out Angel and her crew. Buy some T-shirts. We got a little bit of everything for you, and it's the best seat in the house. Grab some shade, grab a drink, and watch the live stream.
And we've still got so much action here today. Next up, it will be the 4400 Pro Mods. Or modified classes, I should say. Let's just talk a little bit about the modified class. What have they got to have on these vehicles?
So it's another fun class. The 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, but limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering is the big thing.
Just go back to the shocks also, because the other thing with these shocks is they have to be axle mounted. They can't be mounted on the radius arms like they can on the 4800s, and that makes a big difference to the amount of suspension travel they can get. But they get the benefit of that double shock system,
especially in these big whoops out here in the desert. But let's talk about steering a little bit, Jim.
Yeah, now steering's interesting because they have to have a mechanical link on the steering. So in theory, they need to be running a steering box, and then they're allowed to have a hydraulic assist. But there are other ways of doing it. And we've seen some fantastic systems over the years. We've seen Jesse Haynes come up with this incredible cantilever system.
Oh, that was a work of art for sure.
Absolutely. Then, of course, most recently, the Get Bent Fab vehicles like Jimmy Jacks and Rick Levezzo, using a cable system on a full hydraulic to give them that mechanical link. So there's lots of different things that these 4500 class cars can do.
But there was a vote on that. There are no orbital valves allowed for the 2024 season in the 4500 class. There's a few cars that are going to have to change their strategy, either move up to 4400 or to 4800, or figure out their steering to bring it back to the mechanical proper.
Yeah, it's a very interesting class indeed. And it's a class that was born out of the need for a modified class all the way back in 2007.
Looks like our first 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class cars heading up. That should be Cody St. Clair.
Yeah, let's go through our top 12 quickly. In the 4600s, in 12th it was Roger King. In 11th it was Jeremy Lucas. In 10th it was Abbas Contreras. In 9th it was John Ratz. In 8th it was Brexton Glines. In 7th it was Doug Langford. In 6th it was Jesse Bennett.
And then 5th is Josh Atterbury. 4th, oh, we just switched our timing on us. Sorry about that. But top of the box was Lauren Healy for sure. But you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com and get the timing. Go there and check it out. It'll be on our screen there. There's a link off ultra4usa.com as well. So up next is the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. JT Taylor on his rugged radio making sure the course is clear before we send out our first victim of Cody the Texas Kid St. Clair.
Now, we've got some big hitters in here. We've got Dwayne Garrettson. We need to be looking out for him. We've got Rick Levezzo, who's also going to be in there mixing it up, that's for sure. And I hear the thunder of engines. And it sounds like that Cody St. Clair is on course.
With Tyler Haggard riding shotgun, the number 4561 out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports in his Tribe 16 chassis. Thompson LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline wheels, Cooper tires, Torco oil, full throttle batteries, Dave's Off-Road, Factor 55, Warren, Brannick, PSC, and Rufus Racing. His first Ultra4 USA race was back in 2015. Him and his dad, Anthony St. Clair, run almost the entire season every year. A lot of dedication out of this father-son team, and SCR is out there pushing strong. Great to see, excited to see what Cody St. Clair can do out here.
Yeah, he's one of our top hitters, that's for sure. A firm crowd favourite. Gives it 120% every time he hits the course. And this is a really interesting class. I'm really excited to see this. We've got Logan Godwin there. We've got Jesse Oliver. We've got Sean Rance, of course. So many fast cars. And, of course, we've got Dwayne Garrettson. And if we look at the form book, this is Dwayne Garrettson's race to lose right now. But there are a lot of guys out there who are going to be arguing with me who want to take away that.
Yeah, so, my personal points little collection I built, Dwayne Garrettson out front, then it's Jesse Oliver and Cody St. Clair very close to each other. So it's between Garrettson, Jesse, and Cody St. Clair for first. We'll see how that shakes out. But Sean Rance and Rick Levezzo could still sneak up on the podium.
Well, this is the interesting thing, because Rick Levezzo actually has nothing to do with the points here. But Rick Levezzo was on the podium in both races at Crandon. So I've got a feeling if Rick has a great race here, he could really upset the points championship.
Absolutely. That's a good one to say.
I was chatting to Rick Levezzo yesterday in the hotel lobby, and he's super excited. He said the car is on point, and he's really looking hard.
Off the line next, the number 29 of Shad Kennedy with Jeff Cooper riding shotgun out of Prescott, Arizona with Kennedy Motorsports. In that Poison Spider chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Alice, Maglite, Falcon Tires, Summit, Curry Enterprise, Rock Jock, and Adams Drive Shaft. He rode with Larry McRae and won the EMC back in 2011.
I was just about to say Poison Spider. That's not a name.
Crispy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where you don't actually hear Poison Spider being used very often these days. And yet, of course, Poison Spider was a big thing back in the day.
Yep. And then then it's changed hands, and yeah, we haven't heard it near as much. So it's great to see it back in action as Shad Kennedy makes quick work around that little turn. We'll see what he can do up on the Yukon Ridge.
Yeah, it looks like he's laying down a great pace here. And Cody Sinclair has crossed the line in a 2:10, so a solid run there from Cody Sinclair. But that just shows you the pace of those UTVs we saw earlier on today.
Yeah, Paul Wolf with that blistering time.
Yeah, 1:53. It's going to be very interesting to see if those big cars, the 4400s, can get anywhere close to it. I've got a feeling it's going to be very, very tight indeed. And I can't wait to talk about those. Can't wait to talk about the 4400s later today. Over 50 entries. It's going to be astonishing. Oh, now look at this. Now he cuts down across there really early in front of the flag.
So is that 50 feet? I think so, and I think that's going to be really close. But if that is a legal line, that is a fast line, and if it becomes that, it's going to be
well, I'd say it's
I think
inside
it's going to be
20,
the new line.
Yeah, I think that's inside of 25 feet, if I'm completely honest. As 45.78 now makes his way out onto track.
That's Les Figaro, Fig Speed himself, out of Henderson, Nevada, the number 4578. With his Jeep JK, Fig Speed Shop, and RSP Plumbing. If you're just joining us, this is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquis alongside my good friend of Jim Marsden. Pam Hall will be in the Amsoil Hot Pits later on today and tomorrow, feeding us some information. We'll do some hits with her, and she'll be having some fun out there. We have our Grand Marshal Bob Bauer will be a guest speaker off and on all weekend as well. He was at Contingency yesterday, told a pretty good little story. I was able to take him out on course a few days ago, and we ran about the first 9 miles of this course, and he loved every second of it. We were on our way back, and he's like, can we just do a couple more miles? This guy loves the dust, and he's seen more dust than probably anybody here on the premises. Bob Bauer's an absolute legend and in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. And look at that corner. It's really, really starting to fade away.
It is indeed. Really off camber now, and they're going to have to work hard to come on there. They're going to have to use horsepower.
I was just going to say horsepower, but the more horsepower you use to get up there, the worse that corner is going to get. So if I was qualifying, I'd try to get in line early for the next classes.
That's Miles' top tip for the day there. But no, that's a genuine thing. And this is actually, we were talking about it earlier. Now, where's he going to go? So he goes round the long way there. You can start to see there is cutting in across. Now, is that actually any quicker where you've got to come down and then up that ridge? So
I don't know if, apples to oranges. We'll see how it shakes out. As Les Figaro, Fig Speed, pushing strong in that 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
Now, am I right in thinking that Les used to race with us and then took a bit of time out and has come back to it?
You are correct. Yeah, it's a name I hadn't seen for a while, and I saw him popping up. It was great to see him. Looks like that was Peter Doolan, if I'm not mistaken, taking the line.
Yeah, and the Gen Right machine, 353.
With Jeff Perkins riding shotgun out of Dublin, Ireland, with Hybrid Racing in that Gen Right TL. LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Bill Stein Shocks, Gen Right, Jimmy's 4x4, Curry Axle, Factor 55, Warren Vision, and Vision X Likes. And he is racing for cystic fibrosis. And his first Ultra4 USA was this year at King of the Hammers. So great to see him doing a little charity work for cystic fibrosis as well as he's out here racing Legends of Havasu with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, getting out of shape there as he came across the whoops. I did wonder if he might have a flat tyre, the way the car bounced then. Hard to see. Yeah, I'm just looking at that left rear. Just wonder if there might be something, but I might be making that up. But Let's just cut back to the, you say about the Mickey Thompson tyres. We've got lots of different tyre manufacturers being used out here. We've got Fulcrum, we've got Mickey Thompson, we've got Maxxis, we've got Nitto, we've got BFG. It's going to be really interesting to see how these tyres hold up on the track.
I think Pam's going to be awful busy chasing them down in the Amsoil hot pits as Peter Doolan makes quick work around that last little turn as he's up on the Yukon Ridge. And that was a great shot. How skinny this ridge is. And where is that? I'm going to say race mile 7 or so. There's a similar ridge, but it's even skinnier out there on course. So some of these bigger cars, we were in a UTV in our Can-Am Defender building course last couple weeks, and it, no problem. But I'm going to say about 4 spots on course that these bigger cars, the wider cars, they have to really slow down and pay attention out there. Go from 100 miles an hour slowing down to a straight crawl.
Then you have to throw in the element of dust. When you're up on those ridges, oh man, it feels really, really difficult indeed.
And then you brought it up earlier, all those nuisance rocks. I mean, there's some in course for sure, but there's a lot of places that you cannot step out of course or your day is going to be over.
Absolutely.
I believe that's Logan Goodall taking off.
Yeah, very distinctive shape there of Logan Goodall. I believe his father Kenneth is having a new car built by Shannon Campbell at the moment.
So Logan Goodall and Todd Miller, the number 1950 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing. And that Stearns chassis with a Ford Bronco up front. Klein LS7 zero gravity 4L80E stock transmission or stock transfer case, Dirty Life wheels, and worn.
He's just making his way around to the rhythm section now. Cuts across to the far side. Nice, neat and tidy. Good run here from Logan.
This is a beautiful 4500 car. It's an absolute work of art, and Logan is putting it down, see if he can bring it together. We'll see his dad racing with us later on today. Goodall Racing having a great showing here at Legends of Havasu. See if they can bring it all together. Can Goodall be having the same Todd Miller co-driver as his son Logan? So Todd will really know this course well, and I think co-driving is going to really be a big deal as well, because I think they're going to have to get out of the car and change some tires and just memorize the course.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently, our 4500 class leader is Shad Kennedy. In second is Cody Sinclair. In third is Peter Doolan. In fourth is Les Figueroa. Now, I've got a feeling that Logan Goodall could go first here. This looks very tidy indeed.
And the fastest time of the day thus far is Mr. Paul Wolf with that minute 53. I was guessing a minute and a half or so on this course, but I didn't know they were doing that turn back, so we did add a little bit of real estate last second, and it's proving to be a fun course.
Yeah, Sean Rance we just saw there on course, and Logan Goodall making his way towards the finish.
So the 45-31 of Sean Rand Sr. and Chuck Richardson out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing, that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Hames chassis. Richard Performance 455 small block ATI Turbo 400 Hero T-Case Rough Stuff, Milestar, Raceline, RPM, RCV, and Super Winch.
And there's a change at the top. Logan Goodall is currently in first position in the 4500 with a 2:05. What a fantastic time there from Logan Goodall. Now, Sean Rance is out on track. We just saw his Bronco making his way past a moment ago.
The old school Bronco, the OG Bronco of Ultra4 USA. He's been running it and being proud of his Ford ever since the beginning. And they race all season long. The complete family. Oh, there's Mick Henson back there. So he may have had a mechanical. As long as he communicated with JT Taylor, he will be able to qualify later on today. Sounds like there's 4 cars left in the 4500 class, and then we will sneak in Mick Henson, getting a little tidbits through my rugged radio. So sounds like Mick Henson did have a mechanical, communicated with race ops, and they're going to let him qualify after the 4500s.
That's fantastic. Great to see that.
That old Toyota in the background has raced a lot of races. And speaking about the background, there is Dwayne Garrettson, our national leader in national points right now. It's second in line, right behind the 45-32 of Steve O. Crawford.
So out on track at the moment, it is Sean Rance in the OG Bronco. looks like Steve Crawford there. He's getting the green flag. Heading out onto course. Great looking car, this.
Out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestorm Racing with an M&S Fab chassis, stroked LS, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, M&S Fab, Nike and Mike and Sarah Amaral.
And Sean Rance goes into 4th position with the 218, so a solid run there from Sean. In 3rd position is Cody Sinclair with the 210. In 2nd position is Chad Kennedy with the 206, but currently leading up our 4500 class is Logan Goodall with a 205.
What a great race. So they are qualifying right now for this afternoon's race starting at 4 p.m., and they are qualifying in their class, but they will start how they qualify. So a stock class could start in front of somebody. They'll be intermixed on their qualifying position. They will take off 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time later on, but right now it's qualifying.
Yeah, we're just looking at Dwayne Garrettson there sitting on the start line in these Jimmy chassis, Spider Tracks axles.
So we keep talking about chassis. There's, we saw Tribe 16. We see Jimmy's. What is a chassis? Well, there's different manufacturers. You have a Miller chassis. We see Campbell's. There's all sorts. Give us kind of a quick rundown, Jim.
Well, there's many different chassis manufacturers. So, right, okay, let's start with the basics. So 4600s are using manufacturer chassis. So made by Ford, made by Jeep, etc., etc.
Toyotas.
Exactly. So when we move up into, or Land Rover even, there's an oddball for you. Then we move up into sort of like 4500 and 4800, and then we're coming into tubular chassis. These are race-built frames, and that's the best way to put it, frames. Okay, so what happens is they literally start from the ground up, and they use tube-type material. You can use box section, and on the 4500s, they do have to have a limited amount of box section.
Some of the factory frame.
Indeed, to create that frame. And what we're looking for is we're looking for safety, strength, but also to be as lightweight as possible inside of that package. So it's very, very complicated as we watch Dwayne Garrettson leaving the line here. But we have multiple different chassis manufacturers. So we have Campbell, we have Miller, we have Jimmy's, we have UFOs. UFO. It goes on and on and on. The wonderful thing about Ultra4 racing, it has developed an industry in itself that is worth literally millions and millions of dollars each year.
It's amazing. So Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra4, with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun, number 26 out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, with Come Get You Some Off-Road. In a Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco with a Limitless Performance LS 6-liter. Turbo 400, Atlas, Yokohama, Raceline, Yukon, PRP, PSC, Steinjager, Brannick, Warren, Custom Splice, Radflow, Spider Tracks, Willwood, Extreme Diesel, CDL Academy, Tom Woods Drive Shafts, Jimmy's 4x4, STT, Sign Planet, and Daily Meat Processing. And in the 4500 class, Dwayne Garrettson is our national points leader. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But Dwayne Garrettson is sitting in a very nice spot.
Now, interesting, I haven't seen, that's not Rick Lavezzo. I haven't seen Rick Lavezzo lining up yet. So it looks like we've got Jesse Oliver lining up in the background. Maybe Rick Lavezzo is behind him, but we haven't seen Rick Lavezzo yet.
That is Eddie Oliver getting ready to take the green flag here momentarily. As Dwayne Garrettson is out on course. Our drone had to land for just a moment to recharge some batteries. We'll have him back up in action here in just a little bit.
There's a rare beast in the desert. Range Rover Sport SVR.
Don't see too many of them out here racing with us.
No, you don't. So don't see too many running. And I say that as an enthusiast. So if you're just joining us, welcome. This is Ultra4 USA. We are here for Legends of Havasu, just outside of Havasu City. And what a fantastic day we are having so far. We are here for the qualifying, and first thing this morning we saw the 4900 class qualifying with Paul Wolf laying down an incredible 1:53.
The fastest time of the day for sure. And then we just saw the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Here comes the 4500 Yukon Air Gear and Axle. Up next will be the 4800 Brannick Motorsports. And then last but not least,
Of course, it's the big dogs, the 4400s, and we're going to see one of the largest fields we've ever seen outside of King of the Hammers. 50 plus 4400 class cars, and the big guns are here. We've got Shannon Campbell, we've got Raul Gomez, we've got Lauren Healy, we've got Vaughn Ginn Jr., we've got Bailey Campbell, and of course, the man at the moment, I've got to say it, Brian Crofts. That's a man who's having an incredible season. He's really putting it together. So it's going to be an awesome race.
Yeah, but there's so many other people out there. I mean, Cody Addington, Casey Curley, Levi Shirley. Casey Curry is pretty cool to see because he's not in the points running. So he could really throw a wrench in some of these guys and gals' game plans. But, yeah, the Campbells are here in full force. The Gomez brothers are here in full force, except for Marcos. He had to, somebody's got to be responsible and stay home and work. But Raul, JP, and Darren out here, they're going to be playing. But we have fun havers out here as well. I saw Eric Miller. He's here, but without his car. And speaking about Eric Miller, we do have the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, and it's voted on by peer racers. So is it going to be Chad Hunt, Levi Shirley, Eric Miller, or Aaron Lynch? We've got 4 nominees. We'll do that tomorrow night at the Nautical for our National Series banquet at 5 p.m. PST. We'll have Bob Bauer there, Jim Marsden, Miles, myself, Pam Hall be in the mix, and we'll have some fun handing out some trophies.
I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun indeed.
It'll be a celebration of the season year end. And this is another friendly reminder to all our racers. If you haven't sent an RSVP, please do. We don't want you to miss out on the national banquet.
Absolutely. Now, we're just watching here, and Eddie Oliver is on the line, but Dwayne Garrettson went out on course. Now, we haven't seen Dwayne come back round yet, so...
You are right.
Yeah, so has Dwayne got a problem, maybe?
Did he take a little tumble? Did he have a mechanical? I am not quite sure. Oh, he is upside down about halfway through. I saw his wheels up, so Dwayne Garrettson takes a tumble, so he'll be taking a rear start. Tough break for him.
That's what we call a desert turtle.
There's Randy, part of the Side-by-Side Trail Association. They've been out here helping us all week, so going to get Garrettson flipped back over. He will have to take a rear start, but again, huge shout-out to the Havasu Side-by-Side Club. They're going to be helping volunteer, keeping everything going good. And then Tread Lightly will also be on site. After our races, Tread Lightly and the Havasu Side-by-Side Club are going to help us clean up the course, knock down some of the berms.
So we're now going to have to call this Dwayne's Corner.
Dwayne's Corner, yep. Tough break. There's Travis Cook, one of our volunteers. There's Caleb Jones. And Dwayne Garrettson and Jeremy Tipton are patiently awaiting.
Or sure, you call him Jeremy Tipover. But nobody likes to see this, joking aside. But the safety equipment did its job. These guys and girls will be absolutely safe as possible. And the safety crew is just working very quickly now. And they'll just get this winch back onto its wheels, and we'll get this qualifying session back underway.
So tough break for Dwayne Garrettson. He will have to take a rear start, but remember, this race is on adjusted time, so you can still win this thing coming from the back. And if there's a certain bottleneck wherever it's at, it can either help or hurt you. Obviously, you want that clean air, but hey, it's still anybody's game on this 37-mile course later on today.
Yeah, and sometimes starting from the back. I mean, how many wonderful stories have we seen where races have started from the back? Tom Ways, Marcus Gomez, so many of those things.
And speaking about Dwayne Garrettson, our one and only Pam Hall was able to catch up with him and talk about qualifying. This isn't how he wanted to go, but let's see how he wanted it to go.
I am here with Dwayne Garrettson. Dwayne, you are leading our class in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified, and you've been out on the race course pre-running today. Give us a little rundown of what's going on out there.
Man, the course is going to be fast. It's kind of long, compared to what we're used to, but I think it's going to be really fun. It's going to be really fast. There's a few good fast sections. There's a lot of technical stuff. There's a lot of, little gotcha moments out there. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, you guys are back here in your pit working on your race truck. What's going on there?
We had a serpentine belt walking a little bit, so we just want to try to get it lined up, make sure that we don't have any issues on actual race day.
Well, you have, I believe it's a 55-point lead right now in that #1 spot, so you definitely don't want to make sure you lose any belts or anything. Come out here, finish strong.
Oh, yeah, if we lose, we want it to be on us. We don't want it to be on the car. So, yeah, we're trying to do everything we can to get a top-notch rig, and then it'll just be up to us.
Well, you've had an amazing year. Of course, it's showing right here being #1 in the national points, so good luck out there this weekend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Pam. And that was a great chat we just had with Dwayne Garrettson as he was upside down. Now he's on all fours. He'll fire it up, probably have a little bit of puff of smoke. He'll get it back. He does race today at 4 p.m., so he's got 6 hours to get the car looked over. I don't think anything happened to it. This wasn't quite a high-speed corner, but hey, anything can happen.
Yeah, tough break there for Dwayne. Nobody likes to see that. We want desert turtles to stay out in the desert. We don't want to create our own desert turtles, that's for sure.
Yep, there's Clyde that helps run all of our cameras. He runs SRRS on his off time, which he doesn't have much off time, and then he's been chasing the entire series with us, helping put the production together. So Clyde Bynum out there running around.
Yeah, I was chatting to him earlier today. He's super excited to be out here. It's great to see him with us. And this is Eddie Oliver. Just about to take the green flag. JT Taylor fires the green flag, and off the line we go once again.
So JR Eddie Oliver with Justin Lyons riding shotgun, the number 4583 out of Federal Way, Washington, with Fueled Racing in his 1998 Jeep TJ with an LS1 Turbo 400 Atlas, Brink Fab 9s, Milestar, Rustuff, and Yukon. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers earlier this year. See what kind of time he can throw down, but Logan Goodall still in that top position with those 14 points setting that pole. Time to beat is a 2:05 in the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
Yeah, that was an astonishing time laid down by Logan Goodall. And you saw him, he did not put a wheel wrong as he made his way around this awesome qualifying course out here at Havasu City.
And is 1 second, less than 1 second splitting Goodall and Chad Kennedy.
Now, is this the corner where Dwayne went over?
Yeah, this
I
is
think
tip,
it is.
tip over.
So here we go, Eddie
Garrettson
Oliver
corner.
going around Dwayne's corner.
But he makes it smooth. He probably was watching and saw Garrettson tipped over. So Eddie Oliver takes her a little bit easy and makes his way around this fun little qualifying run.
Yeah, this, of course, is the jump that we saw Max Gordon taking earlier on. He went to the left instead of to the right. Added a few seconds to his lap. But Eddie Oliver makes no such mistakes.
We'll see if
Heads
he-
on up towards the Yukon ridgeline.
See if he jumps on the high side, and he does a pretty good run there. That corner's definitely starting to fall apart. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when the 4400 and the 4800 cars with unlimited horsepower here in just a little bit. That corner's going to fall apart, I have a feeling.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch that. But we've got some great talent out there, but it's those kind of corners that really can make the big differences. You come in there, just get it slightly light, get it slightly wrong, that back end comes around on you and you just bleed away half a second. Oh, look at that, Eddie Oliver just drops a wheel off the edge. And that's what we were saying, this ridgeline is so narrow, it's hard to see it when you're looking at it from the drone, but when you're actually sitting on it yourself, it feels so small.
And right where he just went through, Paul Wolf was pre-running yesterday in his big car and took a little tumble. So anything can bite you at any time. Off the line now is the number 4517 of Jesse Oliver with Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing.
And Jesse, of course, he is racing for the points championship here. But there are so many variables in this championship. They've just got to get it out there. They've got to do the best result they possibly can and pray that the others have a bad race.
We'll see if he can put his Ironman off-road, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Brandick Motorsports, and Magnitude suspension. We'll see how he can throw it together. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers back in 2013 with a couple Eastern Championships, lots of podiums, and everything in between.
And Eddie Oliver crosses the line in 8th position, and lining up right there is the man I was talking about earlier. It's Rick Lavezzo. But this is Jesse Oliver making his way around the course now. He's made his way around Dwayne's corner, heading up towards the Yukon Ridge.
This is a fun little qualifying run, just over 1 mile out there. And the fastest time today was in a UTV Pro Mod, driven by Paul Wolf with that 1:53. But in the 4500 class, it's Logan Goodall with that 2:06. Sorry, 2:05.
Yeah, 2:05. That run by Logan, though, that was exceptional. He really did not put a foot wrong there. That car is such a weapon. It performs at such a high level. Great to see him putting it on the top of the box right now.
We'll see what kind of time Jesse Oliver can throw down. He's He's in contention to win the national points. It's going to be a dogfight between Garrettson, Oliver, and St. Clair. We saw Garrettson take that tumble, so he's going to have to fight his way from the back of the pack, but he's done that before. He's still not out of the fight by no means. We'll see how it shakes out.
We were talking about that earlier. We've seen so many amazing stories as we watch Rick Lavezzo bursting away from the line now in the Get Bent Fab machine.
With James Mahoney riding shotgun out of Fort Worth, Texas with R-Squared Racing and Obstacle. And that Get Bent Fab Ford Bronco with an LS7. Gearworks Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Yokohama, King Shocks, Raceline, Amsoil, Obstacle, and Willwood. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2017.
And Jesse Oliver crosses the line in 4th position with a solid 2:14. So a really nice run there from Jesse Oliver. Just behind Cody Sinclair, Shad Kennedy, and of course our current leader, Logan Goodall. But there's a man on course right now who would love that first place, and that is Rick Lavezzo, making his way down towards Dwayne's corner. So easy to come around this corner, just get it high-sided and flip it on his side. But he gets round safely, makes his way up and round, heading towards the Yukon Ridgeline. Now, do you know anything about the motor in this car? Because I keep being told it's got some comedy-size engine in it, but I don't know anything other than that.
It's an LS7, and it sounds good, I'll tell you that. And he showed it out in Crandon when he won that race earlier this season. Rick Lavezzo's been running with us. He's also got a Pinhall Horschel-built machine that they're still working the bugs out. He's raced it at least once, but was unable to get it out here. But he'll be racing that at King of the Hammers, I believe.
Yeah, I was chatting to him about that the other day. He said, look, he said, Paul's doing a lot of stuff at the moment. He said, I'm not in a rush to race that car. We want to get it out for testing before Hammers, but that is where I'm going to be racing it next. That is my Hammers car.
But he'll still keep this car, I assume, and maybe pull a little double duty.
Well,
this
it's
is a pretty cool car.
because we were talking about this. This car is going to be illegal next year because of the fact it has an orbital valve fitted to it. So he's going to have to make either changes and change the shock package and put it into 4800, or he's going to have to change the steering to remain in 4500.
We'll see how that all plays out as he's making his way. Lavezzo and James Mahoney. James Mahoney's going to be racing later on today, too, so he's getting an early shot of the qualifier. James Mahoney recently bought Farafani Senior's old car, so that'll be back in action. It'll be fun to see that car racing once again with James Mahoney at the pilot seat.
Yeah, and Rick Lavezzo comes in 5th position. With the 2:16, so a solid run there from Rick Lavezzo. But let's just have a quick run through of our current top 10 in 4500 modified. In 10th is Eddie Oliver. In 9th is Les Figaro. In 8th is Peter Dolan. In 7th is Steve Crawford. In 6th is Sean Rance. In 5th is Rick Lavezzo.
In 4th is Jesse Oliver. In 3rd is Cody St. Clair. 2nd, Shad Kennedy. And in that pole position, getting 14 points, is Logan Goodall. So that is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Looks like Mick Henson did make it late to qualifying. And looks like that could be...
yeah, it looks like we've got a UTV there that's turned up late as well.
Walraven, I believe.
Yeah, that could well be. And is that another 4500 I see
That's
there?
a 4800. That's
that
Brian
is a
Moore.
48. Yeah, that's Brian Moore, yeah.
So we have a 46 car and a UTV that'll qualify before the 4800s kick off. And again, you qualify in your class unless you have a mechanical and communicate with our race director, JT Taylor. Get on your rugged radio, tell him, hey, I'm in the pits, I'm working on it, I'll be there, I'll be late, and he will fit you in where you can as long as you communicate. If you don't tell him just show up, you're taking a rear start. But if you communicate, he'll get you in as he can.
Now, I'm looking at this Toyota, and the tailgate on that Toyota was flying loose at Crandon. How it survived, I have no idea. It's battered, it's bent, but it's back on that car and ready for another race. They say you just can't kill Toyotas, and this is absolute evidence of it.
They're trying, that's for sure.
So we're just making sure that we got clear course here before Mick Henson gets brought forward. And that Toyota is the epitome of the 4600 stock class for me. I absolutely adore that vehicle.
It's definitely a crowd favorite, and he's still in the mix. I believe he can get second in national points if he has a good race this weekend.
And you were right, that UTV is Matthew Woolraven, so he must have had a mechanical issue. So we're waiting here just for some more action. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We are out here for the final round of the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals. It's been an incredible year of racing, and this event locks it out and will bring us the National Points Championship to a close. We're multiple classes of vehicles. We've got the 4900s with 3 subclasses in there, Pro Mod, Stock UTV and Open. Then we move over to the 4500 class we've just seen qualifying, the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and of course the 4800 Legends class that we're going to be see qualifying very soon. Then who comes after that?
The 4400 Unlimited, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension, 40-inch tires. They are going to be throwing it all down, and it's going to be a sight to see, I promise you. And if you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Legends of Havasu here in the standard wash.
Yeah, it looks like Mick Henson is about to get the green flag. JT Taylor's just talking on his rugged radios to all his course marshals, making sure the course is clear and ready to race.
So Mick Henson will be taking the green flag, getting on race ops on our rugged radios, make sure everything's okay as he's sitting there at the race line, start-finish, getting ready to take off. This is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Nationals. This is a do-not-miss event. We'll be repeating this next year as well. We have the Ultra4 USA, the F1 Boat Racing, IPRA Radio, American Side-by-Side Takeover. We have Brett Michaels. We have Flow Rider, pool parties, drag racing, and so much more.
We are at an off-road race, aren't we?
Well, out here we are.
Remind me, because Brett Michaels and Flow Rider, that's incredible.
Yeah, and he's got Dee Snyder and Rome with Sublime will be guest appearing with him tonight as well. So get those wristbands, go in there as Mick Henson takes the green flag.
Yeah, the 4619, the Toyota that can.
With Rob Tigert riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma, with Rusty Nail Racing in that 1981 Toyota with a DAO racing engine, 22RE, Diamond Axle, Warren Factor 55, Dixie, Yukon, Raceline wheels, and trail gear.
And my favorite part, it has leaf springs.
All the way around. Those are called race leaf springs. He custom built these ones and he kept breaking them, so he's trying his own little thing. We'll see if he can keep them together. Yeah, we just left Disney, Oklahoma just a little bit ago and set the fastest lap of the day for the 4600 class in a Lee Springs Toyota against none other than Lauren Healy. I mean,
that's incredible.
It's impressive. We'll see how this old Toyota floats through the desert.
Yep, makes his way around to Dwayne's corner. Dwayne's going to love me for that one, isn't he?
He's going to love to hate you, or hate to love you, however you put that. But Mick Henson still running strong. The little Toyota that could.
Yeah, Mick just putting her to work here. And you can see the pace difference, having just watched the 4500 modified class, and then we step back to, I say step back, we go into a 4600 class car, and the pace difference is quite remarkable. But this is a stock class vehicle. This is literally an old Toyota.
I took a lap around the Disney race course after race. You know, we had a little bit of fun, and it was a lot of fun because this thing's got a dual transfer case as well. So there's so many different gears you can pick out of this thing, and it was just really fun to see the course after race. The race really beats up these courses out here, and it was fun riding the old Toyota.
Yeah, did you see the way he's trying to make his way onto the ridgeline there? We keep talking about that. It
corners
really is
getting
carving
looser
up.
and looser.
It is indeed. I can tell you this ridgeline will feel very tight indeed for this little Toyota.
Again, we need to give a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. We would not be here for Legends of Havasu if it wasn't for all of these guys and gals coming together.
Yeah, it takes an army to bring this to you. I'd like to thank every single one. It really does make a difference. And if you want to become a volunteer, get in touch with Ultra4 USA. It's often the best seat in the house.
Give you a radio and a vest and put you to work. But, yeah, you can see a lot.
And there we are. Mick Hansen crosses the line.
See what kind of time he gets. Looks like he's moved into that 12th position.
Yep, solid run there for Mick Hansen.
Looks like we're going to move up to Matthew Walraven in a UTV. He's in the Pro Modified class. He missed his slot, but was communicated with JT Taylor, and he's going to let him run. So we've got to make sure that timing flipped over, so it looks like we're looking good to send out Matthew Walraven.
Now the time to beat is a 1:53 of Paul Wolf, but that's a tall order indeed. Let's see what Matthew Walraven can do.
So Matthew Walraven and Rhett Bryan riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with JW Performance in the Pro Modified class with his Can-Am, Builder's First Source, Transite Solutions, Mil-Spec Liners, CT Raceworks, Simpson, Stylo, PPEI, Murray Motorsports, JW Performance, Hess Motorsports, PRP, Raceline, Double E, and United Trailer. His first Ultra4 race was last year, and he's gotten a few first places at Rush and Visions, Sturgis. He's got some wins under his belt. We'll see if he can keep it together. We'll see his son Xander Walraven battle for the national championship tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with the Youth National Finals.
Yeah, Matthew's got some form.
USA.
Matthew's got some form as he makes his way around Dwayne's corner. Now, he can drive. So let's see what he can do here. Can he go sub 2 minutes?
It'll be close. We'll see if he can throw it together. He brought one of those new Can-Ams with the funny front arms, the Maverick, and he was running around and he was overly impressed. He can't wait to build that thing for KOH next season. He says that machine's stock is faster than his race car is right here. So he thinks the new Can-Am's an absolute game changer.
Yeah, it's great to see that all these manufacturers bringing new weaponry to the table, should we say. So, I mean, we've got Speed UTV, we've got Can-Am, we've got the Polaris Pro R out there. All of these manufacturers are really raising their games.
Yeah, we usually have a few Yamahas out here racing as well. So, yeah, they're going to have to step it up.
Let's not forget the Honda Talons.
Yep. There's a little bit of everything. Great to see all the manufacturers out here representing.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit off the that 2 minute pace. I think he's going to be something around about the 2:03. But that's the best guess right at this moment in time. So Matthew Walraven crosses the line. And he's in 19th, 5th in class with a 2:11. So yeah, just a little bit off pace there for Matthew Walraven. Still a good solid run though. And he will be in 5th in UTV stock and 19th overall.
Looks like we're switching over to the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That should be Brian Moore. This should be the 918 of Brian Crash Moore out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Moore Racing.
Well, you can't say Brian Crash Moore without explaining yourself.
That's the nickname he gave me. So maybe Moore Crashes or Crashes More, I don't know.
I was so hoping you had a story for me then. It's been a fantastic morning of qualifying so far out here at Lake Havasu City for the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals.
And there he goes, the 918 of Brian Moore with his nephew David riding shotgun out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with Moore Racing in an old Blue Torch Fab chassis, LS53, Maxxis, Vision, and ORI. And he wants to give the Jensen brothers a huge shout-out. He would not be here racing without the Jensen brothers and ORI.
And now Blue Torch Fab. There's another chassis manufacturer from right back in the day.
Yep, this one's been around for a very long time.
And that's what the Legends class was brought in for retired 4400 class cars.
To keep them chugging along.
I feel the...
So Brian Moore out on course now. And here's another familiar name. Craig Allen will be taking the green flag here shortly. With Alan Lorton riding shotgun. As we're following Brian Moore. See if he can make it around this corner without doing a little buzz bicycle.
Safely round Dwayne's corner.
Slows her down.
Yeah, this is a steady run by Brian here. Now let's just talk about some of the heavy hitters we've got in this class. I'm just looking down my list here, and we've got Stephen Woody Rose. I want to give that young man a mention. He actually managed to get that. He raced in the 4400 main at Crandon and managed to get up into 6th position. So this is a young man who's on fire at the moment. Then we've got Jeremy Jones, also Doc Jones, as we all know him, and another man who's really on pace at the moment. And then we've got Ryan Taylor. So we've got 3 really big ones. Who else should we be looking out for?
Brian Trimps here, Eric Weichel. I mean, we got a very stacked field. But yeah, Jeremy Jones, Ryan Taylor, Woody Rose.
I've got another one for you, Brent Harrell.
Absolutely, that's probably my favorite car out there. That Horschel built machine is an absolute work of art. He debuted that last year at KOH. They worked through the kinks, but it's just a genuine car. We'll see if he can throw the paces through it.
Yeah, absolutely. These are cars that we're talking about here that would be right at home in 4400 if they slapped on some 40-inch rubber. And the pace they lay down is absolutely incredible. But there's a conservative pace here. As Brian Moore wakes his way around the course. Only a couple more turns and he will see the checkered flag.
And taking off the line as we speak is Craig Allen and Alan Lorton. The number 595 out of Norco, California with Allen Racing in a Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, and Spider Tracks. His first Ultra4 race was Glen Helen back in 2016, but he took the proper race line. He missed the qualifying line, so we'll see how this all shakes out. See, we saw Dustin Robbins do that earlier, but he got a rerun. But he said that cone was off, was knocked down. This one isn't. I don't know how this one will shake out.
Yeah, tough break there. Let's just see what happens. They were quite clear in the driver's briefing on which direction the course was to take.
Okay, he missed the course. The ribbon was up, so he will be taking a rear start. So tough break for Craig Allen. Up next should be the 45-49 of, well, that's Rick Lavezzo. He's already ran.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. That's all right. We'll find out in a moment. But, tough break there for Craig Allen. He will not be happy. We'll have to take a minute, just take a breather. So let's talk about the 4800 class here. So the 4800s, they're allowed a single shock per corner. Its coilover can be up to a 2.5 inch in diameter. They have to be a front engine, have to have 2 seats side by side, and it's really a class designed for aging 4400 class vehicles.
But there's definitely some new cars that are being built for it.
Well, that Brent Harrell car we were talking about, I mean, you look at that and it is built within the rules. It looks like we've got another car off the line now. Is this Eric Weichel?
This
It
is?
is Eric Weichel, the 406. We got flames down the side, and we are in action.
With Wade riding shotgun out of Helena, Montana, with Some Fear 406 Racing in his Jimmy's chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400 Atlas Raceline wheels, rigid and worn. His first Ultra4 USA race was Nationals 2019.
Yeah, it's a great-looking car. Great guys as well. Saw them at contingency yesterday. Big, wide smiles, and they're really looking forward to this race. And you can tell that things are turning up the heat a little bit. You can feel the engines as they come alongside our commentary
I can
booth.
feel it, I can hear it, and I can smell it. These cars are rocking and rolling as we're here in the Warren booth. You can hear them just right next to it, and this thing is rattling. It's great. I love it. Love the horsepower out here. Speaking about horsepower, Paul Horse will be coming out later on today with sniffing 1,200 horsepower and that IFS IRS four-wheel steer machine.
Yeah, I've been hearing rumors that this is a test run for the King of the Hammers.
Absolutely, and we're only a few hours away from that area, so this desert and the canyons are very similar. Obviously, we don't have the hammer trails like they do at King of the Hammers, but it's got everything else that we can think of. The tight sections, the wide open, the whoops. It's going to be awesome as Eric Weichel and Wade making their way around.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be something around about sort of that 210, 214, something around that kind of mark. But you said we've got so many big hitters in this 4800 class.
Believe that is Greg Neff taking off.
I think you're right.
And Eric Risco riding shotgun number 73 out of Broomfield, Colorado with Neff Motorsports. In a Neff chassis, LS3 525 horsepower, 6L90E transmission. Driving Ultra4 back in 2013.
No, you're good. And still the action continues here as Greg Neef makes his way around the course. Pushing on round Dwayne's corner. Nice pace here. Eric Weichel came in under 214. They called that one right, Miles.
That was a great run. Every once in a while you get something right there,
Well,
buddy.
it doesn't happen often.
I know. You catch me when I'm falling down, I promise.
Greg Neef there jumping down and be making his way onto the Yukon Ridge. And just look at how this is cutting up now.
Oh, he took a nice line. I like how he dove in a little early and took it a little more straight. That was a great little driving there by Greg Neff. And this gnarly little narrow whooped out Yukon Ridge. And it's a great spectator viewing area. Absolutely love it. And this is part of the racetrack. So later on today, you'll be able to see him coming in from the distance and follow him on in.
Yeah, this is going to be a similar sort of time. I reckon we're going to be somewhere around the sort of 212. And what sort of speeds or what sort of times do you reckon we're going to be seeing in this 4800 class? Are we going to be getting close to that 2-minute zone?
Man, I thought we would have, but I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out. We still have a lot of fast competitors to go. But Eric Weichel threw down a great time at that 214. Yeah, we'll see. This is the 4863 of John and his wife, Jody Holtzman, out of Newcastle, California, with Holtzman Racing. In a Jimmy's chassis, LS3 Turbo 400, Atlas, Arturo tires, Raceline wheels, JR's transmission, L-Rod Pro Straps, and Hardwire Motorsports. Their first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers 2020.
Yeah, and Greg Neef crosses the line there in a 2:10, so a solid run there from Greg Neef.
Shaved off 14 seconds off of Weichel, so he's sitting in that pole position.
Seconds.
We'll see if he can get those 14 points.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. I said 14 points, 4 seconds.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be in that pole position for very long, if I'm honest.
But that
Got
is a
some heavy
good-looking
hitting.
Jimmy's car.
It is.
It's shiny. I like the brights. It really helps us tell who's out in the dust. Saw Justin Barth got his car back together and made us a fancy roof. We'll really be able to tell who he is from the drone shots. Eric Weichel started that tradition years ago with that big, happy, smiley face on the top of his car.
Yeah, it's something that's transferred really well. I myself, I run a huge race number on the top of my car for exactly that reason.
You should run one on the skid plate as well, Jim.
Yeah, judging by my current performance, you're not wrong. Well, there is a reason my race number's 69. Same way up anywhere you go. Okay, so John Holzman making his way down the Yukon Ridgeline here. And again, this is looking like a good solid run. Going to be somewhere between that sort of 210 and 215, I'm guessing.
Looks like Barbara Rainey's tuned in. Thanks for checking us out.
Yeah, saw Barbara down in contingency yesterday, looking well. Always great to see her out here from the Off-Road Hall of Fame, of course. She'll be making her way out to Vegas very soon as the 829 leaves the line now.
Of Paul Kroger and Christy Kroger out of Tucson, Arizona with Kroger Racing. They built their own chassis with a Junkyard LQ9, Turbo 400, Hero TKs, and Simmons 4x4. Their debut was King of the Hammers this year. Husband and wife team. Great to see them out there. This is relationship. You think canoeing's hard. Think about getting in a race car. This is relationship building at its finest. We saw the Holtzmans out there. Now we have the Krogers.
And John Holtzman actually comes in a little bit slower than I thought he was with a 223. So a solid, safe run there from John Holtzman. And on course right now, making their way round Dwayne's corner. And you can see the different styles of cars as they've aged. That looks like an old-style Jimmy's car to me.
Yeah, he said it's a custom chassis.
It's a custom chassis. It looks like it's based on an old-style Jimmy's car then. But they sit much taller than many of the cars that we see these days racing in 4400. Times change, as does fashion. And that 829 there, making his way down the Yukon Ridgeline.
Up next should be the 1717 of Ryan Rollover Webb. We'll see if he can find, if he can rename Dwayne's corner. You see the rear end really get upsetted there. These whoops are starting to get a little beat up.
They are indeed. It all comes back down to what we were talking about earlier. Time in the desert, shock tuning. It really does make a big difference. These places, every single place is slightly different. And if you can spend a little bit of time out there, just make some adjustments, it really does make a big difference to your vehicle.
That is 1770. Sorry, that is Johnny Valadez. I miscalled that one. 717 is Ryan Webb. Just dropped a number. So Johnny Valadez and Aaron Kaiser, a local out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Telemetry Motorsports with his Bomber chassis, LS3 Power Glide, Atlas, Dana 60s, 14 bolts, Bill Stein, Yokohama Trail Ready, and Sparco. He was a rookie here at King of the Hammers this year.
And Paul Kroger crosses the line in a 224. So a solid run there for Paul. So this is the first of the Bomber chassis that we've seen out there. Of course, designed by three-time king Randy Slauson. Very popular frame at King of the Hammers. Looks like he's laying down a good pace here.
Yeah, he's been out here testing and tuning. Obviously, he's, lives here part-time in Lake Havasu, so great to see Johnny Valadez bringing a race to his hometown. Aaron Kaiser came out and volunteered earlier last week to help us set up a few things. He's riding co-driver with him as we speak. It's always great to have the locals out here helping us when we're setting up. Because it's just, back to the Ultra4 family. Everybody's here to help everybody. So we were here earlier. They saw that. They offered a hand. We took them up and put them to work. So thanks again, Aaron Kaiser. As Johnny Valadez pushing strong with Telemetry Motorsports.
Yeah, looking good here.
We were talking about the Bomber chassis racing. I saw that Randy Slauson was at Johnson Valley last weekend helping with the 2024 King of the Hammers rookie program.
Yeah, it's great to see these Kings giving back to the sport.
And I hear it. The 717 of Ryan Rollover Webb and Chris Branton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Racing. In a Jimmy's Bloodline chassis with a Coots LS6 680 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Kenda, Liqui-Moly, D-Bomb EFI tuning, Warren, JE Reel, Pro Eagle, 7.5 Media, TCGR Construction, Gill Industries, Diddy's Big Block, and Pro Eagle Jack.
And Johnny Valdez crosses the line in a 2:19 to go into third position. So our current top three. In first is Greg Neef. In second is Eric Weichel. In third, we just saw him on track, is Johnny Valdez. But there's a man on course right now who will really be wanting that first spot.
We'll see if Ryan Webb can pull it all together. So we're giving you just kind of a high and wide of giving you a little teaser of later on race course. You can see the dust as far as you can see. That's where we're qualifying.
And we're looking now back on our start line as Ryan Webb is out on course at the moment. And we'll be keeping an eye on his time, that is for sure. I believe
that's Jeremy Jones, I'm pretty sure.
Jeremy Jones, yeah. So this is a Trent Fab car. Now Jeremy Jones is in the contention for the National Points Championship.
He is leading the championship right now.
And I'm right in thinking he's already locked out the...
It's going to be so close with that drop race. I thought he had it locked up, but there's a few points. If Ryan Taylor can win this race, he can win. But if Ryan Taylor does not win, Jeremy Jones does have it. And Jeremy Jones and Don Ball Juicy take off like a rocket out of Laramie, Wyoming with Doc Jones Racing in that Trent Fab top shelf chassis with a proper tuning LSX 454 ATO 4L80. Atlas, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Wyotech, Warren, Yukon, Nepco, Old Trail Fabrication, Amsoil, Corkle Oil, Johnny Customs Motorsports, Warrior Built, Alltech, Fox, Vital Motions, U.S. Automotive and Machine, and Brannick Motorsports.
And Ryan Webb crosses the line in a 2:17. So Greg Neef is still our current race leader in 4,800.
But he moves into that third spot.
So we're just watching now. Doc Jones makes his way around Dwayne's corner. Up and over, and look at the pace here. Catches his own dust.
I was just going to say that. Look at that. He's dusting himself out. That just goes to show you the racing later on today. Dust is absolutely going to be an issue. So qualifying is very important because you want that clean air out front like Paul Wolf has.
Yeah, watch his line here. Oh, this is a great stuff here from Doc Jones. Absolutely pinpoint perfect as he makes his way down the Yukon Ridge.
And you know Ryan Taylor's sitting here watching. I hope Jeremy Jones doesn't get that 14 points for getting the pole. We'll see what it shakes out. But Jeremy Jones is pushing hard.
But this is what Ultra4 racing is about, Miles. It's about getting to the end of the season and there only being a few points in it. These guys have been racing so hard all year. I love this.
Yeah, it's going to be so close between Ryan Taylor and Jeremy Jones. It's the national points is going to be awesome to watch.
I think this is going to be sub 2:10. I think we're about to see Doc Jones going into first place, but we'll find out very shortly as another car bursts from the line.
That is Russell Ruckus Raven with Toby Stacy riding shotgun, the number 421 out of Portland, Oregon, with Raven Motorsports. And that outlet 4x4 chassis with an LS 408 stroker, a 4L80E. Hero T-Case, Yukon KMF Rugged High Desert Driveline.
And I've got some news for you, Miles. Jeremy Jones breaks the 2-minute barrier with an astonishing 1:58. Just wow.
Did you hear that? I think that was Ryan Taylor's jaw just dropped.
Well, he's still got his opportunity out on course very soon. So it'll be great to see what Ryan Taylor can do out there. And also, let's not forget Brent Harrell as well.
Yes, he's still in the mix.
And Woody Rose.
Yes.
This is going to be a fantastic session of qualifying, that is for sure. But 1:58, that's an astonishing run there for Jeremy Jones. And let's give that some gravity. That's only 5 seconds behind Paul Wolf. Now, I know you might say, hey, that's 5 seconds. But that is incredibly fast.
But don't forget, we have Brian Trimp with Trimp Racing Services coming up later on today as well.
Yep. Oh, there's so much great racing to come.
And there's Russell Raven taking that low side. It's really starting to get loose down there as he comes up there slideways all the way up the Yukon Ridge.
Yeah, I don't think that low side is the side to come up if you want to be fast. You've got to go.
You got to throw it around the outside.
Yeah, you've got to throw it around the outside. You've got to keep that power in and just bring it round steady.
Yeah, I think you want to drift around. We'll see what Vaughn Gittin and Lauren can do.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Vaughan is going to be the boy there. Do you think he's ever done any of this drifting thing before?
More than once. It was cool. We were, I think it was during registration the other day. I saw Vaughn walking up there, and this little kid. Actually, it was Gamble. He races with us and said, "Hey, I watched you last weekend doing the drift," and Vaughn took the time out and went and chatted with him. It was really cool. So there's the number 130 of Bam Bam Jr., Austin Thompson, with his dad, Brendan Thompson, riding shotgun. The number 130 out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing. That is an old UFO solid axle machine with a rear engine. Dart 454, ATO 4L80E, 205 Maxxis SMT Performance, Yukon FK Rugged Brannick Performance Air Filtration, Paul Jr. Designs, UFO Fabrication, Elite Metal Designs, Tubeworks, and Willwood. His first Ultra4 USA race was the Stampede 2022. And we will see his dad racing his UFO later on today as well.
Yeah,
Brendan
and Russell
Thompson.
Raven has just crossed the line at a 224, so solid run there, putting him into 7th position. But this car is so easily identifiable.
I think it's the oldest. It may be the. I think Guy Miller has one too, but one of the older straight axle Joe Thompson built UFO machines. Great to see it still out here running. Brendan Thompson raced his car for a very long time, built the new single seat UFO, and passed this down the ranks. So
he never put together a great race win, but he always had bursts of being incredibly fast with this vehicle. So it's so good to see it being back out on track again. And Joe, if you're watching, hi.
Oh, I'm sure he's watching. He's got a lot of his UFOs to be running today. We got the Gomez. We got the Gomez brothers. We have Paul Wolf. There's Austin Thompson and Brendan Thompson will be racing later.
For their 19, that'll be Jesse Lee. We're going to be seeing coming out on track very soon, if my numbers are correct.
Yep, I think you're there, buddy. So 48-19, Jesse Lee with Ralph Rupick riding shotgun out of Prather, California, with Giggles Racing. He built this thing out of his garage, a few Toyota panels, a junkyard supercharged V8, AW4 transmission, 205 Nitto, ADS, Trail Gear, Yukon, Warn, Yoda 1 Performance, and Dombacher Construction.
And Austin Thompson crosses the line. Fantastic run there from Austin. Puts it into 2nd position with a 210.
What a great run he's got right now.
Yeah, he'll be super stoked with that, as his dad Brandon will be as well. As the T-shirt said, let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brendan. Jesse Lee still pushing strong. I was texting him because I saw on social media a few weeks ago he was hoping to make it. So I was texting him back and forth. He's like, "We'll have to see how my paycheck comes along." And so I hit him up. Or he hit me back up. He's like, "Hey, the bonus is where I was wanted, so I'm going racing." Love that. And he was wanting to give some love to Brett Harrell. He helped him machine some parts to get here.
Yeah, as we watch Jesse Lee on track at the moment, let's have a quick catch-up with our top 6. So in 6th position is Johnny Valdez. In 5th is Ryan Webb. In 4th is Eric Weichel. In 3rd is Greg Neef. In 2nd is Austin Thompson. But right now, it's all about that man, Jeremy Jones, who's gone sub 2 minutes with a 1:58.
And just think of that's 12 seconds faster than Austin Thompson. Yeah, that is Jeremy Jones took off like a rocket and never looked back. He's got to be extremely happy with that. But I've been talking to Jones a little bit this week. He's burnt 2 plug wires out here on course, so he was a little worried about what was going on there. So last night he left contingency a little early, went back to work on the car, and obviously they got it figured out.
Yeah, now this is another Trent Fab machine that's coming off the line right now.
This is Ross Glaive with Brandon Lopez riding shotgun, the number 4802 out of Redding, California, with FXP Racing, that Trip Fab top shelf machine, LSX 454 FXP Reed transmission, Atlas Nexon tires, Raceline wheels, Warren, Holly. Rough Stuff, Torco, Trail Gear, Yukon, Flex Point Off-Road. He started racing Ultra4 back in EMC in 2014.
Doing a great job there as he's making his way around through.
We're clicking
and
through
Jesse
this
Lee has gone
qualifying.
into Jesse Lee's gone into sixth position with a 2:18. So a solid run there from Jesse Lee, pushing Johnny Valdez down into 7th. So lots of still great qualifying here to come. And let's not forget, after the 4800s, we go to the big dogs, the 4400s. Over 50 of the biggest and baddest Ultra4 race machines on the planet will be here to qualify for tomorrow's race.
I think we have about 10 more cars to go for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class before we kick off the... Thank you, sir. We have about 10 more cars to go in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class before we kick off the 4400 Unlimited cars. And look, he almost kisses that flag. That corner is getting blown out. And don't forget, we're going to go racing here in about an hour, so we got to roll through these cars.
We have indeed. It always takes a little bit longer than we expect. But right now it's all about Ross Clave making his way down through. It's a steady run, I think is the best way of putting it. That Trent Fab car. It's very similar frame to that we just saw Jeremy Jones lay down a 158. Very popular vehicle in this 4800 class. And this is 4806 leaving the line now. And he's leaving with intent. Look at this.
That is Steve Graff with John Dykus riding shotgun out of Litchfield Park, Arizona with Graff Racing and that Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra4 chassis. Rooster with a Revolution race engine, LS3 429 Maximum Turbo 400, Hero 3-speed Turco Oils, Nitto Dirty Life wheels. His first Ultra4 race was 2017. And John Dykus in that shotgun seat is an absolute weapon. Great to have a great co-driver riding along with you to be calling the corners, helping changing tires. It's I think a good co-driver in navigation is going to be huge on this 37-mile track.
It is. We just saw Ross Clave crossing the line there with a 240, a pedestrian qualifying session, but he got across safely, so he'll be happy with that. Currently sitting in 11th position.
And up next, we've been waiting for him. Mr. Woody Rose will be taking off. Here momentarily is watching Steve Graff and that Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra4 chassis.
Yeah, it takes a slightly different line there, but what can he do coming up onto the Yukon Ridge line? Well, I'm not sure I like that lower line there. I'd like to be a little bit higher if I'm honest. But he gets round there very nicely, makes his way down the course.
Putting a little dust on all of our wind blades. You can see the wind starting to pick up a little bit. The wind is the racer's friend today, especially on this high-speed desert sections. But you can see how quick it's blowing off. But this is on top of a ridge. Sometimes you get in those valleys, it could still hang.
Yeah, absolutely. But Steve Graff doing a solid job here. Now, we were talking about that cut line on the corner he's just on down to the right, but they're berming that up now. It's going to be interesting to see if the 4400s can find a line, but I'm not convinced that going before the flag is a fast line. After the flag, yes, but check this out. This is car 22. This is Stephen Woody Rose on course right now.
He's got his buddy Elvis riding shotgun out of Sparks, Nevada with Trent Fabrication Racing and a Trent Fab top shelf chassis with an LSX 454, an ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Nexen Tires, Raceline Wheels, Brannick, FK, Mika Malters, and Warren.
And Steve Graff crosses the line and moves into 4th position. So fantastic run there for Steve Graff and pushes Eric Weichel down into 5th. So as Woody Rose is actually on course right now, let's just have a quick rundown of our top 5. In 5th is Eric Weichel. In 4th is Steve Graff. In 3rd is Greg Neef.
In 2nd is Austin Thompson. In that pole position, Mr. Jeremy Jones, the Doc himself. We'll see if Woody Rose or Justin Barth has anything to give him.
Yeah, I'm sure Woody Rose is going to be right up there. There's quite a gap there between Austin Thompson and Jeremy Jones, and it's going to be interesting to see where Woody can put his time. Woody, of course, driving another Trent Fab machine.
And on screen is Justin Barth, who'll be taking off shortly. This is the car that took the tumble when Anthony Yount was driving for him in Crandon just a little while ago.
Yeah,
Great to see this car back in action.
Yeah, it's the Potawatomi Turn 1, and it was quite incredible. And if it was figure skating, I think he probably would have scored a 9.5.
It took a tumble for sure. So
I'm
Woody
still amazed
Rose,
that they've actually got it back together. Now, this is
Lot of work.
interesting. Where is Woody Rose? Because I would have been expecting to see him coming across the line anytime soon.
I would have assumed they sent Justin Barth. So Woody Rose, not exactly sure.
Yeah, something going on here, that's for sure.
Yeah, because they're sending traffic across the way. There goes Ross Glave. So what happened to Woody Rose? Sounds like Woody Rose needs some recovery. Getting a little chatter from my rugged radio. So Woody Rose having some issues, but they are sending off Justin Barth, the number 417, with Paul riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 48P chassis, LS3 427, Turbo 400, Atlas, King IBPs, Walker Evans, Radial Dynamics, and PCI. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2014.
2014, he's been racing with us for nearly 10 years. That's crazy, isn't it?
And races both classes a lot with UTV and the 4800. So what happened to Woody Rose? We'll have to get some updates through the rugged radios.
Well, that's big news. That's big news for the championship. That's big news for this race.
But remember, it is on adjusted time, so even though you're taking a rear start, your race isn't over, but you have a disadvantage between the dust and all the lap traffic.
Absolutely. But also, let's not forget, he can drop a race as well.
So Justin Barth out on course. Woody Rose having some issues. Jeremy Jones still out front looking good.
Yeah, you can imagine that Jeremy Jones is breathing a little bit easier knowing that Woody's had some problems, that's for sure. But we all want to go racing, so let's hope that whatever problems Woody's had, he can get it fixed, get back, and ready for racing.
We haven't seen this rig racing with us for quite some time. This is the OG Let's Roll chassis.
Really?
Antonio's racing. Yeah, great to see that. Part of Andrew McLaughlin's crowd.
Yeah, we spent some time with Andrew last night, so it's great seeing him out here as well.
He was having fun at Contingency. It was great to see everybody had fun last night. It was cool to put it all together. I know, logistics was a little tough, so thanks to all of the Ultra4 USA racers that were able to make it, and the spectators really had a great time. How far back is Justin Barth now? Oh, here he goes. Okay. So Antonio and Ked Hewing riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road in that OG Let's Roll Off-Road chassis with an LSA 6.2, 700 horsepower with an ATO Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Nacho Lights, Moab gear, and true home maintenance. And this is his Ultra4 USA debut right here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Now, I just saw Justin Barth coming through. I'm just looking for a time for him, and I've got it there. Here we are. Justin Barth is in 9th position with a 2:21, so taking it easy. Now, let's not forget that car is freshly rebuilt. It probably hasn't got any track time on it, so it's possible he just wants to have a nice, steady run out there. So a solid performance there.
And I recognize that. That is Dustin Eisenhower's old car, so that's got to be Bobby Lindgren and Justin Reese getting ready to take off. We're waiting for Antonio to come around with Let's Roll Off-Road. There's a great drone shot. He's in that far, hard right turn heading up towards the Yukon Ridge.
Yeah, you can see the big plumes of dust there where that corner's digging out. Oh, I love this view. You really get an idea.
And you can see the car getting a little unsettled there. Oh, he about clips a flag right there. Antonio putting those 700 horsepower to work on the Yukon Ridge in that whoop section. It's a lot skinnier than it looks, I'll promise you that.
Well, oh, look at that big jump there. And let's not forget, most of these vehicles, almost all of these vehicles have hydraulic steering, so there's no mechanical link to the wheels. So the wheel is constantly drifting through your hands as you're steering. And here goes the 819.
That is Bobby Lindgren and Justin Reese out of Salina, Colorado with Rusty Nail Racing in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, Texas Speed LSX 427 with 730 horsepower. It's got a Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Odyssey battery, ADS, rigid lights, PRP, rugged, worn, Factor 55, B&I Properties, Dirty Life Race Wheels, Yoda Mafia, RC 4-wheel drive, Yukon, Coyote Enterprise, Skies Off-Road, Pop Howards, Amsoil, and Willwood.
Well, check this out. This is awesome. Antonio goes into 4th position, and you're not going to believe this, Miles. We've actually got 3 cars, Austin Thompson, Greg Neef, and Antonio, separated by
a half a
less
second.
than half a second. How
Wow,
crazy
wow,
is that?
wow. What a great race. Well, what a great qualifying we have to set up for the race. A lot of fun. Is Bobby Lindgren making his way around?
Yeah, picks his way around Dwayne's corner. And on he goes again. Now, I've been looking. Is that Woody Rose on the side there? I think that was Woody Rose. We just saw him going past. So he's pulled to the side of the track.
Should have about 5 more to go for the 4800 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class before we kick off the 4400 Unlimited cars.
But in those 5 to go, we have Brent Harrell and we also have Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, 2 of our heaviest hitters are holding back to see how it goes. Are they going to be able to beat out Jeremy Jones' time with that minute 58? Only time will tell.
I have to say that minute 58, that is an astonishing time. It really is. As we're watching Bobby Lindgren right now making his way through.
Bobby Lindgren making his way off the Yukon Ridge. 1 more turn to go, and that is Highway 95 right there. There's the 4853 of Andrew Gorman and Sean Smith riding shotgun out of Bell Canyon, California with Gorman Motorsports in his Jimmy's chassis with a 435 LS7, Magnum Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto Tires, Raceline, King, Lithographics, and Rock Solid Rig. He started racing Ultra4 USA in 2014. And you see a lot of these, the race signs out there. Andrew Gorman helps us out a lot with all of that.
Yeah, and Bobby Lindgren crosses the line in 14th position with a solid 230 there. But the man to beat at the moment is Jeremy Doc Jones with a 158. An astonishing run there in his Trent Fab car, powered by that massive LSX 454.
There's still a few names on my list that are either late arrivals or they weren't able to make it, so you don't have to qualify. You can choose to take a rear start, or if you're having travel or mechanical issues, you can just relay to us and we'll give you a rear start. We'll see how that all shakes out as Andrew Gorman takes that little wide line. See if we can get up on the Yukon launch.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen Brian Tremp, have we?
Yeah, Brian Tremp, Matt Weiss. We hope to see Ryan Taylor and Brent Harrell.
Oh, well, I've seen Brent Harrell lining up already. He's, I think, at 2 cars back. So
Matt Murphdog Murphy was supposed to be here. John Matthews was supposed to be here, and I haven't seen him yet. Not sure if he's going to make it or not. He said he was going to try.
Okay, so Andrew Gorman now making his way. Only a few small turns to make.
So they should be shipping out Matt and Greg Torney here any minute. And there they go out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Torney Race Concepts and that Tribe 16 chassis with an LS3 416 with 700 horsepower. A Hughes Turbo 400, a Phenom T-Case, Warren, PRP, rugged radios, Optima, and Baja Designs. And that's kind of a cool story with the Torneys. They text me right when the 24 season came out and said, wow, I love the season. We were going to take the rest of the year off and prep for KOH, but we saw Havasu next year and this year, so they came to run this year to set themselves up better for next year because they are so stoked for next year's season.
Wow, that's so cool. Andrew Gorman crosses the line in 13th position, so great run there from Andrew Gorman with a solid 224.
So up next should be the 5166 of Matt Murph-Dog Murphy I was just talking about. I hadn't seen him, but apparently he is here. So great to hear that. But we're still got Ryan Taylor and Brent Harrell. We got Brent Harrell, the son, and Brett Harrell, the dad, be racing 4,400 later.
Yeah, let's not forget, Brett's coming off a really good race back in at Crandon this year. And, of course, Brent also did superbly well. Great, both fierce competitors, and it's so good to see them out here.
And, yeah, we have a stacked field. I'm trying to think of who's not here. Jason Shear is not here. Eric Miller's physically here but not racing.
Randy Slauson.
Randy Slauson. So there's only the Blylers. Casey Gilbert's in the mix. So there's only less than 10 of the who's that are not here. There's the 5166 of Matt Murph-Dog Murphy out of West Jordan, Utah with crawler corns. And that Jimmy's Trail chassis, Ricky Bobby with an LS7 Turbo 400 Atlas Salt Lake Vapes. Jimmy's 4x4 General Distribution, the Tuna Club, Flandro Metalworks, Justin's Tents, the Rob and Dog Show, and his wife. His first Ultra4 USA race was King of the Hammers 2017. Where'd the Tourneys end up? Looks like a 7th position.
Yeah, they done really strong there in the 7th position with a 2:15, so a solid run there from Matt Tawney.
And we've been waiting for it, and it's about to happen there, Jim. Brent Harrell is on the line. We'll see if he can mix it up with Jeremy Jones and Austin Thompson up front as Matt Murph-Dog Murphy plugging along.
Yeah, now this is one of the old spec class chassis, isn't it? All the same design as of.
Yep, I believe it is an old spec car.
Is it really?
You may have driven that one. I don't know.
Quite possibly. I raced one back in 2014. Great fun they were indeed. A wonderful set concept, the spec class concept. All identical cars in a class. Sadly, it just was probably a little bit before its time. Only lasted one season. But the legacy of those cars still lives on in these vehicles, and it's great to see them still racing.
Germs tuned back in from our Mid-America Outdoors headquarters. We got most of the AOE, MAO, and Ultra4 USA staff out here. We had to leave a few back behind to keep everything in line. So thanks for tuning in all over the world.
Yeah, Matt Murphy just laying down a nice solid run here. It's going to be around about mid-table. Guessing he'll be somewhere around sort of the between 15th and 20th position. And then we're about to see the horsepower unleashed.
And horsepower, I hear it going down. So that's Brent, the Iceman Harrell with Justin riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with team change order. And that 2021 Horschel chassis with that Ford Bronco clip. Danzio LS7, 710 horsepower, a Gearworks Turbo 400 with a Magna box. TubeWorks, Nitto, Fox, Obstacle, Max Tie-Downs, Brent Schmidt Trucking, Warren, and Factor 55. His first Ultra4 USA race was the Nitto Nationals back in 2020.
So Matt Murphy just crosses the line there in 16th position with a 229. But right now it's all about this young man, Brent Harrell. I love this car. Obstacle-built vehicle making his way through Dwayne's corner. Look at the plumes of dust he's putting up. He's giving it everything out there, Miles.
And Brent has won Montana and a Crandon this year, so he's got a great thing going.
He has indeed. This young man is completely focused when you see him behind the wheel of a car. Now, I'm looking at this. What line is he going to take here? He throws it in. He makes it stick. Oh, fantastic
He took the
stuff.
wide line. That's good. This car's really settled in there. And what a great-looking rig it is. And look at the speed he is pushing up there.
Yeah, he's doing a great job there, Miles. He's pushing across that Yukon Ridge. Looks absolutely fantastic. Only a few corners to go. Now he's still taking that inside line or that outside line. They're not cutting across there where I expected them to.
And there's Brian Trimp with Jamie Bachman riding shotgun, the number 896 out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing in his Jeep Armory chassis. GBM LS 408, Tranny Tom Turbo 400, Atlas 14 bolts front and rear, Mickey Thompson, Yukon, Ironman, Off-Road Anonymous, Dynamic Motorsports, Edmund Speed and Shop, Warren Tire Lights, Adams Drive Shaft, and Trimp Racing Services.
Right, I got some news at the top. In third position, we have Austin Thompson. In second position, Jeremy Jones. That means that Brent Harrell is our current pole sitter in the 4800 class. What a time, a 1:56, a full 2 seconds ahead of that incredible time set by Jeremy Jones.
Wow, so Brent Harrell just threw down a heater. And we were just talking about the national points. He's not quite in the mix right now, but he's going to mix it up, that's for sure.
Well, that's what we're talking about here. Those dark horses coming in, throwing it all in, and playing havoc with those national points. Oh, I love this so much.
So I'm sure Ryan Taylor's happy right now that Brent Harrell just stole those 14 points away from Jeremy Jones.
But we still got Ryan Taylor to come on course yet.
He is up next.
Absolutely fantastic.
And then we'll be kicking off the 4,400 Unlimited cars.
Oh, look at that, Brian Temps. He steps it out. And this is what I was saying earlier. You really can't see on this drone how narrow this ridge is. Great stuff here from our 4,800 Legends class. Supported by Brannock Motorsports. Got to say a big shout out to Stan and the gang.
Stan the Man Haynes. He's been in our world for as long as I have, and he's been supporting us from the very beginning.
I've heard rumors that he's been around since the time of the dinosaurs, but these are only rumors. As Ryan Taylor takes to the course now, car 53. This is a man who's racing for championship points.
Out of North Liberty, Indiana, with Team Indiana and Rock Roots Racing in his Trent Fab chassis with an LS 6-liter 4L80E Atlas Brannock Yokohama Raceline and his family. His first Ultra4 USA race was Moab back in 2021.
And Brian Temps crosses the line and takes third position. So Brian Temps in third, Jeremy Jones in second, and Brent Harrell in first place.
Really mixing it up with the 4,800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class.
Oh, wow. Talk about save the best till last. Incredible stuff here.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see where Ryan Taylor can end up. Can he beat Brent Harrell's time of that minute 56? He's going to have to push hard. Trying to throw a little bit more water towards the race line start-finish.
Yeah, Ryan Taylor, I'm expecting to see him coming back round towards the race line start-finish at any moment now.
And actually, I'm wrong. He's at the entry to the Amsoil Hot Pits right there, because you can see some cars getting set up, because we have a UTV race. It's going to be starting here in just a little bit. But don't go anywhere. We still have the 4,400 Unlimited class for our qualifier.
So Ryan Taylor's out there on course at the moment. It does look like our drone is down, but bear with us. We will bring you the action as it ever comes. So we're expecting to see Ryan Taylor in around about the next sort of 15 seconds or so.
And just getting an update from John Matthews. He's just saying, hey, he's not going to make it. Buddy, I hate you're not here. You're always a fun one to watch. But, hey, I get it. No worries. Looks like that's Aaron that took over the flag for us. Part of your... Oh, it's a rollover. So Ryan Taylor, who is in contention for national points, is going to be taking a rear start. So Dwayne Garrettson and Ryan Taylor coming from the back of the pack. Jim, it's going to be a dogfight.
Hey. What about Woody Rose?
Yes, Woody Rose. So,
as well.
We're three of our top five are coming from the back.
Don't forget Dwayne, of course, he's racing in 4,500.
Oh, you're right. You caught me. Thank you.
I got you. But
man,
no.
oh
so we're
boy.
gonna have two of the very fastest cars in 4,800 starting at the back of the pack. Oh, man, this is going to be something. But let's talk about our top five right now. In fifth position is Greg Neef. In fourth position is the young man, Austin Thompson. In third,
it is Brian Temp. And in second is Jeremy Jones.
And in first place is the young man, Brent Harrell, in that beautiful Paul Herschel-built obstacle car. I love this racing. I love Ultra4. And it's so good to be here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu.
And we are just getting kicked off with the Ultra4 USA. And is that Cade Rod? I don't know. Quick glance. Yes, it is. Cade Rod. We're about to kick off the 4,400 Unlimited class with number 7, Cade Rod, with that Rockstar Energy versus Monster Energy right behind him of Casey Curry.
So we've gone from being chassis chassis fighting each other to monster to
Energy
Sports
drinks
fighting each other. And just behind there, oh, look at this, off the line right now, it is Cade Rod.
Number 7, Cade Rod out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4 or that single seat IFS with a Mast LS, ATI transmission, SCS, Bilstein, Nitto, Vision, Rockstar Energy, Black Fly sunglasses, CBR, Simpson, Don Wapo hot sauce, L-Rods, K&N, RCV, Willwood, Holly, Adams Drive Shafts, Gearworks, Bulldog, Spider Tracks, KC Highlights, Total Race Solutions, and Justin Tents.
Now, let's not forget, Cade Rod was having a battle royale with Paul Wolf back at Visions this year. Then he had a problem. Oh, look at this, finding new lines already. Fantastic stuff from Cade Rod. He's got to make it safely around Dwayne's corner. He does. He's back online. Is he going to pick his own dust up? Of course he is. He's flying.
And you can tell they are really pushing hard. I'm not sure if Paul Wolf's time's going to stick after watching Cade Rod. He is on a absolute...
Oh,
no! He overjumped that. I don't know. That could have hurt something. And if it didn't, he got lucky. He is laying it all out on the line. Cade Rod on a mission.
Yeah, but we know that these guys have got to push really hard indeed. They've really got to do something special here. I think you're right. I think that 153 could be in real trouble. Cade Rod is throwing it all down, and he has a point to prove. This is a young man who's worked his way through the ranks. He's come through the limited classes into the unlimited class, and with this car, he can do something special. He proved that at Visions when he was all over the tailgate of Paul Wolf. And what has he got for us right now? 2 corners separate him from us and the checkered flag.
And it sounds like Casey Curry and Aaron Quesada just took off the line. Number 2 out of Norco, California with Curry Racing. In the Trophy Jeep, a 2C IFS Redline 800 horsepower engine, Turbo 400 Fortin, TK 74 board wells, Monster Energy, Nitto, KMC, Fox, Molly, Baja Designs, Curry Enterprises.
Oh, my word, Miles, you're not going to believe this. Cade Rod has just crossed the line. He's not just beaten Paul Wolf's time, he's crushed Paul Wolf's time. 1:46.
7 seconds. Absolutely insane. Cade Rod leaving it all on the line. What a great run he had. And here goes Casey Curry.
Yeah, Casey Curry. Now, this is the Trophy Jeep. Now, we saw this car how many years ago at King of the Hammers? 2014, I want to say. It's had many revisions since then. It's won many races since then as well. And he's certainly not on Cade Rod's pace here. But Casey Curry, he has won so many races here in Europe, at Dakar. This man is a legend in his own right. It'd be so interesting to see what kind of pace. I reckon he's on around about mid-50s, 150s at the moment.
What a great run by Cade Rod. We'll see what Casey Curry can throw down. Up next is Glennie Page, all the way from Ontario, Canada, getting ready to take the green flag.
Yeah, that was just jaw-dropping stuff from Cade Rod. Do you remember that jump he did just after Dwayne's corner?
Oh,
incredible.
A little too much, I think.
Well, this is the thing. Now it's about racecraft. You've got to save your car. And now we're looking at the 464. This is Andrew
This is Glennie Page with Bill McGivens riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada with North Force Racing with a Getment Fab chassis, North Force Rival Hydrovac Summit Hammerhead parts.
We nailed it again. 1:53 for Casey Curry. So great pace there from Casey, but still a full 7 seconds behind Cade Rod. Now, we spoke about it before and we'll speak about it again. This is possibly one of the largest classes of 4,400 vehicles we've seen outside of King of the Hammers at any race event in history. So cool to see.
So Glennie Page out on course all the way from Canada. Love to see them come on down and have some fun with us. Some great laughs. They've been a lot of fun to bringing them into Ultra4 USA. They just stopped by for the 2024 King of the Hammers rookie program last weekend and then came on down here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, he gets a good pull out of there, working his way onto the Yukon Ridge. Oh, I love the graphics on the side of this vehicle as well. They look absolutely fantastic. Glenn Page, a slightly different pace to Cade Rod, I think it's fair to say. But he's still laying down a good time here. as he picks his way down. He's only got a few short turns to make. And they'll be releasing another car out onto course.
So number 4, Chip McLaughlin with Brad Christian riding shotgun out of Corinth, Texas with Rufus Racing in his Tribe 16 2C IFS machine. Irene with a Grom LS7 800 horsepower Turbo 400 Atlas Maxxis Vision EcoStaff Nightsticks Baja Design and Johnny's Customs. And speaking about Rufus Racing, Angie, Mama Ange is in the house, and it's her birthday. So a huge happy birthday to Angie.
And Glenn Page crosses the line with a 2:06, so a solid run there from Glenn Page. Now, Chip McLaughlin, or Mr. Resort Cool, as we should now start to call him, he's making his way around the course.
He's dodged a couple trees so far. We'll see if he can keep that up. Hopefully, keep out of the cacti out there in the open desert. Love Chip McLaughlin. Always he's the class clown of Ultra4. Always having fun. Always a smile on his face. A huge part of the Ultra4 USA family.
Yeah, it's great to see him out here racing with the whole Rufus Racing team.
Yeah, Pip Justin came over once again to race with us as well. All the way from Australia. Over in your neck of the woods, right?
Yeah, only a few miles out. Caught up with the Rufus Racing team the other day. It was so good to see Ange, so good to see the whole lot of them. They're in great spirits. And Chip bringing it home. And he'll be so super stoked to be out there on course right now. Oh, he blazes. Just goes a little bit wide there off the far side. I think this is going to be something around sort of Glenn Page's kind of time, sort of around that sort of like between 2 and 10. Now,
so that's the 3006 pulling off and out of the way. Must be having some issues. Hopefully Chip has enough room to come through hot. He checks a little bit. So in this instance, JT is going to ask Chip, hey, did you feel like that cost you any time? You can have a rerun or keep your time. So not exactly sure what happened to Aaron Robinson. Tough break for him.
Yeah, so that's the 3006.
Of Aaron Robinson.
Aaron Robinson, yeah.
So having some issues in his Trent Fab machine. Not exactly sure what's going on. We'll get it squared away, but hearing some chatter on the rugged radios.
And in the background there we can see, it looks like Pip Justice.
So let's give a huge shout out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Rugged Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, Warn, Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wheelin'.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, and the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport.
Yeah, look at this and lovely drone footage, and look at all these incredible 4400 class cars lining up. There's Andrew McLaughlin there. Just going through all of these. Kevin Stearns, Raul Gomez, two-time king, and our current king, of course.
Matthew McCowan.
Look at it. This row of cars just goes on and on. There's Chad
So
Hunt
there's
there.
Dalton Hamilton, Tad Dowker,
Yeah.
Guy Miller's car, Travis Grande driving. There's Greg Adler.
Greg Adler, yeah.
We got some heavy hitters
Now,
yet to
interesting,
go.
very, very interesting in all of that lot. I have yet to see Lauren Healy, Vaughan Gittin Jr.,
The Campbells.
the Campbells, any of them, and including Brian Crofts. Or Campbell. Are we doing the Campbell Crofts thing?
that's your call.
And then, of course, we want to talk about Levi Shirley. Now, Levi, he's got that massive comedy-size LT5 supercharged engine, and we saw him on social media getting some tuning done of the dyno. So, be interesting to see what Lyndon can do out here.
Yeah,
I
it'll
think
be
this might be a
interesting.
course that will really suit that car.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a desert car for sure. There's the two-time and current king,
Yep,
Raul Gomez. Oh, there's a.
Kevin Stearns.
Oh, no, there's AJ Watkey.
Yes.
He's
Now, he's a newcomer to this.
Yeah,
isn't he?
he's been racing off-road for a while, but it's his first race with Ultra4 USA. And you can see right there, they're tripping the transponder, making sure everything's going smooth.
Yeah. and
There's
that
Andrew
is
McLaughlin.
Andrew McLaughlin, who we saw last night at Contingency. Big smile on his face as always.
And there's
Now,
Weston Jones.
That was that Paul Wolf there going through? There's Bailey Campbell.
Wow, what a stacked field we have. So we're going to be pushing the time. We'll probably be a little bit off time to start the 4900 race, but stick with us.
Hey, we're still watching great racing.
Hey, I'm here for it,
And
buddy.
you know the best thing? It just means that we'll race longer.
And worst case, we don't get a lunch break. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
here to
live with
race.
that. I could do with losing a couple of pounds.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, look at that. The 3006, that Trent Fab car just being towed off. That is so terrible to see. But if you're going to break your car, break it before qualifying. You've got time to fix it before the race. But still heartbreak, and you never know. They might be able to fix it and still get back out there for qualifying. As Miles said earlier, if you can communicate your issue to race director JT Taylor, he will be sure to get you back online if he has a space for you. But right now, let's just talk about Cade Rod with a 146. Just astonishing stuff. Oh, the pace of Cade was quite remarkable. Then in second place is Casey Curry with a 153. And Chip McLaughlin goes in with a 159, sub 2 minutes. So a great time there from Chip McLaughlin. And then Glenn Page rounding out the man from Canada with a 206. And there's Brian Crofts. Now, Brian Crofts made the change to a smaller motor for this season and has been doing him good so far. Multiple podium positions in the 2023 season. Just looking at the back of his car there, you see the fire extinguishers, the AGM jack, those wonderful exhausts. And sort of loop the way around on the top of the motor, then out the backside. And I believe that is Brett Harrell there. We just saw Brent Harrell taking pole in the 4800s.
There's Travis Zollinger in that Pro R machine.
Now that's interesting. Can that be Travis Zollinger racing? Because we saw...
Yeah, we saw him in his Can-Am earlier. Now he's in his bigger car.
Okay. So we can see our race director, JT Taylor, talking on his rugged race radio. I think things are about to go live again.
And
here comes Pip Justice.
Here he comes from the Australian bush with Rufus Racing.
So Pip Justice is getting ready to go. He gets the green flag and onto the track he is. Pip Justice racing with Rufus Racing.
With Diamond Dave riding shotgun out of Australia. The Tribe 16 solid action machine gone with the Crom LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Maxxis, Vision, EcoStaff, Nightsticks, Baja Designs, Johnny Customs, Mama Ange, and the man above, Zandy. His Ultra4 USA debut was King of the Hammers, 2019.
Yeah, and I love the fact about Pip. You just see him getting faster and faster every time he comes out on track. Gives it 120%. 14 hours to get from Australia to here. He says it gets a little bit easier each time that he comes. And he's out on track right now, and he's doing a great old job. We've got our drones down just for maintenance at this moment, and we will get it back in the sky just as soon as we can. But now we're looking at the IFS machine of the 719. Now, Miles, let's just talk about the difference between 4400 class and, of course, the classes that we've been seeing.
Yeah,
the
we keep talking. Yeah,
the
we
most
keep talking.
noticeable difference is, of course, IFS
Versus solid axle. Solid axle is a live axle, so when the left tire goes up, the right tire goes down. Well, when you say IFS or IRS, independent front suspension, independent rear suspension, so each tire can do its own thing. So on a race like this, I do think an IFS/IRS car does have the advantage in the desert for the bigger whoop sections. But when you get back in those tight canyons, I don't know, those straight axles can really move strong.
Yeah, so this is 719 of Weston Jones.
Catfish himself with Robbie Flandreau riding shotgun out of Salt Lake City, Utah with Tuna Club Racing. In that Jimmy's 4x4 2C IFS machine, Mr. Pickles with a turnkey LSX Turbo 400 SCS Falcon Construction, Jimmy's 4x4 Salt Lake Vapes, and Justin's Tents. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2022.
Yeah, did you see the horsepower pulling that car around that corner? That was quite something. I love this so much. But let's talk about 4400. What is 4400? It's unlimited class racing. And what does that mean, Miles?
It means exactly that. Build it, dream it, and come on and race it. Unlimited tires, unlimited suspension, just about anything you can build. Come on out here and race Ultra 4 USA. The biggest and baddest names in our sport will be out here ripping and roaring. They will be racing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But we are qualifying for the 2023 Ultra 4 USA Legends of Havasu.
We are indeed, and it keeps on delivering. But at the moment, it's all about that man, Cade Rod. An absolutely astonishing run there with a 146. Are we going to see that beaten? Someone's going to have to commit 110% if they are going to beat that time. That is for sure.
So obviously Robinson's the one that broke down at the start line, so he crossed the start but had to get pushed off, so that's why the optimal leaderboard is a little bit off. We'll get that readdressed, but Cade Rod with that 146, astonishing range, and I can just feel the Warren booth right here, Jim, is absolutely vibrating. All the horsepower. As we see Andrew McLaughlin and David Starr out of Phoenix, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road Racing. And his Jimmy's 4x4 straight axle, El Rey with an LS 406 stroker, Zero Gravity Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto Tire, Raceline Wheels, and Lithographics. And he's been racing Ultra 4 since 2009 at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, Weston Jones comes in with a 203 there, so a solid run from Weston Jones. And as we said before, Andrew McLaughlin is now out on track. We spoke to Andrew last night, and he's in such good spirits. Great to see him there. A firm favourite from King of the Hammers. You might remember that video from all those years ago when he's literally exploding rocks during the qualifying session. Well, there's no rocks for him to explode out here. Let's just hope he can keep it solid, keep it tidy, and bring home a great time. And on track, we've got the 4497 lining up right now. And the 4497.
That is Mike Spindler out of Wellsville, Utah with Spindler Racing. As we're waiting on Andrew McLaughlin with Let's Roll Off-Road Racing. He's been around our sport since the very beginning. Great to see out Andrew. He's taking a little bit of time off, but we were talking about contingency last night, and he was all smiles about, he just was having a great time last night, loving the contingency there downtown at Lake Havasu, listening to some music. Ralph Shaheen and Ken Stout had that contingency show last night on Speed Sport. We had a lot of fun last night. But this is what I'm here for. The racing. The 4400s are out here qualifying. And there goes Mike Spindler, spinning himself with Spindler Racing and with a Fishmouth Fab chassis, Danzio LS7, Turbo 400, SCS, Crossfire Off-Road, BFG, Fox, Baja Design, KMC, and Warren winches.
Yeah, this is not a dissimilar car to the car that Jason Shearer won 2 Hammers Championships with.
There's a few of these cars out here. Yeah, we didn't mention that, but SCI's got 2 of their cars out here as well.
They have
so
Tom Gilpin's out here racing. We saw him out there on the track.
And Denny Sterndale?
Yeah, looking very fast indeed.
And there's A.J. Watke. Up next.
Now, I believe this is, if I'm right in saying that this is the old MBRP car.
You are 100% correct. So this is almost an identical twin to Von Gittin Jr.'s car, a 2C IFS Triton Engineering Bronco. He's been racing off-road for quite some time, but this is his Ultra 4 USA debut.
It's great to see people crossing over from other areas of off-road motorsport to join us here at Ultra 4. We say it once, we'll say it again. We're a great big family, so we love to welcome people into our ranks. And it's great to see the fact that you can actually go out now. You don't have to have cars built for you. You can buy older cars or other cars. And to call this car old would be a wrong thing to do. Just look at it. Built by Triton Engineering. It's a thing of absolute beauty.
Thanks again for everybody tuning in. John Siemens tuned in back at home watching. He was supposed to race, but I just see him holding his baby. So congratulations on the new addition to the family. I knew it was cutting it close, and you got a new one. I'm super stoked for you, buddy. Mike McClure's tuned in. Bailey's tuned in. Tim Hooper, Barbara Rainey. So thanks, everybody, for checking out the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And where is Mike Spindler? I assumed I'd see him come through, so maybe he's having some issues. Nope, there he goes. 3, 2, 1. A.J. Watley and Brad Goodfellow making their Ultra4 USA debut out of Winchester, Virginia, with Chaos Motorsports and Warren Racing and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco with Ford Performance 460 D3 Jeff Ginter Racing engine with 800 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas RCV with 74 weld portals, Spider Tracks, Fox, Advanced Auto Parts, TechNet Professionals, Warren Factor 55, RCV, Funhaver, RTR, Chaos Off-Road Park.
Yes, Andrew McLaughlin crossed the line without us noticing with a 2:08, so I wonder if he had a problem out there on course. Seems a little bit off pace for Andrew. And that looks like, is that Kevin Stearns?
That is Kevin Stearns.
It is indeed.
Great to see him back out here racing with us.
Yeah, now that's a two-seat UFO, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a Triton Engineering
machine.
machine.
It's the Triton machine. That's it, you're right. Yeah, very interesting car, this one. Kevin's been racing with us for a great many years, moved up into 4400. And he's had some issues with this machine. He's just on the setting up, getting things right. It's a very different car to what he had before. I mean, it really is about as close to a spaceship as you can get.
An absolute work of art as A.J. Watley is out there making his Ultra4 USA debut. We'll see what he can do with that Triton machine.
And I've just noticed also, going into 4th place is Pip Justice, ahead of his great friend Chip McLaughlin with a 1:57. So an astonishing run there from Pip Justice. What an awesome time indeed. So let's have a quick rundown of our top 5. At the moment, in Chip McLaughlin in 5th. In 4th is Pip Justice. In 3rd, it's Casey Curry. In 1st, sorry, this is actually incorrect. I'll do that again. In 5th is Weston Jones. In 4th is Chip McLaughlin. In 3rd is Pip Justice. In 2nd is Casey Curry. In 1st, it's Cade Rod. If you're looking at live scoring at home, you can see William Robinson there in 1st. Please ignore it. That was a false start, and he will be re-racked from the back.
And again, thank you to everybody who is tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And just tuning in is the Live from Desk presented by Toyota, right there in the heart of Vendor Village. So thank you to everybody there in town for coming checking us out. I know Ken Stout, and Ralph Shaheen and Erica Allreed will be joining you off and on all weekend, so we appreciate you tuning in there in the middle of Havasu while we're out here breathing the dust.
As still the action continues here, looks like we might have some drama out on course as A.K. Watley is moving on to nearly 3 minutes now. But we're just hearing on our rugged race radios that he was off course but has just rejoined the course. It looks like we can see him now making his way down the Yukon Ridgeline. So maybe he just lost where the course went. Or had a problem. We'll never know at this stage. But he's got a few more turns to go, and he will be crossing the line. Not the qualifying time that he would have wanted, that's for sure. So A.K. Watley makes his way down into the finish zone as Kevin Stearns powers off the line in this incredible Triton machine.
So Kevin Stearns and Stephen Watson riding shotgun out of Hurricane, Arizona with Tilden Racing. And that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine, Gina with a Mast Motorsports 800 horsepower LS with a maximum 4L80E, SCS TK, Sturdy Life Wheels, Nitto, Fuel Lab, Off-Road Design, and South Bay Drivelines. His first KOH was 2010. He's been in our sport for a very, very long time.
Kevin Stearns making his way around Dwayne's corner right now. Looking good, looking tidy. I don't think he's going to be challenging Cade Rod. but he'll just be wanting a nice, sensible pace. Be wanting to stick it in the top 10 if he can. And this is good stuff here from Kevin. Powering round onto the Yukon ridgeline. Oh, look how dusty and broken up that's getting now. And you can see how these IFS cars work on this top ridgeline. They have a mechanical link to the steering, which makes it so much easier for them in these tight sections. We'll see some solid axle cars mixing it up with these IFS machines in 4400. Let's not forget, it is unlimited four-wheel drive racing. So if you can dream it, you can race it.
What a wonderful day of qualifying it has been. And again, we have so many people tuning in. Thanks to everybody. It sounds like Dave Cole, Donnie, and Alex Kellenbach are glued to the coverage as well. So thanks for tuning in as we have Darian Gomez taking off, number 90. Out of Folsom, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in a UFO IFS Joe Thompson built single-seat machine with Barilla horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, UFO SCST case, Mountain F Enterprises, Nitto King Shocks, and Method race wheels. He's been racing, Flacco has been racing with us quite a few times, and that is the current King's son, Raul Gomez. Darian's out on course right now. And we'll see if his dad can back up a win from King of the Hammers.
Now, this is really interesting because Darian Gomez has come up through the ranks at a very similar time to Cade Rod. They raced in the lower, I don't want to say lower classes. That's very disrespectful. In the limited classes, and made their way. They learnt their skills. They learnt their craft. I'm really excited to see what kind of time Darian can put down here. This looks quick, Miles. Got a slightly rough line there as he made his way onto the Yukon ridgeline, but this is looking very quick indeed. Really putting together to work that Joe Thompson UFO machine. And we're going to see quite a few of these vehicles out here this weekend. Raul Gomez, his father's racing one. JP Gomez is racing as well. And of course, Paul Wolf. So Darian Gomez, and I'm looking at the clock now, and I think this is going to be very fast indeed from Darian Gomez. I'm not sure he can beat Cade Rod, but this is going to be quick. And out on course now, it is Waylon Campbell's old car.
That is Matthew Macho McCowan out of Queen Creek, Arizona, with MRM Racing with a Campbell chassis. Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, FK, Warren, Yukon, Justice Brothers, Baja Designs.
And I've got some big news, Miles. Darian Gomez goes into second place behind Cade Rod. 149. Astonishing stuff there from Darian Gomez.
That just goes to show you these UFO machines are something to be out there, and we have a lot more yet to come. But right now, it's still about Cade Rod, and he has a 3-second lead over Darian Gomez, and he qualified first in the 4400.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen a Jimmy's car sitting at the front end, and it's great to see. I know that Randy Rod, Cade's dad, will be sitting there with the biggest smile on his face right now. But this is a Campbell car on course. So many amazing manufacturers of these vehicles. The way this industry has grown in the last 15 years is absolutely astonishing.
And I just love the 4400 cars. These are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, here in Lake Havasu. We go over huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. That is what a 4400 Ultra4 car is all about.
It certainly is, Miles, and that's why we love watching them race. As we watch a helicopter disappearing there in the background. Another car leaves the line.
Looks like Brandon and Stan Haynes are tuning in as well. Thank you. That is the 4489 of Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson out of Grass Valley, California, with Moves Motorsports in a bomber chassis, LSX 454, ATO 4L80E, Hero T-Case affordable bender, and Bulldog winch. His first Ultra 4 race with King of the Hammers 2018.
And sneaking in there, just noticed that Kevin Stearns has gone into 6th position with a 159. So a great run
for
there.
Him. There's Dalton Hamilton, that bomber, making his way, bombing through the desert.
So just having a look at our top 5 right now. In 5th position is Chip McLaughlin. In 4th is Pip Justice. In 3rd is Casey Curry.
In 2nd, Darian Gomez in that top position. Took off first and hasn't looked back. Mr. K-Rod sitting on those 14 pole position points for right now. Because remember, this is a double points race. Normally a pole position gets 7 points, but now it's 14. If you win the race, you get 1,000 points. Not this race. You get 2,000 points.
But right now it's all about Dalton Hamilton, who's on course. Bomber frame being put to work as he makes his way across this ridgeline. Now this is a solid axle car, so it will have a full hydraulic link to the steering. Makes it a little bit different. Feels a little bit strange when you're coming across there. Can feel a little bit disconnected. They don't have that problem with the IFS cars. With the IFS cars, they have that mechanical link. Feels completely different. Much better suited to a ridgeline drive like that. But Dalton Hamilton's not letting that dull him as he makes his way around. And here it is. It's another UFO machine. And this is Brendan Thompson.
Bam Bam himself out of Grass Valley, California with Outcast Racing in his 2022 Joe Thompson UFO single seat machine with an LS 490 tall deck, ATO 4L80E, SES, Maxxis, SMT performance wheels, UFO, Warren, Rugged, Brannick, FK, Motive Gear, Willwood, Walker, Performance Air Filtration, King, Baja Designs, Toonworks, RCV, Switch Pros, and Paul Jr. Designs. You have seen him on Discovery building American choppers, but he's out here racing with Ultra4, and that is Joe Thompson's brother, Brendan Thompson. That is a talented, talented family.
It is indeed. And let's not forget, Brendan Thompson also threw down one of the fastest times in qualifying at King of the Hammers this year.
That just came up just about a week ago. I rewatched it. We were showing on one of our group messengers that we have some fun with. And they were showing that on there, and it just shows you how hard you have to push these cars to get in that pole position. You saw K-Rod blow that jump. It couldn't have felt good, but he was throwing it all the line to get out there and get out front fast. If you're just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. We are about 10 miles south of Lake Havasu for Legends of Havasu as the 1177 takes off. That is Mark Nicholson with his son Landon riding shotgun out of Grass Valley, California with Moves Motorsports in an off-road edition chassis. LSX 454 Turbo 400 Atlas and Sierra Nevada GSI. Their first Ultra4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2018. Great to see so many names that are coming back to race with us. You know, because obviously King of the Hammers is a bucket list race. But Ultra4, I mean, it's just so fun to get them out here racing with us. And this is a great pre-sight of what you'll see at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely, and I've got some news. Brendan Thompson goes into 4th position with a 154. That's astonishing stuff there from Brendan Thompson.
Our top 5 are really putting it in. So K-Rod in that Jimmy's car, Gomez in a UFO, Curry in his car, and then another UFO, then a Tribe 16 car. So the top 5 is pretty stacked. It's going to be exciting. And Pip Justice in a solid axle machine playing with all these big dogs, kind of taking over, beating Chip McLaughlin, just like Zandy used to do in qualifying, kind of taking that over from him.
Yeah, now you took the words right out of my mouth there. Pip Justice throwing down an absolute astonishing time there when you consider he is in a solid axle car on a course that really, let's be honest, is suited to the IFS.
And I'm not going to say it's a dated car, but it's an older car. That Tribe 16 machine, I mean, the old man Doug Jackson used to raid that car, so you know how long ago that was.
Well, that's the time of dinosaurs, wasn't it? Hey, Doug, how you doing? And no, but you're right. This is an older frame. And see Pip out there. He's so at home in that vehicle these days. He really, really does enjoy driving it, and he really puts it through its paces. Awesome stuff. But there's a lot of talent yet to come.
So Mark Nicholson out there with his son making memories, having some fun with Moves Motorsports. And up next is a brand new driver to our sport, a brand new car in our sport. That is the number 777 of Harold Fidgeman with Mike Miller riding shotgun out of San Ramon, California with Aaron's Body Shop Racing. He's in a brand new Jimmy's two-seat Dragon, IFS LS3 Turbo 400, Atlas, and all he's got is his wife and kids to make his dream come true, to make his Ultra4 USA debut. Actually, he used to race back in the day in EMC, so 2012, but he hasn't raced with us for quite some time. So great to see him coming back.
Yeah, I always think it's absolutely astonishing when you see a vehicle turn up with no sponsorship stickers on it. You always think to yourself, wow.
But it's pretty impressive, the dedication.
Indeed it is. But this car is the sister car to Cade Rod's car. Cade Rod is a single-seater. There's some slight different variations, different motors, different transmissions and things, but a very similar frame to Cade Rod's car, and it's Cade Rod who currently has pole position.
Yeah, Harold was one of the first ones that showed up contingency yesterday, and I was standing, we were, doing our hits and whatnot, and we were close to that car, and so many people commented like, this car's never even seen the dirt. And I was like, no, I saw it in the dirt, but it looks brand new. So a little bit later I asked him, how did you clean? He's like, Havasu is the best city in the world. I came up here, they had VP race fuel at the pump and a car wash next door. 2 birds, 1 stone, got her gassed up, got her cleaned up, and he was in contingency. And he was all smiles last night.
Yeah, he was loving that, wasn't he? I've got to say, there's not many fuel stations in the world where you can buy 110-octane fuel and clean your car at the same time.
All in one whack. So Harold Fidgeman out there in that brand new car. Looks like one of our flags got a little ran over. And off the line next is the 906 of Tad Dowker with Andy Eustace riding shotgun out of Quantin, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. This is in Dave Cole's old car, Bambi. It's a Trent Fab solid axle machine, LSX 454, 4L80E, SCS, Off-Road Research, Mickey Thompson, Ramkins, Warren, Baja Designs, Amsel, and Hawk Performance.
And Tad Dowker, he's been putting down some incredible results in 2023. He really has been at the top of his game, taking a solid axle car and putting it right up amongst those big IFS vehicles. I'm really excited to see what Tad can do here this weekend. But he's out on course now, making his way through. And here is another UFO machine. I think that might be Mr. Give me confirmation that is Paul.
That is Paul Wolf and his new wrapped machine. It looks like a Mario Brothers on the side of it. And there is Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, with that green flag once again. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. And one of my good buddies. I could listen to that guy tell stories all day long. I would have been able to catch up with him and have a couple of frosty beverages throughout this week. And like I said, if you want to listen to a story, go over and talk to Bob. He's one of the nicest guys out there, and he'll give you what you want to hear.
But they're not just stories.
They're real stories.
They're real stories. They're the stuff of legend. This is a man who's been to Baja, who's won Baja, and I'm not just talking about any race. I'm talking about the Baja 1000. As another hero leaves the line now, a man who probably needs no introduction, the 1018 of Paul Wolf.
Another Mid-America Outdoors ambassador out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing, and another Joe Thompson-built UFO single-seat IFX with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCS T-Case, Nitto, Raceline, Radflow, RCV, FK, Alltech, Brannick Motorsports. A huge shout out to JB Scale Graphics, Project X, Optima Batteries, Rugged Radios, Warren, and TubeWorks. And this guy won almost everything last year. This year he's got a good thing going, had a couple hiccups, but Paul Wolf is a man on a mission.
He is. Let's not forget, he's already pre-run this course. He's already done his Pro Mod UTV, so he knows the qualifying course. If I was Cade Rod, I'd be sitting on the edge of my seat right now. I'd have my hands on the hips. I'd be sitting there, and I would be worried. Let's see what Paul Wolf can deliver.
Looks like Megan Miller's tuned in. Thanks for checking us out for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. It's a great shot about. That's probably my favorite flag I've ever seen there, Jim. That one right there on top.
I cannot comment.
Every time. I love it. I love giving you a hard time, buddy. He comes all the way over from England and comes over and gives us a hand quite some time. You know, obviously Pam's in here with us most of the time. Love working with her, but she'll be down in the Amsoil hot pits. But it's a pleasure to have you in here, Jim.
Thank you
And
so much. It's
Paul
always a
Wolf
pleasure
is
to
on
be
a
here. Look
mission.
at this. Absolutely storming it.
I think this
Oh,
could.
they're stopping him.
He had such
Oh,
a
no.
fast time going, they had to flag him down. Not sure what's going on. I'll get on the rugged radio, see what happened. But Paul Wolf was running strong, but got shut down, obviously for safety reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a yellow flag there, so that's a course flag. So there had to be a problem on track, so we'll find out very, very shortly, and we will keep you updated. So there's Paul Wolf, the 1018. Just making his way back round there. Oh, look, we can see, it looks like Tad Dowker had rolled his car.
Yep, so again, safety reasons. So Tad Dowker, one turn left to go, terrible break. So that was the best thing that could have happened because behind those bushes, Paul Wolf would not been able to see him. So I'm sure he was frustrated in the heat of the moment, but it was the right call by JT Taylor, our race director, to make him stop. Tad Dowker is up and over. Tough break for Paul, but he will absolutely get a rerun. And hey, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing because he just ran this thing now twice. He gets a third run at it because he was
now,
UTV first.
Yeah, but there's a few things going on here, okay, because Paul would have been driving incredibly hard there. So where's his transmission temperatures at? Now, some of these guys are ultra serious as well from the point of view that they will be thinking about fuel. So some of these guys will be running reduced fuel in their fuel cells so they can keep the weight down in these vehicles. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes directly for a lineup. Now, you may think that's a bit unusual that they might be getting overheating temperatures when they're actually only covering a mile. But when they're pushing as hard as they can, they're pushing beyond race pace for qualifying. But it does look like he's going straight back onto the start line. Now, he's just cutting out the main lap there. You'll see he'll be looking for clean, fresh dirt so he can put those Nitto tyres to work. Bob Bauer standing there. Our Grand Marshal for 2023 here at the Legends of Havasu. And if you are just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Grand Finals. Already seen some fantastic action here, and it does look like Paul Wolf is going to pull over for a moment. Whether that's JT Taylor's decision or whether that's Paul's decision, I'm not sure. If it was me, I certainly would not want to run back-to-back on qualifying. I'd want to let everything just settle down a little bit, bring my temperatures back down. And on the line now, getting the green flag, this is Chad Hunt. Miller chassis, Spider Tracks axles, lots of Brannick parts on this car. Now, he used to have a supercharged motor in there, but he had some problems, so he's taken it out. Gone back to a normally aspirated V8 motor. And Chad's also a nominee for the Xander Williams Sportsman of the Year. Absolutely.
Out of Plymouth, Indiana, with Hunt's Motorsports and his Miller Pro chassis with a Mass Motorsports LS 427 with a 4L80E transmission, SCST case, Brannick Nitto Method, Fox Radial Dynamics, and Indiana Muscle Cars. Ultra4, his first Ultra4 race was Badlands back in 2014, and like Jim, you just said, a nominee for the Zandy Williams Sportsman of the Year. One of the biggest smiles in our sport. Know his wife Nikki is here on site, rooting him along with, I'm sure, the entire Team Indiana. That there are only a couple of them made it this trip. Team Indiana is one of the best teams in our sport. Hate y'all aren't here, but I know you're tuned in, so I'm going to give you all back home a huge shout out. Thanks for everything you do for Ultra4 USA. And Chad Hunt is in the mix for national points. If he wins this race, he does have a chance to be our national champion as well as the Sportsman of the Year. If he could take both of those home, wow, that would be a feat to be had. And the Zandy Willen Sportsman of the Year is voted and nominated by their peer racers. So it's not me, it's not you, the fans back home. It's fellow racers that were able to vote on this, and they got them in there. We'll see how it all shakes out. It's between Eric Miller, Aaron Lynch, Levi Shirley, and Chad Hunt. There's the 4464. That is Travis Grande driving Guy Miller's car with Mitch Nunez riding shotgun out of Rio Grande, California with Chasing Time. And that straight axle Joe Thompson UFO LS7 Turbo 400 Atlas Chasing Time Performance horses. Great to see Travis Grande and Guy Miller giving him the ride. Travis Grande and Guy Miller have been bus buddies for a long time. And letting him come out here and have a little fun. Oh, does a little buzz bicycle there, but keeps her under control. As Travis Grande heading out, we'll see how he makes this turn. It looks like a pretty good run there. And up next is Mrs. Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller riding shotgun. And look at the course is deteriorating on that backside of the Yukon Ridge. It's just getting smaller and smaller and more 8 out and more 8 out. We'll see how it all shakes out. But, man, it's looking good. This course is... It's going to be tough for all of our competitors. These guys and gals are going to have to fight for it. And there she goes, the number 35 of Bailey Campbell with Ryan Miller riding shotgun, another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. And that Campbell Enterprise 2-seat IFS machine with a proper tuning Klein LS 490. Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Monster Energy, Nitto Tires, Fox, Warren, ARB, Baja Designs, Motive Gear, Ron Davis, Hughes Performance, AZ Drive Shaft, Rugged Radios, Impact, Baja Designs, Walker, Justice Bros, Brannick, Evan Weller, Howe, Power Tank, Willwood, and Phenom transfer cases. And up next is 3-time King of the Hammers winner, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, Bailey Campbell's dad, Shannon Campbell, unleashing the beast. And again, thank you to everybody at the Live From Desk presented by Toyota down there in the heart of Vendor Village. Give yourself a little shout out. Thanks for tuning in. The Vendor Village down there is absolutely amazing. Almost 80 vendors down there. There's some great contingency and music last night, and now while we're out here eating the dust in the standard wash, you're in there just having some fun. Close to all the other activities like the rodeo, the side-by-side takeover, and the music coming up. And don't forget, the F1 boats are going to be fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that, Mars. But right now it's all about Bailey Campbell, who's on course. Always watching this young lady racing. But here we go. Here's the big man. It is Shannon Campbell. Oh, he takes a hard hit there. Comes to a stop almost.
Number 5, Shannon Campbell out of Lakeside, Arizona with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication in the Dragon Slayer in that IFS single-seat chassis. He's building a new car as well, but it's not quite ready. So a proper tuning Klein LS490 with a Hughes Turbo 400, Monster Energy, Nitto, ADS, Warren, Motive Gear, Weller Racing, Can and ARB.
And got some big news. Bailey Campbell moves into 5th position with a 157. So a great run there from Bailey Campbell. In 4th position it is Brendan Thompson. In 3rd is Casey Curry. In 2nd is Darren Gomez. And then, of course, we saw him earlier today. In 1st place right now, it is Cade Rod.
What a great showing of what these cars can do. And again, a huge shout out to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the entire AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners as he's just pitches it into the corner. That was a pretty good run.
I love that. That was a fantastic move there from Shannon. Completely different to anything we've seen from anyone else. Shannon only got married a couple of weeks ago and he's here on a high right now. Great to see him driving so hard once again.
probably the biggest name in our sport, winning the King of the Hammers 3 times. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell really laying down a heater. And like you were saying, Jim, he really did a great job. There's Bob Bauer waving the green flag once again.
And I think that might be Paul Wolf going off the line there, but I might be mistaken.
No, that's 82.
Yep,
Gomez.
I do apologise.
Oh, don't apologize. All good. That is J.P. Gomez, number 82, out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single-seat Joe Thompson machine. Dugan's engine. ATO Turbo 400, UFO SCS T-Case, Mountain F Enterprises, King Shocks, Nitto Method Race Wheels, and Baja Designs.
Oh, man, can't believe this. Shannon Campbell goes into 5th position, knocking his daughter, Bailey Campbell, down by 0.02 of a second.
That is absolutely insane. The competition is so tight right now. We have been qualifying for 4 hours right now, so we're a little off pace for starting the UTV race. We do apologize, but we will keep the action rolling as we are here.
Now let's talk about JP Gomez. JP Gomez is the man who can. He has won lots of races in the national championship, but he's never won a King of the Hammers. He's always been that nearly guy. His brother, of course, has now won twice. We've watched race director JT Taylor there. But JP, he has an ability to come out to these national races and do incredibly well. Great to see him back on track, and he's really putting this UFO to work. Punches it down the Yukon Ridge, makes a turn down in towards the town as Greg Adler leaves the line. Now, this is an older machine that's been rebodied to look like a Bronco. And Greg Adler, of course, well known for desert sports as well as Ultra4 sports, races a trophy truck. As JP Gomez crosses the line. And JP Gomez goes into 3rd position with a 151, just behind his nephew, Darian Gomez.
As Greg Adler, boss man himself, with Brian Kirby riding shotgun out of Manhattan Beach, California, with Off-Road Warehouse Motorsports. And that Kirby designed 2-seat IFS machine with 74 world portals, turnkey LSX, RDE, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORW, BFG, Raceline, Odyssey, Rigid, and Liquid Moly. Like you said, Jim, Greg Adler races a little bit of everything. Hasn't raced too much Ultra4 regional races, but it's great to see him out here plugging it away with Ultra4 USA. So again, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is Ultra4 USA at its finest. But don't forget, we have F1 boat racing, the IPRA Rodeo, the American Side-by-Side Takeover. We have Flow Rider, Brett Michaels, the Sand Outlaw Drags. We had to move them, but they are still racing down in Yuma. And we have pool parties, jet ski tricks, and so much more.
We do indeed, but I love the fact that we've got Greg Adler out here racing. Normally we usually only see him at King of the Hammers, and I love the fact that this Havasu race is exciting people. We've got the Gomez brothers here, we've got Greg Adler here, we've got lots of guys that are normally just Hammers players.
Robbie Gordon, Max Gordon, Casey
Robbie
Curry.
Gordon?
I mean, it's an amazing lineup we have with us. It's so great to see. So we'll kind of see what kind of time Greg Adler can get.
Yeah, Greg looks a little bit off pace there. So we'll just come up with that. Yeah, Greg Adler in 14th position with a 2:03. I say he's off pace. He's 4 seconds outside of being inside the top 5.
So taking off right now is the 135 Ian Continus with Taze Flores riding shotgun out of Franktown, Colorado, with Carbon Motorsports, and that Jimmy's 2-seat IFS machine with a Jeff Ginter Racing Big Block Chevrolet with a Maximum Turbo 400, Hero TK, Spider Tracks, Gearworks, RCV, Vision, BFG, AccuTune, Fox, PRP, Rugged, FDM Karting, KC Lights, and Warn. We'll see what kind of time Ian can throw down.
Yeah, Ian's been racing with us for a little while now. Let's see what he can come up with. But let's just have a quick look at our top 5. In 5th position, we have Brendan Thompson. In 4th position, Casey Curry. In 3rd is JP Gomez.
In 2nd is Darian Gomez, and still sitting in that pole position is Mr. Cade Rod with a smoking fast time. He went out there, qualified first, and laid it all on the line. Bob Bauer waving the green flag. Here we go. Here comes Robbie Bobby, Roger King, and Justin Cowart riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby with a Colville solid axle chassis, LS3 Magnum Turbo 400, 205 T-Case, Griffin, Brannick Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, and Willwood. They've been racing the EMC since 2012. They are qualified in their Jeep earlier, but now they're in their Colville 4400 car. Again, playing double duty. So we should have a time for Ian.
Yeah, looks. I'm sitting there seeing that Ian Contagious has come in a
sixth position. A great run
massive
for him.
Yeah, so he's ahead of Shannon and Bailey Campbell there. What a fantastic run for Ian with a 155. Now, this is a very interesting looking vehicle in the full Rock Jock livery.
So this is a fun one. This is Lauren Healy's 2C IFS IRS machine. I was talking to Lauren. I hit him up. I said, hey, are you racing your single-seat car or your two-seater? And he's just, all of a sudden, my phone starts ringing. He's like, this is a story for you. He's like, so I'm racing my single-seater because Jeff Wagner, the old name, the old rock crawler himself, came into the shop and said, I got to have it. He said, it's not for sale. He said, anything's for sale. So Jeff Wagner is in here racing with us. Great to see that name back in our sport. I remember seeing him in Davis, Oklahoma a couple years ago racing with us.
So run that by me again. Who's driving this car?
Jeff Wagner. This is
really?
Yep. He just bought it from Lauren Healy just within the last month.
That's incredible.
So great. Like, again, I love seeing all the names coming back racing with us.
I literally just had to pop out for a moment. I ran past this car. I sort of gave a wave because I thought it was someone I knew, and they didn't wave back, so that'll explain it.
Well, or they just didn't like you.
Possibly both.
Probably a little bit of both. No, I'm just all in good fun, buddy. As Roger King is still out on course. But this is this is one of those Triton engineer machines. So number 53, Jeff Wagner out of Kearney, Nebraska, with Wagner Racing in a Triton Engineering 2C IFS IRS Bronco with that Ford Performance D3 Jeff Ginter Racing engine, almost 800 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, and an Atlas. The old school rock crawler is back. Great to see him racing with us. You know, he did a lot of cone dodging in his days, raced Ultra4 a couple times, but man, that Triton Engineering IFS IRS machine, absolute spaceship.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Ken Goodall getting ready to take off here very soon. So Ken Goodall should be racing. He sold this to Dave Oliver and then got it back for him. So they've been, I don't know if they're selling it back and forth or just sharing it back and forth, but it's Ken Goodall in that Jimmy's car getting ready to take off.
Yeah, great to see Ken out there again. Well, of course, let's not forget we saw Logan Goodall taking pole. Yeah, taking pole in the 4500 earlier on today. There's been so much action today, Mars. So much racing. It's absolutely incredible.
And we are just getting started. This is only qualifying for Ultra4 USA. We will be racing the 4900 UTV race here coming up in just a little bit as we're looking at our Optima battery leaderboard right now.
Yeah, and somewhere out there on course at the moment, I believe we've got Jeff Wagner.
I believe that's a sneak peek of the race course later on. So there's Ken Goodall, the number 7779. Padre with Todd Miller riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that Jimmy's 2C IFS with a Klein LS7, Zero Gravity Turbo 400, SCST case, Dirty Life wheels, Milestar tires, Warren, Torco, Maxima, Willwood, SRP, and Baja Designs. His first Ultra4 race was Nationals back in 2011.
I can tell you, Miles, that Jeff Wagner has just crossed the line in 15th position with a 2:03. So welcome back to Ultra4, Jeff.
That's a pretty solid run for not having much seat time in that machine.
No, that's a very good run indeed. And those cars they're not easy to drive. It takes time to learn them. So to be able to jump straight into it and put down that kind of time, that's great stuff. Bodes well for the race. I have to say, I really did dig the livery as well with the rock jock on the sides.
Oh,
Looked
absolutely,
fantastic.
yeah. So we'll see what kind of time Ken Goodall can put up.
So we've got both sides of Curry Enterprises out here, haven't we? We've got the Casey Curry side, and the Curry Enterprises, and then we've got the rock jock, which is the other side.
Yep, a little bit of everything.
Very cool indeed.
It's been some amazing qualifying on this 1 mile long loop. Up next, we'll be racing a 37-mile loop. The UTVs will be racing 3 full laps, and it's going to be gnarly. The attrition is going to set in hard. So Bob Bauer waiting for the 3, 2, 1. Green flag is going.
Come on, Bob.
So Joe Gatlin, Papa Joe with Jesse Clark riding shotgun out of Chino Valley, Arizona with Fire River Racing. This is Jimmy's 2-seat solid axle machine with an LS3 Turbo 400 Atlas, the Happy Medium Approach, ECU Masters, American Force Inductions, DeVolz Motorsports, HD Sign Company, Dirty Life Wheels, Adams Drive Shaft. Lots of action out on course.
Oh, we just saw there Kenneth Goodall crossing the line. And I'm just waiting to get a time for you on Kenneth. Kenneth Goodall crossed the line in 21st position with a 2:11. And so the action continues here.
As Joe Gatlin is out on course with Fire River Racing. And talking about Fire River Racing, Joe Gatlin is driving Tom Prendergast's old car, and Tom Prendergast is on the line getting ready to take off in his off-road army machine.
He is indeed, yeah. I haven't had a chance to speak to Tom yet today. He's such a nice guy. He's had some blues, new car blues, but everyone has those once in a while. But he's feeling confident. He's feeling underpowered when he was at Crandon. And he said he's been doing some work on that, and he's really confident that he can do some good stuff out here this weekend, and let's hope he can. But right now it's about Joe Gatlin making his way back towards the finish line. And it would appear that one of our flags has succumbed as Tom Pendergast is off the line.
Wreck-It Ralph with John Dykus riding shotgun out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing. And that off-road Armory Eurofire 2-seat IFS machine, Tiffany with an LS3 American Force Induction Supercharger, 4L85 SCS, KDM Shock Technology, Dirty Life, Happy Medium Approach, Eclipse Therapy, Adams Drive Shaft, DeVolz Motorsports, and Summit Machine. His first Ultra4 race was in 2021. He's racing with us for quite a while.
Yeah, and Joe Gatlin crosses the line in 19th position with a 2:08. So a solid run there for Joe Gatlin. So Tom's got this supercharger on this car now, and he'll be pushing on. Let's see what he can do. Now, we saw Cade Rod take the other line at that point. Actually came to the other side of that tree. I haven't seen anybody else take that line yet.
Oh, he blows that one a
yeah,
little
blows
wide,
the corner
blowing
out.
through the dust. Oh, takes a big hard hit. So he, when in doubt, throttle out. He just stayed on her. But these cars, that just shows you how tough they really are.
Well, let's not forget, Tom had that big, went up on his nose and then over onto his side when he was at King of the Hammers qualifying this year as well. And this off-road Armory, it's a big car. But he'll be pushing it down the track now.
So Tom Prendergast and John Dykus pushing strong with that off-road Armory machine. Trying to make it happen.
Yeah,
and
looking
look
nice
at
and
him
smooth
just
that.
skimming.
Fantastic.
And then
I'd love to hear the noise of that car, mate. So that supercharger howling.
Oh, and here goes the 1018, a rerun of Paul Wolf, because earlier we had to shut him down early. So Paul Wolf, the Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in that UFO single-seat machine.
Oh, no. He gets a real horrible line coming out of that first corner. And you can see the whole car bog in. Oh, wow.
With Raceline Wheels, Radflow, RCV, FK, Alltech, Brannick Motorsports, JB Scale Graphics, Project X, Optima Batteries, Rugged Radios, Warren, and TubeWorks. He's won in Moab. He's won at the Stampede at Visions Rush. He's won a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Tom Pendergrast, he comes in with a 2:07 and is in 19th position. So Paul Wolf makes it around Dwayne's corner. Now he needs to find some speed here. Oh, that gets it up on a little bicycle. He's got to put that moment out of his head. He's got to forget about that first turn. He's pushing hard now. Comes into the turn. Can he make this stick? Yes, look at that. Perfect from Paul Wolf. Wheels off the ground everywhere as he pushes this UFO to its absolute limits.
So we'll see what happens for Paul Wolf. He is pushing absolutely everything because he knew he had that little small mistake. So he's going to be giving all he's got all the way to the finish line. We'll see what kind of time Paul Wolf can throw down.
Yeah, he actually takes the inner line there. Superbly done. Now, we saw him come round here. This is where he got stopped last time. Oh, yes. Fantastic stuff here from Paul. Now, has he got the pace for it? I think he's a little bit off, but we'll see. Oh, big bicycle
huge
stand.
Buzz bicycle. Comes through hard all the way to the finish. We'll see what kind of time. Look at that.
And into second place goes Mr. Paul Wolf with a 1:47. Cade Rod is still our pole sitter.
So looks like we'll give a little rugged replay. We'll see what happens here. Getting a little hang time up on there. Look at that. Just giving all he's got on the Yukon Ridge. Thanks again to Rugged for that replay. And we just missed Waylon Campbell taking off number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in his Campbell Enterprise single-seat chassis with a proper tuning Klein LS490, Hughes Turbo 400, Trailworthy Hero T-Case, Monster Energy, Nitto, Fox, Warn, ARB, Motive Gear, Ron Davis, Hughes Performance, Howe, Klein, Evan Weller Racing, Rugged, Arizona Drive Shaft, Impact, Justin Bros, IBAC, Factor 55, Power Tank, Baja Designs, Axel, and Willwood.
Oh, he gets off course there, but Waylon Campbell is the nearly man. He's nearly won this. He's nearly won that. He's nearly won Hammers and nearly won everything else. Can he put it together here? He is so incredibly fast.
Oh, and look at that. He is all over this thing. This is a fast time if he can keep it together. He is like out of control fast right here, but that's when you're real fast, is you're on that ragged edge.
Yeah, he takes that very, very on the inside line there, and this is Phil McGilton, I believe.
Yep, with Dr. Amanda Ross riding shotgun out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with 47 Motorsports and that Jimmy's 48-piece solid axle machine with a Showfield Performance LSX 434 with a Maximum Turbo 400 Hero TK Southern Tire Mart with Pilot and Flying J, BFG, Vivid Lumens, and Radflow.
Okay, Waylon Campbell crosses the line, and he pushes Casey Curry down into 6th position. Waylon Campbell is in 5th place with a 1:52. That's remarkable stuff.
This qualifying is turning out to be super exciting as we see Philip McGilton out there running strong with Amanda Ross riding shotgun.
Yeah, round Dwayne's corner, nice and safe, picks his way through the desert. Now, Phil has been getting better and better through the 2023 season. We've seen him put together some incredible results. We've seen him have some near misses as well.
He won this year in Pennsylvania.
He nearly was winning in Visions until he had a mechanical right towards the end.
That happens for a lot of people.
Oh, it does indeed.
I was winning until. I hear that every day.
Hey, don't go there. There's a sore subject right now.
For you or for them?
For me. Real sore. But, yeah, so Phil, he's laying down a real fast time now. Look at this. Now, let's not forget, he's in a solid axle car. And if he can squeeze this into the top 10, he will be absolutely over the moon. He cuts to the side as we watch Levi Shirley, the man from Kansas.
From Dodge City, Kansas, with Corey Nasso riding shotgun with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley racing that Off-Road Armory Eurofighter 2C IFS Layla with a proper tuned supercharged GM LT50 Gravity 4L80E SCST case, Yokohama, King, Brannick, Spider Tracks, Baja Design, KDM Shock Technology, Giggle Wind Pinch, Maxima Oils, Impact, ARB, Rugged, PRP, JE Reel, Dynamic Motorsports, Switch Pros, RCV, and Nemesis Industries. He's been racing Ultra4 for a very, very long time.
He has indeed. And Phil McGilton crosses the line with a 1:56, putting him into 9th position. So a fantastic run there from Phil.
So top 10, what a great run for him.
That really is. Now, Levi Shirley, he's been working on this car for the best part of the year, trying to get the maximum he can out of it. He was at the dyno before he arrived here this weekend, and he's working very hard. Look at that massive leap there. This is a heavy car.
Oh,
pushes the scales at nearly 3 ton.
pulled that right front tire up just a little bit, giving it all he's got. We'll see how this Yukon Ridge treats him.
But look at this, though. This is fast. This is very quick indeed.
Great time going.
Come on, Levi, you can do this.
And look at the huge whoops there, unsettling the car, push him a little bit everywhere. But we'll see if he can hold it together.
Yeah, Levi's not been racing as much this year as he would do normally. So it's great to see him here out on track now.
There's a great car to see right there. That is James Mahoney out of Colfax, California, with Mahoney Racing in that old school Faravani single seat IFS chassis, LS7, 800 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Roseville painting, and Get Bent Fab.
Okay, Levi Shirley, he crosses the line. Huge bicycle as he came around the last corner, but Levi Shirley moves into 4th position with a 151.2. Absolutely astonishing stuff. Only literally a 1/10 of a second ahead of JP Gomez.
What an amazing run. Look at our top 10, Jim. Philip McGilton, Ian Cottonez, Brendan Thompson, Casey Curry, Waylon Campbell.
In JP Gomez, Levi Shirley, Darian Gomez, Paul Wolfe, and the man who was first off the line this morning, Cade Rod, with an astonishing 146. Incredible stuff here in Lake Havasu.
And James Mahoney on screen as we talk. I can mentally remember when this car got debuted multiple years ago, and when it rolled out of the trailer, it was an absolute monster. I know Darian Gomez had it for a little bit, and now Mahoney has it. It's great to see this car back in action because it's still a contender for sure. And like I said, it was ahead of its time when it came out.
It was absolutely legit. I remember everybody looking at it and they were just like, wow, where do we go from here? And it's one of the cars that has led us to the cars that we have today. The technology we saw in this, the way that Gary actually looked at every single component and then took it to the next level, it was quite remarkable at the time. And right now, it is Brian Crofts off the line. This is arguably the man of the season. Oh, no. Oh, no. He has to take a backup. Oh, that's bad news there for Brian.
Costly mistake for him. He's our national points leader out of Novata, California, with CB Motorsports and that 4th-gen Campbell chassis, single-seat IFS with a proper tuning, Klein LS490, Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Dixon Flannel, Nitto FK, and Warn.
Yeah, and James Mahoney, we've just seen him cross the line with a 158, so a solid time there, putting him in 14th position. And next on the line is Mr. Paul Herschel. I think that was Paul Herschel I saw.
Brett Harrell, I think.
Is it actually
similar.
Brett Harrell?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my guess. Yep, that's Brett Harrell.
Oh, yes, Brett. Yeah, you're right.
That's Paul's old car.
Yes. But right, it's all about Brian Crofts right now. Now, we saw him have that mistake, and he'll be kicking himself. Now, he stepped down on his motor program this year. He's gone to only 650, 700 horsepower with his LSX 454, which is a lot smaller than he's used to running, but it's been working well for him. He's been holding it together, keeping the car consistent. But he's really going to have to pedal hard if he's going to put it into the top 10 here today.
Yeah, one backup in a line like this will cost you some time for sure. But he's trying to gain that time back. Look at that. You can see the dust come over the hood or the bonnet of his car.
Well, there's not much of a bonnet on that car. He cuts the corner as he breaks down across the edge. He's going to cut the corner again. All perfectly legal, not a problem there. He's given it everything.
That's what you call straightening the curves.
Absolutely.
As Brett Harrell and Justin riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon with team change order. And that Paul Herschel built 2-seat IFS machine with a Danzio LS7, 750 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Wiseman T-Case, Nitto, Trail Ready, TubeWorks, Fox, Max Tie-Downs, Obstacle Warn, and Brett Schmidt Trucking.
Yeah, so... we've just seen there Brian Crofts crossing the line. He made a mistake again on the final corner. Huge bicycle off to the side, but crosses the line in a 157, which unbelievably puts him just ahead of his father-in-law, Shannon Campbell, and his other half, Bailey Campbell. Incredible stuff from Brian Crofts. Just imagine if he had been good on all of those corners. That time would have been incredible. And lining up now, we see Christopher Branton with those huge USD sticky tyres. But on course right now, it is Brett Harrell. We saw his son qualifying in first position in the Brannick 4800 Legends class earlier today.
You talk about a stacked field and action-packed. What a wonderful day of qualifying it has been thus far. And we still have 2 races yet to go, Jim.
We do. It's astonishing stuff. I really can't get my head around it at all. Now, let's talk about Christopher Branson. Christopher Branson threw in a huge surprise last year as we just watched Shannon Campbell's car on the trailer there. That's interesting.
Well, but remember, he's not staying on site. He's staying in town. He's got a VRBO,
okay.
So he's probably, qualifying's done. He's going to go hang out the rest of the evening.
Fair play. Right, Christopher Branson. He surprised us all at Disney last year where he qualified first.
And remember his huge showing at KOH during qualifying.
Absolutely.
That's where he got Chris Kamikaze Branton from. Ryan Webb riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Upside Down Racing in a Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LSX 427, Maximum Turbo 400, SCS, Kryptonite Customs, Raceline Wheels, USD Stickies, Liquid Molly, Diddy's Big Block, Warren, and the Kids College Fund.
And Brett Harrell crosses the line in a 158. So off pace there for Brett Harrell. I was expecting more, if I'm honest. I wonder if he had a problem somewhere out on course. But now it is the crazy genius of Mr. Paul Herschel that is lining up.
You are absolutely correct when you call him the crazy genius of Paul Horschel. This guy is one of the quietest, one of the nicest guys in the sport. You drop that helmet, he turns into an absolute animal. We'll see what he can do against this stacked field. There's Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, once again, patiently awaiting to wave that green flag.
Yeah, he's seen some dust over the years, that's for sure. And we're just waiting now. It looks like they're getting ready to do the start, which means Christopher Branson is on a charge. Now, it's very interesting because these big USD sticky tyres, are they an advantage in the desert? Are they not? And here we go. Paul Herschel is out on course right now. Now, were you saying he's got 1,200 horsepower in this thing?
Yes. Man, I just had it. 1150 out of this machine. So, yeah, Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports and that 2C IFS IRS Bronco with a Danzio big block. Almost 1,000 horsepower, so I was a tick off. I do apologize. Gearworks Turbo 400, SCS T-Case, Nitto, Fox, Alloy Drilling, Trail Ready, Baja Designs, Warren, and TubeWorks. And Christopher Branson crosses the line in a 158, putting him into 15th position, just ahead of Brett Harrell. And here comes Johnny Valadez. We saw him in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So obviously you can race up in class. You can't race down. So he's racing 48 Brannick and the 4,400 Unlimited. So he's already ran this qualifier once today. This is one of those things that when you're sitting at home, you go, yeah, it'd be a great idea. I'll run both classes. Then by the end of the weekend, you're sort of limping away going, my word, why did I decide to do that? Why not? Seat time is seat time. And everybody's out here trying to have some fun. No, it's great to see him out there again, pushing it. There's Bob Bauer and our race director, JT Taylor. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We are out here racing with Ultra4 USA, and it's a glorious day in the desert. As Johnny Valdez leaves the line in the 1717. A local boy out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Aaron Kaiser riding shotgun with Telemetry Motorsports with that bomber chassis and an LS3 engine, Power Glide transmission, Atlas, Yokohama, Trail Ready, Bilstein, and Sparco. And I got some news. Paul Herschel moves into 4th position, pushing down Levi Shirley, puts in an astonishing 1 minute 50. Incredible stuff there from Paul Herschel. Then just ahead of him, we have Darian Gomez. In 2nd place, Paul Wolf. Still, our pole sitter is Cade Rod. The first one to qualify, and nobody has been able to beat him. Absolutely impressive. Well, here is something. This is the OG Dragon, and it's being driven by one of the OG guys in many ways, Cody Addington. He wasn't there at the first Hammers, but when I say he's OG, he started his career right back in 2013 when I did at Hammers. And he used to drive an old Toyota. He's moved his way up through the ranks. He's come up here and he bought this from Lauren Healy. This is his dream car, and this was the OG Dragon. When this launched, it just blitzed
everything. It was absolutely incredible car.
He bought Mike Boo's car in between as he's working his way up as well. So he's worked his way through the paces. And let's go back to 2013. He was racing the Everyman Challenge, finished it. And then Dave said, hey, anybody that finishes it can race it. So he took the little Toyota and raced 4,400 main event the next day as well. So there's a really cool story. He, definitely a fan favorite from the grassroots racing.
Totally, absolutely. And one of the nicest guys that you will wish to meet. Races with passion, races with heart, and gives it everything out there on the track. Excited to see what he can do. Here we go. Cody Addington leaves the line in the Red Dragon.
So the 888 of Cody Addington out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing. He's in a Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis, single-seat IFS with a Schofield LSX 441 with a Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto, Vision, King, LaserNut, Power Steering Solutions, Schofield Performance, Willwood, PCI, Custom Splice, OCD Graphics, Yukon, and WFO Gear and Axle. And there's Johnny Valadez grabbing the checkered flag from Mr. Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal.
That's Tom Gilpit in there. Just about to line up.
1982. That is one of those Fishmouth Fab with SEI Racing.
It is. Now, this is a very similar car to the car that we've seen Jason Shearer win 2 Hammers championships. Or should I say, won King of the Hammers twice. Would be a better way of putting it.
He's won it 3 times, but 2 in a car
Twice
like that.
in one of those, yes.
Yeah, Jason Shearer and Shannon Campbell are only 3-time kings. We got quite a few 2s.
Including a new one being crowned this year with Raul Gomez taking his 2nd title.
Back to back. He's the only one that has ever done that besides Jason Shearer.
So that's 2 of them then.
Correct. 1, 2, skip a few.
So Cody Addington on course now in the OG Red Dragon.
Oh, he must be moving because they're
flying.
getting ready to send Gilpin.
Here goes Tom Gilpin now. I was chatting to Tom yesterday. He is super excited. He feels really confident. Now, watch this first turn here. I reckon this first turn is really cutting up. We're seeing a few cars doing handstands here.
Oh,
yeah,
it is.
He gets he gets a great run around that.
So Tommy Gilpin with little Scotty Gearhart riding shotgun out of Saugus, California with SEI Racing in that Fishmouth Fab 2C IFS machine with RHS 8 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Sterndale Enterprises, and a Vision X. I've got a fun little story with Tommy Gilpin. It was...
Well, I'm going to cut you short just on that one, just to give you some news, because everyone at home is itching to know. Cody Addington comes in 8th place with a 153, so a fantastic run there from Cody Addington.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. So I'll finish my thought. I was flying into Reno in probably 2017 or so, and I was going to get an Uber to go out to the track because my timing just was off everybody else's, and Tommy Gilpin was coming to pick up his lady friend. Can't remember if they were married or not, but we kind of we were all wearing similar clothing, let's put it that way. Black shirt, hat and all that stuff. They're like, "Are you going to the racetrack?" I'm like, "Absolutely." So we started talking and realized who he realized who I was. I realized who he was, and that's what Ultra4 is all about. Never met him before, but we realized who we were, and that's what Ultra4 USA does.
Yeah, as my girlfriend said, there's kind of like a uniform, isn't there? You get race shirt, it's a hat, sunglasses,
we all look the same.
Usually a little bit of facial hair.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's just the ladies. No, I'm joking. Okie dokie, this is Dennis Sterndale, teammate of Tom Gilpin here.
With Scott Gearhart riding shotgun out of Santa Barbara, California with SEI Racing. And another Get Bent Fab 2C IFS chassis, LS, Turbo 400, Atlas, and Vision X lights.
Another one blowing that corny.
During the race, because now this is going to be a left hand instead of a right. So it's really going to be off camera a little bit. And that's right off the start. You're going to be coming in hot and heavy.
Right, okay, Tom Gilpin with a 2:08. So, yeah, he's way off pace there. So maybe he's had a problem on track.
And two-time and current King of the Hammers winner, Raul Gomez. This is going to be one of heck of a show. And speaking about Raul Gomez, Pam was able to catch up with him last night in contingency. Pam, let's see what he's got to say.
All right, I am here with two-time King Raul Gomez. You're out here at Legends of Havasu. It's a brutal course out there, so what you got for us?
Oh, it's going to be an exciting race, you guys. We were out there all day pre-running today, put a few laps in, and got getting our plan and strategy ready for this weekend.
Well, we can't wait to see you out there. I know you're getting ready to head back to the pits, so good luck on qualifying in the morning.
Thank you guys. Thanks everybody coming out.
Thank you very much, Pam. It's always good to hear from Raul. He always has a smile. He's always happy to be here, and he's always happy to be racing. I can't wait to see Raul on course. Now, can he beat Cade Rod? More importantly, can he beat his son, Darian?
Or his brother, JP. I mean,
now, you know, if you said to him, who do you want to beat? He wouldn't care about Cade. He'd just want to beat Darian. So, okay, let's see what happens here. It is the two-time king, Raul Gomez, on track right now.
Our current king out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that 2022 UFO single-seat machine with a Guggen's engine, ATO Turbo 400, UFO T-Case, Mountain F Enterprises, King Shocks, Nitto, and Baja. So our current King of the Hammers winner is out on course for his first race back with Ultra4.
Yeah, absolutely. So good to see him here in a regional race. The national finals.
Race.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, it's so good to see him out here. What has he got for us? Can he lay something down? Can he do something special? Can he remove Cade Rod from the first place and pole position? Now, this is interesting. He's catching his own dust here, which is a good sign. That means he's got pace on. This is a Joe Thompson design machine. Joe Thompson works so closely with the Gomez brothers. And they spend a lot of time working on those tiny little details that make the difference. Oh, loving these drone shots here. Thank you to our production crew as we just come along for a ride with Raul Gomez, two-time king. And just look how he outpaces the drone there. Puts that motor to work and just disappears into the distance.
And he is letting it eat. This is the same engine package he has in his T1 truck as well. Wow. Two-time king. Well, there goes another two-time king.
Yes.
So we have two kings on course at the same time. Number 67, Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador Lauren Healy, and is out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team in his single-seat Triton Engineering IFS Bronco with a Ford Performance RY45 small block. 550 wheel horsepower, Fortin 5-speed sequential transmission, Ford Performance Optima, RTR vehicles, Nitto, Project X, Monster, Pennzoil, Fox, MBRP, Gear Wrench, NGK, K&N, Molly, Recaro, and VP Racing Fuels.
Well, Raul Gomez, he crosses the line in 11th position with a 155. That just goes to show you how incredibly competitive this field is today. Remarkable stuff as we watch Vaughn Gittin Jr., teammate of Lauren Healy, lining up on the grid, car 25. But right now, it's about Lauren Healy, car 67, who's out there on course. Now, Lauren is in the new car. He will be wanting to put that to work. I saw it yesterday with all its panels off. What a work of art. It's an incredible vehicle.
Yeah, when they were out shock tuning earlier this week, they were all out there, and you couldn't tell who was who. Those cars look identical when they're blowing through the desert with no body panels. But you can tell right there's the number 25, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Yeah, I was looking at the cab on Lauren's car as well. He actually has fans on the panels to take the heat out of the car as well, which I found remarkable. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. is on track right now.
Number 25 out of Concord, North Carolina, with his best friend Eric Davis riding shotgun. Another Fun Haver Off-Road team member with a Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco Brocky 2.0 with a Ford Performance 460 D3 Jeff Gittin Racing engine. Gearworks Turbo 400.
Okay, I got some news for you. You're going to like this one. In second place, Cade Rod, because we've got a new pole sitter. Lauren Healy blows through with a 145. Lauren Healy is our pole sitter here at Lake Havasu 2023.
Lauren Healy laying it down. What a great run he had. So we'll go back to Vaughn Gittin with this RCV axles with 74-wheel portals. Fox Live Valves, Monster Energy, Ford Performance, Optima Batteries, RTR Vehicles, Nitto, Project X, Pennzoil, MBRP, Gear Wrench, NGK, K&N, Molly, Recaro, and VP Racing Fuels. But Lauren Healy just laid down a heater.
Absolutely astonishing. And our top 10 currently is Casey Curry in 10th, Cody Addington in 9th. In 8th is Waylon Campbell. In 7th is JP Gomez. In 6th is Levi Shirley.
In 5th is Paul Horschel. In 4th, Darian Gomez. In 3rd, Paul Wolf. In 2nd, K-Rod. And just stealing that pole position is Mr. Lauren Healy.
But on track right now, it's a man who could upset that top 10. This is Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that Triton engine machine.
Floating over those. Oh, he takes that little inside line. I like that line. That's definitely within reason right there.
Yeah, that's
trying to shave off every second you can.
Yeah, that line was absolutely perfect. But Vaughn is the technician. He's the man who'll find those quarter of a seconds in those places that others can't.
One more turn to go towards the race line, start, finish. We'll see what happens. Vaughn Gittin Jr. grabbing the checkered flag from Mr. Bob Bauer. And right now that puts him in that 12th position.
Yeah, that just goes to show him a full 10 seconds behind Lauren Healy. I mean, that is literally night and day. Incredible stuff there.
So now we start this, the timer. We have 5 minutes, and if nobody shows up to qualify, oh, nope, those are the UTVs ready to race. So in 5 minutes, if nobody shows up to qualify, oh, here's one more. After the last qualifier, there's a 5-minute count. And then we will start this UTV race.
Yeah, just looking at that, looks like it might be a 4,500. No, that's got to be a 4,800.
48. His window nets are down. I do notice that.
Interesting.
JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director on that rugged radios, trying to see exactly what is going on.
Just
if you're here local, you can go to Weatherman and check out our race ops.
Yeah, just looking down there, there's Justin Miramand by the looks of it. And also Bob Bauer there just taking some fan photos. Well, what an afternoon of qualifying this has been, Miles. It's been absolutely incredible. We started with the UTVs. We saw that astonishing time from Paul Wolf of 1:53. Then we rocked it into the 4600s. We saw some incredible qualifying there. It was absolutely incredible. Then we went over to the 48s, which was just remarkable stuff. We saw Doc Jones laying down an incredible time. Then step up the 4400s. So, well, this has been absolutely fantastic. We've just seen incredible things. So, in 10th position, we've got Casey Curry. In 9th is Cody Addington. In 8th is Waylon Campbell. It's JP Gomez in 7th. In 6th is Levi Shirley.
5th is Paul Horschel. Then Darian Gomez, Paul Wolf, K-Rod, and laying down a heater is Lauren Healy. So we're going to take a quick break, restart, and we'll be right back with more racing action right after this.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ready for any challenge. Maxxis tires can handle even the most punishing off-road conditions. Maxxis tires. Tread victoriously.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching low in the night. Does she know that we think the same? Don't cry.
Get it, boys.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We're about to kick off the 4900 UTV race. We have the stock, the open, and the pro mods. There's 3 races going on at the same time, but scored separately. So make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com and also go to Racing Tracks. That is Racing Tracks with an X on the end, and you can follow the live tracker. They will take off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It's a 37-mile loop. The UTVs will be doing 3 loops. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Here's the Project X starting grid, and that first spot is Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, Dustin Robbins, Mike Park.
Tyler Emery, Brandon Kilgore, Robert Parker, who's Carl Cheney, Tyler Gibbs, and Max Gordon.
And that 11th spot is Glenn Young, then Brent Lambeth, Corey Willis,
Roper Merrifield, and Joe Gould.
That is the 4900 Pro Modified class. Up next is the 4900 Open class. Robbie Gordon, Josh Smith, Jake Versey,
Cade Rod, and Jason Sushi.
And this is the Project X starting grid. Up next will be the stock class, and that first spot is Nathan Parker, Mark McCleary, Rich Burst, Chris May, Matthew Walraven,
Byron Starrett, Brian Hamby, Eric Yates, Nathan Saylor, and AJ Hoover.
And that 11th spot, Cody Willenberg, David Payne, Justin Barth, Alexander Walraven, and David Johnson. Oh, it sounds like we are about to kick off the race. And starting up front, whoa, it's supposed to be Paul Wolf, but where is Paul Wolf? Wow, Paul Wolf has not shown up, so it is Cade Rod. We are live racing on this 37-mile course. So Cole Clark off the line. Out of Cortez, Colorado is ZRP Army in the Pro Modified class. What has happened to Paul Wolf? This is something we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it is indeed. He obviously hasn't turned up for his start time. He's missed his start time, and that means good night, Vienna. You are going to be towards the back of the pack.
Because I believe his time started when he was out the front, so Paul Wolf's time has already started. Up next is Travis Zollinger, number 20, out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products, and another pro-modified car in that single-seat Can-Am. And look at him, he bailed off that. I don't know if he was meant to do that or not, but he hit that side pretty hard.
So that's 2 single-seat cars on the front 2 going out into the desert. Next up, it will be Dustin Robbins from All Things UTV. Oh, no. Who's that? That's Paul Wolf.
There's Paul Wolf. So he was late to the game. But, again, I think his time has already started, so he's already a minute and a half back. So the 10:18 of Paul Wolf is out there, the Mid-America ambassador out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in the pro-modified class, running his single-seater. So technically, Zollinger and Clark have already passed Paul Wolf, so that's a tough break. Not sure what's going on, but hey, this is racing as he bypasses the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, we're going to have to get confirmation of that, Miles, as whether he's going to be penalised for that or not. So let's hold fire on that before we make any big calls. But you are right. In theory, his clock should have started before Cole Clark's.
So there goes the 311 of Dustin Robbins with Seth Holmes riding shotgun out of Decatur, Alabama with All Things UTV, another pro-modified car. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, and they are wide open heading out for this 37-mile loop of some of the gnarliest terrain we could find here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, heading out now, I think that is Mike Park.
With Jeremy Dixon riding shotgun out of Callahan, Florida with Team 904 Racing in the pro-modified class.
Yeah, great to see him there. And next up, it is a legend who really doesn't need any introduction, but we're going to give him one anyway.
The number 77 of Robbie Gordon out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Speed UTV and his brand new Bandit Speed UTV machine.
Now, is this a factory machine?
This is very close to factory, yes. It is incredible. He does have a co-driver. I'm not sure who that is, but it's going to be cool to see Robbie Gordon out racing with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, this is absolutely awesome. Now we can see the Starlink on the back there.
And he's off pace right there.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it? Unusual.
Maybe he's just getting his bearings. There he goes. You can see him throwing a little roost right there.
Yeah, no, he's back on it. No, it looks quick now.
You see a Speed UTV truck, chase truck in the background.
And next off the line, that looked like it should be Joshua Smith. Yeah,
with
that is
Corey
Josh Smith
Nasso
there.
riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Smith Brothers Racing. He is in first place in the open class as of now. We'll see if he can keep that ZRP and KT performance machine in tune.
Yeah, Josh Smith has been working with Levi Shirley for the last few races. Great to see them combining the talents.
And sharing co-drivers.
Next off the line, it will be Nathan Parker.
Nathan the Phenom Parker with Alex Reed with CT Raceworks riding shotgun out of Dunn, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. And he is in first in the stock class. And there's our overall leader right now, Mr. Cole Clark. He's at roughly race mile number 2 right now, probably 2.5.
And the best bit, he has clear air. Now, if you said to Cole Clark, what's the best thing that could happen to me? He'd say, well, you know, I can start in front. Well, that's exactly what's happened for the man.
Up next to 717 of Mark McCleary and Jason Roper riding shotgun out of Reddick, Florida with Turned Up Racing. And his Can-Am.
And next we're going to be seeing coming out of the blocks will be Tyler Remery. Now, let's not forget, I believe it was Tyler that broke a differential in qualifying, and they've had to fix it. And that looks like Mr. ZRP himself.
Yep, at race mile 2.5. Not too far off Cole Clark's pace.
Yeah, but
so there's 1 and 2.
I think Cole Clark has opened that gap up a little.
So there goes the Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, Tyler Rimreed, with John Fitzgerald riding shotgun out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing, part of the Pro Modified class.
Let's not forget we are mixing classes here today, and we have 3 classes in the 4900. We have the Pro Mods, we have the Open, and we have the Stock UTVs. And there is Mr. Paul Wolf. He was on pole position today, qualified with a 1:53, but he was either late for the start or, in fact, we do not know what happened, but he certainly did not start in first position.
But we do know that Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil Hot Pit, so hopefully she can give us an update here shortly.
Yeah, that is Brandon Kilgore making his way out into the desert.
Brandon Kilgore out of Parker, Arizona with Kilgore Motorsports in his Can-Am with his Pro Modified class.
And next off the line will be Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney.
The Ghost. Out of Millersport, Ohio with Team Momentum Racing in the Pro Modified class, racing for a national champion.
Absolutely. Now, this was a very interesting story because Carl Cheney was our first qualifier this morning. And we were like, is this inspired genius or is this going to be a problem? Well, actually, it looks like it might have been a problem as we watched Dustin Robbins making his way around past the cameras.
So still making dust out there, and you can see, is it dusty? Yes, but you don't see much dust in front of him, so that 30-second gap really makes a big difference. But that means if you're faster, you're going to be in that dust quicker, and I think dust and lap traffic is absolutely going to play its toll. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, I think that was Tyler Gibbs there.
Yep, there's Tyler Gibbs and Mitchell Roccacelli, number 926, out of Castle Rock, Kentucky, with Gibbs Racing. And again, thank you for everybody tuning in from the Live From Desk, presented by Toyota, right there in Vendor Village, watching the Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, enjoying Vendor Village, but watching Ultra4 USA. So thank you, everybody there in town, for tuning in. I'm sure Ralph and Ken will keep you company.
And this is Rich Birch making his way out 14th off the line in the 49-16.
With Scott Lesage riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Genesis Motorsports in that stock class. Remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the Warren studio. And there is Mr. Robbie Gordon pushing hard in that Speed UTV.
Yeah,
great to see him and Max out here racing.
Well, here is Max right now. Coming off the start line. Now, when we saw Max leave the start earlier today, somebody hadn't tied down his spare tyre. He lost his tools, he lost his jack, he lost his spare. But it all looks like he's back in there now, and he's back on the race course.
So Max Gordon, fresh off his Nora 500 win, the number 777 out of Lake Havasu, Arizona, with Speed UTV and his Bandit machine.
Now, he should know this desert like the back of his hand. It'll be interesting to see what he can do as Jake Versey leaves the line in that very distinctive white and green machine.
Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey with Josh Lovelace riding shotgun out of Idaho Falls, Idaho with JV43, part of the Open class. He's recently got a Can-Am, so for King of the Hammers, he'll have one of those brand new Can-Am Mavericks. We'll see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really excited about the future of UTV, seeing where all of this is going. It's incredible stuff. Can-Am coming out with a new Maverick. We've got Polaris with the Pro R, and of course we've got Speed UTV. And let's not forget Kawasaki, Honda as well.
And off the line right now, the number 77 of Glenn Young out of Austin, Florida, with 77 Motorsports in his Can-Am, part of the Pro Modified class. Talking about him earlier, he's been here for about a month. He's been the jet ski scene as well, which obviously there's a lot of water sports out here in Lake Havasu, as well as the F1 boats will be racing this weekend as well. And up next is the 725 of Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland, riding shotgun out of Townsville, South Carolina, with Mays Motorsports in that Can-Am. You can have one substitute driver per season, and Chris May is using it right now as we see Tyler Rimreed, the MAO ambassador, cruise through race mile number 3.
Yeah, and next off the line now, it looks like that'll be Matthew Walraven. We saw him qualifying late today.
Number 118 with Rhett Bryan, riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina, with JW Performance in the Pro Modified class.
The 118 there pushing his way through.
And it sounds like the Speed Sport production crew does have an onboard camera with that car right there. Look at that. Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney. Hopefully that onboard works later on.
Yeah, he'll be hitting that push to pass button already, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. These cars are all fitted with trackers. They have the ability to actually sound off a visual and an audible alarm in the car in front when they're catching them by pressing a button. It's called push to pass.
And off the line is Byron Starrett with Sarah Schumacher riding shotgun. The number 9004 out of Jacksonville, Florida, with Team 904 Racing in that stock class. And there goes the number 817 of Brian Hamby out of Winchester, Tennessee, with 817 Racing, part of the stock class. Remember, we do have 3 races all at the same time, racing intermixed, but scored separately. So make sure you go to live.ultra4 Racing to get our live timing, as well as racing tracks as well.
Yeah, it's a 37-mile course they'll be running today, and these 4,900 vehicles will be doing 3 laps. And we're looking there at the 860 leaving the line now. That is Eric Yates.
And you just said 3 laps, 37 miles apiece. That's 111 miles out here in the wide open desert with the tight canyons, a couple waterfalls, and a little bit in between. This is going to be an endurance desert race. You do not want to take your break. It's going to be wild.
It is indeed. Now, these vehicles won't have the issue, but certainly in some of the classes we might see that refueling will become a problem as we look at the 252 of Brent Lambeth leaving the line. We have 35 entries in the 4900 class today.
So the 252 of Brent Lambeth with Devon Peak riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona, with Cruise Armor Racing.
Wonderful shots here from our drone. As the next car breaks off the line, this should be the 4578 of Corey Willis.
Out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, with PPEI Racing in the Pro Modified class. Corey Willis is going to be pushing strong. There goes Jake Versey, blowing by race mile number 3. I believe our next camera will be at the down waterfall at race mile number 9. And there's the 521 of Nathan Tater Seiler with Brent Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma, with Tater Sack Racing in the stock class.
I am liking the numbers on that car. Nice and easy to read.
Absolutely. It makes our job a lot easier.
Exactly. Thank you, Nathan. You'll be getting a drink from us.
Not only don't we love it, so does production. So take note, everybody.
Absolutely. If you want to be on TV, big numbers.
bright numbers. Up next is almost the pole setter for the 4,400, but Cade Rod with Adam Pierce riding shotgun out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4, part of the open class. And he's using this as a race pace pre-run for his 4,400 race. Great, great strategy.
Yeah, this is really cool thinking. Now, there's also two trains of thought here. I've seen this done before in some desert races.
Oh, look, he's pulling
look at this,
off
he's pulling
already.
off. Interesting.
We'll see how that shakes out. Looks like that's Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch, race mile number 3. And interesting about Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May. This is his first time ever out here in the desert, so he's going to be pushing strong.
And that is AJ Hoover.
With his sister Leah Hoover riding shotgun out of Lakeside, Oregon with Rubber Band Racing. And that Kawasaki. Ooh, and look, we got some dust. That's Matthew Walraven.
Yeah, he's right up behind
on
another
Aaron
car.
Lynch. So Walraven on adjusted time is around Lynch.
Yeah, now this is where you've got to hope that push to pass, and we'll come back to that later once we get these cars on track.
There goes Cody Willenberg, the number 529, with Randy Dassenbrock riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois, with CW Motorsports, part of the stock class. So I didn't see Cade Rod there. Oh, lots of dust out there on screen. So that may be Byron. Yes, Byron Starrett. And there goes Roper Merrifield, the number 998 out of Sweetwater, Oklahoma, with Ryan Rockhold Racing. And don't forget to go to Racing Tracks with an X, racingtrackswithanx.com, to have the same live tracking we have here in the Warren Studio.
Well, I can tell you now that it does actually look like Paul Wolf is making moves out there. I'll be keeping an eye on that. It does look like Paul Wolf might have managed to get ahead of Travis Zollinger. But our current race leader is Cole Clark right now as they make their way towards race mile 8. And off the line now, it's the 49.55 of Joe Gould.
Joe Gould and Carter Peterson out of Tabernish, Colorado, with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab, part of the open class. And that Pro R machine, see what kind of time he can throw down. Looks like that's Cade Rod, I believe. And that Adam Fitza Racing Polaris.
I believe this is the 961. Just waiting to get confirmation.
That
Yes,
is-
that is the 961 there of David Payne.
Out of St. Louis, Missouri, with F&H Racing, part of the stock class in his Polaris.
And we're down into the last 4 vehicles leaving the line next. Should be Justin Barth.
35 UTVs out on this 37-mile course. Wow, what a show this is going to be, Jim.
Yeah, very interesting to watch the dust out here, Miles. It's not behaving as I was expecting to. I was expecting great big billowing clouds, but we're not quite seeing that. And here is the 417 of Justin Barth.
With Paul riding shotgun out of Springfield, Missouri, with Barth Racing, part of the stock class. Sounds like we do have one more car yet to go. And that, that's one of our course marshals. That's Travis Cook. I was like, we're getting a pass on the infield. So it's up next is Jason Sushi, the number 212, with his son Ryder riding shotgun out of Tremonton, Idaho, with Zollinger Racing Products, part of the open class. The official race start was 12:57:01. So anybody that's keeping tabs back at home, this is a 3-lap race. It's not quite as important as it was during the regular season because it was an hour and a half or whatever plus lap. This is just a straight 3-lap race, and we were guessing the fast guys and gals to be right around that hour mark. That was my guess and JT's. But then we were talking, here is race mile number 9. This is the hard water fall obstacle. Here is the Brannock Falls, and we're going to see what kind of work our physical race leader, Cole Clark, can do. That's a huge rock on his driver's front tire. He bypasses just absolutely perfect. So Abe Gonzalez down there ready to recover. So Cole Clark out front with the clean air, and did you see how easy he made that work? They were really, really worried about that during pre-running, and Cole Clark just walked the dog.
Cole Clark is absolutely quality there. Made it look so easy. But we were saying this before. When people are pre-running, they never go at the same pace. They race at race pace. And as soon as you step it up, you put some red and white tape there, tell them there's a trophy at the end of it, the whole thing changes.
And a national championship on the line as well. So we have 33 cars out on course for a 37-mile lap, a 37-mile lap, 3 laps, 111 miles. It's going to be a great showing out there for sure. Thanks again for everybody tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu as number 20 Travis Zollinger makes quick work through. Did he have a right rear tire? I don't know. It could have had a tire issue. Not sure is a complete guess. There's Nathan Seiler. Somebody else chasing some dust. Oh, that's Cade Rod right behind Seiler, so he's probably using that push to pass. Oh, there is Paul Wolf, physical third, and I'm still waiting for confirmation from Race Ops whether his time started before Cade or not. I assume that's what it is, but again, that's just my best guess.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, you can go to racingtracks.com. You can find the map there. You can see all of the trackers coming up and see the positions of all your favorite stars racing here right now.
So, and if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA National Championship. This is a do-not-miss event with Ultra4 USA, F1 Boat Racing, IPRA Radio, American Side-by-Side Takeover, National Music Acts, Sand Outlaw Drag Racing, pool parties, and a jet ski trick show.
Okay, right, what we're going to do is we've got Pam Hall, who's down in the pits at the moment. She's down there with someone from Paul Wolf Racing. She's going to talk her through what happened at the start there with Paul. Why was Paul late to the start? Pam, what you got? Okay, while we're waiting for Pam there, well, let's not forget we are in the middle of a desert. We'll cut back to the action, and we're back at the waterfall. Miles, talk me through this.
That is Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson. There was a lot of people really worried about that waterfall, and there was a couple big rocks at the bottom that got blown out of there. So I'm feeling pretty good that it's not going to be the bottleneck everybody was worried about. But it still could be. The race is early. But Mike Park has gotten around Dustin Robbins. Yeah, unless we missed it. It looks like it's Justin Barth at race mile 3.
Now, flat tyres could be a real issue here, particularly on this first lap. Let's not forget, the UTVs are the first race cars around this lap at race speed. So they're going to be cutting in things. They're going to be moving rocks out of the way. It's going to be difficult for these guys.
And I just got an update from Racing Tracks. There was a tip alert from Max Gordon at race mile 1.2, but he is moving again. So did he just hit a bad G out, or did he roll the car? It's all speculation, but there was an update there. Oh, there's Dustin Robbins. So that means Mike Park has gotten around Dustin Robbins, race mile number 9. And he has taken a different line here.
Yeah, now let's have a look at the rack here. I want to see if he's got a flat tire in the back, maybe. A driver's briefing this morning. There's a few worried people. But I have to say, I'm not liking the line here that Dustin Robbins is taking.
Yeah, you can see if he would have been more passenger, that big rock, that just goes to show you how big that rock actually is. So if he would have been more passenger, he would have had, it's a little steeper, but it's a more direct line. And there's somebody right hot on his heels. That is Josh Smith, who is leading the open class. Let's see what kind of line him and Corey Nasso do, dropping the Brannock Falls.
Looks like he's going to take the same line as Cole Clark there, cutting across.
And that's the line to take right there. And remember, this is a UTV, so they're a lot narrower than the EMC and the 4400. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out on the different cars. That right front tire looked a little soft, Jim.
Yeah, but don't forget these cars are a lot shorter as well. So what they make up for with their, or what they lose for their width, they also gain by being, or should I say, the other classes gain from length. So I think you're going to find the 4400s are going to be coming down there a hell of a whack.
Oh, they'll walk it there for sure. Yeah. Well, as long as they hit their line just right. That big rock, if it gets in your way, it's pretty gnarly.
Well, it's going to be interesting. If we get cars coming up there side by side with each other, what's going to happen? Are they going to follow line of drift, or are they going to try and work for a pass? But right now, I'm looking at my tracker, and I can see that it is car 24, Cole Clark.
So I'm getting a little update right now from my Rugged Race Radio that Paul Wolf switched cars and had to switch comms, so that's why he was late. So that was a little tidbit from the Rugged Radio, and thank you, Pam Hall.
And that looks like that's Robbie Gordon there coming down the rocks at car 77 it is.
Yeah, so tough break for Paul Wolf. Ooh, there's Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker, and that's that wrong line. He took it too much driver, and that puts a lot of tension on that left front ball joint.
But this is interesting because Kyle Chaney is one of the best rock drivers in the world, period. And he saw that line as being the line to take. I find that very interesting indeed. I do question, has Kyle actually done any pre-running? Because it's not like him to make mistakes. We see him at Hammers laying down a pace. There's equal, if not even faster than 4400 class cars in his UTV. So very interesting indeed.
We saw Robbie Gordon dropping just a moment ago as well.
Yeah, so we've got 3 cars there, nose to tail. But it does look like Kyle Chaney is absolutely on a charge there. He started in 12th position. It looks like he's already made his way up past 3 cars.
Remember, they took off one at a time in 30-second increments. There's a great shot of our race line wheel start-finish line. That is race mile number 0 and number 37.
And if you're looking on the trackers at home and you're looking for Kyle Chaney, you will actually find Robert Parker, as he is racing in memory of Robert Parker.
And speaking about Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney, Pam Hall was able to catch up with Kyle Chaney earlier in the week. Let's see what he had to say. Pam?
I am here with Kyle Chaney. He is currently the points leader out here. You are running for the name of Robert Parker for this season. You haven't been out on race course yet, but have you been talking to other drivers and getting some information from them about what this course is like?
No, I really haven't talked to anybody. My flight was delayed out of Dallas last night for like 12 hours, and I didn't even get in until like 4 a.m. this morning into Palm Springs, and couldn't get a hotel till like 6 a.m. I couldn't get an Uber to take me anywhere. It was just a nightmare last night, so I didn't get no sleep. Finally just got here, and we've got a lot of work to do to the car to finally get on the track to go pre-run. Hopefully we can get a lap in of pre-running, but no, I haven't had time to talk to anybody.
Well, it's the waterfall that everybody's been talking about out there, so you'll get out there and see it here in a little bit. But what is your strategy going into this weekend to keep that points lead and to win this national championship?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a good lead. Robert, with Robert racing KOH and having a good finish, and me kind of staying solid all year. We got the points lead, and hopefully after tomorrow we'll win a national championship. But it's going to be tough. A lot of fast guys here, and we're just going to go out there and. I went into the West Coast Championship just kind of wanting to finish, and I feel like it bit me. That's not, I feel like, how racing should be going. So I'm going out here to win.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from Kyle Chaney. I mean, how's that for prep? He's had no sleep. I mean,
yeah, that's hard on your body as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a super fit guy. He's a professional athlete, but even for anyone, it can be tough.
But while we were with Pam, we'll bring you a rugged replay of a different line coming down the Brannock Falls. So that's Tyler Rimreed. So he's going to go far driver's side and kind of ride the wall a little bit. Another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador in his Can-Am. And taking a different line. I like that line. It's a little tippy, but he's making his way. Looks like Gibbs may be doing the same as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how people see lines differently.
Nope, Gibbs is behind him, sorry. That's Brandon
That's
Kilgore.
Kilgore.
And
Yeah.
you see how he had to use the momentum? He got a little nervous. So thank you, Rugged, for the replay. And back to Jake, the Blonde Ambition Versi. Dropped it quick. I believe that's Glenn Young right behind him.
Yeah, it does look like it.
He's got that Smurf blue
Yeah,
and
that
black.
is Glenn Young. Definitely. Now he's coming back down. He's straightened a bit. It looks it's so easy to say when you're sat here, isn't it? But it looks like he's straightened too early. He's going to get hooked up on that big rock. You've got to be so careful not to break a CV joint here. You can see that massive angle there, put huge load on those CV joints. So what we've got here is a fantastic race. This is the 4900 UTV race here at the Legends of Havasu 2023. If you're just joining us, this is Ultra4 racing at its best. It's been an awesome day of qualifying so far. And right now it's all about the 4900s. And inside 4900 we have three classes. We have the stock class, we have the pro mods, and we have the open class. Let's talk about that stock class. So it has to have an OEME chassis, must use stock suspension points, reinforcing allowed, maximum of 1000cc engine, and only 33-inch tyres. Then in those pro mods, we're looking at hydraulic steering, aftermarket turbos. You are allowed to reinforce the frame, but you have to use standard suspension pickup points, maximum of 1000 cc's, and a maximum of a 35-inch tire.
And then the open UTV class, maximum of a 2000 cc engine, but you can dream it, you can build it, you can race it. As we're watching Matthew Walraven coming down the Brannock Falls, and he's in that he took that left line, I'll just call it a middle line, because now there's a new left line, and that just puts so much stress on that front end. We'll see if Walraven can get through there before we send recovery in there. Because now it's not a bottleneck yet, because he's still moving. But now we got to keep a close eye whether we do a little hook and book.
Exactly. Now, if you arrive in here and you're in high box and you finally find yourself sat in your nose, life gets difficult. So it's very difficult to then change from high box into low box. And there's different styles of vehicles here. You saw that was a Can-Ab. This is more of a Polaris style.
That's Rick Birch with Scott Lesage riding shotgun. And yes, you are right, that is a Polaris. And man, look at all the weight on that left front. That's hard on axles. It's hard on ball joints.
Yep.
So we'll
and
see.
don't
You've got to
forget,
save the car.
This is only one lap of 3, and it's going to get more and more worn. Each of these cars is going to be a bit more battered each time they come around here.
There's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May. Evaluating the situation. Oh, and he backs up into, looks like that may be Byron Starrett, and then Brian Hamby. So remember, there's a couple different lines. If you shoot that left line, I think it's smoother, but it's risk versus reward. It looks like it's very tippy.
Yeah, they're kind of cutting across there. And the job is where you do that cut across and try and come back into the face. What happens is you run that left-hand tire straight down into the face of the big rock.
Come on, Byron. Take that hard left line and go with it. Oh, I was home for a pass right on camera at the Brannock Falls.
That would have just been too much gold for us, mate.
And Lynch makes it around, so Chris May's still moving. That is Mike Park. I apologize. Mike Park and Byron Lynch look almost identical. It's 904 is Park and 9004 is Byron Starrett. But Mike Park right there making quick work. And Jeremy Dixon, I was chatting with him this morning. He's riding shotgun in that car. He's like, you better watch for us because we're coming. We're going to bring in the heat. That's Brian Hamby, the number 817, cruising along.
Now,
Corey Willis right behind him.
Is he going to take that left line? Come on, Brian. No, Brian's decided to do the cutback.
And you can see how slow they're going. Oh, there's Max Gordon pushing along. Oh, so that is race mile 3. So remember I was saying
he's got a door net open.
And you saw that Racing Tracks had an update that maybe he was tipped over. So he may have already flopped it. Great to see Max Gordon, fresh off his Nora win, back in action. As we're back to the Brannock Falls with Corey Willis.
Now, you might be wondering what they're doing when they come into a stop there. It's probably running in high box, making a change to low box as they come down. Now, that's the perfect line there. We really like that line, so great stuff there from Corey Willis.
Well, the perfect line is the one you make it down without hurting anything. So there's a couple perfect lines, I'll be honest. But, yeah, some great stuff out there going on. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, and we are hot and heavy right in the middle of the 4,900 UTV race. There is 3 classes all racing at the same time. And let's run over national points and pro modified. Sitting in that first spot right now is Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney. And then it's really close between Travis Zollinger and Corey Willis. And then for second, it's Walraven, McCoy, who didn't make it, so he's going to drop out. So Jake Versey and Tyler Rimreed. So those 5 or 6 are going to be on the box tomorrow night at the banquet. Oh, there is a left ball joint on that car. And that was that. I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then in the stock class, looks like it's between Byron Sterritt, Chris May, Cody Willenberg, and Brian Hamby. Those are those 4. And then in the open class, as long as Josh Smith can run a strong race, he's got this locked down.
So this is Eric Yates making his way down the waterfall. Oh, big nose stand there. It is actually sitting up in the air.
That is awesome. So now what do you do? I think you have, if you back up, you're trying to go even more over backwards.
Yeah,
there it went. Yep, he hit them. So now we got a clog in there. But look at that. Abe Gonzalez is here, and he's ready. He's like, bring it down here. Let's flip him over.
Yeah, you see he's got a soft shackle in his hand there, ready to go around the cage.
So we're going to try to
and
make
the waterfall
quick work.
claims his first victim.
The Brannock Falls is already showing its deal. And like I said, if he would have hit the forward gas, he had a better chance. So hit the back and had some issues.
Yeah, but that comes from an experience, and you have to experience that for yourself to be able to understand it.
And we got a Jeep down low, a buggy down up top. So we'll see what kind of work we can make happen.
So I believe that's one of the guys. Just trying to work out who the recovery guy is there. Got to say a massive thank you to our volunteer marshals who come out here to help support the racing.
I believe that is Eric Yates.
It is Eric Yates. Yep,
that is tipped over. Thank you.
That's all right.
He was a late entry.
So Abe Gonzalez there. Now Abe is one of the volunteers. He works at King of the Hammers. Works also with Ultra4 USA. He's got the skills, and he'll be getting Eric back on his wheels very soon. But what they might have to do is pull him up onto his wheels and then get Eric to drive out backwards to clear him of that rock. But let's see what happens.
You can't park there.
Interesting. We can't see what's at the top. Is there a queue of cars there?
And yeah, it's getting a little tough. We'll see, but that left-hand line is still open, and it's kind of dragging him around.
That's kind of my thought.
So now we'll get 2 winches on him, try to get him over. But now it's kind of getting closer to that rock wall, so we'll see what happens there. And if that camera could pan up, I'd really be curious if it's starting to be a bottleneck yet or not.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Here we go. As if by magic.
Okay, no. Oh, there it comes.
Here we go. Now.
And that is Cade Rod. So what are we going to do here?
Now, Cade Rod is a very experienced rock driver.
So if this was me, I would ask Recovery to get out of the way and let him shoot that left line.
Absolutely.
But we'll see. So Cade Rod is patiently awaiting right now. So while we watch this recovery, let's give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy
Max
Vodka.
Gordon. Is that? No, it's not. Sorry, I mistaken.
Speed Sport, Project X, Rugged Radios.
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, and Warn.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, the Off-Road Syndicate.
Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wheeling.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is Ultra4 racing. The UTV class is going. We have 3 races going on at the same time. Oh, there's our second car that's going to be waiting in line.
Third.
Yep,
Fourth.
3. Yep, 4. Oh, and that is Gordon. It looks like
it does look like Max Gordon in the background there now. So it does look like Max Gordon probably did have a roll.
No, that is not him. That
No,
is
that's not.
Nathan Seiler, maybe? So recovery's working
It looked
hard.
like a speed UTV as it came around the corner, but see in the front there, it doesn't look like one, does it?
I can't tell. Little grainy.
Got to say a massive thank you to our production crew. Let's not forget we are in the middle of a desert.
Yeah, and that is literally at race mile number 9, and it's a hard way to get there. So we're beaming stuff all over this standard wash area. It's a 7,500 acres out here of OHV land, the Bureau of Land Management. We've been working close with them. We've got a great relationship, and everything is running smooth. We also need to give a huge shout out to the Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association. They've got a lot of their volunteers out here. They're going to help us clean up the course as well as tread lightly after the races.
Yeah, I'm
And
just
it's-
looking on our tracker right now, and it would appear. I'm looking for Travis Zollinger. I can't tell you who is moving and shaking at the moment. It does look like one of our big movers and shakers is Kyle Cheney racing for Robert Parker. It looks like he's made his way up.
And it sounds like Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, was able to catch up with Robbie Gordon just before the race. So let's see what these two special guests have to say.
Here we are, Legends of Havasu. Robbie Gordon's with us right now. Robbie, you showed up.
We showed up. It's been a long week. We've been working on getting customer cars out. We had last week in the Nora 500, which all cars finished. Max ended up winning Pro Turbo, so that was cool. And we're back here. This is the same car that I raced at the Nora 500 and finished second with, and then Max is racing the car that Al Macbeth raced last weekend at Nora. So both these cars has 540 miles on it straight off the showroom floor, and we're heading to the racetrack again.
What's going to happen on the race? Who's in the right seat? Who's in the left seat?
Max has his own car, so he's already gone once, so he's going to go ahead and ride with me.
Welcome. Glad to have you with us.
Good seeing you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Great to see Bob Bauer there. Now, did you know this? That Bob Bauer actually won the Baja 1000 with Robbie Gordon back in 1991.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, that's cool.
I love the story that Bob was saying the other day. He's like, you're talking to somebody who has lost the Baja 1000 however many times, but he's won it a few times as well.
Yeah, he has.
So,
he has. I think he's won it 3 times and something, but lost it 26 or something like that. Yeah,
that's a lot of time. So
okay, right. We can see Eric Yates is back on his wheels again now, but we can also see there is a small traffic jam.
So this is where qualifying was very important, because now the lead cars are just getting more and more of a lead. But it looks like we're cleared enough. We'll see if we can send down the first one, and that is Cade Rod right there, who is patiently waiting. But what's that? Probably 5+ minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But this is really interesting. Cade Rod is a very experienced rock driver. He's been out of hammers 1,000 times. He really knows his trade. But he's not a UTV driver.
This is his first UTV race, correct.
So he's probably looking at that left line and going, hey, man, no, I can't drive that.
Or I could in my big car.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the difference. This is what we're talking about here. And it's the difference between guys who are in 4400 jumping in a UTV and the professional UTV drivers.
And here is a rugged replay on what exactly happened.
So Eric Yates is making his way down the waterfall. He's taking that slightly harder right-hand line. He sticks it up on his nose. Now he
lands
sits
on the
there.
bumper. So
now,
if he would have hit the forward gear, I think he would have pulled out of it. But he puts her in reverse and flops her on over. So tough break for Eric Yates. But we're trying to get him out of the way.
Yeah, well, as you popped out, it's so easy to say when you're sitting in here, oh yeah, you should have just hit the throttle, but he should have just hit the throttle. Now, see what I mean? Cade Rod's committing to that line, and we know the other line's possible.
Up and over?
Yeah, he's got this.
All
nice
right,
driving
so Cade
from
Rod
Cade.
out. And now think of this. Cade Rod did lose 5 minutes. Nothing around that. But that means he's got 5 minutes of clean air, so he can really push hard right now.
Yep. Whereas that looks like Willenberg, is
Yeah,
it?
that's Cody Willenberg.
Yep.
With C&W Motorsports. And then Jason Susie right behind him. And then Nathan Seiler.
Yeah, 521, yeah, I think you're right there. Yes, Nathan Seiler. Yep, correct.
I guess I wasn't asking you, I was telling you, buddy.
Not for the first time.
Is that Joe Gould maybe behind him?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Then Justin Barth. Oh, here's another one snuck through. So we definitely had a little parking lot. Again, probably 5-ish minutes or so. So that definitely feels like an hour when you're sitting in a race car.
It does.
We've been racing for 42 minutes right now.
Oh, wow. Look at this. It really is a traffic jam.
And I've got a mechanical alert for Dustin Robbins at race mile 10. I hate to hear that. Thanks, Dave Clay with Racing Tracks. There's Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab with Joe Gould and Carter Peterson.
Yeah, and it's even more disappointing when you're that guy, Eric Yates. You're sitting at the bottom there and you watch car after car just drive it as easy.
But he still has a chance. He can still get in there. I think the attrition is going to be very, very high in this race. So if he can get the car going and go down. Oh, look at that left front, man. It's really under a lot of stress when it's full tilt into that big rock. But Justin Barth makes it happen. He's got to race this race and then hop out of this car and hop into his Jimmy's 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car as well. So Justin Barth and Paul, his co-driver, got a long day and a night ahead of him.
So at what point do you get to in the UTV race where you say, hey, do you know what? I've done enough.
Well,
I'm going to just... is he racing for championship points here? Or is it a case of he's going to say, well, you know what? I'm just going to pull out early and try and save myself for the big car.
He's in top 5 for national championships, so it's going to be tough. I don't know. But, yeah, you're taking a gamble if you go out for that last lap. What happens if you break on your last lap? You're not going to make it back for the start of your next race. So, you're right. How do you make that call? I don't know.
See, I did wonder with Cade Rod whether Cade Rod would actually call this race short. Whether he would just do 1 lap, maybe even 2 laps, and just say, hey, I've done enough, park it, and save himself for the big race.
No, he's got all night to recoup. He's not racing until tomorrow at 10 a.m. So if I was Cade Rod, I would make absolutely every lap you can just to see the course, see how the lines are coming together, see how the course is deteriorating. If I was Cade Rod, I'd be running every second I can out there. So Eric Yates is out of the deal. It looks there's a speed car, so that must be Max Gordon.
Yeah, door net open, look.
So he must have took a tumble and something's...
Now, is he single seating?
So we'll see what this speed car can do. So I can't quite tell if the car got beat up too bad or not. If he did take a tumble, but yeah, that he drops down, makes pretty quick work. So Max Gordon at race mile number 9 at the Brannick Falls making quick work. Great shot of the race line start finish. And something else that's really cool this year that the Robinettes did was every registered racer received an Air Evac Life Team free of charge. So if you have an issue, you are covered for your helicopter ride. And that is compliments of Robinettes and AOE. I mean, because every time you get in a race car, you're it's dangerous. Racing's dangerous, but also, guess what? Racing is fun.
Yeah, we've got a great race working out here as we watch Eric Yates. The 860 there. We saw him take a tumble. Let's hope he can get this car back together and get back on course.
So we are just 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City in the Standard Wash OHV area. There's 7,500 acres of BLM land out here, OHV. You can come out here and play at any time. Lake Havasu City is super UTV friendly. They love it. You know, you can go boating, you can go UTV riding. As long as you have a plate on your UTV, you can ride it through town. We've got our Can-Ams plated, so we've been cruising around town all week. Well, for a couple weeks now. But it's such a cool city because I've never seen so many old school hot rods. Never seen so many big powerful boats. And then the off-roading here is amazing. Lake Havasu is turning into one of my new favorite places to come check out. They've got a little bit of everything. It's a fun little town. Its population roughly 58,000, elevation 738 feet. And we're about 3 hours away from Las Vegas and Phoenix. Parker, Arizona is just about 45 minutes away. So we do have Eric Yates off course. He's going to evaluate the situation and try to determine if it's worth still going or not. Make sure you download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.TV, speedsport.tv. Use the Ultra4 USA or MAO Facebook and YouTube channel. Share it, start a watch party, and hashtag it up.
Right, looking on our race tracker right now, and I can see something that I don't want to see. I'm going to keep an eye on it. But if you're watching on racingtracks.com, you can see our map. Come to it, have a look at it, and you can see all of the race numbers on the cars. Now, there's something that is worth talking about. I'm looking here, and I'm seeing Paul Wolf's number, which is 1018. Now, he's got a little red dot next to it. That means that he is stationary. So we're going to look at this, keep an eye on it, and we'll bring it the news as we've got.
And that is our physical race leader, number 24, Cole Clark, at the Spider Track backstretch.
Now, Miles, you helped set this course out. Talk to me a little bit about this area of the course.
Yeah, so it's pretty, obviously it winds and dines a little bit, but it's a pretty fast section. And I guess I was a little before where I thought our camera was, because it widens up even more. But there's a great little shot straightening up the curves. Cole Clark was running a strong pace, and you can see the dust is forming, but the wind's blowing just enough that, man, this is turning out to be a perfect race day.
Ah, absolutely. Listening to the drivers yesterday, there was a lot of concern about the dust. Looking at this here, that's pretty much perfect race conditions, particularly for a desert course. Great to see as we cut back to the race line. Now, going back to the racing track. So if you go to Racing Tracks, tracks is spelled TRAX.com. You can go there, you can pick up the map, and you can have a look. Now, I'm looking. These trackers ping around about every 30 seconds, somewhere around there. And I'm just watching, and it does look like Paul Wolf is now stationary. So we'll bring you more news on that as we have it. But at the moment, he's showing 0 mile an hour. That's a tough break out there.
And I'm just getting an update on my rugged radios. The EMC class, the Everman Challenge, has been adjusted. It will start at 5 and race till 8. So they're going to be racing half of their race in the dark out here. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, guys, it's on the left side. There's a little screen door you can drop down.
Fantastic images here, Miles. Just look at that as they cut their way down through. So which section of the course is this?
Obviously, this is where it kind of goes into the tight canyons. You can really see the dust hanging right there. This is a fun little section. It really flows really nice, snaking through this course. Trying to get my bearings. Yes, so in this top center of our screen is where we are here in the Warren studio. You can barely tell it, but we're probably right here around race mile 20 or so. And it's a fun little wavy section. Remember, a 37-mile course. This is going to be a long but fun race. And there's Lake Havasu, part of the Colorado River in the background. To our right is where Lake Havasu proper is by about 10 miles. So you can come down river and head towards Parker if you go left on the river. Very boater-friendly area. And there's Eric Yates still stopped at the Brannock Falls.
Yeah, that was a tough luck there for Eric Yates. And we always say the same, don't we? The camera never shows you the severity of the terrain. Now, this waterfall, I didn't get out a chance to see that. We were hoping to get out there yesterday, but it just didn't work out for us. But talk us through. I mean, that boulder there, would you say it's the size of a UTV or the size of Abe's Jeep? I mean, what sort of size are we looking?
Yeah, the big boulder at the bottom is, probably the size of a UTV, and it's probably about a 10-foot drop, and there's a lot of big rocks, obviously video never does it justice, but there's a lot of big rocks in the face of it, and it's all natural, but it kind of looks like shotcrete. There's some big rocks in the face of it, but some of these cars have been breaking them loose, so you can kind of see some light dirt areas. That's because those big rocks have fallen off of that rock face, and they're ending up in the bottom, and they're big nuisance rocks, size of a normal beach ball or so.
If you're just joining us, this is the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We're out here just outside of the Havasu city for the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals. What a year of racing it's been, Miles.
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. And speaking about Legends of Havasu, we still have VIP packages available. So go to legendsofhavasu.com, check it out. We've still got great live music tonight with Brett Michaels, tomorrow's Flow Rider. We have the F1 Power Boats, the IPRA Radio, American Side-by-Side Takeover, pool parties, jet ski trick shows, and so much more. So if you're anywhere in the area, come on out. There's still time to enjoy.
I've got some news. Paul Wolf's tracker is showing that he is moving again. So maybe he had a flat tire, maybe he spun a belt. Who knows?
And
but I can tell you that Paul Wolf is moving again.
And it looks like he's in second position.
Now, Travis Solinger, I'm just watching his tracker. He's just gone off, showing him off track at the moment, but he might be possibly in a canyon, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that. Let's see if it bounces back again because, yeah, there he goes. Travis Solinger is back on track, just behind Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney.
Okay, so yeah, the trackers update at separate times. So per racing tracks, Cole Clark, then Travis Solinger, then Paul Wolf, then Kyle Cheney. So those are our top four out front right now.
But let's just talk about that because Carl Cheney, Robert Parker, or Carl Cheney, let's just call him Carl Cheney, started in 12th position today, and he's made his way up to third in the first lap.
And
so
physically, so on adjusted time, he's looking good, really, really well.
Oh, yeah, I would go as far as to say there's a possibility that Carl Cheney is actually leading the race right now. Okay, we're going to be coming out to a short commercial break here, and we're going to be coming back with live action very soon, and Pam Paul is going to be joining us in the booth. So be sure to stay with us, and we look forward to seeing you very soon for more action here at Legends of Havasu. Okay, and welcome back to Legends of Havasu. We are here just outside of Havasu City Lake. And we're having a load. Oh, should I start that again? The Havasu Lake City. And joining me in the booth right now is Pam Hall. How are you, Pam?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing, Jim?
I'm having a great time. It's been an awesome day so far. We've had so much fantastic qualifying. And then, of course, we are here right now for the 4900 main race. As you know, we've got 3 classes racing, but you've been out there in the pits. You've been finding out all the little stories, all the little gems. What's going on out there?
Well, there's a lot going on out there, actually. Not only are we obviously racing live right now with our 4900 UTV class, but a lot of the drivers that qualified in our other classes, our EMC classes, and also in our 4400, they're out there and they're going over their cars and making sure they're all, good and ready. We have some drivers that have had some issues. They're looking for parts. So there's all kinds of action going on out there. Our biggest thing there right now is this 4900 class. And give me a little catch up on this because, like you just said, I've been out in the pits. I know that Cole Clark is physically out in the lead, and he was our number 2 qualifier.
Well, this is the interesting thing, obviously. Now, we saw you went to speak to Paul Wolf's people, so I'm hoping you can fill me in on this in a moment. But let's start. Paul Wolf was actually our fastest qualifier. And then what we had was, obviously, Cole Clark was in our second place. But when we actually got to the start itself, what we actually saw was it was Paul Wolf that actually started in 3rd position. Cole Clark came off the line first, and then Travis Solinger. So it was a really interesting start. So, come on, you heard the gen out there. What was happening to Paul Wolf? Why was Paul Wolf?
Well, Paul Wolf, what happened with him is he has 2 different cars out there, 2 different UTVs actually in his pits. So he ended up going from a 2-seat car to a 1-seat car. So what's going on is he ended up having to switch out some radios, and it's not just quick. So he decided to go to his single-seat car to actually race. So that's what was going on with Paul Wolf and the reason why it was late to our start line. But right now, though, he was supposed to be our number 1 qualifier, but that puts him a minute behind already. So here we do have, I believe that looked like it was a speed UTV, which we have Robbie Gordon out here racing, and Max Gordon, which is super awesome to have them out here. This is their backyard.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where they live. This is where they play. And they know incredibly well.
Oh, and there we go. We have another one. That is the number 77. That is, I believe we have 2 different 77. So that one is Young.
Yeah, that is Glenn Young that's out there right now. But you were just saying about Robbie Gordon being out here. This is literally his backyard. This is where they come to play. This is where they come to test. So to see Robbie out here and Max out here as well, it's absolutely fantastic, particularly with Max coming off of that big win at the Nora 500.
Exactly. I know we did actually catch up with him a little earlier on when they were getting ready to go out for qualifying. He actually was in the passenger seat, in the co-driver's seat, when Robbie went out to qualify this morning. I'm not sure if you guys were aware of that or not. But Max Gordon, a young gentleman of the age of 15 years old. I believe he's almost 16. Very, very soon he should be 16. But he has been driving for a very long time, since he was a tiny, tiny tot, as I call them. But it's awesome to see him out here racing again. Like you said, it is their backyard. Speed UTV is right down the road, so they have been out here testing them as well. And he grew up here. So
yeah.
How awesome.
It's absolutely fantastic to see, and I love the fact that they're here racing with Ultra4. That's really special. But right, let's have a quick catch up with our race leaders. We go back to the waterfall now, and it's good to see Eric Yates is no longer sat there, which means that Eric Yates is back on track. So that's absolutely fantastic. But our current race leader is Cole Clark, and we're going to be seeing him and coming back into town very, very soon. Just behind him is Travis Solinger. But this is the big news at the moment. Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, looks like has made his way back up into 3rd position, which will be absolutely astonishing if that's the case. Then just behind him, it looks like we have Paul Wolf, but we'll get confirmation of that as they come round to complete their first lap. But that looks like that's Jake Versey coming on round right now.
Yes, it is. That is Jake Versey, as Miles calls him, the blonde ambition. But you were saying Kyle Cheney has made his way up into 3rd physically on course.
Yes.
I believe he qualified, in the 8th position today?
Yeah, 12th.
12th position.
I mean, he took the gamble. He went out there, he stuck it on the line to be first on course, which it seemed like a really good common sense thing to do. But the reality is it didn't pay out for him. He ended up down in 12th position, but we know Carl Cheney. He does many things, but everything he does very fast indeed, as we watch Jake Versey there making his way into the desert. So very soon now, our leaders will be coming into town. They will be coming across that start finish, and we can start to work out the adjusted times. We can start to work out who is actually first, who is actually second. But my guess right now is it's going to probably be Carl Cheney, probably just up behind Cole Clark. The other one that's worth a look at as well is Mike Park. Mike Park is on a charge as well.
So really quick, I'm going to cut you off for there a second. Cole Clark just now came through and completed his first lap. I don't know if you and Miles did your lap timing, but it looks like he came through in 1 hour and 2 minutes is what his lap time just came through.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Did you guys do that little bantering of what do you think the fastest lap was going to be?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we did not, but we've been talking about this, and obviously Miles has been talking to JT, our race director, and trying to guess what those race times would be. And they were saying we hope they will be around about 1 hour. So that is spot on. 1 hour and 2 minutes. Perfect.
Exactly.
So Cole Clark is our current race leader, but let's not forget this is on adjusted time.
And it's here we do have another car coming through. That looks like that is Mr. Travis Zollinger. Yes, it is. He is also at 1 hour, 2 minutes, but 33 seconds. So he is not too far behind Cole Clark.
Yeah, we're literally talking about seconds apart there. Now, the interesting thing about both of these vehicles is both of these vehicles are single seat. Oh,
Look
now,
at that.
is that Cole Clark just coming out of the hot pits?
It is.
Oh, my word, look at this.
I
Look
wish
at
you guys
this.
could see us here because we're pointing at the TV. But
I've got Pam here. She's sitting there pointing at the TV, literally hovering off her seat, pointing at now. That makes a big difference indeed. You can physically see the lead there. And Travis Zollinger, he'll be sitting there going, I got you, Cole. He's already passed him on adjusted time now. He knows he's got him. You have to remember that they're 30 seconds apart. Cole has now got to push 30 seconds on Travis.
But the thing about it is Travis is going to be fighting the dust that he is going to be in of Cole Clark, which that's not fun to do. You can get into it. If there's not a breeze at all, it blinds you. But look at this.
Oh,
Travis
Zollinger's pulling off track. Oh, no.
That is so unfortunate because he is so close to the hot pit, and he is, like you said, in a single seat, but Travis Zollinger pulled off to the left.
Now, my best guess is he's got a flat tire or he's done a belt.
Those belts are never fun to do. Let's
No,
see if
they
we get
are not.
out of the car.
No,
Obviously,
he hasn't
he's
got out of the
going to
car
have to get
yet. Now, he's still within running distance of the pits.
That is 1793. I believe that is Mr. Corey Willis.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yes, you are.
And Corey Willis, he's coming off of racing last weekend at Mid-America in the Side-by-Side Championship Series. We have a couple of racers that have been out there. And look, he is looking at the belt. The belts are on the driver's side of the car, and that's exactly what it looks like Travis Zollinger is doing, is looking at where the belt is. Down, yeah, and they have these clutch covers. Exactly, he's pulling his clutch cover off right now, so hopefully that belt didn't get too shredded up, but he did pull the clutch cover. There is a tool that they use also to have to get that belt on and off, but usually when they're shredded, they can just pull them right on out.
Yeah, absolutely. The difficult thing with these belts is that you have to remember that everything in there is attached to the engine and the transmission. It's super hot in there. It is not easy to do it when you're in your workshop at home, and then when you're trying to do it on the race course, it all becomes that little bit more difficult. And this is the yin to the yang of racing a single-seater. You haven't got your buddy there to help you out.
Exactly.
And so many of the cars that are running two-seat vehicles, they'll practice this. Their co-driver will be an ace at changing the belts. He'll be an ace at changing those tires. When you're a single seat driver, you have to do all of that yourself.
Exactly.
Which makes the whole thing so much more difficult. Cole Clark won't be believing his luck today. He pulled up in second place to start this race and started in first place. He then had to come into the pits, allowing Travis to close the gap on him, and all of a sudden Travis is pulling off to the side of the track. I mean, if I was Cole Clark, I would be doing lottery numbers at the end of the day, that's for sure.
Exactly. I mean, and look at the gap between Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, and whoever is sitting in that number 3 spot right now, which we have no idea who it's going to be because we haven't seen anybody within arm's reach quite yet.
Well, I'm expecting to see Carl Cheney, aka Robert Parker, making his way through the start-finish at any moment now, shortly followed by Paul Wolfe and then Mike Park.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you have your racing tracks up, which is awesome.
Oh, yes.
And
use the tools that we are given.
Exactly. And we don't normally have racing tracks, but being this kind of race course, following them is definitely a key thing to do.
Well, this is something that we would normally see at races like King of the Hammers, etc. And to see this being used here at a national event is absolutely fantastic. And that is our race leader. That is Cole Clark.
And I'm not sure exactly what race mile he would be. This race course.
This will be around race mile 2 right now.
Okay, and this race course, it definitely it goes in and out everywhere, so we get great footage of everybody.
But look at this, underneath, hanging down. His belly plates are hanging down. So has he got a problem there? Is that going to cause him an issue, particularly as he starts to go down the rock trails? Oh, that's very interesting indeed.
That is very interesting.
But that's off-road racing. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, and what that belly plate is, usually it's that really thick plastic stuff that you put underneath the car to help with, from damaging your transmission, damaging the underneath of your car. But his looked like it was folded down in front, so maybe there was a rock inside of one of the ruts he was in, and it could just peel it right back. It doesn't normally peel that
Yeah,
easy.
it doesn't usually do that. I did wonder if it had undone from the back and was folding down and using the weight to hold it down. But you're right, it did look like it was the front that had actually folded in. Right now, I can see dust. So does that mean we've just had a car come through? Oh, what we got here? There's two
There's
UTVs
somebody in the
there.
hot pits. So we have 2 different hot pits as well. I'm not sure if you've already explained it. But
Here
right
we go.
there,
This looks like Paul Wolf. Is this Paul Wolf?
it's yellow.
It's yellow. That's a good starting
it
point.
It could be Paul Wolf or Kyle Cheney.
Very,
But
very
that
true
looks
indeed.
Like that is, I believe that is Kyle Cheney. Well, no, here, yes, that does say CT
Oh, look at this.
Raceworks
Another
on
car
the
coming
top.
out of the hot pits.
And that coming out of the hot pits, I believe, is Joshua Smith in the number for 1948. But that
can't
is
be.
Paul Wolf, or not Paul Wolf. That is Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Kyle Cheney going through, but that can't be Josh Smith.
No.
No, that's not
That
Josh
is
Smith.
Mike Park.
That's Mike Park. So there we go. Right. It does look like right now we're just waiting to see
this.
confirmation. So Mike Park's crossing the line with a 106. In third position is Kyle Cheney. Looks like he is 5 minutes down on Travis Zollinger, but Cole Clark right now is our current race leader with a 102.20.
You know what's going to be interesting? Because of the footage we're seeing right now, we're going to see if Travis Zollinger is still pulled off to the side. So it'd be awesome to stick with
Yes,
this and see
very
if it's still
good
pulled
point.
off.
Very good point indeed.
And this is a 90 left right there. It looks like it's a smooth left, but it definitely is not. I don't think there's anything smooth really out here on this race course. I don't know if you got to actually take a lap around.
I didn't. I'd be very surprised if Travis Zollinger is back on track.
It would be right in this section is where he was.
Looks should be just here on the left. Maybe
Unless
he's already fit. Oh, no, there he is. I can see him. He's just off center of screen right now.
Yes, he is. So he is still out there. Well, it doesn't look like he is still out of the car. Maybe he's buckling back up.
Yeah, but the interesting one here is the fact that Kyle Cheney is now up physically into second place, and he's got clear air to chase.
Yes, and
Cole
there
Clark.
Paul Wolf was just now in screen.
Yeah, now Paul Wolf's had a problem on track as well. So he's either had a flat tyre or he's lost a belt. So is he going to come into the hot pit? Is he going to come in and take on board either a spare tyre or a spare belt, or is he going to blow through?
It'll be very interesting to see for sure.
He was stopped for, it would be around about 3 to 4 minutes. So it's just on time to either do a tyre or just on time to do a belt. It could have been either.
Well, and Paul Wolf is running in that number 5 spot on
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. We've got Paul Wolf. We just saw coming around the start there. Okay, so there's Paul Wolf down now. Did you see him stop in the pits at all, Pam?
I did not see him stop in the pits, so maybe he's got that good running. I know that Chris Hickman has been back over here behind us watching the race, so it's good to see him over here and not over in the hot pits.
That would suggest to me that he didn't get a flat tyre on course then. That would suggest to me that whatever reason he stopped was not a flat tyre, because if it was a flat tyre, he would have come in and definitely had a re-rack, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Now, some of these cars that you'll see out there, you'll see they've actually got like tape wrapped around their tyres. This is a visual marker for their teams, so they can see if the tape's gone off the tyre, they know that these guys are going to need a tyre when they're coming into pits. And you might think, well, why didn't they just radio that through? Why didn't they just tell their pit? Well, sometimes the radios fail and you need a visual check. And they'll have spotters out on course as well, plus they'll be watching the live feed, trying to get as much gen as they can, so when their man or their girl is coming around past the pits, they can make informed decisions quickly.
Exactly, and I'm trying to make out who it is that's running behind Paul Wolf right now. I'm not sure if that's Mike Park that is running behind him, which I think that we saw him coming out of his pits earlier. But
no, I think Mike Park we saw out go behind Kyle Cheney.
I was thinking too.
Yeah, so if that was the case, then I will have a
We
look
might
at-
have missed a car going through, but I actually didn't see Travis Zollinger still setting off to the side there either, so maybe he got back going as well.
No, I'm still
Oh, it was
showing
Dustin
Travis Zollinger.
Robbins possibly?
Yeah, Dustin Robbins is actually showing in the pits right now. So
Oh,
he's
I keep
stopped in
forgetting
hot
you have
pits.
that. I'm not used to having this up whenever we're racing.
But I can tell you now that Cole Clark is our current race leader, and he is pulling a long lead on the rest of the field.
And there we do have the young Nathan Parker. And you know what? Nathan Parker does not have a co-driver with him.
No, that's 900. That's Kyle Cheney.
Oh, Kyle Cheney. Oh, don't know where I was thinking.
That's
900,
right.
that's right.
I got you.
150 is Nathan Parker.
Yes, that is correct. And Nathan Parker, he's 14 years old, and he's doing great things out here. I mean, let's not forget, he was the highest qualifying stock UTV today. Absolutely remarkable.
Yes, it is. And there is Mike Park.
It is the 904.
And Mike Park out there running strong.
Right, well, I'm going to step out for a few short minutes. Miles is going to join you back in the booth.
Yes.
And I will see you all very soon.
It was awesome. All right, playing a little bit of musical chairs in here. I'm giving Miles his seat back, but this is awesome with Cole Clark in that number 1 spot, Travis Zollinger in that number 2 spot, Kyle Cheney actually running in that number 3 spot. So Miles is going to get caught up with us here in a minute. Hopefully you got to grab some lunch there, Miles.
I just kind of took a little hangout, got in the shade, just chilled out. It was nice. There's Paul Wolf, number 1018, and I overheard. I know it was Cole Clark, but I couldn't see it. I just gotten out of eyesight, and I heard somebody hot rodding through. I assumed it was Cole. So what's that? Probably just over an hour lap time for Cole Clark.
Cole Clark at an
there it is.
hour and
Okay,
2.
Hour
yes.
and 2. Yep.
Well,
I knew it was right around that. And JT and I were guessing an hour for the fast guys. You know, is it going to be 55 minutes? It's going to be an hour and 20. You don't know. So we were guessing that hour mark. So an hour and 2, that's pretty impressive. So 4400s could shave off some time because there's some real big sections you can really go. But then those tight technical canyons, the UTVs do have an advantage. So, man, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Okay, and there's Travis Zollinger. Travis
I heard he
Zollinger
was pulled over maybe?
Well, here's what happened. So Cole Clark came through. Travis Zollinger came through pretty close behind him. Well, then, as we were watching on the drone, Cole Clark was coming out of the hot pits, and Travis Zollinger was right behind him. Right as they got about mile marker 1, Travis Zollinger ended up pulling off to the side, and I think what happened, it was changing a belt because he pulled off his clutch cover and everything. So he had an unfortunate belt change there.
And there's Tyler Gibbs with Mitchell Roccacelli coming through. That moves him up to, it looks like, 5th overall on adjusted time and in Pro Modified. So right now it is still Cole Clark, then Travis Zollinger, Kyle Cheney, Mike Park, and then Tyler Gibbs, and then Paul Wolf. And now Robbie Gordon just clicks off another lap right there at the race line, start-finish.
Yes, and Robbie Gordon running in that number 8 spot, but right now he's actually in number 1 overall for the UTV Open class. So he's running first in class.
Wow.
But 8th overall, so good job. But we have lots of action going on right here.
And then Glenn Young just moves into the 5th spot overall in Pro Modified class. We're still waiting for our first stock class. Is that going to be Nathan Parker? We'll find out here very soon. But Robbie Gordon, first in class, 9th overall. This guy can drive anything with wheels on it. Obviously, there's a lot of lovers and a lot of haters for old Robbie Gordon, but I'm a fanboy for sure. He's done a lot for our sport, and it's really cool to see him out here racing with Ultra4 USA. It just brings the notoriety up. Just speaking of Bob Bauer being our Grand Marshal,
Right.
I think that is so cool. JT Taylor offered it to him, and Bob was excited to come. And we're going to bring him in the Warren booth here probably the next half hour or so. We're going to bring Bob through and have a chat with him and give you some of his stories. And there is Robbie Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits right now. Looks like taking some fuel. And you can see the safety equipment is on by the fuel guy. And when they're fueling, you cannot touch the car. So they're just kind of visually watching, making sure everything's good. But, man, they got their whole team out there checking her out. So I was curious about that, man. Just one lap. So he's going to have to stop every lap for fuel possibly?
I mean, they are a 37-mile loop, correct?
Yep.
So with that being said, a lot of these cars have bigger fuel cells. Robbie might not have, obviously, they're taking on fuel right now, does not have a larger fuel cell in it.
Even though it's in the open class, it's still a stock machine.
Yes, and so Robbie Gordon's getting all fueled up like we were saying, but definitely going to be a little bit of a game because on a stock tank, normally you always get, I don't know, maybe like 85, 90 miles roughly, but that's kind of trail riding in a sense. So they're out here pushing it harder. They have the sand washes they're going through, and it's obviously going to eat up more fuel.
And now, is that Robbie out of the vehicle?
That looks like he's getting possibly a, well, they don't have belts. He doesn't have belts on his UTVs.
Huh. And I just got an update over my Rugged Race radio. Sounds like Cade Rod has a mechanical issue at race mile 23.7. Hate to hear that for Cade, but hey, that's part of racing.
Yes, it is. Very unfortunate. And I actually did not realize Cade Rod was running in the UTV class, and I was walking by the lineup, and I saw him. I'm like, oh, hey, you know, pretty cool to see him out here in a UTV because normally he's...
This is his first time ever driving a UTV during a race. Looks like that's Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey, number 43, clicking off a lap. So that's going to move him into second. No, on adjusted time, that puts him in first place ahead of Robbie Gordon. So Jake Versey is on adjusted time and about to pass Robbie Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits. So he's got to have a big smile on his head when he passes Robbie Gordon.
Yes, it is. And Miles, how cool is this? I kept forgetting when I was in here with Jim with the racing tracks. I kept going, I wonder where this person is or that person.
Quit wondering and go to racingtracks.com and check her out.
Exactly. I just am not used to having it. So how cool is that we can do this here in the booth? And we do have a lot of drivers still moving in. It looks like the 252 is not moving right at this moment, which is Brett Lambeth is not moving. 0 miles per hour.
Wow, and Cole Clark, our physical race leader, will be coming into the Brannock Falls here in the next 5 minutes or so. So Cole Clark with a commanding lead. He is way out front of by about 2.5 miles of Parker and Mike Park.
Wow. How awesome is that?
And there's Tyler Gibbs, and look at him throwing it in the berm. These ruts are getting deeper and deeper every time out. So Tyler Gibbs and Mitchell Roccacelli still cruising along. Race mile number 3.
And Tyler Gibbs, the rear end of his car looked like it was
sagging. I saw that.
Sagging.
I was wondering that.
So when you were actually out of the booth, they showed Cole Clark, and it looked like the front of his skid plate was folded down underneath too. So it's going to be interesting to see whenever he comes back through to see if that is actually an issue, if he's going to have to stop again.
Well, time will tell. There was Glenn Young heading through. He is Iron Manning this race in his Can-Am.
And you guys were talking about this, Miles, whenever, of course, all the people that are following the social media, you were giving amazing updates throughout the course building out here. And you were saying how it was going to be tough for the people that are running a single seat out here.
I'm telling you. But, hey, look who's winning this. Cole Clark. So, hey, what am I to judge anything? He's running one heck of a race. There goes Tyler Rimreed. So that's going to move him up, let's see, into 9th position in class, 10th overall in the Pro Modified class.
And he's running in a Can-Am. He's switching gears.
Recently switching over,
yes.
So good for him. There's a great shot of Ultra4 USA. Hot pits on the top.
Yes, and I was explaining that. I wasn't sure if you guys had explained that earlier on, that there are 2 completely different hot pit areas, and it's not because we had to because of the way our course is set up and space and everything, but normally we just have one normal long hot pit.
But it's still just one hot pit technically, because it's all here at home base.
Just 2 different sections.
Yeah, there's not a remote pit. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
All right, Matthew Walraven has came through. He actually looks like he just took over the number 9 spot from Tyler Rimreed. Matthew Walraven in that number 118 in the UTV Pro Modified class.
And somebody's pulling in the Amsoil hot pits.
Is that Gibbs?
Nope,
No, that
Gibbs
is Willis, Corey Willis.
What's it say on the top? Man, it's tough to tell. But yeah, it doesn't.
No,
look
that
like,
is not Corey Willis.
That's the 435, if I'm not mistaken. So that is
Calgary?
No, Brandon Kilgore.
Kilgore.
Oh,
okay.
there he is.
Okay, let's
He was
look
there
at the bottom.
in 3 minutes. So Cole Clark, number 24, our physical race leader, and he took a perfect line last time. Kissed the rock a little bit. Last time was a little bit smoother, but still quick and easy through there.
Did you see a skid plate underneath? See, it's hanging down.
Okay, it's hanging. So it's one of those things. I think you keep rocking and rolling.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But if he takes a hard hit, he could really destroy the front end of his car.
Yes, 100%.
Or if he gets in the wrong rock, instead of skimming over, it's going to catch.
Right.
So we'll see how that all plays out.
I mean, really, and in reality, too, going into the hot pits, how is that actually going to help him? What can they do to fix it? But
maybe a few zippy screws up in there and see what happens, but it's wanting to stay down. There's Jake, the blonde ambition Versi.
And we'll see how the time split will be between Cole Clark in our number 2 position, because Travis Zollinger was so close to him when they came through earlier on. So Cole Clark might have the time to actually go into the hot pit and try to fix the skid plate.
Like I said, the skid plate, I don't think I'd mess with it. I think I'd rock and roll with that. I think it's going to be too time consuming, and it's not going to save you anything unless you get in a pickle, obviously. Right. But I think I'd take my chances and keep on rocking. And he may not even know it's dragging, so he doesn't care. But through the washes, it's so burned out in the ruts that it probably is dragging a little bit, so he probably hears it. But there's Tyler Gibbs, I believe.
Well, and here,
look at the rear end. Yeah, it does look low. So he's got a right rear.
I'm thinking he broke his shocks or something.
Yeah. So that's going to be a rough ride through the desert in that machine. Roccacelli's going to be like, hey, slow down. My back hurts.
Right. All right. Who just came through? I'm not quite sure who it was.
Is that the Kilgore coming out?
Oh, you're correct, Miles.
I would assume.
He did come out of the hot pits. Or Mike McCleary.
Yeah, let's go with Mike McCleary there. Yep, that was him. Sorry.
But he did come out of the hot pits.
Yep.
Kilgore did.
And we see up on the Yukon Ridge right now coming at us another car. And that could be Park or Starrett, it looked like.
There's same exact
cars. So this
cars.
is race mile number 3. So this is Brandon Kilgore, maybe? These cars are kind of hard to tell apart.
Yes, it is. I mean, the dust, is not only an issue whenever you're trying to pass somebody and they're in front of you, but, they also make your car a little bit more dusty and it's hard to see. Is that Walraven? No.
Yeah, that's 118 Walraven.
Okay.
Yes, you are correct. There's 3 or 4 of them that look very, very similar. But that's Matthew Walraven still clicking along. And speaking about Walraven, we'll see his son Xander Walraven racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for Ultra4 USA the Youth, as Josh Smith comes through as just a visual. And it looks like it was that Parker Starrett gets right in front of him. A little block pass. I like that style. Is that 004 or 04? I can't tell.
Well, we'll know as soon as they cross the line here in just a moment. So they just now went through our start-finish line, and Byron Starrett has gone through, so that would be who it is.
With Josh Smith hot on his heels. Byron Starrett in the stock class, Josh Smith in the open class, and Robbie Gordon, is that him still there? No, Robbie Gordon is out back. So, Josh Smith trying to pass.
This is tricky right here, though. I mean, it's wide, but it comes down into it's the way the ruts are going right there as well. It comes down into a single lane almost.
So that's a great shot of Josh Smith in the open. He can have an aftermarket turbo. He can hop his up. With Starrett in the stock class, it is stock, so no aftermarket turbos or anything. And it looked like that was Corey Willis.
Yes, it was. I believe it's 1793 is his number.
Where are we at here? This may be race mile 19 or so.
I know, you probably have this whole entire course embedded into your mind.
I'm trying, but my mind's a little fried, I promise.
I mean, you guys have been live, since 7:45 this morning or something?
Yeah, yep. And I got a nice little 15-minute break there. It was great. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're very welcome.
As we're back to the Yukon Ridge.
I will be going out into the hot pits after I get done with this, see if I can get some stories on.
Hope to hear some good stuff from you.
Yes, definitely. All right, and that would be
Aaron Lynch. Yes. That's Chris May driving by Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland, clicking off another lap at the race line, start finish.
And Aaron Lynch is one of our contenders for the Zandy Willems Sportsman Award.
As well as Eric Miller, Levi Shirley, and a Chad Hunt will be giving that away tomorrow night. And the National Ultra4 USA banquet there at the Nautical on the island just past the London Bridge. And again, the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship Award is so cool because it's voted on by your peer racers. I have no influence. You have no influence. All the fans, you got to wait and see. It's your fellow racers get a vote who's going in there. And it's just a really cool thing. Obviously, we lost Zandy. He's still heavy in everybody's heart, but great to see. But it sounds like – but remember, you were able to catch up. Pam, you caught up with Aaron Lynch just a day or two ago. So let's see what you had to say last night.
I am here with Aaron Lynch. Aaron Lynch, you're out here racing for Chris May. He's running second in points in the class. But I want to talk to you about you are in the running for the Zandy Willems Sportsman Award.
Yeah.
Give us a thought about that.
I'm kind of speechless, honestly. I just try to help everybody out and do, what I think's good. If someone needs help, I'll give them the shirt right off my back. You know what I mean? That's just, I'm the type of racer that I'd rather beat you in a skill set than try to, not have you have a fighting chance. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Well, quickly then after that, it's awesome that you guys help each other out on track and everything. But speaking of track, what do you think about the course today?
Dude, it's awesome. I'm from East Tennessee, so being in the desert for the first time is kind of really weird. There's no trees. I love it. It's super fast. There is, it's a whole different experience, and I'm enjoying it.
Awesome. Well, we're glad that you're out here and enjoying it because it's going to be a tough race course. So we can't wait to see you out there. Tomorrow's qualifying, but then on Saturday, the Sportsman Award will be given away. So good luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, that's pretty cool, Pam. You were able to catch up with Aaron Lynch last night. And again, I'll reiterate, the way this is decided is it was a group vote. You could nominate somebody and give a briefing. And Alan and Zach went through all those emails, nominations. They weeded it down to whoever got nominated the most, and we weeded it down to 4. So now it's Chad Hunt, Levi Shirley, Eric Miller, and Aaron Lynch. And then there was another vote that went down. It's already done. I still don't know who won, but we will reveal that tomorrow. I don't know if Alan knows or not, if he's keeping secrets, but I want it to stay that because I want it to be a surprise for everybody. And it's going to be something special to give away the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year tomorrow night.
Yes, and speaking with Angie did bring his helmet with us they're not giving away Zandy's helmet, but they are bringing it here with us, and it'll be with all of us at the awards tomorrow night. And it's going to be an emotional night for everybody. I mean, Rufus Racing and all of us will be there, and it's really cool to see the nominees of it. I mean, I caught up with Eric Miller as well, Aaron Lynch, as we just saw, and then also Chad Hunt. I haven't got to catch up with Levi about it to get his thoughts, but it's really, really cool that we are doing this for our second year in a row. But here we do have, let's talk about the top 5. We have Cole Clark in that number 1 spot. Travis Zollinger still in that number 2 spot. Kyle Cheney running for Robert Parker in that 3 spot. Mike Park 4th, and Glenn Young in that 5th position.
Yeah, it's been a great showing of what these UTVs can do. Remember, there's 3 races going on all at the same time. We have the stock, the open, and the modified. And then tonight at 5 p.m., we're going to kick off the Everyman Challenge. There'll be 3 races going on then. Remember, they're racing at the same time, but scored separately. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. So at the end of the game, you're going to have to really do your math to see what's going on. It's Travis Zollinger coming down the Brannock Falls as we speak, switching from low to high right there. You saw him back up, so let the transmission release its bind a little bit, puts her in high, and takes off.
I can't wait to see who's actually got past him, though, because he, like I said, he was in second position, very close behind Cole Clark, but he had to change that belt off race course by race mile number 1. So I know Kyle Cheney got by him, Mike Park got by him, but I'm not sure exactly who all. I guess we could look on Racing Tracks.
I was trying to look at that. It's over on your side.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see how it's all shaking out. So the Optima battery leaderboard on our left of our screen.
All right, let me zoom in on this because I need to see this a little bit closer.
So Travis Zollinger should be about race mile 9.5 or 10 right now. So it does look like Mike Park and Robert Park or Kyle Cheney have gotten around him.
And it looks like Cole Clark's roughly about 15. So it looks like he's about 9.5, roughly mile 9.5.
But Cole Clark has a 3-mile lead over Mike Park and Kyle Cheney. That is incredible.
Well,
Kyle
yes.
Cheney driving for Robert Parker, obviously for the entire season.
All right, so physically out on course, it is Cole Clark, Mike Park, Kyle Cheney, and then Travis Zollinger. Wow. Okay.
And remember, this is a 3-lap race. This is not a timed loop. This is a lap race. So We'll see what happens next time around for Cole Clark. Will be the white flag.
And Miles, I would like to point this out. Dustin Robbins is down here with the little red arrow. So if you guys are watching racing tracks, if their bubble with their number in it has like a red mark at the bottom of it, that usually means that they're either out of the race or they're stopped for quite a while. So Dustin Robbins is down here, and on the racing tracks, that's where his pit is. So I might have to go over there and get some information and find out what happened with Dustin Robbins.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to kick you out of here in just a little bit. I want you to get in the Amsoil hot pits and get us some information.
Yes, I've been out in there all day long talking to drivers and everything. It's actually a lot of fun. I know you do it at King of the Hammers.
Oh, I love it at Hammers, absolutely.
So another little thing, look right here, another red bubble or a yellow bubble with a red underneath it is Paul Wolf's name.
And he's off course a little bit, so did he pull off with a mechanical issue? Needs to change a tire, or what is going on? But I don't know. Tough break for Paul Wolf.
Definitely, because Cole Clark gets about where he's at. So hopefully Paul Wolf gets going again if he is not moving. But right now he is at 0 miles per hour at race mile 14.
And speaking about Paul Wolf, Pam, I am going to kick you out of here, and I want to send you down to the Amsoil hot pits and go see if you can find Chris Hickman and find out what's going on. So, Pam, always a pleasure to have you in here. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Miles.
All right, well, while we have a quick break in the action, we're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, we take the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And while we're out, I got a couple updates. Jared gave me the update that Paul Wolf just broke a steering rack, so he is out of the race. And then Casey Shear said that Payne was saying that the skid plate was folding back on Cole Clark. That is a rubber mud flap, basically. So that is A-OK. So thanks for the updates, guys. Always much appreciated. And joining me in the Warren booth is none other than Bob Bauer. How's it going, buddy?
It's going so good I can't stand it. It stays there. Okay. I've been outside all day long. And here's what the best part of the whole deal is. I am covered in dust. That makes me a happy man no matter what we're seeing. And we're seeing some great racing. I flagged off a lot of guys for qualifying today.
Wasn't that cool? I loved so when JT brought the idea up, he called me. He was like, hey, so we were at the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. You were emceeing it. Yeah. And afterwards, you guys were chatting. And he's like, what would you think about being a Grand Marshal? And JT story was me. He's like, I would love that. but I want to do more than just being the old guy waving a flag. And here you are doing a little bit of everything.
That's the truth. Truth be told, he said he came up with this, Grand Marshal idea, and I said, well, what does a Grand Marshal do? And sarcastically, I said to myself, nothing, because most of the time I see him sitting around doing nothing. But I kind of want to do stuff, and so I get to wave a flag. I get to talk to kids. I'm a happy man. I get to sit next to Miles Hasselquist, one of my cotton-picking, no doubt about it, double throwdown heroes.
Oh, hey, it means so much coming for you because I'm a fan of yours. So it's cool that, and we became buddies. We've only known each other for a few years now.
True.
You came out to KOH, and Ryan Thomas introduced us, and we started emailing back and forth. And I was like, this is pretty cool. And then we got to meet at KOH, and I just love our conversations.
Well, maybe we're two prep guys who really understand it. You are such a preparation guy. You shared your notes with me last year before, and they really, really do help. Trouble is, I'm just not smart enough to get it all together like you.
Well, I do my best. One of my other heroes is old Ricky Johnson, and he told me, fake it till you make it. And guess what? I'm still faking it.
Here we are, dude. And I don't think there's a whole lot of fake left in you, Miles. You're going place with this. Ultra4 is not easy to explain to folks because visually, to a guy like me, a lot of them look so much alike. And, I know cars. I'm not, a total idiot.
Oh, yeah, you understand the mechanicals of it, but it's still so different.
And the longer you look at these things, the more you realize what you're seeing. At first blush, some of them look a little rough. You got to admit, sometimes they're not aesthetically what you really like
for
to
sure.
have. But then you start looking more carefully, and you see the beef, and you see the braces and the bars, and where things are connected, and different ideas. This one I saw with the front end was like almost totally empty until you saw the shocks and the stuff that was coming up right by the firewall.
Yep.
Everybody has a different approach. This is four-wheeling and racing at its best.
Yeah, is it a rock crawler going fast, or is it a fast car rock crawling? There's a little bit of both. The blend there is so amazing because you're from Baja, so you're used to the T1 Unlimited trucks and the little bugs and everything. Those won't run here at all. And these cars, I'm not going to say they can beat those cars in the desert, but they can keep up. And then these cars can go through this right here at the Brannock Falls, which an unlimited truck cannot do.
First time I saw a 4400 car on the desert race course was when I was in the race. We were just south of Santa Rita on the way
to the 1,000, huh?
It's a 2017 Baja 1000, the 50th. And it's a lot of whoopee driving along like that. And, we know we're coming down to the last 200 miles, so, everything's in your brain's doing that. And then I see this black dot in the mirror behind us.
You're keeping up with your mirrors because that's part of it.
Well, it really is because we're not driving a rocket ship, so you got to. And there's a black dot starts coming real fast, like a fast mosquito coming right at us. And then we heard it before we saw it, really. And it went by us a 4400 car.
You remember who it was?
Greg Adler, I think.
Okay, awesome. I was going to say, I know Paul Horschel, which is one of the nicer cars we have out here, raced a few years ago and got first in his class. He teamed up with Lauren Healy and was really doing some good things, and it's really cool to see these cars. As Matt Walraven's really struggling at the top of Brannock Falls. And now he's a plug at the top, so it's right rear something. Okay, able to back up. And who's right behind him?
That's interesting. Just let somebody go by.
Is that Corey Willis? Yes, it is. So they're basically their teammates also. So I don't know if they run on the same channel or not. And that's that high side. Remember, this is right where we stood the other day. I took this waterfall, and we talked about that line right there, and we're like, could it happen? It could, but, man, it's so off camber. And you could see him. He was dancing. He was light, but he made it through.
Well, when we were there yesterday or day before, whatever that was.
A couple days ago, it all blends together.
I saw the left line, and I said, that's got to be a line. But then it wasn't that day until they knocked a few more rocks into a hole, out of a hole, and now it looks like a line.
Yep, it's pretty impressive. So Walraven got whatever figured out, not sure, or if he's still struggling a little bit with some mechanicals, but he's dropped the Brannock Falls, but now he's stuck in that spot. And look at the sheer tension that's on that front suspension of those UTVs, because that's the most fragile part of the UTV is that front spot.
I just can't imagine the forces coming in on that metal. That metal wants to rip.
Oh, yeah. The ball joints want to rip apart. So Walraven does make it through, so he's still clicking along, but his teammate Corey Willis with PPEI makes a round.
When somebody makes it through something like that, Miles, oftentimes what happens in the desert, and this is more of a desert course than these guys are used to.
Oh, for sure.
Is they don't leave that problem they just had behind them. They take off, and the next 100 yards, they're still thinking about the last 100,
Exactly.
and that's when they whap all, you know.
And, yeah, right out of the Bronco Foals right there, you better put her in high side because it really smokes through there. It opens up and really clicks along. So exactly what you're saying. Your mind has to slow down for the rocks, but then you have to remember to speed your mind up and look forward. So it's pretty interesting to see what the different dynamics there actually is out there on course. I absolutely just love it. You know, that's what Ultra4 is all about. The rocks, the desert, the tight canyons. These things can do a little bit of everything and do it all well.
Like a Swiss Army knife.
That's exactly what it is.
Somebody taught me that one.
Heck yeah, buddy. But yeah, these cars are amazing. I love watching them work through the desert. And again, just having you in the studio, I generally appreciate.
Well, I'm tickled to be here. Like I said, because I'm talking with Miles, but to be at this event, being with Ultra4, this is quite an education. I mean, it really is for a desert guy, because these are such capable cars. And
they are.
These owners, you know, they're not like racers. They're four-wheelers. They're family people. They got dogs on leashes. They got kids in wagons. I mean, I don't know whether I'd rather be on the start line or walking through the pits watching Happy.
So you know how I got in my position? Is from walking the pits and hanging out with my friends, and that's exactly what it is. The Ultra4 family, I mean, that's what I would do. I used to help pit crew for a buddy, and every night, every day, you're just walking through and bumping into whoever. They need something. You grab a beer, you grab a burger, and you just make your laps around. And obviously now I've gotten a little busier and busier. I don't make it through the pits quite as often, but I will tonight. I'll sneak away and hang out a little bit tonight.
I don't believe it. Wow.
But yeah, some great racing going on out there. Oh, there's Robbie Gordon. We'll see it. Let's stick with this camera. He's all about the desert, all about the fast. Rocks are a little bit new to him, but he's raced King of the Hammers a few times. And if you guys give this guy the steering wheel, he can drive anything.
Well, I think he's on a fresh belt too. Didn't he just have a belt problem?
I don't think these cars have belts, do they?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He was down there. He was
down. They were doing something, but he dropped it pretty easy. And now what's going on? He's trying to back up? Is he bellied out?
Momentum, Robbie.
Yeah,
Momentum.
He's bellied out a little bit, so there he goes. He makes it through. Okay. So Robbie makes it. Right behind him. Man, it just dropped on me.
You know what occurs to me, Miles, is that this camera, as good as it is, doesn't show how actually steep that is.
Oh, yep.
You know, it's like...
It's a 10-foot wall, and you and I hiked it, and it's I mean, you're on all fours.
Yeah, exactly right. It took all my feet and my paws and everything to get up.
So we go from Robbie Gordon to Max Gordon in the Amsoil Hot Pits. It looks like they're going to do a little fuel strategy. Well, Bob, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the Warren studio. Give me just kind of just a quick blip of your favorite thing you've done this week. Just one instance.
I spent time talking to a kid who wanted to meet me, who wants to get involved in off-road racing. We were able to spend about 10 minutes talking to him, and I helped him understand about volunteering, and he's just at the right age. I learned today that he was down there helping people at the start-finish line, just lifting dirt, moving things, just to help and volunteer.
Just having fun, huh?
And so that's been having my heart spin. His name's John, and he's got that look. He's got that look, Miles. So I know I'm supposed to love race cars and all that stuff, but man, I love those kids. They're our future.
100% future of the sport. And they'll be racing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Again, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, Mr. Bob Bauer. Always a pleasure. Great talking with you. And we will be back with more racing action right after this.
Speedsport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speedsport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speedsport Daily. Speedsport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquis, and joining me once again in the Warren Studios, Mr. Jim Marsden.
Hey Miles, how we doing? What a fantastic day to go racing. What a fantastic place to go racing. Now, I had to step out for a few short minutes, but tell me, what's been happening?
Well, I was talking with Bob, so I don't have a clue what was going on. No, I'm joking. It's been some great racing. We saw Robbie Gordon drop the waterfall, saw Max Gordon in the Amsoil hot pits. We saw Wall Raven struggle a little bit. Corey Willis gets around him, so there's been some stuff going on. Paul Wolf broke a steering rack, so he is out of the race. That's probably the biggest news. And if I don't know if you heard Pam and I talking that we thought a skid plate was folding back on Cole Clark's car. That's not a skid plate. That is a mud flap, so that's supposed to be doing that. Casey Shearer gave me that update. So we were thinking maybe he was going to have an issue. Nope, that's part of the deal.
That's fantastic. Now, give me some news on, when I was leaving earlier, I did notice that Travis Zollinger was parked on the side of the track. Has he managed to get back up and running again?
Yeah, he changed either a belt or whatever, and so I was out too. But yeah, he changed whatever he changed, and he is back and running. But Cole Clark, this is his race to lose, and next time around for Cole will be the white flag, and he's roughly race mile 25. So I'm going to say, does it get easier? Yeah, so he'll be here in about 15 minutes or so probably.
Yeah, but we've also got to pay attention to Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, because he did start in 12th position on adjusted time, and it does look like he's going to have clear air between him and Cole Clark. Now, these are the two of the fastest guys on the track, that's for sure. And just looking at their position right now on the trackers, it does look like they're both going to have clear air as they work their way round to complete the end of lap 2.
So let's talk about the national championship. Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney, is in second position. Cole Clark is doing well. He's not in the points hunt, so he's going to upset a little bit. But it looks like Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Cheney, is going to win the East, the West, and the Nationals if it stood as it is now. But we still have 40-plus miles of racing.
I was going to say, they're only around about halfway through this race so far.
But it sounds like our own Pam Hall is down in the Amsoil hot pits. She's been running around. She's been in here in the booth with us a little bit, been running around the hot pits, giving us some great information. So I'm excited to see what she has to say and who she's talking to. Pam Hall, what do you got for us? It's your show.
Have fun. I am here with Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker, it's so unfortunate to see you over here in the pits. You've had an amazing season this year. You've had 2 wins. You're 14 years old, as I keep iterating. But Nathan, give us a little bit of a rundown of why you're over here in your pits and not on the race course.
We had a great qualifying. Day's been going good. Car's running good. We started good, had a great pace going. Me and co-driver we just had system going. Everything was going good. And then we got to about race mile marker 7, I think, and then shock broke and cars started folding up. So we pulled off and then just found our way back and limped the car back.
Well, that is very unfortunate. Of course, we always have to say racing happens, and that's exactly what happened today. But looking forward to 2024, I know you're going to be King of the Hammers. You're in the rookie program. Are you looking forward to that?
Absolutely. We're definitely excited to go to King of Hammers. I think this will be my 2nd year out there. We'll have a brand new CT Raceworks car out there, so I've been happy with my car all year, so can't wait to go to King of Hammers and try that out.
Well, you have a huge line of sponsors that help you out. Who gets you out to the race course every time you're out here with us?
Performance East, CT Raceworks for building great cars, Dirty Stripper Chemicals, KMC Wheels, Wheel Pros. I think that's everybody. Can-Am, Kyle and Jeb, Air Dam Clutches, and everybody else that just helps out.
Well, awesome. Nathan Parker, again, I'm so sorry to see you out here, but racing happens. You're an amazing driver. You're showing everybody what you can do. Good luck in 2024.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pam and Nathan Parker. Tough break for that young man at 14 years old. But, hey, that's racing as we switch back to Jason Sushi at the Brannock Falls coming on down. He's got his son Ryder riding shotgun, switching from low to high and getting ready to hit the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. Nathan Parker has a bright future in front of him, but that is our current race leader. That is Cole Clark.
So that puts Cole Clark right around race mile 27, so he is absolutely flat-footing out there. So he's 10 miles out. So I'm going to say, yeah, we're going to be seeing him in the next 10 or 15 minutes because there's no really hard obstacles after this one, but just a lot of fast, flowy. Oh, and there's a shot of Nathan Parker's rig right there in the Amsoil Hot Pits there with Wall Raven and few others.
Dustin Robbins there.
Dustin Robbins, it's out of the race. So
attrition is exactly what we said was going to happen here. This race is about attrition. These are 37-mile lap, and these are tough miles. You've got to be really, really on it. You've got to be holding in. But it's interesting. This race is setting everybody up. This race is burning in the ruts. This race is burning in the lines that these people are going to be traveling later on.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun to watch because now we're going to go to the EMC class later on today. Tomorrow morning we could kick off with the youth, but they'll all be on the qualifying track today. But that course is going to be blown out for when the 4400 actually starts.
Absolutely, and I can't wait for that. But right now it's about the 4900s, and let's talk about the classes inside 4900. So we've got the stock UTV class.
And it's got an OEM chassis. You must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. You must run front body and side plastic. The rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire, 1,000cc maximum engine, and 33-inch tires.
Then the next one is the Pro Modified UTVs. Now, this is the one that we see so many times sitting on the top of the box. Guys like Paul Wolf running in that class, of course. Hydraulic
Kyle
steering.
Cheney.
Yeah, exactly. Aftermarket turbos. They have to have a chassis based on the original OME chassis, but they are allowed both sides, but they got to have the complete plastics, 1,000cc maximum engine, and a maximum of a 35-inch tire.
And then the open class is just what it is. 2,000cc has to, you can build it, dream it, race it, make it happen. And we see a lot of fun cars going into that class as well.
So as the racing continues here, what we're going to do is going to pop back down to Pam, who's down in the pits right now with Dustin Robbins with some more news about what's been happening here today. Pam, it's all yours.
I am here with Dustin Robbins, the number 311, All Things UTV. Again, unfortunate to see our racers out here in the pits. This is a tough race course. Give us a little rundown of what happened to your car.
So we had a left-hand turn, but there was a right side. The big drop-off, the big wash was to the right. Come sideways and, saved it, and then we hit a rut and broke the heim joint on the trailing arm.
Well, I see you came in with a tie down on it, a ratchet strap, and we always jokingly say that if we're not finishing races on zip ties, duct tape, and ratchet straps, are you really racing? Is that a correct saying?
I would say today, yes. We had to do a bush fix and made it back to the pit. So.
Well, you're back at the pits. It looks like you're probably going to start getting loaded up, but racing happens, which is very unfortunate. You're okay. That's all that matters. But you saved the car at least. Just had that one thing happen to you.
Yeah, that's right. The course is dialed out there. It's pretty good. A lot of switchbacks, hard on the brakes, hard on the drivetrain, a lot of acceleration bumps, braking bumps. Was a really good prep course by JT and Miles. Everything was great, but racing happens. So, yep.
Exactly. So who all besides All Things UTV gets you out here to the racetrack?
Seth Holmes, Scott Hunt, and All Things UTV. Family back at home. But happy to be here, be a part of it, and we'll come back swinging at King of the Hammers.
You're always up there running strong, and here you are. So unfortunate, but again, we'll see you at King of the Hammers.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Pam, and tough break for Dustin Robbins. But, hey, just like it says, racing happens.
I'm getting that put on a T-shirt. That is absolutely fantastic. Pam, thank you for that one. I'm stealing it. Racing happens. That is very cool indeed. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome. This is the 2023 Legends of Havasu, just outside of Havasu Lake City. And what a place this is, Miles.
It's amazing, isn't it? You got in here Wednesday. You've been touring the U.S. for about a week now or so. I've been keeping up with you, done a lot of cool things, but then you make it all the way here to Havasu.
Yeah, well, as you say, touring for a week. I got in on Saturday. I've just crammed in a lot. It sounds like I've been here for a week. But, no,
well, guess
I
what?
love this
Tomorrow's
country.
Saturday, so it's almost a week, so I'm right.
No, I've been working. No, I love this country. It's absolutely fantastic, and I love the racing that you do here. It's incredible. But let's look a little bit about, as we continue to watch this incredible 4900 race, what is going on for the rest of the week, Miles?
There's so much going on. I mean, we have the F1 boat racing that's still going to happen, the IPRA radio, the American Side-by-Side Takeover. We have Brett Michaels tonight, and they're going to have a guest host of Rome from Sublime and Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. And then tomorrow night's Flow Rider. So we got some big music acts yet to come. And then we have a jet ski trick show and some pool parties. So much cool stuff going on.
And on top of that, we have some of the greatest racing ever. Let's not forget at 5 p.m. this afternoon, we have the EMC race, the Everyman Challenge. So what classes are we seeing in that? We're going to be having the Spider Tracks 4600s.
The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And, of course, we're then going to be seeing the
4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends
4800 Legends class, which will be absolutely fantastic.
And then Kevin Bailey's just tuning in, giving me some split times. Looks like Cole Clark's 2 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of Parker. And then it's 2:35 ahead of Mike Park, 2:36 ahead of Zollinger. So thanks for all of that great updates, Kevin Bailey.
As we continue to watch the action here, some fantastic stuff coming through from our live images. Just trying to see who that is, but our current race leader right now is Cole Clark in that single seat machine. And that is the 904 of Mike Park, who's running currently top 5, having a storming race. And we shouldn't be far off seeing our current race leader, who is Cole Clark, making his way back in to start his third lap very soon.
So Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson still making some dust out here in the desert. And yeah, that's right around that race mile 27 or so. Another great shot of this vast open desert area. 7,500 acres of BLM. The Bureau of Land Management has been extremely great to work with. Sabrina and her whole team has been doing some great things. And there's so much track out here, 37 miles of course, and there's a lot of course markers. We got some wrong ways, some dangers, some arrows. So Pam Hall was checking out the course earlier. Pam, what do you got for us?
All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of track talk for you at home that don't know what our racers are looking for out on race course. Behind me, we do have an orange arrow, and this is what we're going to talk about right now. It is facing to my right, but what it is doing is that means there is a 90-degree turn coming up. Sometimes out on the course, it'll just be at like a 45-degree angle, meaning it's just a little bit smaller of a turn. And then also, if you see 3 arrows and then 2 arrows and then 1 arrow, that means that is a high-speed section, and you need to make sure that you are definitely checking up. Another important sign out on race course that the racers have to make sure that they are paying attention to is this one right here. It is red. It has a big W on it. It is the wrong way. You do not want to go that direction because we do have VCPs out here. If you go the wrong direction, you're off race course. So this one is one of the crucial ones out here as well that the drivers have to look for. All right, here is one more sign that the drivers want to make sure they're looking out for. It is the danger sign. It's the skull and crossbones with a down arrow. This right here, this will hurt your car. This will hurt you. They have to make sure they're checking up because if not, it can end their race.
Thank you, Pam. That was a great little update to show you what the drivers out there see. And that last little danger was not the Yukon launch, because if you hit that one, you are skying to absolute nowhere. And another special guest I have joining me in the warm studio, Mr. Levi Shirley. How's it going, buddy?
Good, Miles. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing great. We go way back. We go back before I even knew what King of the Hammers was, back in XRRA days. Our first race, we had some issues. I was racing with Paul Beatty, and we blew some fuses, had an electrical issue. Couldn't figure it out. You gave us a tackle box full of fuses. First time I ever met you. What's that? I mean, that's 15 years ago or so.
I believe 2007 is when you and I first met.
That's probably right.
In somewhere in Alabama.
Yeah, Grey Rock, Alabama. That was your first race. If I remember right, you tumbled a good one that one, right?
Yeah, exactly. I got my first car, and I went about 50 feet and DNF'd my very first race. So, yep.
That's all part of it. But anyways, it's always a pleasure having you in here, Levi. Kansas boy out from Dodge City. I'm from Paola, Kansas, just south of Kansas City. So we're about 5 hours away from each other, but we go way back, and it's just great to see where the sports came.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started, obviously, rock racing back before King of the Hammers or Ultra4 was even a thing. So, yeah, I get asked this question a lot, like, you being from Kansas, where on earth do you practice? And because it's not typical that a Kansas Flatlander can do anything about rocks or know anything about rocks. So, yeah, and the answer to that is just got to get out there and race.
Yep, you got to get out there. Seat time. And you have that little riverbed. I came out there and played with you one time. That was a good time. So that gives you a little bit of the desert, even though out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And that race, I was beating you until I wasn't.
Until you weren't. That's right. Yeah, that's such a cool race. We are blessed in Dodge City, Kansas with a good riverbed. We have been down there for years. It's the Arkansas River that runs right through Dodge City, and it is dry.
Yep.
For about 80 miles. So it's the closest thing to desert that I have.
Yep, all in good fun. And you've been racing, started XRA, then you've worked your ranks through King of the Hammers and Ultra4. Your dad, Brian's raced King of the Hammers. He's led King of the Hammers a few times. You've done well yourself, multiple podiums, and you're just both the Shirley family is stewards of what Ultra4 USA actually is. And speaking about that, that's why I wanted to bring you in here. You're nominated for the Zandy Williams Sportsman of the Year. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. I know that's got to feel cool.
Yeah, absolutely. This year I have not had the best year racing-wise because we debuted a brand new car this year, and we know a car is not a good car till at least the second year.
For sure.
So we kind of counted this year out, to be honest with you, before the season even started.
And there's Max Gordon dropping down Brauco Falls with Justin Barth right behind him. Keep going.
Yeah, and so we knew we kind of counted ourselves out because we knew it was going to be a testing year. We'll come up, we'll try our best, we'll put in the hours at the shop, and we'll show up and we'll race. And so with that being said, I have got my absolute butt kicked. So to be able to be out there and to be, still running and then nominated for this award means the absolute world to me. More than I can possibly explain. Again, you talked about goosebumps. Man, when I saw that I was a finalist for the top 4, that means the world to me. And something that's kind of awkward about that is I myself get to vote.
Yeah. And did you vote for yourself?
No, because that would be a horrible thing to do. It is to win a Sportsman Award doing that.
Oh, yeah, but I'll reiterate that, I can't vote. Jim can't vote. Jared, the producer, can't vote. It is from your peers that put this on. So you have earned the respect from your fellow racers. And to be nominated for that top 4, it's you, yourself, Levi Shirley, Eric Miller, Aaron Lynch, and Chad Hunt. Those are some 4 great individuals. So it's really cool. I wish you would all win, but obviously it's only one. So I'll be honest. I don't care who wins. It's going to be something very special.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I could care less. Like, the trophy is special. Don't get me wrong. Just to hear that I'm a finalist.
Yep, just the nomination
means the world to my peers. I don't care if I ever win another race, whatever. And I've won this award 2 more times, two times previously.
Yep.
And
I
so
remember that.
To be able to do that is huge. So.
Yep. And look on screen at the Yukon Ridge. That is Cole Clark, our physical race leader. Next time around on this lap here in about 2 minutes, he will be grabbing the white flag. But to me, it looks like he's a little bit off pace. Is he saving the car, or does he have an issue? I guess we'll see if he pulls in the Amsoil hot pits. But Cole Clark, our physical race leader, is pulling in for one more lap to go. And it looks like he may have had a spare tire. Was it falling off, or do you have to change it? There's Nathan Seiler dropping down the Brannock Falls.
Cole Clark coming in on that definitely was lacking a little bit of pace from what we've been watching all day.
Oh, yeah, because he's never one to slouch. So is it strategy or does he have an issue? I'm going to say he has a little bit of an issue.
Look at that spare tire. It is falling off as we speak.
So did he have a flat out on course, or is that thing just bouncing around about to fall off? We'll see, but I assume he'll be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits here very shortly. So the white flag will be out, heading out for his third and final lap here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA. So the white flag is out. One more 37-mile lap for Cole Clark. Let's see if he dives into the Amsoil hot pits. We can pit on either side right through here. And yes, he does. So let's stick with this drone shot for a little bit and see what's going on. I assume they're going to address the rear tire as he's pulling into the Jimmy's Army. I'm sure Cade Rod's down there. Randy. Oh, the window net's coming open. That's never a good sign. Is he coming out? Yes. Cole Clark, our physical race leader, out of the car. What is going on? This is a huge, huge thing right now. And, man, it doesn't look like he's in a huge, huge hurry. They're definitely looking at the rear of the car, but did Cole Clark maybe take a tumble? He's hurt? I don't know. Speculation. But the helmet's coming off. This does not look good for Cole Clark. This is an absolute heartbreaker. Levi, you've been here doing well, and then what are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, we've all been here leading races and ended up having to climb out of the car. It is literally the worst feeling in the world. At this point, you're exhausted mentally, you're exhausted physically. Cole is not one to slouch. He is and has been pushing it.
Oh, you can just tell his body language. He is absolutely devastated. Does it look like the rear end broke off the car? It did. Look, there's about a foot gap right where the spare tire is. So the rear of the car has physically broke. So did he go for a pretty good tumble and land? I don't know, but the rear end of his car is broken off. Missing a jack. Oh, man, what a tough break. And this goes back to safety reasons that, a car is always good for, well, hopefully good for at least one good wreck. But, oh, what a heartbreaker for Cade Rod. I'm sure Pam, there she is. I see her. She's there in the Amsoil hot pit. So we'll hopefully get an update with him. Let him, kind of catch his breath and get his cool back to him. But, oh, what a tough break for Cole Clark. So, man, just a tough break. Who is in second out there? It's still Kyle Cheney, and Kyle Cheney's still at race mile. So 4-mile lead, a 4-mile-plus lead by Cole Clark. What a heartbreaker out there. But, hey, to finish first you must finish. Well, it's always a pleasure, Levi. Always fun having you in here. Always good to see you. It's been great. Good luck. You're racing the 4400 event tomorrow, kicking off at 10 a.m. PST. Give me just a 30-second blip on tomorrow's race.
Yeah, so tomorrow's race is going to be 4 37-mile laps. It is going to be absolutely brutal. There is absolutely no break. You do not get to slouch in the car for a split second. There are big rocks that are just looking to tear the car off at, the front tires off at any moment. And so it is going to be a race of attrition tomorrow. And so I sure hope that I can get the car across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. Is I think the attrition is going to be very, very high. So best of luck tomorrow, Levi. I hope you have a great effort. You got your co-driver Corey in there, and we'll see how it shakes out. And then hopefully, I'm excited to see you tomorrow night at the Make one as well.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you for having me in here.
All right, Levi. Always a pleasure. We're going to kick you out of here and throw it down to Pam Hall in the Amsoil hot pits.
Cole Clark, unfortunately, in the hot pits, and you are not going to be going back out. Cole Clark, give us a little bit of rundown because you are our race leader. You're still our race leader right now, but here you are in the hot pits.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. The car decided to break in half. I couldn't drive it till the wheels fall off, so the back end decided to pack itself up. So,
I mean, at one point you had a 3 mile plus lead. You obviously, again, still have the lead right now, but here we are ending the season this way. It's not how you want to do it. I can see it, the look on your face and everything, but you up until now.
Yeah, it's been all right. It's just been more stuff like this, like popped a motor several times in the lead this year, and then like something like this just really sucks, but it is what it is.
So let's move on to this 2024 season. What is your plans?
Cut out for me, so I guess I'll tear the car down and get ready for KOH at this point. But yeah, I'm just happy to be out of the car now. So.
Well, Cole Clark, so sorry to see you out here because you were having an amazing race going out here. What did you think about the race course?
It was awesome. I was having so much fun. I was laughing, I had clean. I did not think this was going to happen to me. I had a really good car coming in here, and I mean, how do you prep for that? No. I do everything I can. I work as hard as I can. Spend so much time away from my family so I can come do this, and for this to happen is very disappointing.
Well, we'll let you get back to your pit. So we were rolling up to say hi to see what was going on, and here you are. So I'm so sorry about that. Again, all of us are, but we'll see you in the 2024 year.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, and tough break for Cole Clark. But look at this. Our new physical race leader, Kyle Cheney, driving for Robert Parker, is in here. And they're checking out the front end, looking like they're doing a little fuel and go. And now we are going to have a new race leader heading out for his third and a final lap. Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney going back onto the course now. Now, strategy, Miles. He's going out onto his third lap. He started in 12th position. He's now physically in first.
So he just needs to be calm, cool, and collected, but still run strong. But 37 more miles, and he could lock down the East, the West, and he's already the East and Western champion. Can he lock down the national championship for his great friend, Robert Parker? Wow, Kyle Cheney, the ghost, is doing some great things.
Absolutely. But let's not forget what he said in his interview a little bit earlier. He had 0 sleep the other night. Now we know this man is super fit. He is an athlete at the highest level of his game. But is that going to start to play a problem when he gets out there into his third lap?
I think adrenaline is going to kick in. Could it? Sure, but I think he's in the zone. I think Kyle Cheney has what it takes.
Could not agree with you more.
But yeah, so now
we have to play that.
Oh, 100%. But now our physical race leader, adjusted time, everything else, Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker. Is looking good for this man.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Levi Shirley in here. He had a kind of that vibe and that buzz about him that I haven't seen for some time. And you know when you just talk to someone and they just, they almost exude confidence and sort of happiness, and the way that his body language, I'm really excited to see him on the course tomorrow.
So we were covering the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year Award, and then you were over there chatting with him after he left about his car. I should have asked that question, but we were in a different little zone. What was he saying about his new car?
Hey, who's saying, he's been chasing demons, and as you do with all new cars, new car blues.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been making significant changes to this vehicle, and he just said, this is the first time I actually feel I'm in a race car. This is the first time I actually feel it handles, it actually feels that it goes, as we watch Jake Versey there coming on screen. And he said, you know what? It's the first time I've actually been able to put it on course and actually attack. He said, and I love it. He said, I cannot wait to get on course tomorrow and see what it will do. So fingers crossed that Levi has a great race tomorrow. He has such a wonderful, rich history. I mean, it's hard to believe. I mean, he's still such a young man, and yet he's been racing for, seems like for
Yes,
forever.
that's 07
exactly.
in rock racing.
Incredible.
I know he did some roundy round back in the early days as well. So he's sneaking up on 20 years. Well, yeah, about 15, 17 years.
Yeah, he came over to Europe back in 2014, and we had some fantastic battles out there. Really did.
And didn't he beat you? He was the champion that one year, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
I gotta scratch you every little chance I get,
that's
buddy.
Good. Yes, absolutely fine. No, me and him were backwards and forwards, and he beat us to win the European Championship that year, and he deserved it. He was absolutely a man on a mission.
So I think we're about an hour away from the checker flag flying. We'll see how it shakes out. And we are going to postpone the start till right around 5 o'clock. That's what I heard on the Rugged Radio. So I believe EMC will start at 5 p.m.
Yeah, and let's not forget, in ENC we have 3 classes racing. We have the Spider Tracks 4600 stock class. Then we have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. Then we have the Brannick 4800 Legends class. So many amazing cars, so many incredible drivers. Can't wait to see them out on track. But the big news, of course, is Jeremy Doc Jones is going to be our pole sitter for that race. And let's not forget, we got 2 of the heaviest hitters right at the back. In fact, I say Doc Jones, was it Brett Harrell? Sorry,
Woody and Ryan Taylor.
Yeah, but
we got some heavy
I'm
hitters.
making a mistake there. I was saying Doc Jones. I got to think it was Brent Harrell actually.
Yeah. Jeremy Jones had a good run.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
But Brent Harrell came in and is the pole sitter. So
there goes Brandon Kilgore with Kilgore Motorsports, part of the Pro Modified. Lauren Healy checking in, making sure everything's running smooth. He's asking about the EMC start. 5 p.m. will be the new official start for the Everyman Challenge.
There's still a lot of great racing here going on in the 4900 class as we watch our physical race leader. This is Robert Parker. And racing for him is Kyle Cheney. And as Mars has already said, he has won the West Coast Series. He's won the East Coast Series. And it's looking, if he can hold this together, that he will take the National Points Championship as well, as we watch Josh Smith coming into screen.
And speaking about National Championship, as long as Josh Smith can have a smooth run, he will lock down the Open class as well. So there's our leader, our National Championship leader for the Open class.
Now, this is interesting. Josh Smith is working with Levi Shirley, and they share a co-driver in Corey. Now, I'm just suggesting here, will they be out there with lead nav? Will they be out there, marking down on their navigation systems, rocks, movements?
I don't know why you wouldn't, yeah.
Exactly.
Updating your notes?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just thinking this could be actually really advantageous for Levi. And I'm sure there are other 4400 class cars that are going to be doing similar things and trade-offs with 4900 class and even EMC class drivers.
Oh, for sure, yeah. John Dykus is in the passenger seat for multiple classes, so he's doing the same as well. We'll see him up next with Steve Graff and then with Joe Gatlin later on.
Fantastic views of our pits there. And we are literally just outside of Havasu Lake City.
Yeah, just about 10 miles on the Parker side of Lake Havasu. It's a beautiful area. We're here at the Standard Wash OHV. There's 7,500 acres out here of open land. We've been working closely with the Bureau of Land Management, bringing everything together. Sabrina and her entire team has been working side by side with Ultra4 USA. We've got a great relationship, and so far this race this year has been amazing. We can't wait to do it all over again next year.
So if you're following the race at home and you want to check out the tracker, why not travel across to racingtracks.com. So it's racing and then tracks, spelled TRAX.com. You'll be able to pick up all of the tracker information and see exactly where all your favorites are on track right now.
And there is Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson. So he's moved into 4th position on adjusted time. But, man, he's ahead of Travis Zollinger, so we'll see how that all shakes out. But Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson have a good run going.
Yeah, and it sounds like we've got Pam Halls down in the pits, and she's got more information. She's getting quite good at this, So, Pam, what have you got for us?
I am here with K-Rod. K-Rod, you're normally in our 4400 Unlimited class. Today you raced in the UTV. Great seat time and a great pre-run for you. How did it go for you out there? Unfortunately, you're out here in the hot pits, but how did it go for you?
Actually, it went really well. I mean, we really wanted to utilize it to just get as much time on the track as we could so we could be dialed in the 44. I mean, it helped a ton in qualifying because there was the blind section that people did the day before, so I was able to go out in the UTV before and actually run that. So I had a little leg up there. And we got to run, but, the car was down on power right off the line, so we tried to sort some things out. We were battling just to get the one lap in, but one extra lap, it could make all the difference of, just course evolution of just the amount of the front runners that ran through and chewed up so much stuff in one lap. I can only imagine what it is in 3 laps and then after the EMC. So it really puts into perspective what the course is going to look like and how the lines are evolving. And we're just going to, take what we learned and go work on the 4400 car, get it perfect as we can anyways, and then put it to the test tomorrow and lay it all out there.
Well, last race of the season, what is your plans for 2024?
We don't know. We're going to be here. We're going to be racing. we're not quitters. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep racing. We love this. You know, we don't like doing anything else. You know, we don't golf. We don't play sports. We're not hobbyists in anything else. So we like to go out and we like to race cars. We like to build shit and break it. So,
Well, this is your sport.
yeah, absolutely. So this is what we like to do. We don't really do anything else. So we'll be here.
Well, it's awesome to see you here. Unfortunate in here, but we'll see you race tomorrow in the 4400 Unlimited class. So we'll see you again.
Absolutely. Look for the one out front. That'll be me.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, Cade Rod. Now, this is a young man with some serious talent. We've seen him come up through the limited classes into the unlimited and just see what he did today. It was incredible.
Oh, that run he had was absolutely insane. He was smoking fast. We were talking about Paul Wolf's time of 1:53, and he threw down 1:45. I mean, what an incredible qualifying run earlier today in the 4400 car by Cade Rod. So he's sitting in that pole position with that clean air tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. PST.
Oh, he's sitting in second place.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
But it took a two-time king and somebody who's just built a brand new car to come out here and do something special. And let's face it, in the history of our sport, there are two people who really do qualify at the top end. Jason Shearer and Lauren Healy.
Yeah.
And it took Lauren Healy to pull out something very, very special to beat Cade Rod today.
So both of them are in single-seat IFS cars out front, so we're talking navigation. We'll see how that plays out. But, yeah, you're right. I forgot. He sat up front for the entire time until the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. And tomorrow is going to be really interesting as well. They're going to be doing 4 37-mile laps, so fueling is going to come into play for most normal cars. Some of the Hammers cars, the specialist cars like Bailey Campbell,
I was going to say Bailey and probably Paul Horschel.
Exactly. They'll probably be able to run this without having
fuel
to
stop.
refuel. But a lot of the guys out there, they are going to have to take fuel, and that's going to become part of the strategy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren Healy's in his typical short course setup car. It's a single seat, so we'll see. Like you're saying, I think he will have to probably stop halfway through to top off with some fuel. But there's Gomez Brothers Racing in the background. We have all three. We have 3 of the 4 Gomez. Marcos had to stay back and keep the business running while the rest of them go out and play.
Well, someone's got to earn the money, Miles. But we are here right now, just outside of Lake Havasu City.
And what a great showing it has been.
It is indeed. We're into the 3rd and final lap of this race. And right now, it's all about Kyle Cheney, who's bursting into the lead. And in second place, it is Mike Park. They are the only 2 vehicles currently on lap 3. As we watch another car coming in now, making their way towards the finish line. And this could be our 3rd vehicle about to start lap 3.
And if you go to racingtracks.com with an X, trackswithanx.com, you can say who's on the which lap. So orange is first lap, yellow is second lap, and now green is their 3rd and final lap. So you can kind of keep up with your favorite racer. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for our split times and whatnot.
Yeah, and if you see a small red mark at the bottom of the round circle, that denotes the fact that they have stopped. So their tracker has stopped pinging. Just keep an eye on it. Sometimes it takes a couple of moments for it to actually pick back up again, but invariably usually means that the vehicle is stopped.
White flag out is for the rest of the field, and there goes Tyler Rimreed, Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador himself, running strong.
Yeah, so Tyler Rimreed is the 3rd vehicle to have now started the 3rd lap. And that just goes to show how difficult and how tough this course is.
On timing, I see he's the 5th vehicle that started.
Yeah, it does say that.
So obviously Cole Clark is out. Robert Parker, we've seen Kyle Cheney come through. We've seen Mike Park, Rimreed. Zollinger, he obviously did come through.
Well, I'm not showing Zollinger. Let me have a look-see. Okay.
On lap 2 of 3. So Zollinger getting a little mixed information. We'll follow back on that. But Cole Clark obviously out of the race in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Hate to see that for him. Again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mr. Jim Marsden. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And there's a newcomer, Glenn Young, heading out for another lap.
Yeah.
So for him to be new to our sport in the top 4 right now, very, very impressive.
Yeah, Glenn's doing a great job there, and he will be our 4th vehicle working out onto lap 3. Now, I'm going to bring you more on this Travis Zollinger story as soon as I have it. I'm just checking the tracker at the moment. It's showing as being on lap 2, but it would make sense if he was on lap 3. So as soon as I got information on that from Race Ops, we will let you know.
So, Jim, we were just talking about Lauren Healy and fuel consumption on what that. Well, obviously he's tuning in because he says he has an auxiliary fuel cell. He's got more capacity than anybody. Gives me a little wink face. So he's not scared. He thinks he's going to make 4 laps. So thanks for the update, buddy. And I just love it. So
That's
Corey
awesome.
Willis, quick in and out. Oh, no, he flipped over again.
Yeah.
So Eric Yates, same spot, same thing, a little bit of different angle, but Eric Yates having a rough time there down at the Bronco Falls. I'm trying not to laugh at him. I'm hoping I'm laughing with him.
I'm sure he feels that way right now, Miles.
And I think we have another rugged replay, and here it goes. Let's see what happens with Eric Yates. He drops down once again. And, yeah, he's just too far going right into that big rock. Stands her up on the nose, turns it over, and up and over he goes. It is a slow ride, but he lost his light bar, that's for sure. So thanks again, Rugged, for that.
Yeah, I think he needs to have a word with his left foot there. Seems to be far too much on the brake pedal for my liking.
So there's a shot of Glenn Young as he was heading out towards the desert, and we're back into the the Brannock Falls. As Eric Yates is going to get him recovered. Abe Gonzalez is down there helping out. Oh, he got some help also. Okay, so I am getting an update. Travis Zollinger is on the current lead lap. So had a little mixed information. I apologize, but got on the Rugged Radio and got with Race Ops. And Travis Zollinger is in that 3rd position in Pro Mod. So right now it's Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker, then Corey Willis, then Travis Zollinger, then Mike Park, Glenn Young, then Tyler Rimreed, the top 6. So
Just look at that view there, Miles. It's absolutely fantastic.
And that is Tyler Rimreed hitting right around race mile number 1. And look at that wide open, vast desert here at the Standard Wash area. 7,500 acres of OHV land. So again, if you want to team up with Tread Lightly or the Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association, please do, because they're a huge advocate of what keeps this keeps this area public. You know, working closely with the BLM and all that. So thanks again for those 2 companies.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Now, Pam Hall is back down in the pits, and she's got some more information for us. Pam, what have you got?
I'm here with Todd Rimreed, Tyler Rimreed's dad. He just went through. He's running in that number 4 spot. Made a switch to Can-Am here recently, and now he's out here running in this number 4 spot. How are you feeling right now?
I tell you what, as a father, is so nerve-wracking and exciting at the same time, because I'm a racer too, raced at Disney. But yeah, he's really killing it out there. He started in 10th position, had a cracked differential in qualifying, like an egg, just dripping out. And so thanks to the crew, put it all back together. And so we're just hoping he can keep the car together and bring it home on the podium.
And talking about that, you came over and you guys had told me, I saw a picture of it and everything. I mean, between getting that switch during quality, didn't have much time.
No, not a lot of time, but we came ready. We got a lot of tires. The guys have been practicing. If he comes in with the flat, we're going to touch the car first and then fuel later, just trying to keep, a good plan of attack. So, yeah, we're excited. He's on his last lap, so hopefully he can just keep the car on the track, and hopefully one of the guys in front of him, because all 3 pro mods are in front of him. So in class, he's still in 4th. So somebody needs to have a bad day so as to get on the podium.
Well, let's talk about Tyler for just a moment. I mean, he's not only out here racing with Ultra4 USA, he races in Nitro Cross. We just finished up our Mid-America Outdoor Side-by-Side Championship Series. He raced in the Champ Series. He's done Circle Track this year. He's went into a Pro Light. I mean, all kinds of stuff. I know there's big plans for the next season as well, stepping up into a new truck, I believe, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This is our third year racing. Kind of been full throttle. I guess it's kind of addictive, but we're going to try to focus our energy next year. We got Kyle Greaves' Pro Light truck. We're excited to be in that, and we're going to run the Can-Am Turbo. So we've made the switch from Polaris to Turbo. It's been an amazing change. He's just so natural. He started off in the Nitro Cross in a Can-Am, did well. He's leading the points in Nitro Cross. So we're going to be here in Phoenix coming up next in the Nitro Cross, and so we're just a lot of good things coming for Tyler, and we're going to focus the Pro Tour, especially on what he can do in the Can-Am.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get back to this because I know that we're getting ready to take the checkered flag and keep those nerves on end, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Pam, for the interview.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we'll see him up there on the podium. Hopefully nothing, drivers, but hopefully we'll see him up there.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Pam. So good to hear there from Todd Remereed. Now we've got a special guest who's joining us in the booth right now. It's none other than Greg Mulkey from Raceline Wheels. How are we doing, Greg?
I'll tell you, what a race out here in the middle of Havasu. I'll tell you, we had such a great week out here. I've traveled through this place so many times in my life to different desert races and never realized just how much stuff goes on here.
Oh, look, we've got a Speed UTV stop there. Now, is that Max or is that Robbie? Just trying to have a look there.
I see him moving. He's trying to move.
Just kind of catching up. That is Max Gordon in the 777 car, getting himself back on track. So what do you think of this race course? How cool is it to have Ultra4 out here?
A lot of the guys have been just telling me they've just been having such a good time.
Here we go. Got a rugged replay here of Max. Looks like he's all over the back end of this car. Makes the pass. Oh, he just
looked like the back end hit down pretty hard when he got down the bottom on that hill there.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. We see him get going again. Thank you for the rugged replay there. But he pulls over for another stop. So tough break there. But Greg, talk to me about this. I mean, you've been around Ultra4 racing for a great many years now. What is it that keeps bringing you back here?
The love of racing, just like all of us. But, when the sport gets to a level like it's gotten right now, and with the Reveniti family and with MOE and everything coming in here, it's just a whole nother level that we're fixing to see come on board. And so I'm kind of excited about all this stuff. And, we have over 50 4,400 cars today.
I know,
that's
it's absolutely astonishing.
4,400.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. I kind of feel sorry for JT a little bit because he's got his hands full with all the race cars that come out to do this race. And you got several points championships that are coming down to this race. I mean, people have to give up races that they won because they won the double points races to finish good here to win championships. It's really a lot of talk going on. And then the course, 36 miles.
37 miles.
So I don't know that that's probably the second longest course that we get to race, don't we? In
it is indeed.
So I hear several of the guys going, yeah, we can stretch our wings out on here. But, man, JT's got some really tight turns down in here. And you just can't barrel off in some of this stuff out here.
Absolutely. So. But let's talk about evolution. I mean, obviously, you guys make wheels, and we've seen the evolution of the Rock Sports and of us, obviously, Ultra4. So, I mean, what changes have you made to your product lines over the years to bring us better product for this type of racing?
Well, everything has kind of gotten a basic recipe now because everybody's been doing it for a while. And so all the little things that happen now are really fine things that we do in the heat treating processes and the material processes. And then we changed some things up on the new Rhino wheel that we've introduced. And there's a lot of guys here running it. And it has ribs and stuff in it to keep the shock of the wheel from bending all the wheels up so bad that they do out here because they have old poop moments all the time. And so that takes out the wheels. There's some big rocks out here. I mean, they're tire and wheel killers. And so we want to make sure that the wheel holds up well enough that they can make it through most of that stuff. But we don't want the wheels to break off where they can't race no more. And it's just a fine line. And so now it's all got down to just little nitty-gritty things that you try to do to make the recipe that everybody's kind of been doing it. I mean, a 17-inch wheel can only be built one way, And so you start paying attention to the little things that make a difference. And so we have. And then our new forged wheels, they put a bunch of time and effort into those, and we're having really great success with that too. So, and Raceline has just gone we're building wheels for everything now.
Yeah, it's
So
absolutely
your
incredible.
car trailers, your UTVs, the wife's grocery getter, the kid's college car, we got something for you. It's racelinewheels.com.
Fantastic.
So,
We do.
you know-
One of my favorite things that you've been doing recently is actually making alloy wheels that look like steel wheels for the Class 11 vehicles.
Isn't that something?
That
And-
is
and
something
that's
else.
the mobile wagon division that they come up with this year. And the Class 11 is such a cool class. When you see those bugs roll out on the course, it's not as exciting as this, but it's old school buggies, you know,
Yep.
the VW bugs that we always seen when we were in school doing it. So,
Oh,
yeah,
look
the
at
Class
this.
11 was good. That's Robbie's.
Yeah, this is. I do believe that. Is that Robbie?
It's one
Trying
of
to
the
work
speed
out.
rigs.
Yeah, it's one of the speed rigs. I'm trying to work out if that is. Yeah, if it's
Not
a
right
777 or a 777, but he's taking on fuel. Now, we saw Robbie taking on fuel earlier, so
Here we
my
go.
guess would be that this might be. No, that is
17.
777. So that is Robbie again. That's very interesting.
Fuel again, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he may have a heavy foot
someone-
today.
I was going to say, he's got a very heavy foot today, that's for sure. But that's the second time we've seen him taking fuel, so very interesting. Maybe they got a damaged tank or something.
And
We
this
can
is
only
2
guess
laps.
at this rate. He's
No,
only
3 laps.
Yeah, it's 3-lap race, but I think I'd have to check my tracker to see where he is.
Yeah.
Second time he's gassed up, that is for sure. And just looking here to see if I can
And
see
it
where
looks like
he
they're
is.
still doing about an hour a lap.
But anybody can go to racingtracks.com, check out the tracker, and be able to follow what's going on. 77. So this is the start of Robbie's 3rd lap. So he is fueling again. So he's actually taken fuel on both laps so far, which is quite interesting. To
That's
say
great
the
to see
very
Robbie
least.
out here. I mean, that's how you see that other people in the industry are seeing the level that this is rising up to out here with this Ultra4 USA stuff. And so getting guys like Robbie to come back out here and racing the UTV, you watch. Next time he'll be building another Ultra4 car and trying it again like he did at KOH.
Well, wouldn't that be
several
cool to
years
see
ago.
him out
Oh,
there
man.
again?
Him and his son both. I mean, they're both pretty bad motor scooters.
Oh, they
Kid's
are
been
indeed.
racing
Well,
great
let's
in the
not forget that Max Gordon has just come back in off of the win at the Nora 500. And, it was a big class of vehicles. So it's great to see them out here and great to see them showing us their skills and their vehicles. So what's next for Raceline? What's coming down the road for you guys?
My season is kind of coming to an end for this year, but it really never comes to an end because you got to go back and get ready for the next year. And 2024 is just like a door knock away. And so we're already starting to get prepared and doing things with Ultra4 for next year. And so it's going to be a good year next year. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, the economy is a little spooky, but race car guys and race car fans, they come out and go to the races.
Absolutely.
And
This
so
is our
I'm excited.
This is our therapy. This is how we get through those bad times. We come racing and we hang out with our mates and we have the best time ever, putting it all out on the track. Well, Greg, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth.
Absolutely, man.
Thank
you
you
guys
for all
keep it up. And I love how you guys are getting it out to everybody because more and more people are checking it out, and it's really working. So just keep up the great work, man. Anything that Raceline can do, we're here.
No, well,
That's
thank you so much.
racelinewheels.com.
It's
Get in
having
there.
supporters like you that make our life so much easier.
Yeah.
And thank you for what you do for the races. So,
We
Greg
appreciate
Monkey,
y'all have a great deal.
no worries.
Good day.
Thank you very
You
much,
bet,
sir.
guys.
Right, and the racing continues here in the 4900 race. And right now, it's all about Kyle Cheney, our current race leader. As Miles joins me back in the booth once again.
And that looks like Byron Starrett pulling in. Looks like he had a right rear flat tire. Getting that Harbor Freight Badland Jacks to work.
I'm not sure that he needs that adjustable.
No, he doesn't need that much lift kit on it.
Exactly. I think someone's got their jack adjusted for their 4400 car, not for their
Exactly,
4900
yep.
car.
So let's go back to the Optima Batteries leaderboard. It's Mike Park in that 4th spot, Travis Ollinger in 3rd, Corey Willis now in 2nd. Wow! And it's still Kyle Cheney driven by Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker in that 1st spot. Cole Clark obviously is in 1st, but that's on a just time. He's still in the pits. We know that, so we dropped him off the list. But he does get finishing points because he did make 2 out of 3 laps.
Yeah, we're still trying to work out a few different things. While you were out of the booth, we've just seen Robbie Gordon come across to start his 3rd lap.
Nice.
But
I assume he stopped for
interestingly-
fuel again?
Yeah, he did, which I find really interesting. Are they running a prototype small tank
Well,
maybe? or?
it's a stock machine.
Yeah.
It's as stock as you can get, so obviously they're just playing it safe.
Yeah, that's possible. Well, yes, you've got to think about that because if you're not doing 37 miles, you're actually doing 74. So if your tank isn't big enough to do 74 miles, you need to stop.
Yeah, yep. And it's wide open the entire time. It's Josh Smith, who it looks like is going to lock down the national championship for the open class. So Josh Smith and Corey Nasso heading out for their third and a final lap. So it's 3:30. I'm going to guess they're going to close. They're going to probably close the race line, start-finish line for people to be able to go out on their third lap, probably in another half hour or less. So, again, that's just my guess, but I assume they'll be closing the start line to not let anybody go out in the next 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to wait to get verify that with race ops. But I've been hearing a little bit of chatter on the rugged radios.
Yeah, that's a really good call, Miles. I'm just trying to work out here who actually has the fastest lap of the race. I think it was Cole Clark with his opening lap with a 1:02. So if you were to say that even if you're the fastest man on track, you're going to need around about a 1:03 to be able to get around this final lap, bearing in mind the course is cutting up, etc., etc. They've got to start thinking about shutting that course down very soon indeed.
Yeah, so Cole Clark, tough break for him, leading the entire race. But, hey, he's still going to get a check for being the fastest lap out here. They're doing a fastest lap for the UTVs and the fastest lap for the big cars. So Cole Clark looks like he'll probably take home a little bit of change with him.
I'm very excited to see what the speed difference is going to be between the UTVs and the 4400 class cars. I mean, we saw an amazing thing this year at King of the Hammers where, oh, there we go, that's Robbie Gordon again, bursting back out onto track and starting his third lap.
That's really cool to see him out here racing with Ultra4 USA. Again, there's a lot of lovers and a lot of haters on old Robbie Gordon, but he's out there getting it done, and he's racing with us here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. So we're going to give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Good Boy Vodka, Speed Sport, Project X Off-Road, Rugged Radios,
Laser Nut, Mid-America Outdoors, 360 Wraps, Optima Batteries and Warn Industries, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers and Fun Haver Off-Road,
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wayland. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. So next time you're building a mall crawler, a race car, or even just your tow rig, go to these companies and show the same love that they're showing us.
Yeah, just looking on my tracker at the moment, Miles, and there's a veritable sea of green as multiple vehicles cross the line to start their third lap. That's great news.
Yeah, we were wondering, JT and I have been out here for over 2 weeks now, and we were, just building course. What's the time frame going to be? We just don't know. We guessed around that hour mark. We nailed it. That was fairly lucky. I'm not going to be, I'll be honest. But, man, it's just, then they started pre-running. They were having issues in the waterfall. We're like, wow, what is going to happen? Oh, there he goes. There's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May heading out. So it looks like it's going to be between Byron Sterrett and Chris May. So Byron Sterrett's already out there. So Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch, is right behind him. So this is for the national championship in the stock class. How far back is Cody Willenborg or Brian Hamby? So right now it's between Byron Sterrett and Chris May, who are both out on their third lap. So it's just going to depend on who finishes better.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's not forget Nathan Parker was laying it down in the stock class earlier.
Tough break.
Oh, tough break for that young man. But you know what? He's 14 years of age. He'll come back, and he'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. So right now in the Pro Modified class, it's Robert Parker driven by Kyle Cheney out front. Travis Zollinger is still in the mix, and then Corey Willis. So those three are all in contention for the national championship. So it's going to be whoever finishes up front. And right now it's definitely Robert Parker, then Corey Willis, and Travis Zollinger. That's my personal guess, but I think that's how it's going to end up for the national championship if they can keep it together on this third and final lap. But it's 111 miles to win this race. Insane.
Yeah, I'm just looking here right now, just trying to get an idea on how far ahead Robert Parker, a.k.a. Kyle Cheney, is ahead of the rest of the field. Conservatively, I reckon that he's some 4.5 to 5 miles ahead of the rest of the field.
That is impressive. But remember, Cole Clark was 3 or 4 miles ahead of Cheney as well.
Hey,
so
this is off-road racing, Miles. Anything can happen in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. So Kyle Cheney just needs to keep his head down, keep it running, and see how the cards fall.
Now, interesting. Is this me, or does it look like the wind is starting to disappear?
I would agree with you, but right here it's kind of between two valleys as well, so I do believe the wind is dying down, but also we're kind of between two little valleys right here.
Now, the other interesting factor for the EMC race we're going to see is, of course, they're going to be losing the light as well.
Oh, yeah, they're going to start at 5. It gets dark between 6:30 and 7, so half of their race is going to be in the night. So that's really going to take its toll because the shadows become a lot bigger at night. So they're going to hopefully have their Project X lights light, bright, and shining.
And we were talking about this earlier, the different parts of the industry, how Ultra4 has growthed so many industries. Lighting is one of those, whether it be Rigid, Baja Designs, Nacho, Project X, and of course Laser, and so many others brands out there that this form of motorsport has really forced these guys to produce lights that produce at the highest levels. So it's not just the chassis builders, the wheel manufacturers like Greg Mulkey at Raceline. It's not just the people who build the axles, the shock absorbers. It's absolutely everything. And that's why this has created this multi-million dollar industry. It really is quite incredible.
And there is Byron Starrett, who is fighting for the national championship in the stock class. We'll see if he can pull it together. Part of Team 904 out of Florida. There went Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May, heading out for his third and a final lap. As we got another great shot of the race line start-finish. We are 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City in the Standard Wash OHV area, spanning over 7,500 acres of OHV land. The Bureau of Land Management has worked closely with us to make this all come together. And this is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Nationals. This is a do-not-miss event. We have Ultra4 USA going on right now. Tomorrow and Sunday is the F1 boat racing. Tonight's the IPRA rodeo. Off and on all week is the American side-by-side takeover. Tonight is Brett Michaels. Tomorrow night is Flo Rida. Outlaw Drag Racing did get moved down to Yuma, Arizona. And then we still have some VIP pool parties. We have Marcos Gomez doing some jet ski flips in between the F1 boat racing. So there's a little bit of everything. So come on out. We still have some tickets available. It's going to be a great evening tonight and then all day tomorrow. And then Sunday, the boat racing.
Yeah, Mars, it's amazing just how much we're cramming into these few days. Oh, absolutely remarkable stuff there. As we watch the 3947.
That is A.J. Hoover with his sister Leah riding shotgun out of Lakeside, Oregon with Rubber Band Racing.
Moving nicely. It looks like they've just started lap 3, so nice run from them. We're 35 runners and riders. In fact, I think it was 33 runners and riders start earlier today.
Yeah, we had 33 starts, so it's been a great race for sure. So let's give a rundown on Pro Mod, Stock, and Open. So in the Open class, in that first position is Robert Parker, driven by Kyle Chaney. Then Corey Willis, Travis Zollinger, Mike Park, Glenn Young, Tyler Rimreed, and then in first place in the Open class is Jake Versey. And then Robbie Gordon in second, Josh Smith in that third. And then in the stock class, it looks like it's Byron Starrett, Mark McCleary, and then Chris May, driven by Aaron Lynch. So it's a pretty good battle in all three classes.
Yeah, it is indeed. It always amazes me how closely fought these class battles are in the UTV classes.
The Everyman Challenge race did get pushed back to 5 p.m. Qualifying took a little bit longer than anticipated. The UTV race started a little bit late, so we're going to push everything back. Looks like that's Tyler Rimreed, I believe. believe that was at the Brannock Falls area, so race mile number 9 as we're going over the Ultra4 USA Village out here in the Standard Wash. Got everybody jammed in here and having some fun.
And there's still so much great racing yet to come. We have the EMC, the Everyman Challenge, starting at 5 p.m. this evening. 3 classes, the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and then of course the Brannock 4800 Legends class.
Got another car coming in to click off. Is that Rich Bursch, I believe, with Scott Lesage riding along?
As you said earlier, it's great to see Scott Lesage back out here again.
It's awesome. Again, all guess, but I think here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, I assume no other competitors will be able to go out on their 3rd lap. So if you're going to try to finish this race, you better be coming quick, as Brandon Kilgore is bombing down. Oh, no! He bombed down and caught that big rock, destroyed the right front of his car. Brandon Kilgore's day is done. He tried to take that high line and misjudged and completely blew the right front up of his car. Tough break there. Hate to see that.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, but just goes to show, just in a split second, your entire race can change.
There's part of the pit guys. There's Hopper Becker fueling up for his buddy Rich Bursch.
You see the refuelers there in full refueling gear.
So again, you can only have one person touching the car at a time unless they're in full fuel gear. So you saw both of them in the correct gearing, so they can touch the car and make sure everything's good. They got the hands up, sending out Rich Bursch and Scott Lesage for their 3rd and a final lap. And man, that car looks pretty clean still.
Yeah, it does. I was just thinking that. It looks like it's been down the pressure washer. Had a clean up there. So Rich Bursch just going out as we was Brandon Kilgore there. Tough break for these guys.
I hate to see that. I saw him diving on the upside, and I was like, oh, boom. And speaking about that, we got a rugged replay we're going to show you right now of Brandon Kilgore taking that high line and catching that big rock, and here it is. So he just kind of looks at it, commits, and then just stuffs the front end, breaks an axle, breaks both ball joints. I'm sure that shock has hurt. Tough break for Brandon Kilgore. Thanks again to Rugged for that replay.
3 wheels on my wagon.
Yeah, he's a 3-wheeler now.
Yeah, now, but this also gives us a problem because our recovery team, they need to be able to get this vehicle out of here and open up that line, and that's exactly what Abe Gonzalez is about to do.
Yep, Abe and Travis Cook are down there making sure everything's running smooth, but he's also on that top line, so right where Travis Cook, our course marshal on the left, there is a line there, so we'll see if we can get Kilgore out of the way in a hurry. But man, yeah, Abe and Cook have had their hands full here at the Brannock Falls. And remember, the Broncos, the Jeeps, and everything have to go down that the next race as well. And it's going to be in the dark for the second, probably the last 2 laps.
If you can't see it, it's not so scary. That's how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. So it sounds like Tyler Gibbs is out of the race at race mile 23.9. Racing Tracks, thanks for giving me that update over the rugged radios. But Tyler Gibbs, Mitchell Roccacelli are out of the race as well. Attrition is setting in hard and heavy and in a hurry.
It is. I'm just looking now at my race tracker, and I can see our current race leader is Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, and is making his way up round about race mile 24.
Yeah, what a great run he has got. He won the East, he won the West, and now it looks like he's going to lock down the national championship for Robert Parker. Congratulations to Kyle Cheney and the entire team. It looks like we have another car coming into screen at the Brannock Falls, so hopefully the recovery can kind of take a time out. Looks like that is Matthew Walraven getting ready to drop down, so we're going to take a quick break and be right back after this.
At 360 Wraps, we've been working hard to transform the vehicle wrap industry. Wherever you are, we're standing by to show you the professionalism you deserve. The dedicated account manager, you'll always feel confident and in control the entire time. Providing nationwide service to the top brands in the industry, our team will confidently handle any project you give them. One contact, one company, nationwide service. Come by to experience the 360 difference for yourself.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. There is Rich Burse and Scott Lesage right there at race mile number 3. Looks like that's Matt Walraven. He is through the Bronco Fall, so he's roughly race mile between 10 and 11 right now in that little valley. It's fast, it's windy. Oh, here's a good shot. He's going to take a hard left, go up in that little hillside. It's a fun little section as we switch back to the Yukon Ridge. Jim, this has been a fun one.
Oh, it's been fantastic, Mars. I'm absolutely loving this. Now, we're just getting to that stage we were talking about earlier where we're going to see cars being refused being allowed out onto that third lap.
And I think we're going to be right around that. I haven't heard an official hard time, but I'm going to guess it's any moment, because we have to start that next race here in about an hour and 5 minutes. So even the fast guys like Cole Clark could only run that 102, an hour to 20 seconds. So we'll see if...
Now, JT Taylor said he will be generous with this, but he also has to be sensible as well, because we have to clear the course. He's allowing this car to go through.
So Jason Sushi heading out for his third and a final lap. But remember, we could probably still have cars out racing on cars and still finish, because they could be at race mile 25 and we're at race mile 0.
Yeah, well, let's not forget we're talking about adjusted time as well. So we're looking at the adjusted time for the first cars. Let's not forget.
For 100 miles an hour right here, and I'm sure that UTV is every bit of 80 or 90. And they're going to kind of wiggle back and forth, and they're actually going to go around the backside of this car.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that might have a rear left-hand flat, to be honest. Just looked a bit funny there.
Sometimes you look a little bit funny, too.
Yeah, I know. It's a problem I live with.
Can't quite tell who that is.
It looks like he has 4 wheels on his wagon, unlike Brandon Kilgore.
Is that Eric Yates?
Maybe
him.
I think it is Eric Yates, yes.
We've seen him tumbled over in the Brannock Falls twice,
well,
but he's able to get it going.
This is redemption, isn't it?
Yeah. And if we can stay with this shot, we're going to follow him on the backside here. We're going to take a right. Yep, you see that flag right here. We're going to take them off into the desert. So this is going to be a tight little technical area. So you're up over 100 miles an hour, then dive back in. Yep, Eric Yates confirmed for sure.
Look at that.
So you kind of wind back and forth through here. And it's a really fun little section. But again, he's been upside down twice and still rocking and rolling. But you're doing 100 miles an hour. Then you come through here, and now you're doing 15 to 20 through these little really – it's getting really rutted out, actually. But it's a fun little section. And it'll take us back to the back section. And so we're not far from the other waterfall at 19.5.
What an awesome piece of terrain we were just looking at there. And there is a car coming up to the waterfall right now. Just trying to catch hold of the number there.
looked like Roper Merrifield. Yes, it is. Yep, that's part of Ryan Rockhold Racing. That's actually Rockhold's cousin, if I'm not mistaken. His first race with us is at Disney last month, or whatever month it is. Earlier this month, I can't remember.
It all blends into one.
Ooh,
This is interesting.
The steering just caught, and he had no choice. He probably had to let go of the wheel because it caught that big rock, and it was going wherever it wanted you to go. So we'll see if he can back up and maybe do a little rear steer and get that front end loose so he can get some turning. So that's right now. He needs to back up and jimmy the steering wheel to turn to the passenger side. Man, it looks like he's still a hard
looking like
driver.
he might have a problem
Yeah,
there.
could have some steering issues with old Roper.
Let's see what he does here. No, it does look like he's back on track again, so
Okay.
that's all good news.
Well, sweet. Glad to see him still rocking and rolling in that Polaris.
It looks like he's running that 35-inch tire, and that puts a lot of pressure on that steering.
Yeah, those Maxes still looking strong. And there is our physical race leader, Robert Parker, and Kyle Cheney driving for him, and number 900. So that's going to put him, what's that, race mile 27, if I remember correctly. So he's 10 miles away from the checkered flag flying here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. And if he can hold this together, he locked down the national championship. He's already won the West, already won the East, and it's looking good. So he's going to lock down that national championship. I know Brian Fulcher and the entire Team Momentum team is super excited to see if Kyle Cheney can bring this home for Robert Parker.
Right, looks like we've got two more cars making their way in.
Well, I'll be curious to see if it's a white flag or not. I'm going to guess that Kyle Cheney's close enough that JT will wait for him to come in to run that checkered. And once he finishes, nobody else go back out.
Yeah, that's a very good call there.
Yeah, again, it's a Miles guess, but I assume we'll keep that open for a little bit longer. It'd make it a little easier and cleaner. Okay, getting a correction. Roper is not a cousin. He's just a longtime friend of Rockhold. Thank you, Lindsay, for the update.
Yeah, and it's white flag and back out on course. And I think you're probably right. I think our race director will be looking at where Kyle Cheney is as this vehicle makes its way into the pits. Is this going to be a splash and dash?
Here's the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab of Joe Gould out there. We got Hopper and the pit guys in there jumping in. They've got a busy day on their hands, and I love it. It's all hands on deck, checking everything out, checking the suspension. Oh, there's Justin Barth heading out for another lap. So this is a little dicey for Barth in my because his race starts in 1 hour. I don't know if he's going to make it back in time to start his next race.
I think
I'd be getting on the radio right now and said, "Hey, pull over, buddy." Oh, wow, this is interesting. He has to have a perfect race so he can come back in. There goes Nathan Tater-Seiler with Tater Sack Racing.
That is quite an interesting call there. When you consider the fact that his race times... Right, hold on. Let's have a dive into this and see if we can find out what is his current pace. I should be able to tell you that. If I look through my scoring...
But Justin Barth is top 5 in national points for the stock UTV class. So I guess he's going for that. We'll see if he can roll the dice and get on in, as we just saw Jake Versey cruising through.
Well, Justin Barth, I can see here, he is lapping at around about 122.
Whoa, so he's going to be back in town at 5:22. The race starts at 5, but hey, I guess he could still start the race. I don't know. That's interesting strategy as we are watching A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah cruising along with Rubber Band Racing and his Kawasaki.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting in 5th in class in UCV stock. So, yes, a very interesting decision. Perhaps he's not aware.
I hope he's talking to his pits there.
And that is A.J. Hoover, as you just said, making his way round. And I'm expecting that they will get the white flag.
Yes,
it is a white flag.
So Kyle Cheney, I'm going to say, is probably another
5 minutes?
5 to 10 minutes away. And once that checkered flag flies, no more UTVs will be heading out.
Now, this is interesting because we're currently at...
It is
4:02. So these cars have got to be clear of course for a race start at 5 p.m.
Not necessarily clear, because they could be at race mile 25, and there's 25 miles of
Very
clear.
true.
So
Yep.
there's a little bit of lenience there. But, yeah, I mean, at that time, they're lap traffic as well. So I think we got enough separation that we're still going to be A-OK. But we got 55-ish, if I'm remembering that right, that are going to be taking the next race. We are at 54 entries for the Everyman Challenge, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So it looks like the Hoover team is heading back out, in and out of the Amsoil hot pits. What a wonderful day it has been. Again, a huge thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of our volunteers, the media, the AOE crew, the Ultra4 USA staff, the racers, the fans, the marketing partners, USAC, and all of our safety crew out on site. Without each and every one of these aspects, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. Rubber Band Racing heading out for their third and a final lap. Don't forget, you can download the MAO app. We have that on Google and on Apple. Make sure you go to AOE.tv and Speedsport.tv. We have the Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Make sure to share it, start a watch party. And speaking about Speed Sport TV, they are our official broadcast partner. And stay tuned. This will be a 1-hour post-produced special that will be airing very soon on AOE.tv and Speedsport.tv. And that's mainly the 4400 class we dive into.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Got to say a massive shout out to Speed Sport. They really have helped us out, raised the game to the next level, and bringing this amazing sport and taking it to the homes around the world.
Oh, there's Travis Zollinger currently sitting in that third position on adjusted time. We'll see if he can bring it on home. That is an amazing machine. Oh, there's Aaron Lynch driving for Chris May with May Motorsports. I'm sure old Chris May and Raleigh May are tuned in back at home watching their buddy Aaron Lynch, the nominee of the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year, out there helping his buddy Chris May, and he's jamming himself in that big rock. I think I'd take a backup right here, because you're going to break an axle or a ball joint at that angle. Yep, there he goes. He's going to work the wheel. Perfect. That is textbook there at the, well, maybe not textbook, but he was doing what he should there at the Bronco Falls.
You've got a different,
Falls.
You have a different book to me, Miles, but he's certainly trying to make it work, that's for sure. This is so difficult. So much pressure on this vehicle, and your race can be done here if you're not careful. We saw that with Brandon Kilgore less than 30 minutes ago.
So I think if this was me, I'd almost try to straighten up on that rock. But he deflects around. Perfect.
Yep.
So Aaron Lynch and JT Strickland make it around. So trying to lock down some points for Chris May, who is sitting second in stock for the national championship. But Byron Starrett's still out in front of him, I believe. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But Chris May's going to be excited if Aaron Lynch can land him right there on the podium.
And very shortly, I think we're going to be seeing Robert Parker, a.k.a. Carl Cheney, coming in to take the finish and complete 3 laps here at Lake Havasu.
Oh, yeah. Who was that? I didn't get a visual. I wasn't paying attention. But, yeah, I think we're less than 10 minutes away from the checkered flag flying here at the race line start-finish.
What a day of racing we've had so far, Miles. Let's just talk about the qualifying. So we started this morning with the 4900s that we're seeing on course right now. Then we moved on to the limited classes, the 46s, the 45s, and the 48s.
And they'll be racing right after this race. They'll be kicking off in less than an hour. And then we moved into the 4400 unlimited class, and we saw K-Rod go out first, throw down a heater. It lasted all the way till the end, and then Lauren Healy stole the glory from old K-Rod. But what a wonderful qualifying we had. Ooh, that looked like a speed UTV. Is that Robbie or Max at the Spider Track backstretch? I'm going to guess that's Robbie.
I'm going to guess that's Robbie as well. Looking to see if it's a 777 or a 777.
Looks like a double 7. Yep, so that is Robbie Gordon himself still plugging away. If he can land on his podium for his first non-King of the Hammers race with us here at Ultra4 USA, he's going to be very proud of those speed UTVs. They just took 5 down to Nora, all 5 finished. Then Max Gordon takes the overall. Robbie Gordon gets that second position. So speed UTV doing some great things in the off-road industry. And he's so fast the camera can't keep up.
Absolutely. And we're back at the race line, start-finish. The shadows are starting to lengthen here, but it's good to see that we've still got a good, strong breeze out there. That's going to be very important for the EMC race that we've got coming up very soon.
Don't forget, you go to racingtracks.com, Racing Tracks with an X. And you can see they have the same live tracking we have up here in the Warren studio. And it looks like Robert Parker driving for, or Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker is at race mile 32 or so. So he's 5, it could update. So we're 3 to 4 miles away, it looks like. So probably another 10 minutes or so for Kyle Cheney to come in and lock down the national championship for Robert Parker.
Yeah, but it all happens until the final minute. You never know what these race courses can deliver. And it's never over until it is over. But right now it's all about Kyle Cheney racing for Robert Parker, who is our race leader. And behind him it is Mike Park.
So actually, Racing Tracks is updating. I think Kyle Cheney could be in here very, very soon. So JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, must have the checkered flag in his hand and patiently awaiting for Kyle Cheney to lock up the national championship for Robert Parker here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Yeah, he's going to be super happy about this. There's still a lot of track between him and the finish line. You've got to dig deep now as a driver. You've got to push your eyes wide. You've got to look as far as you can in front of you. Concentrate, let that wheel go soft in your hands. Just bring it on home. Now, Mars, we saw Cole Clark had that almost perfect start where he rolled up. Paul Wolf wasn't there. He had clean air, took this race out and was leading right the way up until the most of the way through, lap 2.
Yeah, tough break for him in the rear of the car, had that issue, and you just can't plan for that. Ooh, that Josh Smith chasing down some dust.
Is that a UTV?
So that's going to be race mile, where are we at? That's probably 17 or so. 17 or 18. Oh, there's Rich Burst dropping down the Brannock boulders with Scott Lesage riding shotgun with Genesis Motorsports. He's going to drop down, take a hard right, try to miss that big rock. Oh, the rear end got a little light, but he was able to save it. And look at that left front getting jammed in. Nope, he's able to make it around. So quick work in the Brannock Falls for Rick Birch and Scott Lesage. Going to stop, put her from low to high, change the transmission, and open her up a little bit because this is a fun little fast section as soon as you get out of this little tight wash. So we're winding down for the UTV race. Remember, we have 3 classes racing all at the same time. Up next at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time will be the Everyman Challenge. We'll have the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class. So still lots of racing action yet to come. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
And here he is. This is our current race leader. This is Robert Parker being raced by Kyle Cheney.
So the checkered flag will be flying in about a minute and a half. We are on the Yukon Ridge. We can see him from the town. Kyle Cheney is about to lock down the national championship. He's going to sweep the East, the West, and the Nationals for his friend Robert Parker. Kyle Cheney's doing great things.
He is indeed. Just look at this, Miles. He's making his way across the Yukon Ridgeline, heading on back past the main pits right now. And just round the next 3 bends will be our race director, JT Taylor, with a checkered flag.
So Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker. 2 more turns to go, and he will. He won the West. He won the East, and it looks like he just locked down the national championship for Robert Parker. 1 turn to go. The checkered flag is flying for Kyle Chaney right there at the race line, start-finish line. The checkered flag is out, and there he goes. Unofficial first place goes to Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker. Team Momentum doing great things this season.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. What a race here. Now, we saw him take that gamble first thing this morning, went out, qualified first, ended up in 12th position. We were like, whoa, that's not going to be a great position, but step up Kyle Chaney. He gave us a schooling. He went from 12th to 3rd on the first lap, and now he brings it in. Absolutely superb stuff there for Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney.
So
what a result.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. How far back is Corey Willis, Travis Zollinger, and Mike Park for the Pro Modified? Looks like in second position is Mike Park. Then it goes back
Now, I'm just looking
Corey
here.
Willis.
I'm looking here, and we've got a battle royale going on between Travis Zollinger and Mike Park.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. Yep,
I'm seeing the trackers are bouncing either way, so it's going to be interesting to see. I reckon we're going to probably be around about 3 to 4 minutes before we see them. And then we're going to see Travis Zollinger and Mike Park. Mike Park in the 2-seat vehicle. Travis Zollinger, of course, in the ZRP single-seat vehicle.
Oh, and there's, is that Byron Sterrett or Mike Park?
I think that's Byron Starrett on that side of the course.
So that's going to be race mile 17-ish or so. So, yes, that's Byron Sterrett.
Yeah.
Race mile 18. So Mike Park is further along.
Oh, Mike Park, mate, he's coming into the finish very soon.
He's at 32, yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like Travis Zollinger will grab the checkered flag next. We do have Brian Hamby that's stopped on course. Okay, so, it's going to be really close between Zollinger and Mike Park. So Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson are battling to the finish.
Now, the interesting thing is that Mike Park did have the lead over Travis Zollinger. So has he had a problem? Has he had a flat tyre? Lost a belt? So many things can happen out here.
But I'm hearing there for Mike Park may have some VCP issues, so we'll have to address that once he gets in here. Getting some updates on my rugged radio from Racing Tracks.
And there he is Kyle Chaney, who's been racing for Robert Parker today. Our unofficial race winner.
And there's team owner Brian Fulcher with Team Momentum congratulating his driver, bringing it home for his best friend Robert Parker. Kyle Chaney doing great things. There's Kim Rimreed coming over to congratulate him. It's Tyler's mom. Oh, there's Nathan Parker over there. I hate to see he couldn't make his race, but he's celebrating with his team. Oh, lots of emotions will be high the rest of the weekend for the entire Momentum team. We saw Kyle Chaney at the MAO race in his Pro 4 battling with CJ Greaves just a month or two ago. Just missed the top box by the last couple corners, but now he brings it home here at Ultra4 USA. As Jason Soucy making his way around, and it does look like he's back to a single-seater. Looks like he kicked his son out. Shifts from low to high and trying to make it to the race line start-finish. Remember that Brownco Falls is at race mile 9.3.
Yeah, Jason doing a great job there on the waterfall. It's one of the better lines I've seen. Not scared by the rock whatsoever. Puts his wheel onto it, drives over, holds the line, makes it so much simpler, and saves that drive line wear. And there is our race director, JT Taylor, just waiting for whoever it might be first. Will it be Mike Park? Will it be Travis Zollinger?
He's talking to Jason Watt, who does a lot of prep for these Can-Ams. Helps the team Momentum. Talking to JT Taylor. Talking with his hands a lot, doesn't he?
The growth of the 4900 class has been quite exceptional. It really has.
But What a wonderful racing it has been. Kyle Cheney driving for Robert Parker down there just threw down a great, great race. We have our one and only Pam Hall down there. So, Pam, take it away. It is your show.
I am with Kyle Cheney. You're running for Robert Parker. Here you are in this number one spot, also number one in this championship. How are you feeling right now?
Actually, really good. You know, we won the West Coast too, and my goal was to finish that race, and it didn't work. I ended up getting flats, and it wasn't good. So my goal here, I didn't even know what the points were. I knew we were winning, or I knew we were in the lead, but I need to focus on winning the race and not finishing, because every time I do that, something breaks, and I'm just not driving consistent and good. But today, I was driving consistent. I felt like we had a good pace going on. I don't know if it was the fastest pace, but I knew that this was a tough track, and it was going to be hard to win this race, and it was going to be whoever won this race was going to have a car at the end of the race. If their car is 100% at the end of this race, they were going to win.
Well, I know that you came through and you started, I believe it was 12th. It was where you started qualifying. And then you ended up coming through after the first lap in that number 3 position already. So you were definitely picking it up a notch. Did you see a lot of cars already off to the side whenever you were going through and in that number 3 position right off the bat?
No, there was only maybe one car pulled off. Most of the people we caught pretty quick and were able to pass, and the push-to-pass button actually worked really good. And, I got to give it up to Racing Tracks and all the racers. They were, once they saw the pass, they would pull over. It was actually awesome. Nobody was trying to hold me up or anything. And, I kept looking at mine, too, making sure if someone's coming behind me, I'm going to get over, too. But that was awesome having that.
Well, awesome. I'm going to let you get to celebrating with your team right now. You were unofficially in this number 1 spot, so I'm going to let you get going. Congratulations on an amazing race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And we just saw Travis Zollinger grab the checkered flag. So unofficial second place goes to Zollinger Racing Products, Mr. Travis Zollinger. What a great run he had out there in his single-seat Can-Am. And there's Mike Park. So remember, we got to check those racing tracks. There could be some issues there. But grabbing the checkered flag on adjusted time, moving into second place. But remember, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. But Mike Park just moved into that second place unofficially. What a great run. So right now, unofficially, it's Robert Parker and Kyle Cheney in 1, Mike Park and Jeremy Dickinson in 2, and Travis Zollinger in that 3rd position. But we got to check those VCPs. And I've said a lot about Robert Parker and Kyle Cheney. So Robert Parker passed away a while back. It was a terrible thing to happen. Everybody hates to hear that. And then Nathan Parker, we saw him race in the stock class as well. That's his dad. So a terrible tragedy that happened. They brought in Kyle Cheney to take over for Robert Parker for that reason. So it's, Robert Parker's definitely heavy in our hearts. Brian Fulcher, that was his best friend with Team Momentum, the team owner. So he's keeping the tradition alive, and it's really cool to see what they have done for Robert Parker. And they brought it in with Kyle Cheney, and Kyle Cheney did it right, winning the West, winning the East, and it looks like he just locked down the national championship. So it's really cool to see him take Nathan Parker under his wing, for his father, and it's just, I don't know, it's hard to talk about. I'm getting goosebumps once again, but again, Robert Parker's definitely heavy in our hearts, and it's great to see the memory live on through Team Momentum.
Thank you, Miles, for explaining that one. It's one of those things. Very, very cool indeed. Right, looking back on our racing tracks, and I can see that the next car that'll be coming in probably going to be here in around about, my best guess would be around about 5 minutes. It does look like it's going to be Corey Willis. Now, Corey Willis, if this is 1793, started in 24th position today, and is going to be making his way. I don't think he can affect the top 3, but he's certainly going to be putting in an incredibly good time.
So there's Travis Zollinger, Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself, giving thumbs up to his team. Everybody's all smiles over there. And again, we are talking with David Clay with Racing Tracks to check out Mike Park and Kyle Cheney and Travis Zollinger, because all our top 3 we drop the tires, check for that, and then we check the VCPs and see how everything goes. So everything is absolutely unofficial for right now, but it's looking really good for Kyle Cheney and Robert Parker. And then Mike Park, we'll see how that plays out between him and Travis Zollinger, because man, they are super tight in points as well.
This is Cody Willenberg now making his way onto the waterfall.
And we are 100% going to start the Everyman Challenge at 5 p.m. So all of our limited racers, please get your cars to staging because you're going to take off here in about 38 minutes. As it looks like that's Willenburg, if I'm not mistaken.
It is indeed. Making short work of the waterfall there. Very nicely done indeed. 5:29 making his way back into the desert.
With CW Motorsports. That's race mile 9 there at the Brannock Falls.
I'm looking here right now and seeing what cars that we've got due in. It does look like that we've got Corey Willis. So he's going to be joining us in around about 4 minutes' time. Then the next car in will be the 143 of Tyler Remereed. But I'm guessing he's around about 12 to 15 minutes out at the moment.
But don't forget, we have Glenn Young in the mix as well. The number 77.
Yeah, just trying to find and locate 77. 77's Robbie Gordon, of course.
Well, I guess we have two 77s in.
We do, yes.
So, whoops. That's what happens when you get a late entry. We slipped up on that one. So Robbie Gordon and Glenn Young sharing that number. There's Rich Birch and Scott Lesage making some dust on the Spider Track backstretch. Look at him moving strong. He's going to have to slow down and take that hard right into the section as Nathan Seiler makes his way through. Oh, there's Justin Barth at race mile number 9. The race starts for him in 35 minutes, and he's at race mile 9. He's not going to make it in time for the start for the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class.
Never going to happen.
I'm not sure what he's going to do, but
yeah, there's pre-running and there's pre-running.
And Justin Barth is not in the mix for the top 5 in national points for the 4800 class, so he is in the mix for the top 5 in the UTV, so he's probably playing his cards right.
Yeah, this is the 49.55 of Joe Gould. We just saw him doing a refuel as he started his 3rd lap. That's a great line there from Joe Gould. Just pops it up over the top of the rock, makes his way through. Great stuff there. So Joe Gould is just grabbing hold of a high ratio. So still lots of racing still to be done here in the 4900 class.
There's A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah with Rubber Band Racing getting ready to drop down the Brannock Falls in that Kawasaki.
Yeah, we don't see many Kawasaki's out here, so that's great to see that.
Most of them are, or they come from the factory naturally aspirated, meaning no turbos, like most of these other Polaris and Speed UTVs and Can-Ams and everybody else. And that was a great little line he had.
Yeah, he worked that well.
So now he'll stop, go from low to high, hit the gas, and keep on moving.
Now, am I right in thinking that the Kawasaki actually has a sequential gearbox rather than a belt?
Nope, it's a belt one as well.
It has a CV belt,
Yep,
right,
yep.
okay. So the earlier or different Kawasaki's used to have the sequential.
I don't recall. Okay.
Yes.
Here's somebody coming by. The checkered
right,
flag
now,
will be
just checking
flying
this.
out. Who is this?
That'll be the 1793 of Corey Willis.
Corey Willis just unofficially moved into 2nd position on
Wow.
adjusted time. I should have been paying attention to that. Corey Willis pushing hard all the way from the back because he started in
24th
24th
position.
spot. So Corey Willis
But I'll be honest
with a
with you,
great run.
I was watching that tracker. I called it, but I didn't think he was close enough to do that. That's a remarkable charge there by Corey Willis. I believe Corey Willis races over at Mid-America usually.
Oh, yeah. He races short course. He races all of Ultra4. As there's one of his teammates, Matthew Walraven, number 118 with Rhett Bryan, riding shotgun.
Yeah,
but Corey Willis, let's go back to that. He started in 24th position, moved his way all the way up, unofficial 2nd. Corey Willis with a great shot, and he's in the mix in the points too. So Corey Willis, I believe, man, it's going to be really, really close Yeah, Corey Willis and Travis Zollinger are in the battle. So is Wall Raven. So second and third is going to be between Zollinger and Willis.
Yeah, just looking here also, it's looking like Tyler Remereed is actually stopped on course at the moment, and he would have been our next finisher around about the mice mile 28.
And it sounds like our one and only Pam Hall is down in the pits with Mike Park to have a quick chat. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
Park, you are unofficially in that number 3 position, but you literally just now got clicked off by Corey Willis. So being in that 3rd position, though, has got to feel pretty good out here.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We've had a rough year, and I'm glad to be on the podium finally. So it all come together.
So the race course out here that JT Taylor put together, everybody keeps comparing it to a mini hammer style course out here. But what's your opinion on the race course?
It was fun. It was very technical. Definitely not as fast as I was thinking when we were on the way out here, but very technical, but it was fun.
And you had a new co-driver in here with you, Jeremy Dickinson. He is with CA Technologies, and here you have him. How is it having a new co-driver in there with you?
It was awesome. It was awesome. He did a phenomenal job. Made me way faster, so I appreciate him.
So, Jeremy, I want you to give us a little rundown because you've been in a lot of courses. What would you compare this course to?
It's a hammers course. A little bit of a goat trails, but yeah, basically JT hates IFS rigs.
Well, you guys did an amazing job. You guys out here in this number 3 spot unofficially. Great job out there. I know a lot of people get you here. So who all do you want to thank for getting you guys out here?
Yeah, absolutely. My family for allowing me to come do all this, and of course our whole team 904. They all support us and do a great job. And of course Evolution Power Sports and CA Tech, Demon Power Sports, G-Force Racing. Shocks were on point today. Netto Tires were awesome today. ZRP, Mr. Travis, that we battled back and forth with today. They help us out. Tire Spines and Rugged Radios.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and it's an amazing year so far. I mean, you had a few hiccups, but here you are, 3rd place out here at Nationals, so congratulations.
Yep, thank you very much.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. And, yeah, Jeremy Dickinson and Mike Park brought it together. We'll see where the cards fall, but it's looking good for a 3rd place unofficial finish. But it's still Kyle Chaney driving for Robert Parker, unofficial 1, Corey Willis, unofficial 2, and Mike Park in that unofficial 3. And Travis Zollinger within just a little bit of time getting bumped in that 4th position. Wow, what a race we had on our hands, Jim.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. This 4900 just has not failed to deliver. It's been incredible in so many different ways. And there's Josh Smith there. It looked like he was following Mike McCleary just a moment ago. I'm expecting to see these guys coming in around about 20 minutes' time. Now, that's going to be an interesting one as well, Miles, because we're going to have cars finishing as we've got cars starting.
So what they're going to have to do is have to stop them up by that last turn or something, because we can't have them finishing as we're starting. So they'll have to do an adjustment finish for some of these. Oh, there's Robbie Gordon still moving in that Speed UTV.
Yeah, no, Robbie Gordon, he's having a great battle there with Josh Smith, that's for sure.
That's got to be really cool for Josh Smith to be battling with Robbie Gordon, both in the open class.
No, Robbie Gordon's in stock, I believe.
I'm pretty sure. No, his tires are big. So, yeah, double check, but I'm pretty sure he's an open.
Yep, you are quite right. He is an open.
Hold on, I didn't hear you, Jim. What'd you say?
Robbie Gordon is currently running in 2nd place in open.
But he's still pushing strong. Great to see such a new machine out there doing great things in the industry.
Yeah, and Jake Versey is currently heading up in open right now. Now, we saw Jake. I haven't seen Jake for a little while, so I'm going to hook back onto my tracker.
Remember, you can go to racingtracks.com, Racing Tracks with an X, and tune into the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu for the live tracking. But for our live timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com to see the same tracking and timing we have here in the Warren studio. What a wonderful race we've had. We've talked to Kyle Chaney. We've talked to Corey Willis. So let's talk to Mike Park. I think we have Pam Hall down there. Pam, what do you got for us?
Here I am with Corey Willis. Here you are in this number 2 spot. Last lap, what did you do to turn it up to take over this number 2 spot?
Yeah, we've kind of gotten a reputation for coming last minute and trying to make it happen. And,
Double E Racing, George White and Jason Watt have me in just an amazing car, and I've got enough faith in the car that on the last lap I could just give it everything it's got. That's what we did, and looks like it paid off.
I think you have a new lucky charm too, right?
Oh, I do, and she's at home, so we gotta say, happy engagement, Sarah.
So exciting for you. Saw that you guys got engaged right after we left MAO last weekend, right?
That's it. And if anyone wants a tip, just leave a race and then get engaged when you get home. Don't wait for anything.
Well, congratulations. I know you have a line of sponsors that get you out here, so who do you want to thank?
We do Double E Racing, Halo Lockers, Hess Motorsports, United Trailer, Jason Dietschy, JW Performance, PPI Tuning, my company, for allowing me to leave and be able to do this stuff. Just everyone that gives us a hand, Yokohama Tire, Raceline Wheels, the list is endless. And I got to say a thanks to Kyle Chaney and the Miller brothers as well for kind of taking us in the off season and showing me how to drive these things a little bit.
Well, Corey Willis, congratulations on this unofficial number 2 spot. What are your plans for 2024?
We've got a few ideas. For sure going to focus on short course really hard, but we might pop on in here a few times too.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Awesome to see you up here. Maybe we'll see you up here again next year.
Most certainly. Hopefully.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Corey. Now, there's a guy who looked very happy indeed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's been pushing all season long hard. There's Byron Sterrett in the stock class who is battling with Chris May and Aaron Lynch to get that top box for the national championship. It's looking good for Byron Sterrett. If he can hold this together, he will lock down the national championship. So Byron Sterrett and Sarah riding shotgun, pushing hard. So can we get 2 Team 904s on the podium for the Pro Mod and the stock class? It's looking good for the Floridians. And you can see the shadows are already starting to set in. You can see right there that berm on that left side. You can't see it. The shadows completely covered it. So as we go into this Everyman Challenge, it is going to be the shadows are going to be playing tricks on a lot of these drivers. Luckily, the weather is absolutely beautiful. It's 85 and sunny here, so it'll chill off a little bit, but it won't be like hammers cold for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at our trackers right now, trying to work out who's going to be coming through next. And I think it might be Jake Versey, although it's showing on the tracker with an orange tab rather than a green one.
Oh, so he's not moving possibly.
No, he's moving, but I'm just waiting for it to update. Now, the reason it's interesting is because Jake Versey potentially is winning Open UTV.
And he's not in Open UTV points either, so we'll see. Josh Smith, as long as he finishes, he should have this locked up.
Yeah, this is very interesting indeed. I'm just watching him here. I'm just waiting for his tracker to ping one more time. But I think it will be Jake Versey that we'll be seeing coming in to join us at the checkered flag. I think he's probably around about 4 minutes out. But the interesting thing about him is this. If Jake Versey has a problem, we've got Robbie Gordon around about 2 miles away who would take first place in Open UTV. What a story that would be.
Be pretty wild as we're chasing down Cody Willenberg and Randy Dazenbrock out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports. Heading around the backside. This is a fun little section. So Cody Willenberg running around up and down. Look how tight and technical this actually goes. But it sounds like we have Pam Hall once again with Zollinger Racing Products, Travis Zollinger. Pam?
Here I am with Travis Zollinger. You were up here in this number 3 spot, and then at the last second, Corey Willis came through and ended up in that number 2 spot, knocked you down to the 4th position with Mike Park in 3rd. But here you are, an amazing race out here. We did see you did have a belt. Is that the only issues you had?
Yeah, pretty much. Blew a belt on beginning of lap 2, had to get out and change that, and I knew that slowed me down a little bit, and then I had to pull my pace back just a hair so that I could stay alive the whole time.
Well, I mean, we saw it happening on there, and we always talk about single seat. Usually people that have a co-driver, they are trained to get out and, get that belt changed really quick, but you did it pretty fast by yourself.
Yeah, changing snowmobile belts my whole life. Figured it out.
You're well seasoned then, but you're up here in this number 4 spot. Who helps you get out here to the racetrack?
Man, my team. I just got to thank them, my family, for supporting. They're out here with us this weekend, and just my team, the guys back at work, and all the guys that help build parts and tune the car and everything. So I really appreciate them.
Well, Travis Stollinger, congratulations. You are unofficially in that number 4 spot, but an amazing race out this weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. That's absolutely fantastic. And look at this, Miles. This is Jake Versey making his way along the Yukon Ridgeline. And Jake Versey will be our first place in Open UTV.
What a great run he has had. He's raced with us off and on for quite some time. Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey coming across the Yukon launch, the Yukon Ridge. And got to give a huge shout out to Dave Johnson. He was supposed to race with us, but he had some mechanical issues, wasn't able to do it. So he is enjoying Lake Havasu, found a little beach. So he's tuned in watching the live show, but playing in the sand.
So Jake Versey comes around 2 more turns, and he will see JT Taylor with that checkered flag. And Jake Versey will lock out the Open UTV.
So the flag is flying, coming into the race line, start finish. Ultra4 USA race director JT Taylor waving the checkered flag. Unofficial first place in the open class, Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey.
Great stuff. And look how good this car looks, Miles.
Yeah, it still looks like it's in great shape.
It does. The one thing I am surprised at on this race is we're expecting an awful lot of tyre degradation. We're expecting a lot of flats. We've seen a few, but nowhere near as many as we expected.
I agree. When we were building this course, we had a couple flat tires, and that's just cruising at slow speeds. So I assumed the tire attrition would be a lot higher. But hey, the course is getting burned in as we're watching Joe Gould with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab.
Yeah, Joe Gould's putting together a great race here, just keeping that pace nice and steady.
And he's in the works of building a sequential transmission that'll bolt into a Pro R Polaris, so it's pretty cool to see what they're designing. Right now, it's still a factory transmission, but he's in the works trying to put a sequential in that Pro R.
Wow, that'll be something very special indeed. Let's not forget the Pro R has a 2-litre engine, completely different to every other UTV platform out there.
And look what's on our screen right now, Jim. That is Brent Harrell, the pole setter for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Everybody's getting staged up and ready. We should be racing with them here in about 20 minutes. So we'll have to stop the UTVs just on our left. So we'll have to do a manual stop time for them and get the 4800, the 46, and the 45s out on course. They will all be doing, the 45s and 48s will be doing the same 3-lap course. The 4600 Spider Track class will be doing 2 laps.
They will indeed. We saw Brent Howell lay down an incredible qualifying run of 1:56. Remarkable stuff.
Yeah, what a great run from him.
And still the awesome images coming from out on course. There's another car heading its way back towards us.
At the Spider Track backstretch, making some dust. And at quick glance, I'm going to guess Roper Merrifield. We saw him still moving just a little bit ago.
Yeah, that's a good call there, mate.
That is right around race mile 17 and a half. Yep, it sure is. Roper Merrifield still plugging away. Part of Ryan Rockhold Racing. You see the drone chasing him down? So we got a Styx camera on top of the hill. Bill's running that, and then Jack's flying the drone. Again, give a huge shout out to the entire production crew. They showed up here in the dark. Well, they showed up days ago, just like we did. And to make all this happen with multiple camera angles, multiple drones, and Clyde Bynum, the whole Speed Sport team, live media. I mean, it takes an army to bring it all together, but it's puts on live race media. Brings it all together.
Now, I think this is Matthew Walraven making his way towards the checkered flag. Just trying to get confirmation there. Yeah, that is the 118 of Matthew Walraven. We saw him qualifying late today, but it hasn't hurt him at all, and he's absolutely powering his way towards the line right now. And he's in UTV Pro Mod. It looks like it's probably going to be a top 6 finish. So Matthew Walraven, one more turn, and he will be seeing the checkered flag. Race director, JT Taylor.
So Walraven grabs the checkered flag at the race line start-finish.
That looks like it puts him in 6th overall and 5th in Pro UTV. All unofficial at this stage, of course, but a fantastic run there from Matthew Walraven.
There's Zach Swatsky. He's new to the Ultra4 USA team. He's part of the pit guys, but we brought him over to the other side. Great to have him. He's kind of job shadowing Alan Johnson and doing a little bit of everything. And look at the dust holding. The wind is dying down a little bit. We'll see how this all shakes out. So racing with the dust and going into dark, the EMC race is going to be very, very interesting. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We are winding down on the 4900 UTV races. We had 3 races going on all at the same time. We have unofficially locked down the podium for the Pro Modified class.
Yeah, it looks like we're still waiting for finishers in the stock class. And we've already had, it looks like Jake Versey is currently in 1st position in the UTV Open. But it looks like we might have a 2nd place vehicle in UTV Open coming in very, very soon. And that will be none other than Robbie Gordon. But there's a few other vehicles still out there on track making their way towards us. And that looks like Roper Merrifield one more time. So we've still got Josh Smith due to come across the line at any moment.
Hey, buddy. What's up? Good. Everything's good. We were winding down the UTV race and the EMC will be kicking off.
Yeah, so we're going to have a heap of cars joining us very soon across the start-finish line. And it looks like one of those will be Robbie Gordon. What a fantastic day of racing it's been so far. And it's still going to get better and better. We have the Everyman Challenge vehicles going to be taking the line very soon. But crossing the line now, taking the checkered flag,
is Mark McCleary flying once again. Looks like that puts him 1st in the stock class. So Mark McCleary unofficially locking down 1st position for the 4900 stock class. What a great race by Mark McCleary. Oh, here comes Josh Smith grabbing 2nd position in the open class and locking down the national championship. Oh, then Robbie Gordon right behind him. So we had 3 boom, boom, boom. Mark McCleary, Josh Smith, and Robbie Gordon. So does that mean Robbie Gordon gets 3rd position in the open class? Wait, on adjusted time, where's that going to put him? Let me do
no, that puts him in 3rd position on adjusted time.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, by
now,
about
I want
a
to
minute.
hear about this because I reckon that Robbie was running in 2nd. So has there been something change out there? It looks like he's still got a tire in the rack, although the jack's missing.
Yep, he's fell out somewhere. But wow, what a great showing for his 1st ever Ultra4 USA race. Robbie Gordon, top 3 in the 4900 open class.
Yeah, that is fantastic stuff, and that is a stock class vehicle in many ways.
It does meet a lot of that, but the tire size is what kind of caught him.
Yeah, I got you. Or you got me, one or the other.
Whatever. But it's just great to see him out on course. But Josh Smith, I think, just locked down the national championship in the open class. He was the Western Series champ and now the National Series champ for open. So huge shout out to Josh Smith with Smith Brothers Racing.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff. We were chatting to him in Disney last year. Very focused young man. Knew what he wanted to deliver. He didn't have luck that day, but he's had some good luck today. Great racing from Josh Smith. As the racing continues here, we've got Pam Hall down in the pits, and she's catching up with some fantastic interviews today. So let's pop on down to Pam Hall and see what you got. Pam, it's all yours.
Here I am with Jake Bursey. You just came in #1 in the UTV Open class. You just were telling me you had absolutely no issues out there today, so a perfect race for you.
Yeah, it went really well. We had a blast. I mean, we were pretty conservative on laps 1 and 2, and then came over the radio that we had a chance for a run from the top, so we really turned it up on lap 3. But pretty unbelievable how the track develops. We thought we had like some killed tires, but it ended up everything was fine. It was just weird how the track develops.
Yeah, we were just discussing that too. It's like when there's chatter bumps and stuff out there, it just makes your car completely feel off, but you obviously have no issues because you're in this #1 spot.
Yeah, no, I couldn't be more happy. Everything held up on my car. I mean, that was absolutely brutal race. X-Comp tires, no flats. I mean, I honestly expected flats. Wheels were phenomenal. RCV axles, HCR suspension, fueled UTV hooking it up with all the best parts. So rigid lighting that we didn't need to use, thank God. But no, we had an absolute blast. Everything went perfect. Couldn't be more happy.
Well, I have to say right now, you have your little puppy dog Prada in your arms. She's a good luck for you, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep her around.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Who all gets you up here?
Yeah, I mean, just like we mentioned, X-Comp tires, KMC, you know, really like the family, the friends. I mean, this event more so than most has been such a group effort to get here. I mean, that's how it always is, but can't thank everybody enough. Friends, family, moral support. Racing is so much a mental game, so everything matters, man. Thank you all. So much love.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your unofficial #1 spot in the UTV Open class out here at Legends of Havasu.
Thank you so much. Let's party.
Back to you guys.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. Now, she said that's a dog. I think that was a mugwai. Don't get it wet, whatever you do.
Uh-oh, and here comes Byron Starrett coming on in, gripping ready to grab the checkered flag for the 4900 stock class. This looks like he may be locking down the national championship here at Legends of Havasu. The checkered flag flies for Byron Starrett. What a great run for him, locking down that unofficial first place in the stock for this race and the national championship. Congrats goes to Byron Starrett and the entire Team 904.
Wow, that's amazing. What a run there from Byron Starrett. I'm just looking here. He started in 20th position today. Incredible stuff. I was just looking at his second. It was Mike McCleary. Now, Mike McCleary, he qualified in 9th. So there is where we had the time difference. Even so, we saw Mike McCleary across the line a couple of minutes ago. There was enough adjusted time there for Byron Starrett to actually claim that victory in UTV stock.
Wow, what a great run all season long.
And there it is again. Seriously, don't get it wet.
That's A.J. Hoover and his sister Leah riding along with Rubber Band Racing. Race mile 17 or so.
Yeah, and in around about 10 minutes' time, they're going to become the Hunted as the EMC classes take to the track.
I can hear the horsepower right outside the Warren studio. They are ready to rock and roll.
I can't wait for this race. This is going to be absolutely incredible. And we've also got some big stories from the back of the pack, but we'll come to that later as we continue to watch the 4900 class here. And they've delivered some fantastic racing. 3 laps they've had to complete today. 3 37-mile laps. And it's been tough every single mile.
So they'll still be racing out on this 37-mile lap, while the 4600, 45, and 4800, the Everyman Challenge class, is kicking off here in about 9 minutes. So we'll see how all that shakes out, but so far, so good.
And you can see what they're saying about when they say technical. Lots of ups and downs, lots of sideways, lots of lefts, lots of rights. And lots of rocks on the side of the track because they just want to steal those tires out of you.
So what a wonderful race we have had on our hands. We are wrapping this one down, but it sounds like Mrs. Pam Hall is down there once again to have a quick chat with Mark McCleary. So, Pam, what do you got for
Here
us?
I am with Mark McCleary. You just came in #1 in the stock class. How are you feeling right now?
Feel amazing. That race was rough, and we definitely earned that one. We were first lap, flipped off of the waterfall, had to roll it back over, and it was just a fight from then on just to finish.
Well, I mean, you're up here in the #1 spot, so what do you think the issues were, I mean, with other cars to get you here? Because like you just said, you had a flip. Oh my goodness, and you're in '1 position.
I think we pushed pretty hard through some of the really, really rough sections, and that really, I think it just helped us build time back on everybody. There's some blind rocks and stuff out there that will sneak up on you. You come around the corner and there'd be a guy with a tire tore off because it'd be like a blind 90 and then there'd be a giant rock face. And I think that's what got a lot of people out here, and people really backed off trying not to hit that stuff.
I always say they're like jumping rocks, right? It's a joke. They jump out at you. But yeah, I mean, they're tire getters. You come in, drifting into a corner and they're, like you just said, ripping them off. But here you are. You're injury free.
Yeah, no, it worked out really good. Like I said, they do jump out, and by the third lap, down the main lines, the rocks were starting to slowly come up, and they were just going to grab you if you weren't paying attention.
Well, what do you think the most difficult part about that race course was?
Probably trying to be smart in all the heavy downhills with like 90 rights, 90 lefts, and there was a couple really big uphills where if you went straight, you were going right off a cliff.
Well, that definitely sounds difficult for me. So, who do you want to thank for getting you out here for Legends of Havasu?
First of all, I got to thank my family. I couldn't do this without them. Big shout out to my co-driver / mechanic, Jason. He owns Dirt Monkey Performance. I got to thank Turned Up Racing, Gary at G-Force, Raceline Wheels, MRT Tires, Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports. Anybody else, thank you. I appreciate it, but we did it.
Well, congratulations. An amazing race for you. I mean, obviously you said you flipped, but here you are up in the #1 spot.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. And while we were talking down there, it is unofficial. It looks like Byron Starrett did take that #1 spot. Mark McCleary unofficial in that second position. But it was really close down to the adjusted time. But still, congratulations to Mark McCleary in that unofficial second position. But Byron Starrett looks like he just locked down the national championship in the stock class.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff there from Byron. As I say, he started right the way back in 20th position, whereas Mark McCleary started in 9th, and that gives you the adjusted time difference as each car left the line in 30-second intervals. And we are only around about 6 minutes away now from the start of our EMC race.
So it sounds like the race line finish for the 4900 will be closed here shortly, but they will still get their finishing points. We'll just have to manually time them, 100 yards back or so for safety reasons, obviously, because we can't start a race while a race is finishing for the timing loop. But wow, what a wonderful day of racing. We started out this morning at 8 a.m. Well, we started out this morning at 7 a.m. with a driver's meeting. Then at 8 a.m. we went qualified all the way till about 1 o'clock, and then started off the UTVs. Haven't had a break yet. Break in action. It's been fun, Jim.
It's been fantastic. People say this race is very similar to King of the Hammers. Well, it actually is like King of the Hammers for us because we're working all day and into the night.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And it sounds like Pam Hall's down there once again, so having some fun down in the Amsoil Hot Pits. Pam, what do you got for us?
Here I am with Josh Smith. You're in this #1 spot out here for the national championship, but let's talk about the race right now. What do you think about that race course?
That race course is a lot of fun, a lot of challenging things, and a lot of things that'll bite you.
I hear it's a lot of the rocks were jumping out, and the rock faces and everything were the kickers. What do you think the most difficult part of the race course was?
Most difficult part was probably just the big bottom out bumps that you can't hit too fast. You're going to blow the front end apart, and I think that was the hardest part for me.
Well, your car held together. Here you are. You were having some issues, I believe, with the steering belt. Is that correct?
Yeah, we blew a power steering belt on the first lap, and then we blew a drive belt on the second lap.
Well, a belt issue, a belt game, I guess I should say. But here you are in this #1 spot unofficially for the championship. You're no stranger to it because last year you were the West Coast champion, this year and the national champion, and now here you are again for the open class, the champion.
Yep. Open class champion and West Coast Open class champion. It's pretty cool.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting you out here and being so successful out here with Ultra4 USA?
I want to thank Luke and Molly. They're my biggest partner, and they helped me out a lot. I thank Corey Nasso and all my sponsors like ZRP and Maxxis Tire, KMC, RCV, Side-by-Side Performance, and Infinity Fab. So Corey Nasso, he helps a lot. He helped me get here today, and my brother Jared and my girlfriend Abby, they always help me out, and my mom, of course.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You get to go do some celebrating. We have our awards we're giving away tomorrow night, so enjoy Havasu.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, and what a wonderful UTV race that was. We are getting ready to kick off the EMC class, so here's the Good Boy Vodka unofficial results in that 14.
You are right. It's been a fantastic day of racing out here. We had the qualifying this morning. Then, of course, it was moved across.
So in that top 10, it is Nathan Parker in 10th. 9th is Eric Yates. 8th, A.J. Hoover. 7th, Nathan Seiler. 6th, Cody Willenberg.
In 5th, it's Justin Barth. In 4th, it's Rich Birch. In 3rd, it's Chris May. In 2nd, is Mike McCleary. And in 1st, it's Byron Starrett.
I think Byron Starrett just locked down the national championship, so that bumps Chris May out. He's still in the top 3, I believe, but great run by him. And there's Brian Hamby and David Payne rounding out the top 12 for the unofficial Good Boy Vodka results.
Then we come into UTV Open. In 5th position is Cade Rod. In 4th is Jason Sushi.
In 3rd position, his first Ultra4 USA race, Robbie Gordon. And then locking down the national championship, getting 2nd position in this race is Josh Smith. And then winning the race is Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey. And last but not least, the 4900 Pro Modified Good Boy Vodka unofficial results. In 10th position is Joe Gould, then Brandon Kilgore, Tyler Rimreed, Glenn Young, Cole Clark.
Matthew Walrathan in 5th. In 4th, Travis Solinger. In 3rd is Mike Park. In 2nd is Corey Willis. But in 1st, Robert Parker, being driven by Kyle Cheney, gave them all a schooling with an astonishing 7-minute lead in this race. What a fantastic race this has been.
And then rounding out the top, the rest of the Pro Modified in 11th is Tyler Gibbs, then Paul Wolf, Roper Merrifield, Max Gordon, Dustin Robbins, then Brent Lambeth. Again, that is your Good Boy Vodka unofficial results for the UTV race. So we are about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track Stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So another great race yet to come.
Yeah, I can't wait to get this race started. Brent Harrell is sitting on pole position for this one, Miles. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm looking here right now.
So here is the Project X starting line, and that pole position is Lauren Healy, Alex Fleming, John Williams, Sergio Panilios, Josh Atterbury.
Jess Bennett in 7th, Doug Langford, Brexton Glines, John Ranson, Albert Contreras.
And then it's Jeremy Lucas, Mick Henson, Roger King, Tom Biddle, and Justin Reese.
Then in 45 modified, we have in 1st position is Logan Goodall, 2nd Shaq Kennedy, and Cody Sinclair, Jesse Oliver, Rick Lavezzo, Sean Rance, Steen Crawford, Peter Doolan, Les Figueroa, and Eddie Oliver.
And then in 11th was Dwayne Garrettson, Chad Kennedy, and Matthew Weiss. So Dwayne Garrettson, keep an eye on him. He's coming from the back of the pack for that class.
Absolutely. And in stock class, we have Lauren Healy on pole, followed by Alex Fleming, John Williams, Sergeant Panilios, Josh Atterbury, Jess Bennett, Doug Langford, Brexton Glines, John Rance, and Albert Contreras.
And we also have Jeremy Lucas, Mick Henson, Roger King, Tom Biddle, and Justin Reese.
What a fantastic race this is going to be. And we can see there our pole sitter. That is Brent Harrell sitting on the line right now, qualified with a 1:56.
And here's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Brent Harrell, Jeremy Jones, Brian Trimp, Austin Thompson, Greg Neff, Antonio Drift, Steve Graff, Eric Weichel, Matt Torney, and Ryan Webb.
Jesse Lee, Johnny Valdez, Justin Barth, John Holtzman, Russell Raven, Andrew Gorman, Paul Groger, Matt Murphy, Bob Lindgren, and Ryan Taylor.
And then it's Ross Glaive, Brian Moore, Woody Rose, Greg Allen, and Ryan Webb. So look out for Woody Rose charging from the back of the pack. This is going to be one heck of a race. We should be live racing here any moment.
Yeah, now we've seen already some big stories coming through with adjusted time scenarios in the 4900. Expect to see plenty of that in this EMC race. Let's not forget EMC, Every Man Challenge. This comes from King of the Hammers way back in the day. I think the first Every Man Challenge was in 2011, if I'm not mistaken.
I always thought it was 12, but I think you're right. I think it was 2011. I get those two mixed up. But yeah, Every Man Challenge is great for, the limited classes. It gives a place for everybody to run. And we just saw the UTV. That's probably the easiest way to get in because you can go by, well, heck, look at the speed UTVs. They're basically race ready off the showroom floor.
Okay, we can see a green flag coming out there.
Oh, and there is Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, waving the green flag. So off the line, number 56, Brent the Iceman Harrell, with Justin riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon, with team changeover.
Yeah, now Brent Harrell's moving out, but look how the shadows are lengthening. This is going to be an incredible race.
And look at the speed of Brent Harrell. He is absolutely sailing in that Horschel-built machine. Solid axle, 4800 Brannick Motorsports. It's going to be a good one.
It is indeed. And second off the line is going to be Jeremy Jones in that Trent Fab solid axle machine.
With Dom Balducci riding shotgun out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Doc Jones Racing.
Now, I didn't think anyone was going to beat Jeremy Jones this time. It was absolutely astonishing, and it took something special from Brent Harrell. And both of these fast guys head off out into the desert to start their first laps.
But special is exactly what we have on our hands. So taking the green flag right now is Logan Goodall with Todd Miller riding shotgun, number 1950 out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Goodall Racing. You see him heading through the wash. He'll be blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits. Logan Goodall pushing strong, trying to chase down the dust of Jeremy Jones and Brent Harrell. And taking the green flag right now is Shad Kennedy with Jess Cooper out of Prescott, Arizona, with Kennedy Motorsports in his Poison Spider chassis. There goes Shad heading through the AMSOIL hot pits. Another great shot of Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, getting ready to wave the green flag once again for Brian Trimp. Brian Trimp with Tad Dowker riding shotgun out of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, with Shallow Pockets Racing in his Jeep Armory machine. And this is going to be a one heck of a race. So our pole position in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class is Cody St. Clair getting ready to take off the 4561 with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports in his Tribe 16 chassis. Cody the Texas Kid St. Clair. Remember, we do have 3 races going on at the same time. We have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and the 4600 Spider Track Stock class.
Yeah, we've got so much racing coming up here today. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And I'm just looking right now at our racing track.
And
as Austin Thompson next, off the line.
Bam Bam Jr. himself with his dad, Brendan Thompson, running shotgun. He'll be racing tomorrow during the 4400 class out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing and that UFO solid axle rear engine machine. It's an oldie, but a goodie.
It is indeed. It's a car we've seen so many times at King of the Hammers. And next off the line is Greg Neef.
With Eric Risco riding shotgun out of Broomfield, Colorado, with Neff Motorsports in his Neff Motorsports chassis. And Bob Bauer sending another one out. Bob Bauer, of course, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer. Our Grand Marshal for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the Everyman Challenge race.
And next is the 449 of Antonio.
With Kedden Ewing riding shotgun out of Mesa, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road with the OG Let's Roll Off-Road chassis.
Yeah, laid down a really solid pace in qualifying. Very impressive indeed. It's got some big horsepower in that car. As we move next to Steve Graff.
With John Dykus riding shotgun out of Litchfield Park, Arizona with Graff Racing his Steel Nuts Off-Road Ultra Pro chassis. So Steve Graff and John Dykus getting ready to grab the green flag. And there he goes.
Bob Bauer having the time of his life there. And next on the line is Eric Weichel as we watch Steve Graff making his way out onto track. Eric Weichel, the man with the smiley face, the man with the flames. Very distinctive vehicle. Always a big smile whenever you see him. A fierce competitor and a lovely man in the pits.
And it is a green flag for Eric Ace Weichel and Wade riding shotgun out of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing in his Jimmy's chassis.
And there you see the big smiley face as Eric Weichel makes his way out onto the track.
I love that for myself. I love that for the drones. It's a great way to see it. Was that Jesse Oliver?
This is Jesse Oliver next. 45-17.
With Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing.
It's a freeze frame there of Bob Bauer. But there we go. It's Jesse Oliver making his way out onto track. This is a 3-lap race, 337-mile loops of our course out here at Lake Havasu. And next off the line will be Matt Tornay.
With his son Greg Torney riding shotgun out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Torney Race Concepts in that Tribe 16 chassis. Great to see them racing once again. They're getting everything prepped up. They're anticipating a big 2024 season. And there we are off. Matt Torney racing off into the sunset. And up next, it will be Rick Lavezzo and James Mahoney riding shotgun out of Fort Worth, Texas with R Squared and Team Obstacle in that Get Bent Fab machine.
Now, I've just had an update on this. I was saying earlier that this car actually had cables on the steering. It doesn't. Apparently, it has a steering box and works on a cam system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that little tidbit.
Yeah, that was from Jimmy Jack, so thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, miss Jimmy Jack out here.
Yeah, we do. Very much.
Navy, they're always a lot of fun out here on track. They're still racing a little bit of the NorCal stuff, and they come hang out with us at King of the Hammers a little bit. Hope to see them a little bit more in the future. They took a pretty gnarly tumble a year or so back, so they're getting taking a little slow. And off the line next is the 717 of Ryan Rollover Webb with Chris Branton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Racing and that Jimmy's Bloodline chassis.
And then next up it will be none other than Lauren Healy in the Bronco, and he'll be our first place 4600 stock class car.
So he got those 14 points in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. The MAO ambassador, Lauren Healy with Eric Davis riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road in that Ford Bronco.
And I'll be very pleased that he's quite a way ahead of Sergio Pinilios.
But remember, this race is on adjusted time. They take off in 30-second increments, one at a time.
And this is the OG Bronco here of Sean Rance.
With Chuck Richardson riding shotgun out of Aztec, New Mexico with the Mud Nut Racing, that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication machine. So that is race mile 3, that camera. So we got lots of dust getting stirred up out there as we're sending them out on this 37-mile course. The 45 and 48s run 3 laps. The 46s run 2 laps. We'll be racing into the dark.
We will indeed. There still seems to be a good strong breeze out there. Fingers crossed it remains for the rest of the evening.
So thank goodness Jesse Lee's paycheck came through and he got that extra bonus because he's out here racing with us with Ryan riding shotgun out of Prather, California with Giggles Racing.
And then it's local boy Johnny Valdez, the 1717.
And he's racing 4,800 and 4,400 in that same exact car with his buddy Aaron Kaiser riding shotgun out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with Telemetry Motorsports.
And you're seeing quite a lot of these cars have got yellow lights on them. That's because yellow lights work really well in the dust.
In the dust and the sunset as well. They're both going to be playing
now,
their tolls
this
on
is going to be an interesting one. This is Justin Barth.
So, hey, the driver record has to start or finish the race. I didn't think of that strategy. So Justin Barth may be hopping in the Amsoil Hot Pits on the next lap around. He could be in there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sure, but on my time frame, I didn't think he was going to make the start.
Well, I might be able to help you on that, as if you can concentrate on the race start for me.
So Justin Barth and Paul riding shotgun, the number 417 out of Springfield, Missouri with Barth Racing in this Joyme's 4x4 48P chassis. Great to see it back in action after its terrible tumble in Crandon. But that just goes to show you how tough these chassis are. They send it back to Jimmy's 4x4. They got it locked and loaded and back in action. So the husband and wife team of John and Jody Holtzman out of Newcastle, California with Holtzman Racing in their Jimmy's chassis take out, riding out into the sunset. I believe this is our second position in the 4600 Spider Track stock class of Alex Fleming. With Will Oliver riding shotgun out of Denver, Colorado with Sherpa Motorsports in their 2004 Toyota 4Runner. Heading out for another lap. 3, 2, 1. Bob Bauer with the green flag getting ready to take off. And here we go.
What I'm showing here as Justin Barth in the UTV being back in and having crossed the line.
Okay, so he may have made it in, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just in the nick of time.
Literally the nick of time.
So up next, the 421 of Russell Ruckus Raven with Toby Stacy riding shotgun out of Portland, Oregon with Raven Motorsports in his Outlet 4x4 chassis. If I'm not mistaken, he was the 2023 King of the Hammers Rookie of the Year.
I think this is the 4853 here of Andrew Gorman. He gets the countdown and the green flag from Bob Bauer.
So Andrew Gorman and Sean Smith out of Bell Canyon, California with Gorman Motorsports in his Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And next up on our 25th runner and rider will be
Steve Crawford. Lots of communication through the rugged radios. We're getting ready to throw down Steve Crawford and Jimmy Haraji out of Paso Robles, California with SC Firestone Racing in his M&S Fab chassis. And another husband and wife team of Paul and Christy Kroger, number 829 of Tucson, Arizona with Kroger Racing. They've got a custom chassis Junkyard LQ9 Turbo 400, and they're out here racing with us. And the green flag flies for Paul and Christy Kroger.
And next up will be Peter Doolan. Making his way into shot. Just look how deep those ruts are getting on the start line.
It's crazy.
Now.
They're getting burned out for sure. Pretty wild. So this is Peter Doolan and Jeff Perkins out of Dublin, Ireland with Hibernin Racing in that Genrite TL. And they're racing for cystic fibrosis. Great to see them bring in light to something that they hold dear to their heart. And speaking about the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, we have Brandon and Stan Haynes tuning in. Brannick Motorsports themselves, thank you for your support for so many years. They wish they were here, but they're loving the live show.
Great to hear. And I hope they're enjoying it. A few cold ones on the side, I'm sure.
Oh, they're not scared of those, I promise that. So John and Nate Williams off the line out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road Racing in their 2021 Jeep JL, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And it's a battle between this man and Lauren Healy. Who's going to win the national championship for the 4600 Spider Track stock class? Lauren Healy or Sergio Pinillos?
Well, Lauren Healy does have the slight advantage. He's out on track already. But Sergio Pinillos, let's not forget, he's not feeling great at the moment. And there's no worse place to be when you're feeling unwell than in a race car. So let's hope he's feeling a bit better as he makes his way out on track.
And Brad Goodfellow with Warren is riding shotgun with Sergio, and out of Mount Dora, Florida with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing in their 2015 Jeep JK, owned by John Schaefer.
And it's Fig Speed next. This is Les in the 4578. And he's getting the count, and off he goes.
Les Fig Speed Figaro out of Henderson, Nevada with Fig Speed Special in that 2014 JK, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. The sun is starting to set. We've got about an hour before dusk really sets in, so hopefully we can get that first lap, maybe lap and a half with daylight, and then they're going to have to bank on their Project X lights.
Absolutely. This is Josh Atterbury in his new Bronco. Just look at this machine, Miles. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Josh Atterbury with Brandon Bain riding shotgun out of Show Low, Arizona with Cracker Fab Motorsports in their 2022 Ford Bronco. We have 54 cars in the Everyman Challenge. It is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. We move on to our next, which will be Jesse Bennett. Now, let's not forget, you didn't actually have to qualify for this race if you didn't want to. You could decide to take a rear start. And some of these people have done exactly that. But we've also got the big stories. We've also got the big stories about all the cars that are starting at the back. The cars we would expect to be at the front: Dwayne Garrettson, Woody Rose, and of course Ryan Webb.
So off the line right now is Matt Dog Murphy out of West Jordan, Utah with Crawler Corns in his Jimmy's Trail chassis. That's actually Bobby Lindgren. I got a little off, so Matt Murphy did not take the start unless I missed him.
Let me know if you guys want a different angle on Mobile One.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure that I saw him there, so no, and this is definitely Doug Langford.
So, yeah, taking off the line right there was the 819 of Bob Lindgren and Justin Reese out of Salida, Colorado with Rusty Nail Racing, their Jimmy's 4x4 chassis.
And this is Doug Langford, one of the most wonderful sounding Jeeps you'll ever hear. That big Hemi motor going to work.
With Rob Craven riding shotgun out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road in that 2021 JL with that huge 392 Hemi.
And next off the line, it will be Eddie Oliver in the 4583, making his way out into the desert.
With Justin Lyons riding shotgun out of Federal Way, Washington with Fueled Racing in that 1998 Jeep TJ.
And next it will be Brexton Glines as Eddie Oliver just gets it slightly sideways and off course as he puts the hammer down.
And keep on rocking and rolling. Up next will be the 4689 of Brexton and Caden Glines out of American Fork, Utah with Glines Motorsports and their Jeep-based machine. Kendall Glines, their dad, is in the pits. I know that. Making sure everything's running smooth. So he sends his son Brexton and Kendall out into the 37-mile desert loop. They're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It is a 37-mile loop.
And next it will be
37 miles. Too slow Bronco, he calls it, with Andrew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco with that brand new engine in it. He blew the last one up at the last 100 yards there in Disney, Oklahoma.
Now here's one of our big news stories.